Chapter 1. On a late autumn night, the forest was enveloped in profound silence, as a gentle breeze swept through, carrying the coolness of the season, instilling a slight chill in. In a secluded corner deep within the woods, a solitary little house stood quietly. Inside, the dim light revealed a disarray of clutter within the cramped space. 3 individuals were seated around an antiquated wooden table, which was strewn with peanut shells, beer bottles, and an assortment of banknotes, varying in denomination. They held playing cards in their hands, cigarettes dangling from their lips, and the room was thick with swirling smoke. Judging by their attire and manner of speech, it was evident that they were seasoned delinquents, each adorned with a firearm at their waist. In one corner of the room, a bespectacled middle-aged man, seemingly mild-mannered, was bound hand and foot. His mouth was gagged, and he leaned against the wall, casting a tense and anxious gaze towards the trio, clearly a captive of their machinations. All right, we've told you. It's been a while since we played," one of the more affable ruffians said with a grin. His companion shot him a disapproving glance as he reached for the cards, when suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the door was violently forced open. In an instant, a flashbang was hurled inside, illuminating the entire room with blinding light. The abrupt burst of brightness and the deafening explosion caught everyone off guard. They instinctively shielded their eyes with their arms while hastily drawing their firearms. A figure clad in black uniform, wielding a weapon, swiftly entered the room, followed closely by 5 or 6 others, all similarly armed, shouting commands. After a brief moment of blindness and ringing in their ears, the kidnappers gradually regained their sight and hearing. Upon realizing that the SWAT team had arrived, they understood their predicament. 2 of them resigned themselves to their fate. However, one of the kidnappers, unwilling to concede, contemplated resistance, pondering the slim chance of escape. Yet, as he raised his weapon, he was met with a gunshot from the first SWAT member to breach the threshold. Bang! The aspiring assailant's hand was shot through, and he collapsed to the ground, clutching his injured limb in agony. The remaining 2 kidnappers, witnessing this, quickly discarded their weapons, complying by raising their hands above their heads. After all, they were merely kidnappers. They were not destined to become permanently disabled. They would account for this misadventure, knowing that years later they might emerge once more as formidable outlaws. The first SWAT officer, observing the surrender of the 2, exchanged a knowing glance with a nearby teammate. The team promptly understood, and several members approached to adorn the captives with free silver bracelets. But Mr. Wen, are you all right? Upon seeing the team members secure the kidnapper, the man approached the bound individual and began to untie him. It's nothing. Mr. Wen rubbed his wrists and waved his hand dismissively after being liberated. Are you Lu Hao? After his rescue, Mr. Wen let out a sigh of relief. Standing up, he noticed the figure before him, their face obscured by a mask, revealing only a pair of eyes. A sense of familiarity washed over him, prompting his curiosity. It's me, Wen Ku. Long time no see. Your hearing remains impeccable. Lu Hao removed the mask covering his mouth and nose, offering Mr. Wen a calm smile. Howzy, is that truly you? I heard from your parents that you had taken up a job, but I hadn't seen you in years. Who would have thought you'd become part of the SDU? That's splendid. It shows promise. It's good for young people to have their own aspirations. Mr. Wen regarded Lu Hao with pride, patting him on the shoulder. With a serene smile, Lu Hao replied, Wen Ku, let us leave this place. It is not suitable for conversation. Indeed, let us depart. As they conversed, an SDU team member approached Lu Hao, reporting, Boss, we haven't located the 4th kidnapper. The other 3 have been apprehended and taken to the vehicle. Lu Hao nodded slightly at the team member. Xing, have the brothers regroup. Understood. The team member named Xing was none other than Xiao Xing Qi, currently serving under Lu Hao's command. Merely 26 years of age, Lu Hao had attained the rank of team leader and commander of the Flying Tigers A team, holding the title of senior inspector. Yet his true age extended beyond 26. In his previous life, Lu Hao met with an accident at the age of 26, retaining his memories akin to having never consumed the Meng soup, thus reliving his existence. Anew, he was born into a family that barely made ends meet. And as he matured, Lu Hao gradually realized he had been reborn into a parallel world reminiscent of a Hong Kong drama. Having been orphaned in his past life, he now experienced the essence of familial bonds. Furthermore, as a time traveler, how could he squander the opportunity in such an intriguing world? As the line was drawn upon successfully rescuing the hostage, and as the group made their way outside, Lu Hao keenly detected a beeping sound. His expression shifted drastically as he shouted, There's a bomb. With that, Lu Hao summoned all his strength to push the individuals blocking the exit, propelling them outside. Just as he stepped out of the building, a resounding boom echoed as the bomb detonated. The explosion reverberated through the forest, a powerful shockwave obliterating the doors and windows of the cottage, fire and debris scattering in all directions. The tremendous blast hurled Lu Hao through the air, his body tracing an arc against the sky. His final thought was, "Damn it." At the moment Lu Hao completely lost consciousness, the world seemed to come to a standstill. Yet within Lu Hao's body, a voice began to resonate softly. Ding. The system is officially activated. Host detected to be on the brink of death. The system will autonomously repair the body and select a world for traversal. Under the dark night, amidst howling winds, it was a night of murder rather, a night of slaughtering chickens. Who is it? Why am I bound? At this moment, Yi Xiaochuan found himself ensnared within a burlap sack, shouting in terror, his voice imbued with helplessness and rage. However, the only response he received was a flurry of fiery fists. Indeed, the one relentlessly beating the burlap sack containing Yi Xiaochuan was none other than the protagonist, Lu Hao. "Brother, you must have mistaken me for someone else. I just arrived here today and haven't offended anyone." Yi Xiaochuan groaned in agony, pleading for mercy as his body curled within the sack, his voice growing hoarse. Upon hearing Yi Xiaochuan's cries, for reasons unknown, Lu Hao felt an inexplicable sense of delight. The louder Yi Xiaochuan screamed, the harder Lu Hao's fist struck. "Stop hitting me, I'm going to die. What kind of world is this?" Yi Xiaochuan found himself utterly questioning his existence. How could someone be stuffed into a sack and beaten senseless in the middle of the night? He thought he was already experiencing the worst of luck, unaware that an even more lethal assault awaited him. Lu Hao remained silent, coldly observing the burlap sack on the ground. Suddenly, a smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, a glimmer of mockery flashing in his eyes. He extended his right leg and executed a long-lost martial arts technique, the severing descendant's kick. Time rewinds back to several days prior, right after he had traversed to this place. A deep voice erupted from Lu Hao's lips as he lay upon a patch of grass, quickly regaining his senses. In the next moment, he instinctively reacted. After a few rolls, Lu Hao concealed himself behind a sturdy tree, gripping his sidearm, the 416 Hong Kong dollars, vigilantly observing his surroundings in the forest. The 416 Hong Kong dollars automatic rifle is standard equipment for the SDU, weighing 3.49 kilograms, standing 240 millimeters tall, with an overall length of 893 millimeters and an effective range of 850 meters, equipped with a 30-round magazine and 3 additional clips. The captain, and an exceptional sharpshooter. Lu Hao's gear was certainly more than just this. In addition to the 416 Hong Kong dollars, he had a PSG-1 sniper rifle secured on his back, a Glock 17 pistol strapped to his right thigh, along with 3 grenades fastened to his chest. Wasn't I injured in the explosion? Why is it that only this gun is damaged? Lu Hao mused, reaching back to feel the condition of his gear. His bulletproof vest bore significant damage, and the PSG-1 sniper rifle was also compromised. However, what perplexed him was the absence of any discomfort in his body. "Isn't this the crime scene?" As he glanced around in bewilderment, an unfamiliar voice echoed in his mind. "Do not worry, host. The system has already repaired your injuries." Upon hearing this voice, Lu Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? A system? As a traveler, Lu Hao was well aware of the legends surrounding systems. Those who possess them often reach the pinnacle of success, save for a few unfortunate souls. With an IQ soaring to 200 in this life, he quickly comprehended the situation. "Did you bring me here?" Indeed, the system's voice resonated once more. "Then why have you remained silent all these years?" The system only manifests when the host is on the brink of death, binding itself and assisting in the initial traversal. "Are you suggesting that I have traversed again?" Lu Hao meticulously surveyed his surroundings. He found himself amidst a dense forest, noticing nothing particularly unusual, merely that it differed from the hideout of his previous captors. Indeed, this world was akin to a television adaptation of a mythical realm. Myth? Unravel me. The most enigmatic belt? Lu Hao's immediate thought was of the ill-fated Yi Xiaochuan and the tragic Gao Yao. Although Gao Yao would later become Zhao Gao, betraying the world, he never betrayed Yi Xiaochuan. And what had Yi Xiaochuan done? He had betrayed this, betrayed that. Contemplating this, Lu Hao felt a surge of indignation, wishing to thrust his size 45 foot directly into Yi Xiaochuan's mouth. After digesting these thoughts for a moment, Lu Hao posed his most pressing question. "Can I return?" "Certainly. You may return upon completing the narrative of the traversed world or upon altering its plot. Furthermore, time in the primary world will remain suspended during your traversal." With the system's assurance, Lu Hao finally felt at ease, a sly smile gracing his lips. I shall embrace this extravagant fortune. System, elucidate your specific capabilities. This system is succinctly referred to as the invincible multiversal wanderer system, possessing the ability to traverse cinematic realms. Its primary mission is to assist the host in reaching the zenith of existence, becoming an immortal amidst the mortal realm. Upon hearing this, a song suddenly flitted through Lu Hao's mind. I drift among mortals, yet am carefree I am. After all, a celestial being from the heavens. However, given his nature, it was improbable that he would remain untainted by worldly desires. He was a carnivore, not a herbivore, and his indulgences would undoubtedly exceed a mere trifle. Upon entering the new world, the system would issue various tasks, though participation was voluntary. Completing these tasks would yield rewards, serving merely as motivation for the host. This system possesses the ability to exchange for all things, provided sufficient points are available. Each return to the primary world grants corresponding points, which may also be earned by fulfilling tasks assigned by the system. Wow, tasks are not mandatory? What an eye-opener! Upon hearing the system's introduction, Lu Hao jested with a smile. The timeline for traversing worlds is determined by the host, free from the system's imposition. In addition, the system bestows a space capable of sustaining life, which will expand as the host's strength increases. Oh, a space? Following the system's guidance, Lu Hao stepped directly into this realm to explore. While he was uncertain of the size of others' initial spaces, his own was undeniably vast, resembling an independent little world. The area was approximately the size of a football field, the height obscured but undeniably lofty, with a miniature sun suspended above Lu Hao's head. According to the system, within this space, Lu Hao was an invincible deity, free to act as he pleased. Truly remarkable. What a splendid advantage, he mused with a wicked smile, soon departing the space after a brief inspection. With the basic functions of the system outlined, a grand gift package awaited the host. Would the host like to open it? Open. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the talent of replication with full comprehension. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the technique, the vast Inyang scripture, along with 100 system points, a world map, and 1 lottery draw. The vast Inyang scripture? What sort of technique is this? It sounds somewhat dubious, Lu Hao pondered. Indeed, the vast Inyang scripture enhances the host's inner strength and capabilities during dual cultivation, and it also reciprocates a portion of inner strength to the female counterpart. The more it is utilized, the faster the host's strength increases. Such grandiloquent language, yet it is merely a dual cultivation technique. How can it be deemed dubious? It is quite the opposite. I rather enjoy it. Lu Hao revealed a knowing smile once more. Rewards are now being distributed. And no sooner had the system finished speaking than he experienced a sharp pain in his head as a torrent of knowledge flooded his mind. After a while, Lu Hao shook his head, finally comprehending the specific function of his replication ability. This talent allows him to replicate any martial arts techniques from others, even divine spells should he ascend in the future. Full comprehension enables any newly learned martial arts to be mastered instantaneously. Remarkable, akin to a cow soaring through the skies. Lu Hao could not help but exclaim. Moreover, the world map possesses formidable power each time he traverses a world. The map alters, clearly marking Lu Hao's own position. Of course, the world map's capabilities extend beyond that. Even the coordinates of characters within the narrative are displayed. The vast Inyang scripture serves merely as an auxiliary dual cultivation technique, beneficial only during dual cultivation, not even qualifying as an inner cultivation method. However, it offers the advantage of eliminating any bottlenecks on the path of cultivation. According to the system, there is nothing that cannot be resolved with a single session of dual cultivation. If all else fails, Lu Hao would be more than willing to engage in multiple sessions. The system's grand gift package includes 1 lottery draw. Would the host like to proceed with the draw now? Draw. As Lu Hao's voice faded, an enormous circular object appeared in his mind, densely annotated with various markings, while a crimson pointer began to spin rapidly. After several rotations, the pointer gradually decelerated until it finally came to a halt. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the supreme martial art, the indestructible diamond technique. Upon the emergence of the system's voice, a series of bizarre images and a plethora of text flooded Lu Hao's consciousness. In that instant, he felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body, and his skin began to slowly transform into a golden hue. After approximately a minute, Lu Hao exhaled a breath of stagnant air and looked down at his hands. Now gleaming with a golden sheen, he was momentarily taken aback, then filled with elation. The indestructible diamond technique? The renowned skill of ancient Santong, the foremost in the world? System, what are these warm sensations flowing within me? Could it be my inner strength? Indeed. The indestructible Vajra art is not only a premier defensive technique, but also a harmonious practice that cultivates both internal and external skills. The host may examine the attribute panel to discern specific details about oneself. Attribute panel? Lu Hao murmured in perplexity, and indeed, an ethereal panel manifested before him. Host. Lu Hao talent. Replication comprehension. Full realm. Early first-class inner strength. 80 years technique. Vast Inyan canon. Indestructible Vajra art martial skills. None charm. 99 points. 180 years of inner strength? How could such an immense surge occur without resulting in my demise? Lu Hao stared at the attribute panel in astonishment. Due to the host's exceptional talent, his mastery of the indestructible Vajra art has reached perfection. With the system in place, even a sudden increase of a millennium's worth of inner strength would not lead to his untimely end. Upon hearing this, Lu Hao nodded in acknowledgement. Yet he soon detected an unsettling discrepancy. Is this a jest? 8 decades of internal energy equating to merely the initial stage of the first-tier realm? Moreover, to fully cultivate the supreme technique within 80 years, the host possesses a formidable reservoir of internal energy but lacks any martial skills. Merely relying on this vast internal energy suffices to attain the first-tier realm, should he master even a single martial art. He would instantly ascend to the pinnacle of that realm, perhaps even transcend to the innate stage. Furthermore, this technique emphasizes bodily refinement and defense, with internal energy serving as a complementary aspect. The system's analogy is straightforward. It is akin to Xiongyu, whose might could shake mountains. Yet he was devoid of profound martial arts mastery. Had Xiongyu possessed a technique such as the 18 dragons subduing palms, how would his fate have changed? What does this charm value of 99 signify? I do not recall possessing such a lure. Observing this unexpected charm, Lu Hao's lips curled into a wild grin. However, the system's voice swiftly tempered his exuberance. Ding! 90 of the charm stems from the system's cumulative effect. A moment of awkwardness washed over Lu Hao as he pursed his lips and muttered, "Forget I asked." Each time the host traversed into a new realm, the system could effortlessly assist in altering the host's appearance, imbuing them with the cultural knowledge of the world they entered. Alter it. In the blink of an eye, Lu Hao's former black combat attire transformed into a flowing ensemble of gray and white robes paired with long trousers. The cuffs and hems of the garments were intricately embroidered with exquisite patterns, crafted from a fabric that felt remarkably comfortable and tailored to fit him perfectly, accentuating his tall and upright stature. Yet, the transformation extended beyond mere clothing. Lu Hao's hair underwent a striking metamorphosis as well. His once neatly cropped hair rapidly grew, coiling into an elegant bun atop his head, exuding an air of vitality and competence, elegantly encircled by a gray and white scarf. Lu Hao's new attire imbued him with an air of antiquity, reminiscent of the garb worn during the Qin dynasty. Upon completing his transformation, he found his mind enriched with knowledge of that era. Subsequently, Lu Hao assessed his equipment. Although he possessed no martial arts skills at present, his defensive capabilities were unparalleled, and his combat prowess was not to be underestimated. Having secured the title of champion in the Hong Kong Police Martial Arts competition for 3 consecutive years, a testament to his prowess. Moreover, he was armed with a firearm. For even the most skilled martial artist would falter before a kitchen knife, let alone a gun, and he possessed more than one. While he had 100 points to redeem for some mediocre martial arts techniques, he held them in disdain. Why spend money when there were free options available? Lu Hao discarded his large equipment, such as sniper rifles and assault rifles, into the void, retaining only a Glock pistol concealed within his garments. The system has now issued a set of tasks, allowing the host to choose whether to undertake them. Task 1. Eliminate Yi Xiaochuan, with a reward of 2,000 points and a chance to enter a lottery. Task 2. Alter the fate of Gao Yao, with a reward of 2,000 points and a chance to enter a lottery. Task 3. Instructing Zheng on how to become a legendary emperor, or alternatively, rise to power independently, with a reward of 30,000 points and a chance to enter a lottery. Task 4. For each woman connected to the narrative that is recruited, a reward of 500 points will be granted, and this reward is cumulative. Upon hearing the task issued by the system, Lu Hao was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, he spoke with a calm demeanor. Each of these tasks resonates deeply within me. How could I possibly refuse? The thoughts that linger in my mind have transformed into opportunities for gain. Who could turn such a prospect away? It is utterly impossible to decline. I accept. After completing his assignment, Lu Hao allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. He then unfurled a world map, surveying his current location. Once he had confirmed his position, He ambled in a particular direction. During his journey, Lu Hao gleaned a general understanding of the extent of point redemptions. Although the 100 points bestowed by the system appeared modest, they could be exchanged for a considerable array of items. The damaged sniper rifle he possessed could be restored for a mere 5 points, while 10 points would procure a new one. And a single point could be redeemed for a basic supply of ammunition. However, lacking any immediate needs, he found no necessity for any of these offerings at the moment. 100 points would only yield subpar martial arts techniques, which Lu Hao deemed beneath his aspirations. Consequently, he resolved to conserve his points for future considerations. Before long, Lu Hao emerged from the woods, having walked approximately a kilometer, and arrived at the entrance of a small county town. The walls, constructed primarily of packed earth, were patrolled by a sparse contingent of soldiers. Flanking the city gate were several armored guards standing sentinel. Lu Hao strode in with his head held high. He had never truly appreciated the beauty of the ancient surroundings. After years of relentless battles, it was time to unwind and savor the tranquility of this place. A few days later, in Lu Hao's courtyard, a young man clad in a gray robe approached to report on the whereabouts of Yi Xiaochuan and his companions. "My lord, the three have already arrived at the borders of Kuaiji." At that moment, Lu Hao, wielding a forged tang sword, was practicing vigorously in the yard. His movements were fluid and powerful, yet he repetitively executed only a handful of techniques. This sword was a replica crafted by artisans based on the design of a tang sword. However, due to the Qin dynasty's predominant use of bronze for weaponry and the inferior craftsmanship, it was deemed a pseudo-tang sword. As for the swordplay, it was a meager set of techniques Lu Hao had appropriated from a bandit leader after dismantling a gang a few days prior. Loosely categorized as a third-rate style known as the seven-step sword, comprising merely 7 moves, though it was rather subpar. The fact that it came without effort ignited a significant interest in martial arts for the novice Lu Hao. Despite having mastered the rudimentary techniques, he remained diligent, dedicating half an hour each day to practice. "Oh, have they finally arrived?" Lu Hao inquired with keen interest after completing his final move and sheathing the sword. "Yes, they shall not take long to enter the city. Should we?" The young man stood respectfully beside Lu Hao, his eyes betraying a glimmer of murderous intent as he gestured towards his throat. Lu Hao undoubtedly comprehended the implications, yet he still waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. After all, they have traveled tirelessly and laboriously to arrive here. Should we not at least offer them a hearty meal? Furthermore, it is unnecessary for our people to take action. We shall simply inform the magistrate of Kuaiji. Lu Hao sheathed his knife, revealing a smile laden with inscrutable significance. "Certainly." The young man pressed his left hand against his right, bowed toward Lu Hao, and then turned to depart. Since Lu Hao destroyed several bandit dens and mastered a mediocre set of knife and sword techniques, he has attained the initial stage of the innate realm, rendering him nearly invincible in this world. He is unaware of the realms of figures such as Xiang Yu and Ming Tian, but he is certain they do not reach the pinnacle of excellence. Observing from the narrative, they lack the extravagant displays of internal energy, indicating that the martial arts of this world are fundamentally flawed. Without internal energy, or rather, without the support of a formidable internal cultivation method, possessing mere martial skills is insufficient. Achieving even a second-rate level is commendable. Indeed, as the system predicted, after Lu Hao acquired martial arts, even the most rudimentary skills would swiftly elevate his realm. The spoils of bandit extermination were not limited to this. He also rescued several individuals from the bandit lair and obtained a considerable amount of Qin Banyang and a small quantity of gold. In this era, gold circulated relatively infrequently, as the common folk primarily utilized Qin Banyang as their standard currency, while most of the gold remained in the possession of the nobility. Though it is said that Emperor Qin was tyrannical, his numerous contributions often go unacknowledged. He unified the written language and currency, expanded territories, repelled foreign tribes, and constructed the Great Wall, among other achievements. While the construction of the Great Wall claimed many lives, it was ultimately aimed at safeguarding countless others. The title of the Eternal Emperor is not to be taken lightly. The young man in gray, whom Lu Hao had saved, was one of those individuals. In gratitude for Lu Hao's life-saving act, the youth resolutely chose to follow him. When the young man introduced himself, Lu Hao was genuinely taken aback. Subsequently, Lu Hao, accompanied by a few followers, traveled to Kuaiji, where he purchased a spacious residence and swiftly recruited several swordsmen. After the young man departed, Lu Hao returned to the hall to rest for a while, then donned a white robe and stepped out of the residence, strolling leisurely towards the city gate. Approximately 10 minutes later, upon arriving near the city gate and finding no one he was expecting, Lu Hao began to browse the nearby market stalls. Before long, a sound echoed from the city gate that incited his ire. "Sir, we have traveled from a very distant place." Lu Hao turned around and instantly recognized Yi Xiaochuan, who was dressed in an attire reminiscent of a street performer. At that moment, Yi Xiaochuan had a bandage wrapped around his head, and somehow, a tuft of hair was stuck beneath his nose. Although his disguise was rudimentary, it was sufficient for Lu Hao to identify him at first glance. Yi Xiaochuan was currently a fugitive, evading the pursuit of the authorities, and had resorted to this disguise alongside Xiang Yu and Xiang Liang, who were also in attendance. Upon catching sight of Yi Xiaochuan, Lu Hao felt an immediate surge of excitement in his palms. Over the past few days, he had meticulously devised a plan for him. Eliminating him was a certainty, yet Lu intended to prolong his suffering. For what enjoyment would there be otherwise? With his silver tongue, Yi Xiaochuan quickly deceived the city guards, successfully entering the city alongside Xiang Yu and the others. Unfamiliar with the world, Yi Xiaochuan even took out his phone to capture images of his surroundings. No escape for the fugitive. Just as Yi Xiaochuan was busily snapping photos, a voice emerged from behind him, startling him. 1 for 500 coins. 3 for 1,500 coins. Today, I shall strike it rich. Lu Hao trailed behind them by several meters, observing this familiar yet unfamiliar compatriot, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. It seemed that only he was aware of the treatment that Yi Xiaochuan was about to endure. Upon hearing the shout for capturing a fugitive, Yi Xiaochuan's expression turned tense, and he swiftly looked back, only to find a middle-aged man clad in a white robe smiling benignly at the three of them. Having finally infiltrated the city, Yi Xiaochuan was not about to allow himself and his companions to be easily captured. He contemplated taking action to subdue this middle-aged man, but was halted by Xiang Yu. "Uncle, it has been a long time. You still enjoy making jokes," Yi Xiaochuan noted as he observed the amused expressions on Xiang Yu and Xiang Liang's faces. Realizing he had been played, "Brother Fan, it has been a while. How have you been?" Xiang Liang greeted Fan Zeng with a hearty laugh. "I am well. But you may not be. The wanted notices have been posted throughout the major towns," Fan Zeng remarked, eyeing Yi Xiaochuan's awkward demeanor with playful teasing. "Xiaochuan, allow me to introduce you. This is Mr. Fan Zeng, a dear friend of mine. We have come to seek refuge with him. Brother Fan, please refrain from jesting with the younger generation. This is Yi Xiaochuan, my newly accepted disciple," Xiang Liang said with a gentle smile, facilitating the introductions between the two. "Uncle, I apologize for any offense earlier," Yi Xiaochuan addressed Fan Zeng with a courteous greeting. "Haha, no offense taken, no offense taken. Come, let us go to my place and have a good chat." Fan Zeng seemed quite interested in Yi Xiaochuan, taking hold of his arm and leading him toward his residence. "My lord," just as Yi Xiaochuan and the others took a few steps forward, a voice emerged from behind Lu Hao. Lu Hao did not even turn his head to recognize the visitor. It was none other than the chief of Kuaiji. His acute hearing and remarkable memory were undeniably impressive. "How are preparations coming along?" Lu Hao inquired, casting a casual glance at the figure of Yi Xiaochuan. "Everything is in order, merely awaiting your handover of the individual." The Kuaiji chief responded with utmost respect, clearly indicating that he had been won over by Lu Hao. "Very well, return and make the necessary arrangements. I shall entrust the person to you tonight, and you shall set off without delay." Lu Hao waved his hand at the magistrate of Kuaiji. "Behold, Yi Xiaochuan. As a fellow townsman, I shall bestow upon you a grand gift." A subtle smile graced his lips, and his voice was laced with a hint of mischief and mockery. Having spoken, he leisurely wandered back to his residence. As the night deepened, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Lu Hao, along with the previous young man and two other companions, all clad in dark night attire, stealthily approached Fan Zeng's residence. Fan Zeng, a cultured individual and the county lieutenant of Kuaiji, had chosen a dwelling that exuded an artistic ambience. His estate was situated on the outskirts of Kuaiji County, distanced from the bustling marketplace and nestled against the mountains. The architecture was charmingly arranged, with deep courtyards that emanated a distinctly literary atmosphere, making it an ideal abode for scholars. Naturally, it also served as an opportune location for abduction. The four of them silently entered the village, avoiding any unnecessary noise. And upon stepping into the inner courtyard, they were greeted by a potent aroma of alcohol. It appeared that Fan Zeng had indeed spared no expense in welcoming their arrival. Lu Hao gestured to the group, signifying the need to disperse. This silent communication was not only straightforward but also remarkably practical, particularly suited for the circumstances. As the captain of esteemed, Lu Hao imparted to them a few of the most commonly used signals. Observing this, the three individuals nodded in acknowledgement and then gradually separated, making their way towards different rooms within the fan residence. Lu Hao set out alone in search of Yi Xiaochuan's presence. Coo coo. After a few minutes, the sound of cooing, reminiscent of doves, echoed through the fan residence. This was the clandestine signal they had previously arranged. Upon hearing the sound, Lu Hao swiftly retreated to their designated assembly point. In a courtyard of the fan residence, three figures clad in black vigilantly scanned their surroundings, while beside them lay a bulging burlap sack. Lu Hao approached them and, upon opening the sack, discovered that Yi Xiaochuan had been rendered unconscious and confined within. He then gestured for a retreat. Observing this signal, one of the cloaked figures hoisted the sack and fell in step with Lu Hao. Under the cloak of night, the four of them silently departed from the fan residence as if they had never existed. As a great poet once articulated, I left quietly just as I arrived. With a wave of my sleeve, I carried away no trace of cloud. After leaving the fan estate, they arrived at a secluded pavilion, the designated meeting spot with the head of the Huiji pavilion. My lord, the pavilion head, accompanied by another individual, had been waiting there. Upon seeing Lu Hao and his companions approach, he hurriedly stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Please wait a moment. Shortly, you shall set forth. Lu Hao gestured for the man in black to unveil the sack. As the unconscious body of Yi Xiaochuan was revealed before him, Lu Hao exhibited a glimmer of avarice. Naturally, it was not a desire for the young man's physical form. His tastes were not so grotesque. Lu Hao reached out to explore Yi Xiaochuan's neck, and upon grasping the enchanting pendant, he suddenly yanked it down with force. Lu Hao gazed at the pendant in his hand and smiled, addressing the group. Secure the bag and maintain a distance of 10 paces from me. Understood. As the others distanced themselves from the pavilion, a voice resonated in Lu Hao's mind. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired the tiger pendant. Wearing this pendant can enhance physical strength, prolong life, facilitate rapid recovery from injuries, and slightly augment power. This tiger pendant is capable of traversing time and space, isn't it? Upon hearing the system's description, Lu Hao's expression turned to one of confusion, his brows furrowing slightly. The residual energy within the tiger pendant is nearly depleted. To accumulate enough energy for another temporal journey would likely take 1 or 2 millennia. Upon hearing Lu Hao's words, he nodded slightly. He merely wished to take the tiger-shaped pendant away from Yi Xiaochuan, as he held little regard for the notion of time travel. With the system at his disposal, such concepts seemed trivial. Nevertheless, given its benefits for physical enhancement, it could indeed be deemed a valuable item worthy of his adornment. Naturally, upon his return, he intended to cleanse the tiger pendant thoroughly and, in addition, replace the chain that accompanied it. After Lu Hao placed the tiger-shaped pendant into his bosom, he extended his fist and struck the burlap sack with great force. The intense pain instantaneously roused Yi Xiaochuan from his slumber within the sack. He struggled to free himself from his bindings, but the sack's sturdy construction rendered him powerless. Who is it? Why have you bound me? Yi Xiaochuan cried out in terror, his voice laced with helplessness and fury. Yet, the only response he received was Lu Hao's chilling silence, accompanied by the fervent blows of his fist. Though Lu Hao's movements appeared to be casual, each punch and kick struck with precision at the vital points of Yi Xiaochuan, inflicting unprecedented agony upon him. Brother, have you mistaken me for someone else? I am new here today and have not offended anyone. Yi Xiaochuan pleaded in anguish, his voice now raspy. Yet, Lu Hao seemed oblivious to his cries, relentlessly continuing to rain down blows upon the bound Yi Xiaochuan, each strike landing with visceral impact, providing him with immense satisfaction. It was only after 2 relentless minutes of this brutal onslaught that Lu Hao gradually ceased his assault. His fists were now stained with considerable blood, and he recognized that if he continued, Yi Xiaochuan might very well perish. However, he had no intention of allowing Yi Xiaochuan to slip away so easily. Lu Hao cast a cold gaze upon the burlap sack on the ground, a sudden smirk gracing his lips as a glimmer of mockery flickered in his eyes. He extended his right leg and executed a long-lost martial arts technique known as the severing of lineage. Ah! The sound pierced the air, followed by a chilling scream. In an instant, the individual within the sack, Yi Xiaochuan, succumbed to unconsciousness, evidently having been rendered senseless by excruciating pain. Upon hearing that wretched cry, Lu Hao appeared to transcend into a state of ecstasy, reveling in the moment. With a dismissive glance at the sack, he let out a cold snort before turning to depart. At that moment, his spirits soared, as if he had released a pent-up frustration. His countenance bore an expression of profound relief. "Very well, you may take the person now," he instructed. "Han Xian, take this. Administer 2 pills to him each day while he remains unconscious." Lu Hao approached the membership pavilion and exchanged a few words with the young man. Indeed, the youth who had previously reported news to Lu Hao was none other than the young Han Xian. Young Han Xian, accustomed to enduring hunger, was hardly a match for a band of ruffians. It was no surprise that he was swiftly captured by them, even in his mature years. Han Xian's prowess in martial arts might not have been formidable. His true strengths lay in military strategy, cunning, and the art of training troops. Captured by a band of brigands and taken to their mountain stronghold, the outlaws initially intended to demand a ransom, only to discover that Han Xian was even poorer than they, left with no other option. The bandits decided to confine him and let him endure hunger for a few days. Already accustomed to fasting, Han Xian found himself disoriented after just 1 day without food. At that moment, Lu Hao stormed into the bandits' lair, armed and resolute. Thus, Lu Hao unexpectedly rescued Han Xian, who, in gratitude for Lu Hao's life-saving intervention and with no home to return to, chose to follow him. At the very least, in this tumultuous era, he could secure a meal and continue to survive. Lu Hao retrieved a small cloth bag from his bosom and handed it to Han Xian. Within this bag were several amoxicillin capsules intended for treating Yi Xiaochuan's inflammation. For this purpose, Lu Hao had deliberately chosen to utilize his points for the first time, exchanging a modest amount for a whole box of amoxicillin capsules. Indeed, sending Yi Xiaochuan to the Zhanyuan palace to meet his demise would be a trivial endeavor. Yet it would not suffice to satiate Lu Hao's desires. What is the most exquisite form of torment? To first ravage him physically, and subsequently to dismantle him psychologically. In the vast expanse of the imperial palace, allowing Yi Xiaochuan, a notorious lecher, to behold the exquisite palace maidens, only to then confront the reality of his own impotence. What exquisite agony that would entail! Lu Hao was reluctant to allow the eunuchs to assist Yi Xiaochuan in completing the final procedure. He believed that it was far more satisfying to carry it out himself. Due to the absence of prior consumption of egg yolk and the insertion of feathers, the possibility of retaining moisture within the body could lead to potentially fatal inflammation. In an era devoid of effective anti-inflammatory medications, Lu Hao, with a sense of kindness, decided to procure some anti-inflammatory drugs to ensure that Yi Xiaochuan could safely reach Zhanyuan. Yi Xiaochuan, you are rather nice. As for the reason behind bringing Han Xian along for the journey, it was quite simple, to guarantee absolute certainty, with someone accompanying him. The membership steward would not dare to act insincerely. By the way, hasten to find the person you were instructed to seek, bringing along a sack. After Lu Hao finished speaking to the magistrate of Kuaiji, he turned away with 2 men clad in black. The magistrate was momentarily taken aback. "Yes, my lord. We had previously agreed," Lu Hao, having walked only a few steps, halted and turned back with a smile. "Have I not already provided you with the deposit? Fear not. Upon your return, there will be ample rewards." With Lu Hao's assurance, the magistrate nodded repeatedly, his smile radiant like a blooming chrysanthemum. "Let us depart." Han Xian remarked to the magistrate with indifference. "Ah, let us go, Shao Kong, bring the sack. We are leaving the city now," the magistrate instructed his companion. "Yes, magistrate." The magistrate held a notable title, recognized by the court. Even if there were a curfew, his position would suffice, and Lu Hao had already arranged everything. Soon, the 3 men, on horseback and with a sack in tow, exited the gates of Kuaiji. After a brisk ride of several minutes, they arrived at a hill a few kilometers from Kuaiji. This is the place. Under the magistrate's guidance, they reached a thatched cottage nestled in the hill. The cottage was brightly lit, indicating that it awaited their arrival. Creak, perhaps alerted by the sound of hoofbeats, an elderly man emerged from the cottage as the trio dismounted. In a thin, high-pitched voice, he inquired, "Why have you arrived so late?" "We were about to retire for the night." The magistrate shuddered upon hearing the voice. Had it not been for Lu Hao's need for such an individual, he would have avoided such company altogether. "Master Wang, I apologize for the disturbance. Please proceed as we discussed." The magistrate signaled to Shao Kong, who immediately carried the sack into the cottage. This Master Wang had once been an executioner in the palace, known for his expertise in shaving and hair removal. The magistrate had painstakingly learned of this individual's presence near Kuaiji. Master Wang waved his aged hand before him, clearly indicating that no payment meant no service. Observing the situation, the magistrate quickly produced a small cloth bag from his bosom and handed it to Master Wang. After weighing the bag in his hand, Master Wang nodded in satisfaction. "Come inside. I'll require your assistance further. Once all three had entered the thatched cottage, Master Wang continued, first, release the person inside, then remove that boy's trousers. With that, he turned to retrieve his tools. Xiaokong, follow Master Wang's instructions. He would undoubtedly shy away from such sordid tasks. Han Xian was firmly aligned with Lu Hao, needless to say, thus, he could only delegate the responsibility to his subordinates who relied on him for sustenance. Xiaokong gazed at the bloodied burlap sack before him, swallowing hard as he tremulously untied its bindings. The pitiful visage of Yi Xiaochuan was abruptly revealed to the trio. At that moment, Yi Xiaochuan bore no unscathed portion upon his body. His face was so battered that it was unrecognizable, and it appeared that multiple fractures marred his frame. Most alarmingly, a certain area was persistently oozing blood. Chief, this Xiaokong clearly hesitated to assist Yi Xiaochuan, yet the chief of Kuaiji commanded him to proceed. However, both he and Han Xian instinctively turned their heads away. Xiao Kang's hands trembled uncontrollably as he fought against the rising tide of fear within him, slowly advancing forward. Before long, he retched violently, unable to contain himself, and ran out of the thatched hut. Ugh, with the sound of his retching. The onlookers outside turned their curious gazes toward the commotion. Meanwhile, the eunuch Wang cast a disinterested glance at the retching figure outside before approaching Yi Xiaochuan. He considered himself worldly, yet as he neared the burlap sack and glimpsed the condition of its occupant, he could not suppress a gasp of shock. Was there still any need for further violence? Upon hearing Wang's exclamation, both Han Xian and the chief of Kuaiji could not resist their curiosity, glancing towards the burlap sack. They beheld the figure on the ground, a certain area resembling nothing more than a mass of ground meat, utterly beyond decomposition. The chief of Kuaiji, upon witnessing this, felt his stomach churn violently and promptly followed Xiao Kang's retreat. Among the four, two had succumbed to their nausea, leaving only Han Xian to endure the queasiness. He tilted his head aside, yet his mind was occupied with thoughts of why he had incurred the wrath of his lord, compelling such a brutal method of retribution. Of course, Han Xian's curiosity was piqued, for over the past few days, Lu Hao had left an impression of being a composed, courageous, and enigmatic man. Although Lu Hao often appeared stern, he treated them well, providing meat and wine at every meal, filled with laughter and conversation. They dined on whatever he dined upon. It was perplexing that such a seemingly benevolent individual would harbor such intense fury towards another. One could only surmise the grievous actions committed by that individual. Han Xian silently vowed to ensure that he would escort Yi Xiaochuan to the destination he so rightly deserved. Days later, Lu Hao continues to engage in his morning exercises within the courtyard, a commendable habit he has cultivated over the years. My lord, the first batch of heroes has become intoxicated, and the exquisite brew is now ready. As Lu Hao finished his training and prepared to wash his face, a slender young man approached him respectfully. This individual, named Zhao Sun, was among those Lu Hao had rescued from the bandit lair and now followed him. I understand, Lu Hao replied. The hero's intoxication and beauty's brew were two types of wine that Lu Hao had crafted from memory. Being a prodigy from Hong Kong University, he found this task quite manageable. In this era, their wines were notably murky with a low alcohol content, having not undergone systematic distillation, relying solely on fermentation. To amass wealth swiftly, few ventures could rival the profitability of selling wine. Hero's intoxication was a masculine drink, refined by Lu Hao to possess an alcohol content of around 40 degrees, significantly superior to the mere 10 to 20 degrees of contemporary rice wine. Beauty's brew, on the other hand, consisted of fruit wine, delightful and sweet, with an alcohol content of only around 10 degrees, making it suitable for women. Han Xian and his men must be nearing Xianyang by now, Lu Hao inquired, wiping the dust from his face as he addressed Zhao Sun. Given their pace, they should arrive shortly, Zhao Sun replied respectfully. Upon hearing Zhao Sun's response, Lu Hao's lips curved into a slight smile, and he nodded in satisfaction. By the way, have matters in Pei County been arranged? Everything is in order. We are merely awaiting our emissaries. However, my lord, our finances are running low, Zhao Sun said, lowering his gaze and voicing his concerns. Lu Hao, observing Zhao Sun's literacy and quick wit, promptly appointed him as the chief financial officer. Given the considerable expenses incurred recently, with cash flowing out but not coming in, the funds Lu Hao had pilfered from the bandits were dwindling. Money? Lu Hao remarked with a nonchalant smile, continuing. Isn't that batch of wine splendid? You might soon find yourself with an excess of funds, unable to part with them. Upon hearing Lu Hao's words, Zhao Sun beamed with delight, his face alight with joy. Fear not, the more, the merrier. Lu Hao gazed at Zhao Sun, chuckling as he shook his head, realizing that entrusting him with the finances was indeed a wise decision. He harbored no fears regarding the loyalty of Han Xin and Zhao Sun, for the system possessed an innate function that allowed him to assess the fidelity of others. Each individual he had rescued exhibited loyalty scores exceeding 80, with Han Xin and Zhao Sun reaching a remarkable 90. Tomorrow, he would inaugurate Lichuan Garden, perfectly timed to promote our exquisite wines. Understood. Zhao Sun exclaimed joyfully as he departed the courtyard, having received Lu Hao's command. Lichuan Garden drew inspiration from the name of a renowned brothel. Yet Lu Hao's establishment was not engaged in such illicit affairs. It was a venue for entertainment, offering performances rather than carnal services. It could be likened to a modern-day Qin Tower, a place for song and dance, though it had eventually evolved into a brothel. Naturally, should both parties consent, Lu Hao would not intervene. With the presence of the Qin Tower and the emergence of fine wines, he was confident that a substantial influx of wealth would soon fill his coffers, paving the way for his future plans. Just a few more days, LG, Su. Our meeting shall soon come to pass. Children may make choices, but I, Lu Hao, shall have it all. Lu Hao cast his gaze in a certain direction, a profound smile gracing his lips. The path in the forest is enveloped by dense bamboo groves and trees. Sunlight filters through the gaps in the bamboo leaves, cascading onto the ground and creating a mosaic of light and shadow, a sight so enchanting it takes one's breath away. The air within the bamboo forest is remarkably fresh. Inhaling deeply feels as though it could cleanse the soul of its burdens, imparting an unprecedented sense of tranquility and comfort, an experience rarely found in the modern world. At this moment, Lu Hao stood by the roadside, tending to a crackling fire as he roasted a succulent chicken. The skin of the fowl gradually transformed into a golden hue under the intense heat of the flames, sizzling and oozing with juices. With deft precision, he rotated the chicken, ensuring each side received an even heat. Midway through the process, he added his secret marinade and a drizzle of honey, instantly releasing an enticing aroma that wafted through the air, tantalizingly inviting. Just as Lu Hao's appetite surged, his keen ears detected the distant sound of a horse-drawn carriage approaching. Finally, it has arrived? It has been quite a while since I have savored meat. Lu Hao's lips curled into a faint smile as he continued to rotate the almost perfectly roasted chicken. Inside a horse-drawn carriage, a gentle and melodious voice emerged, filled with profound regret and guilt. Father, I am deeply sorry for the suffering you have endured. Child, do not blame yourself. It is thanks to your careful arrangements that I was able to escape with my life, came the calm response from Lu Gong, who sat in one corner of the carriage. Observing Lu Ji, who appeared both graceful and composed yet burdened with self-reproach, he shook his head slightly, his voice gravelly yet soothing. The Lu family originally resided in Dangjun, Shanfu County, and was regarded as one of the local gentry. However, they had incurred the ire of a local tyrant who not only coveted the two sisters, Lu Ji and Lu Su, but also sought to seize their family's wealth. Lu Gong, unwilling to submit, had resisted, but alas, the tyrant colluded with the local magistrate, leading to Lu Gong's unjust imprisonment. It was Lu Ji who, through the sale of most of their possessions and careful negotiations, managed to secure Lu Gong's escape. Now, having fled Shanfu County with their family in tow, they found themselves aimlessly searching for a place to rest. But our funds are dwindling. How shall we survive in the days to come? Lu Ji's voice was laden with anxiety. Just then, an enticing aroma wafted into the carriage. What a delightful scent! What could it be? Lu Su, seated beside Lu Ji, also caught a whiff of the fragrance. She eagerly lifted the curtain of the carriage and peered outside. Sister, father, there is someone ahead. Oh, Lu Ji and Lu Gong, intrigued by Lu Su's exclamation, leaned forward to see. Indeed, not far ahead, they spotted a solitary figure seated on the ground. A flicker of surprise and curiosity crossed Lu Gong's eyes. He had not expected to encounter such tempting food in this desolate wilderness. Perhaps we could approach that person and discuss exchanging some money for food, Lu Gong considered. Little did he know, in satisfying their culinary cravings, his two daughters would soon be exchanged for a mere roasted chicken. Having just escaped with a few household servants, the Lu family had not prepared much food. In their frantic journey throughout the morning, they had not paused for a moment, nor had they taken a sip of water, let alone eaten. The tantalizing aroma proved irresistible to their famished bellies. Fearful of the possibility that the person ahead might be a brigand, he reassured himself, believing that with 7 or 8 servants at their side, they could easily handle one individual. After weighing his options, Lu Gong gave instructions to the coachman. Whoa! A minute later, Lu Hao's delectable roasted chicken has also been prepared, and the guests have arrived. The carriage came to a halt less than 10 meters from Lu Hao. As Lu Gong, with the assistance of the driver, gracefully descended from the carriage and made his way towards Lu Hao. This formidable figure, how intriguing he is. I wonder what kind of dish could emanate such an enticing aroma. Lu Hao heard a voice coming from behind him. When he turned around, a familiar figure appeared before him. Lu Gong, with his hair graying, donned a simple long robe, and his face bore the marks of fatigue. "Good day, old sir," he said. "It is merely a roasted chicken." Lu Hao rose gracefully and, with an air of sophistication, smiled at Lu Gong. It was a jest. In the face of his future father-in-law's inquiry, how could he not put on a show, a display of charm? After all, how else could he win the heart of his daughter? Indeed, Lu Hao's demeanor left a splendid first impression on Lu Gong. He chuckled. "Roast chicken? But why does it possess such an extraordinary aroma?" Lu Hao elucidated that he was utilizing a proprietary sauce, which ultimately persuaded Lu Gong. Upon noticing Lu Hao's graceful demeanor and eloquence, Lu Gong couldn't help but let out a wry smile, expressing that he had initially hoped to exchange some provisions with the valiant man, but given that there was only a single chicken, he would forego that idea. Although Lu Gong was enticed by the sizzling roast chicken oozing with delectable juices, he adhered to the principle that a gentleman does not deprive others of their pleasures. Moreover, as a cultured individual, he deemed it necessary to relinquish the temptation. "Oh, may I inquire, esteemed elder, if you have not yet dined? If you do not mind, might we share this feast together?" Lu Hao hastily sought to enhance his rapport. However, Lu Gong chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Such an act would be rather inconvenient. You see, brave warrior, I have 2 family members and several servants in my cart, and I fear that a single chicken would scarcely suffice to satiate your hunger." It turned out that the old man was concerned about this matter. Upon hearing Lu Hao's words, he gently raised an eyebrow and smiled, walking leisurely towards the horse tethered at the edge of the woods. He retrieved a parcel from its back, which contained some sorghum cakes and a special preparation of pork that I had crafted. If the old man does not mind, it can be shared with your family for their enjoyment. "Oh," Lu Gong remarked, observing the open parcel with a contemplative expression. In this desolate wilderness, human hearts are inscrutable. Even though the young man before him appeared gentle and harmless, he dared not let down his guard. "Esteemed elder, this dried pork has been meticulously marinated and air-dried by my own hand. It is not only delectable but also convenient for storage." As Lu Hao observed that Lu Gong had fallen silent, he immediately discerned the old man's concerns and proceeded to chew on a piece of dried pork. Noticing Lu Hao's candor, Lu Gong felt reassured and said, "Then I must trouble you, brave warrior." After addressing Lu Hao, he turned to the carriage and called out, "Jier. Sewer, you may come down now." Upon hearing Lu Gong's words, the 2 young ladies quickly emerged from the carriage. As they awaited Lu Gong's next words, they were tantalized by the aroma of food, which was an exquisite torment for their famished stomachs. From the carriage, 2 enchanting beauties descended gracefully, as if they were ethereal beings stepping out from a painted scroll, making their way toward Lu Hao and Lu Gong. The elder beauty was none other than Lu Xi, renowned as the most infamous empress in history. Yet, in Lu Hao's eyes, Lu Xi's life was tragically intertwined with the darkening of her soul, heavily influenced by Yi Xiaochuan. Initially, she had misplaced her affections and later wed a rogue magistrate, who wouldn't succumb to darkness under such circumstances. In the context of ancient times where polygamy was common, Yi Xiaochuan's actions were particularly egregious. However, fortune had smiled upon them, as Yi Xiaochuan was now out of their sight, presumably embarking on his new role as a eunuch. Clad in an elegant, understated gown, Lu Xi's hem swayed gently with her graceful movements. Her skin was as fair as jade, her features mature and intellectual, and the subtle upward curve of her lips exuded a poised and refined aura, captivating all who beheld her. Beside her was the younger beauty, Lu Su, dressed in a delicate pink dress that fluttered like a flower in the breeze, accentuating her innocent charm against her porcelain complexion. Her face was adorably sweet, with bright eyes sparkling like stars, revealing a subtle and reserved beauty. She slightly bowed her head, seemingly shy, embodying the essence of a sweet neighbor girl. This sight stirred Lu Hao's heart, having subsisted on a meager diet for days. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, silently praising the casting director's extraordinary choice. The 2 soon approached Lu Hao, bending slightly to perform a proper ancient greeting, and in unison, they declared, "Lu Ji and Lu Su pay their respects to the valiant warrior." Their voices were melodious and delightful, causing Lu Hao's spirit to surge. Meanwhile, Lu Gong looked upon the 2 with a proud and contented smile. Lu Hao promptly returned the gesture, slightly nodding his head and smiling as he said, "Ladies, you are too kind. I am Lu Hao, and it is indeed a rare fortune to meet you both." His demeanor exuded the elegance of a refined gentleman, which greatly pleased Master L, his rather fortunate father-in-law. Unbeknownst to him, however, the man before him, who had garnered his approval, was secretly devising plans concerning how to approach his two extraordinarily beautiful daughters. With Lu Hao introducing himself, the members of the L family officially made his acquaintance. The family servants retrieved some simple tables and benches from the carriage for their use, and Lu Hao presented them with some specially prepared pork jerky. "Master L, esteemed ladies, please indulge in this delicacy I have prepared." Lu Hao placed the package containing the dried pork on the table before several individuals, taking out a slender piece of jerky to taste first. It was not that he lacked decorum, rather, he wished to demonstrate that the food posed no danger. "Come, let us all have a taste." Lu Gong, with a cheerful laugh, eagerly grabbed a piece and stuffed it into his mouth. The two young ladies, already famished, followed suit, bringing the blackened red jerky to their lips. A gentle bite revealed a delightful stretchiness. "Is this truly pork?" Lu Gong pondered in astonishment after his first bite. In an era where cooks often lacked the skill to prepare meat properly, resulting in a gamey and unpleasant flavor, this dried pork was a remarkable exception. It bore no off-putting taste. Instead, it exuded a unique aroma and a firm texture that lingered pleasingly on the palate. Indeed, it is pork, meticulously prepared using a special technique to eliminate any undesirable odor, and then sun-dried to perfection. Upon witnessing the old man's profound astonishment, Lu Hao promptly reintroduced himself. "It is truly remarkable. This old fellow has never before tasted such exquisite pork." As Lu Gong expressed his admiration, Lu Hao raised his brows and smiled nonchalantly, saying, "To have meat without wine is hardly the way to host guests. Please, gentlemen, wait a moment." Lu Hao, after speaking, rose and approached the horses, retrieving 2 flasks of wine before returning to sit among the crowd. "Is this heroic drunkenness?" Lu Ji exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the wine Lu Hao produced. "Oh, heroic drunkenness? What a splendid name! But, my dear, how did you come to know of it?" Lu Gong inquired, observing the 2 flasks in Lu Hao's hands while gently stroking his beard, turning to Lu Ji with curiosity. "Father, it is as follows. I have learned that the magistrate of Shanfu County is a man of debauchery, particularly fond of wine. Coincidentally, I heard of a new type of wine emerging in Kuaiji, known as heroic drunkenness, which has garnered immense popularity and is highly sought after, yet scarce in availability. Thus, I dispatched someone to procure a few bottles of heroic drunkenness for him, each priced at 1 gold. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Lu Gong could not help but exclaim, "What? 1 bottle worth of gold? It is known that 1 gold can be exchanged for thousands of Qin half-taels, and a single half-tael is sufficient for a hearty meal." At this revelation, Lu Gong finally understood the predicament of his dwindling finances. It was all spent on wine. Lu Hao has now adopted a strategy of scarcity marketing, coupled with the fact that the initial batch of wine was rather limited. He has set the price at 20 Qin half-taels per jar, with a daily purchase limit of 100 jars. This implies that only those who patronize Lichuan Garden are qualified to purchase heroic drunk, albeit merely qualified. The clandestine promotion of heroic drunk was originally orchestrated by Lu Hao, who instructed Zhao Sun to handle it. However, to their surprise, before Zhao Sun had the chance to disseminate the news, others had already begun to promote it. Gradually, within a few days, the price surged to 1 gold per jar, yet the market remained scarce. In just over half a month, these 2 types of wine became all the rage in several nearby towns, with countless individuals flocking to Kuaiji for their purchases, inadvertently contributing to a surge in the region's GDP. Lu Zhuangshi, such a precious wine, old man. Upon hearing the introduction from LG, El Gong learned of the wine's rarity. Initially intending to decline graciously, he was interrupted by Lu Hao. "El Gong, wealth is but a transient possession. When faced with such exquisite brew, why not indulge in its enjoyment?" Lu Hao smiled, exuding an air of composure and grandeur in his words. After speaking, he poured half a bowl of hero-esque drunkenness for Lu Gong and offered some fair lady brew to the sisters. "Very well. It would be remiss of me to decline such generous hospitality," Lu Gong remarked, as he gazed at the crystalline hero-esque drunkenness before lifting the bowl with a slight nod towards Lu Hao, then tilting his head back to take a hearty sip. However, upon consuming the drink, Lu Gong's complexion instantly flushed crimson, his brow furrowed and eyes wide, as if he had been scalded by something. "Hiss!" he exclaimed, bewildered by the intensity of the liquor. At that moment, Lu Gong felt the fiery essence of the drink assaulting his throat and abdomen, akin to a searing flame. Lu Hao, observing his reaction, explained, "Lu Gong, this wine is a rare gem of the world. Its potency is indeed extraordinary. It should not be consumed hastily. Savor it slowly, and you shall appreciate its uniqueness." Upon hearing this, Lu Gong nodded, cautiously lifting the bowl once more to take a measured sip. This time, he discovered that although the wine was indeed strong, it possessed a lingering aftertaste that was utterly intoxicating. Unable to restrain his admiration, he exclaimed, "What an exquisite wine! Truly remarkable. The hero is quite thoughtful. It is indeed a wine worthy of gold, entirely unlike the mundane beverages I usually partake in." With the wine warming their spirits, the conversation flowed freely, spanning a myriad of topics. Yet, Lu Gong, unaccustomed to such strong drink, found himself quite inebriated after merely half a bowl. As for the sisters, Lu Ji and Lu Su, their cheeks flushed slightly. They had only sampled a modest amount of the fair lady brew and remained sober. However, by the end of a simple meal, Lu Hao had effectively ingratiated himself into their circle. Through their discussions, Lu Gong learned of Lu Hao's intention to journey to Pei County. This revelation sparked a memory in Lu Gong, who recalled his acquaintance with the magistrate of Pei County. Given that his own family was currently without a permanent residence, he promptly decided to accompany Lu Hao on his expedition. Thus, a party of 10, comprising a horse, a cart, and several servants, set forth towards Pei County in grand fashion. After several days together, Lu Gong found Lu Hao to be not only proficient in both literature and martial arts, but also possessing a remarkable sense of humor. The most crucial aspect is that both of my daughters harbor affections for Lu Hao. Furthermore, Lu Ji has even donned her ornate feathered garment, which instantaneously conveyed its significance to Lu Hao. It is no jest, the allure of Gouda is indeed formidable. After several days of interaction, the Lu family became aware that Lu Hao had no family ties, which only heightened their admiration for this young man. Until that fateful day, when Lu Gong's approval of Lu Hao reached its zenith. On that day, as Lu Hao rode alongside Lu Gong and his companions in the carriage, a sudden cacophony of hoofbeats and fervent shouts erupted from the distance. The Lu family within the carriage immediately fell into a state of alarm, and Lu Gong recalled that throughout their journey, they had inexplicably avoided any encounters with highway robbers. However, this unexpected clamor filled him with trepidation. Before long, a dozen burly men, mounted and wielding sharp blades, approached them. Just as Lu Gong was about to plead for mercy from these brigands, he witnessed the hulking figures dismount and kneel before them, exclaiming, "My lord." These men were, in fact, Lu Hao's followers. The reason Lu Gong and his companions had not encountered any bandits during their journey was simple. Lu Hao's men had cleared the path. From Kuaiji to Danfu County and then to Pei County, all the bandit dens within 100 miles had been eradicated by them. Upon seeing these individuals kneel in their direction, Lu Gong and the two sisters instinctively understood that they were Lu Hao's men. They could hardly fathom that the seemingly refined and capable Lu Hao commanded such a formidable following. "Rise, Wang Hu. What brings you here?" Wang Hu, one of Lu Hao's earliest followers, had joined him alongside Han Xian and Zhao Sun. Unlike them, however, Wang Hu was inherently combative and restless, possessing considerable martial prowess among Lu Hao's initial recruits. Thus, he was appointed to lead the first cohort of swordsmen, tasked with both engaging in battle and training his troops through the elimination of bandit nests. Wang Hu, standing before Lu Hao, flashed a simple grin and said, "My lord, it was Han Xian and Zhao Sun who worried about your safety while alone, and thus sent me to find you. I knew it. How could you be in danger when your skills surpass mine?" Wang Hu, with his straightforward and somewhat naive demeanor, was fierce in combat despite his otherwise endearing clumsiness. However, the journey from Danfu County to Pei County should have only taken 2 days. Lu Hao had yet to return after 3 days, causing concern among Han Xian and the others, prompting Wang Hu to lead a search party. "Han Xian, has he returned?" Lu Hao noticed the knowing smile of Wang Hu, which revealed a sense of satisfaction, seemingly pleased with the loyalty these individuals exhibited towards him. "Indeed, my lord, we just arrived in Peixian today." Wang Hu spoke respectfully to Lu Hao. "Very well, I understand. You shall pave the way ahead. We will proceed to Peixian first," Lu Hao replied. "Understood." Wang Hu mounted his horse, leading his men to guard at a distance of several meters ahead of Lu Hao's convoy. Lu Hao, in an effort to foster a closer relationship with the Lu family, had proposed addressing one another by their names. "Oh, Lord Lu, they are my subordinates, concerned for my safety, hence their pursuit," Lu Hao said with a smile, glancing back at Lord Lu inside the carriage. Who would have thought that not only are you well-versed in both literature and martial arts, but you also command such loyal and righteous followers? Lord Lu remarked with a smile, feeling entirely reassured about Lu Hao. Previously, he had perceived Lu Hao as merely a scholarly swordsman, pondering whether his family background would ensure a prosperous life for his daughter should she marry him. However, it now seemed he had overthought the matter. Lu Hao's loyal retinue was a testament to his extraordinary character. As they journeyed, Lu Hao caught up with Wang Hu, engaging in conversation. It was then that Lord Lu turned to his daughters, Lu Ji and Lu Su, within the carriage and inquired, "What are your thoughts on Lu Hao?" Lu Ji, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained her composure, fully understanding her father's intent. She swiftly responded, "Lu Hao is witty and humorous, exceptionally talented. He possesses not only eloquence, but also remarkable martial prowess. He is indeed a rare gem among the youth." Indeed, Lu Hao is a truly wonderful person, chimed in the innocent Lu Su, her voice brimming with sincerity as she expressed her unfiltered thoughts, unaware of Lord Lu's deeper implications. Seeing his daughters extolling Lu Hao, Lord Lu smiled and continued, "If one of you were to marry Lu Hao, would you be willing?" At this question, the atmosphere within the carriage instantly grew tense. Both sisters felt their cheeks flush crimson in response to their father's words. Lu Su shyly lowered her head, nervously fidgeting with the hem of her garment. Her heart swelled with bashfulness and anxiety. However, Lu Ji, though somewhat bashful, was the first to speak after a moment of hesitation. "I would be willing," she said, her voice tinged with shyness as she averted her gaze. Upon hearing her elder sister's response, Lu Su experienced a pang of disappointment as she watched her sister take the lead. After receiving Lu Ji's consent, Lord Lu nodded appreciatively, perhaps feeling that he had found a fine son-in-law for his daughter. As Lu Hao and his entourage arrived in Peixian, the sun was nearing the horizon, casting a warm glow over the landscape. Compared to Kuaiji, Peixian was not only less prosperous, but also considerably smaller in size. Nevertheless, Lu Hao's journey to Peixian was motivated by more than just the fact that the Lu family would reside there. It is significant to note that Peixian is endowed with abundant mineral resources, notably rich coal and iron mines. With iron, or being one of Lu Hao's primary objectives on this journey, upon entering the city, they proceeded directly to a grand residence under the guidance of Wang Hu. "My lord, we have arrived," Wang Hu respectfully announced to Lu Hao as he dismounted. Lu Hao gazed upon the expansive courtyard before him, which was no less grand than that of Kuaiji, and he nodded in satisfaction. Lu Hao dismounted and strode towards the carriage. "Lord L, the evening has grown late. I invite you to grace my humble abode for the night." Upon hearing this, Lord L emerged from the carriage and surveyed the residence before him. It was no less grand than his previous dwelling. "I am deeply grateful for your care throughout this journey. Now that we have arrived in Peixian, it would be inappropriate to impose further. A night at the inn will suffice." Upon hearing Lu Haowen's words, he immediately discerned the intentions of the elderly man. He wished to stay but hesitated to give an outright affirmative response. As someone who has lived 2 lifetimes, how could Lu Hao fail to perceive his subtle machinations? What nonsense was the old man uttering? "Since we have arrived in Peixian, how could I allow you and your family to be relegated to an inn? Is it possible that you do not regard me as one of your own?" Lu Hao's intentions were evident. He had laid his cards on the table, expressing his interest in your daughter, leaving you to ponder your response. Upon hearing this, Lu Gong felt a surge of joy within his heart. "If that is the case, I shall defer to your wishes, my lord. Jier, Suer, come down. We shall spend the night at Lu Hao's residence." At that moment, the grand entrance of the estate swung open, revealing none other than Zhao Sun and Han Xian. "My lord." The 2 men bowed respectfully to Lu Hao. "There is no need for such formalities, Han Xian. Have all matters been attended to?" "Yes, my lord. Everything has been taken care of, and the necessary arrangements have been made." Han Xian's meaning was clear. Yi Xiaochuan had successfully assumed his position. As for the headman of Kuaiji, he likely met his demise. "Excellent, excellent." Lu Hao rejoiced at Han Xian's response and instructed his servants to prepare a feast to welcome their esteemed guests. Zhao Sun, with a smile on his face, turned to Lu Hao. "My lord, why not take our honored guests to Xiangmenlu? A new chef has recently arrived there, and his culinary skills are unparalleled." "Oh." Lu Hao paused, gazing at Zhao Sun's beaming countenance. Wang Hu's eyes widened at the mention of food. "Indeed, that fellow's dishes are exquisite, with an array of varieties and peculiar names. My favorite is undoubtedly the Beijing roast duck." Upon hearing Wang Hu mention the Beijing roast duck, Lu Hao immediately deduced the identity of the chef. Yet, he was curious as to why Gao Yao had arrived in Peixian earlier than expected. especially since he had not sought him out. Very well, let us proceed to Xiangmenlu. Xiangmenlu was one of Lu Hao's lucrative establishments, a reputable restaurant that Zhao Sun had established upon his arrival in Peixian, alongside Lichuan Garden. Lu Gong, let us indulge in a few drinks at my tavern. Certainly. My lord, please follow me. Xiangmenlu is not far from here, and we shall reach it in no time on foot, Zhao Sun said as he led the way ahead. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of the Xianyang Palace, a figure clad as a eunuch was chopping firewood in a spacious courtyard. His voice soft yet tinged with a hint of sharpness. Indeed, this was the newly evolved Yi Xiaochuan, wielding an axe with all his might, ruthlessly dismantling the logs before him. I have just arrived in the Qin dynasty, with no enmity towards anyone. Why must I endure such relentless torment? With a pale visage, Yi Xiaochuan instinctively glanced down at his trousers. Ah! With a resounding crash, the enraged Yi Xiaochuan hurled the axe to the ground. As a merman, losing that which defined him was akin to a death sentence. Now, he found himself confined within the palace? Yi Xiaochuan, what are you doing? I instructed you to chop firewood, and look at the state of the logs. You have even discarded the axe. Are you dissatisfied with my arrangements? A voice, sharp and laced with sarcasm, emanated from within the room. A middle-aged eunuch, flanked by 4 young attendants, emerged, casting a disdainful glance at Yi Xiaochuan. No, Master Wang. I merely slipped. The axe flew away. I shall continue chopping wood at once. Upon seeing this insufferable eunuch, a smile instantly graced Yi Xiaochuan's face, epitomizing the essence of a sycophant. Ah, splendid. Hurry, Master Hu-Hai will require a bath after dinner, if your wood is not prepared by then. The middle-aged eunuch, noticing Yi Xiaochuan's ingratiating demeanor, felt a sense of satisfaction. After uttering a final remark, he departed with his entourage of young attendants. Yi Xiaochuan glared fiercely at the retreating figures of the eunuchs before picking up the axe. Just wait. I shall ensure that you experience a fate worse than death. How can mere eunuchs bully someone like me, a person of the modern era? Once I devise a strategy to curry favor with Hu-Hai, your demise will be imminent. He cared not whether Hu-Hai was the harbinger of the Qin dynasty's downfall. In his eyes, anyone willing to assist him was a friend. After murmuring a few more words, Yi Xiaochuan resumed chopping wood with renewed vigor. Just days prior, he had been thrust into the palace, utterly bewildered. Not only had he endured inhumane treatment, but he was also being sold into the palace as a eunuch. Most infuriating of all was the bullying he faced from these wretched eunuchs. Who was Yi Xiaochuan? A modern-day Casanova, unwilling to suffer indignities. Thus, on his first day in the palace, he clashed with the very middle-aged eunuch he had just encountered, who, in turn, dispatched 2 young attendants to discipline him. Yet, Yi Xiaochuan possessed some skills. He knew a few basic fighting techniques, making him more than a match for the 2 young eunuchs. However, this was the imperial palace, where eunuchs were in abundance. No matter how formidable Yi Xiaochuan might be, he was no match for a multitude of adversaries. The middle-aged eunuch quickly sent in 6 additional attendants, unleashing a flurry of blows upon Yi Xiaochuan that left him seeing stars. After this encounter, Yi Xiaochuan found his spirit quelled, yet his unwillingness to remain subservient ignited a fierce resolve within him. Escape was impossible. So he resolved to ascend the ranks of the palace. But therein lay the dilemma. What skills did he possess? Cooking? He was utterly inept. Serving others? It seems he is more suited to being served. Thus, he reached a conclusion. Apart from his pursuits of romance and photography, he possesses no other skills. His romantic endeavors have come to a standstill, and in this era, photography is rendered obsolete without a camera, especially since his own phone has mysteriously vanished. Consequently, he finds himself at a loss. After 2 days of despondency, a turning point finally arrived. By sheer chance, he learned that he had been assigned to serve Hu-Hai, the infamous last prince of a fallen dynasty. From that moment on, Yi Xiaochuan resolved to cultivate patience. He had only just arrived and was not yet in a position to serve closely. He awaited his opportunity to meet Hu-Hai, which he believed would herald his ascent. When that moment arrived, he intended to wield power in pursuit of those who had wronged him, subjecting them to merciless retribution one by one. Meanwhile, Lu Hao, who was assisting Yi Xiaochuan in finding new prospects, accompanied the L family, led by Zhao Sun. After a brief journey of about 2 to 3 minutes, they arrived at a 3-story building. It occupied a considerable area, appearing to span over 1,000 square feet, with a sign prominently displaying the characters Xiangmentang. Even before entering, the tantalizing aroma of dishes wafted out, igniting Lu Hao's appetite. Although it was still twilight, the first floor was bustling with patrons, and many others waited on either side of the entrance. The modern practice of queuing had already commenced. Zhao Sun guided Lu Hao and the elf family through the lobby to a private room on the third floor. The decor was quite exquisite and elegantly appointed. Master, this room has been reserved especially for you. Please wait with your esteemed guests. I shall descend to make arrangements, Zhao Sun said, giving a slight nod to Lu Hao and the elf family before exiting the room. Unexpectedly, Lu Hao, you possess such a vast enterprise. Upon seeing Lu Hao's residence in Xiangman Tower, El Gong was thoroughly impressed, his smile blooming like a radiant chrysanthemum, despite the societal hierarchy placing merchants at the bottom. It was evident that Lu Hao was no ordinary businessman. You flatter me, El Gong. May I inquire if the two young ladies are satisfied? Lu Hao turned his gaze towards LG and El Su. The two women shyly nodded, offering no words. Soon, the waiter brought forth an array of wines and dishes. Lu Hao gazed longingly at the long-unseen roasted chicken and braised pork, nearly salivating at the sight. Lord L, please, indulge in the culinary artistry of this chef, he urged. However, Lord L held little affection for these dishes. Although they emitted an enticing aroma, their extravagant presentation failed to capture his interest. Instead, his attention was drawn to the freshly served heroic drunken wine. After all, this era was rather mundane, and nearly every man held a fondness for alcohol, provided they possessed the means. Very well, let us proceed. Lu Hao presented each of the two young ladies, El Su and LG, with a piece of braised pork. Ladies, do sample this. It appears to be quite delectable. The braised pork glistened with a vibrant red hue, translucent and exuding an enticing elasticity. After several rounds of wine, the guests were utterly captivated by the culinary prowess of Gao Yao. In this era, Gao Yao's culinary skills truly deserve the title of culinary deity. At this moment, El Gong was already inebriated. Lu Hao, perceiving that the moment had come, hesitated not, for indecision was not in his nature. He raised a glass of wine and addressed Lord L. My lord, I have a humble request. Oh, speak freely, we are not strangers here. Having already indulged in some of the exquisite wine brewed by Lady LG, her complexion slightly flushed, she blushed deeply upon hearing Lord L's words, her face resembling a ripe apple. Lu Hao, having arrived in this world alone and without kin, found the two ladies, LG and El Su, to be naturally beautiful and gracious. With audacity befitting a younger generation, he expressed his desire to marry both ladies, earnestly hoping for Lord L's approval. At that moment, Lord L, swaying slightly, let out a hearty laugh upon hearing Lu Hao's words. He raised his cup, signaling Lu Hao to drink in unison. I too share this sentiment. I wish to betroth my daughter to you, though I was uncertain how to broach the subject, perhaps due to his inebriation. Lord L did not fully grasp that Lu Hao had spoken of marrying too. Lu Hao could only reiterate, Lord L, please forgive this young man for his boldness. I wish to marry both young ladies. At the moment Lu Hao uttered these words, El Su widened her eyes in astonishment, while LG, though somewhat surprised, did not exhibit the same level of shock as El Su. In just a few days, the astute LG had discerned the mutual affection between Lu Hao and El Su. Her astonishment stemmed from Lu Hao's unexpected directness. Oh, both of them? Indeed. One young lady is gentle and enchanting, while the other is clever and lively. It is exceedingly difficult to choose between them, so I propose to marry them both. I humbly request your blessing, Lord L. Under normal circumstances, had Lu Hao approached Lord L with such a proposal, he might have taken time to deliberate. However, at this moment, Lord L displayed no hesitation whatsoever. If Su has no objections, then I too shall consent. Lord L nodded, appearing as though he might succumb to inebriation at any moment. Lu Hao secretly rejoiced, for the culture of toasting indeed proved to be terrifyingly potent. At that moment, El Su was also bewildered, uncertain of what to say. Witnessing this, LG heaved a sigh and took her sister's hand. Sister, do you not harbor feelings for him as well? If that is the case, what is there to hesitate about? Sister. El Su's delicate face flushed crimson as she bashfully glanced at LG, then resolutely nodded her head. I am willing. Upon hearing this, El Gong rose to his feet and burst into hearty laughter. Excellent. Then let us choose a day for the wedding. Yet, scarcely had he uttered these words when he succumbed to intoxication, collapsing onto the table in a deep slumber. Lu Hao cast a radiant smile at the two sisters, who, feeling quite bashful under his gaze, lowered their heads, unable to meet his eyes. Ladies, he said, the hour is late. I have arranged for Lu Gong to escort you home. Once I find an auspicious date, I shall come to wed the both of you. You shall have the final say in all matters. Lu Ji glanced at Lu Hao with a delicate demeanor, her eyes brimming with emotion, causing his heart to surge with excitement. However, he reminded himself that such matters should not be approached recklessly, especially considering it was his first marriage. And the young ladies were still untouched by the world. Thus, Lu Hao stifled his desires, summoned his attendants, and had the two sisters and the inebriated Lu Gong sent home, while he followed Zhao Sun to the kitchen. It was already past 9 in the evening. Yet the kitchen buzzed with fervent activity. Several individuals, dressed in attire resembling waitstaff, circled around a chef who was skillfully wielding a spatula. Suddenly, Lu Hao heard that peculiar yet familiar voice resonate through the air. I told you, this secret recipe for braised pork from the Gao family cannot be rushed. It requires time, and the timing is crucial. Oh, Chef Gao, we are not in haste, but our esteemed guests are quite anxious, one of the waitstaff replied. Indeed. The patrons have pressed us multiple times. We find ourselves at a loss. Might it be possible to expedite the process just a tad? The waiters, caught in their dilemma, explained their predicament. If we do that, it would tarnish the reputation of my Gao family. Lu Hao, witnessing Gao Yao's earnest work ethic, nodded in satisfaction. Behind him, Zhao Sun, ever astute, approached upon seeing Lu Hao's approval. All right, you may all leave now. Present each guest with a pot of hero's drunkenness as our gesture of goodwill. Zhao Sun instructed, effectively dismissing the waitstaff, who complied without hesitation. After the servers departed, Lu Hao moved beside Gao Yao, observing the beads of sweat forming on his forehead as his hands busily prepared the dishes. What a dedicated individual he is. How could he possibly befriend someone like Yi Xiaochuan? It must be said that his sister, Gao Lan, is rather short-sighted, despite knowing Yi Xiaochuan's reputation as a heartbreaker. She still pursued him relentlessly. Ultimately, she not only found herself at a disadvantage but also brought trouble upon her brother. Gao Yao, allow me to introduce you. This is my esteemed master, Lord Lu Hao, Zhao Sun said once Gao Yao had finished preparing a dish. Oh, the boss? Greetings, I am Gao Yao, the new chef. I hope the boss is pleased with my culinary skills, Gao Yao said, finally noticing the unfamiliar young man standing behind him. In this moment, he displayed none of the arrogance typical of his character in the original narrative, speaking to Lu Hao with utmost respect. Lu Hao listened to Gao Yao's dialect with a slight smile, expressing his satisfaction. Excellent, I am quite pleased. The dishes you prepare are innovative and exceptionally delectable. Upon hearing that the esteemed boss was satisfied, Gao Yao felt an immense joy and responded with a grin. As long as the boss is happy, that is what matters. I can prepare many more dishes, all of which you have surely never tasted before. Zhao Sun, adept at navigating social situations, noticed Lu Hao's contentment and promptly remarked, My lord, the kitchen at Xiangman Lu is currently unattended. Might it be possible for Gao Yao to? Lu Hao smiled and nodded, saying, From now on, the responsibilities of the kitchen will rest upon Gao Yao. I entrust you with all matters concerning the kitchen, and I hope you will work diligently. When Xiangman Tower opens in Xianyang, I shall take you with me, and you will undoubtedly become a renowned culinary master, with the daughters of affluent families at your disposal. Upon hearing Lu Hao's assurance, Gao Yao was momentarily taken aback, staring at him with a dazed expression. After a long pause, he finally regained his senses, exclaiming, Culinary master? Can I really become a culinary master? For a chef, aspiring to reach the pinnacle of their craft is akin to a soldier who does not wish to become a general. Such a soldier would not be considered a good one. Yes, you absolutely can. Lu Hao held unwavering confidence in Gao Yao. In an era where culinary techniques were scarce, if Gao Yao could not surpass his peers in culinary skills, it would be a disservice to his status as a time traveler. As Gao Yao absorbed Lu Hao's words, his eyes sparkled with an unusual fervor. The intensity of his gaze directed at Lu Hao might lead one to mistakenly believe he harbored affections of a different nature. Thank you, boss, for granting me this opportunity. I shall not disappoint you. The unusually excited Gao Yao felt a flicker of belonging for the first time. Having inexplicably traversed to this world, he had previously experienced a sense of disconnection. With Yi Xiaochuan absent from his side and lacking direction, Gao Yao found himself relegated to working as a chef in small eateries. Although his culinary skills were impeccable, his mannerisms appeared peculiar to outsiders, rendering him quite out of place. On one occasion, he heard of a particularly potent liquor from Kuaiji, incomparable to any he had encountered before. Determined, Gao Yao resolved to travel to Kuaiji, knowing that Yi Xiaochuan had a fondness for alcohol. Perhaps this liquor was crafted by Yi Xiaochuan himself. Even if it were not, Yi Xiaochuan's personality would likely lead him there, affording them the chance to reunite. However, upon Gao Yao's arduous journey to Kuaiji, he discovered that the vendor of the liquor was devoid of Yi Xiaochuan. With no funds remaining and coincidentally, Zhao Sun was seeking a chef. He promptly applied for the position and, leveraging his exceptional culinary prowess, was successfully hired. Lu Hao noticed that Gao Yao was unusually elated. He nodded with a smile and led Zhao Sun outside. In the private room on the third floor, a report was being delivered. My lord, we have successfully secured the iron mine in Paste Yin, and the next step is to commence excavation. My lord, our manpower has exceeded 1,000, and each individual possesses considerable skills. Furthermore, I have made contact with the chief official of Paste Yin, Xiaohe, who indeed possesses remarkable talent, just as you had foretold. In the private room on the third floor, Zhao Sun, Wang Hu, and Han Xian each provided Lu Hao with updates on their respective situations. Lu Hao nodded and turned to Zhao Sun, stating that the excavation of iron ore must be conducted in secrecy. Although the magistrate of Pei County had accepted their bribe and could turn a blind eye, they must not let their guard down. Understood, Zhao Sun replied earnestly. Wang Hu, select 200 of the most skilled individuals to safeguard the iron mine. Should anyone dare to cause trouble, they are to be dealt with decisively. Although the Qin dynasty was not currently engaged in extensive mining, these resources were of strategic importance. If unauthorized digging were discovered and reported, it could pose significant trouble for Lu Hao, which was unacceptable. He was determined to keep the iron mine firmly in his grasp, for it would be crucial to his future ambitions of establishing a dominant empire. Indeed, after several days of contemplation, Lu Hao resolved to indulge in the thrill of leading troops into battle and realizing his aspirations of becoming a founding emperor. The current Emperor Qin Shi Huang was unworthy of such a title, and with his system-enhanced abilities from his transmigration, he felt compelled to achieve greatness, lest he disappoint the multitude of fellow time travelers. Moreover, he intended to provide a lesson to Yingzheng on what it meant to be a timeless emperor. Han Xian, together with Wang Hu, begin recruiting soldiers in secret starting tomorrow. Do not hesitate to spend money, but ensure that it is conducted discreetly, no grand displays. The higher the caliber of recruits, the better. Intelligence and cunning are paramount. Additionally, see if it is possible to locate any descendants of the Mo family. After the unification of the 6 states by the first emperor, the Moists have faded from public view, and finding them may take some time. However, should they be located, their value to Lu Hao would be immense. Understood. Han Xian, Wang Hu, and Zhao Sun exchanged glances filled with excitement, fully aware of Lu Hao's intentions. Han Xian, particularly elated, felt assured that he had aligned himself with the right leader. In that moment, the loyalty of the 3 surged to absolute levels, completely dedicating themselves to Lu Hao as his most faithful subordinates. The following morning, in a chamber of Lu Hao's residence, "What?" Lu Gong exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment as he listened to Lu Ji's words. "Indeed, father, last night you consented to Lu Hao marrying both me and Su Su." Lu Ji smiled as she perched upon a stool, gazing at Lu Gong who leaned against the bed. Sighing, Lu Gong resigned himself to the situation. Lu Hao is truly exceptional. The 2 of you sisters will support one another in this union, which may well be for the best. He chuckled helplessly, rubbing his still foggy head. He had never anticipated that Lu Hao would seize the opportunity to propose while he was inebriated the previous evening. Moreover, he had unwittingly betrothed both of his daughters to a single individual. Instantly, a pang of melancholy struck his heart, realizing that his 2 little treasures were to become someone else's. "Lu Gong, are you awake?" Lu Hao arrived at the guest room of Master L and noticed the door was wide open, allowing him to enter without hesitation. He has awakened, albeit somewhat hungover from last night's indulgence. Master L smiled at Lu Hao, and there was a hint of regret in his tone, as if to imply that the words spoken in drunkenness should not be taken to heart. However, Lu Hao was not one to engage with such insinuations. "In a moment, I shall have my servants prepare a restorative soup for you. By the way, my subordinate just reported to me that he has calculated an auspicious day. 2 days hence will be the propitious moment. Master L, what do you think?" After Lu Hao spoke, he turned to the rising LG and offered a serene smile. Upon hearing his words, LG lowered her head shyly, unable to meet the gaze of the man who was to become her husband. 2 days hence. So soon? El Gong ceased feigning indifference and sat up straight. Indeed, it was said that 2 days from now would be the most auspicious day of the year. Thus, hearing Lu Hao's remark, El Gong glanced at the bashful LG and sighed deeply. "Very well, let it be in 2 days then, Lu Hao. I hope you will treat Jier and Su Su with kindness. Of course, I shall certainly cherish them in the days to come." Upon hearing El Gong's nod, Lu Hao's lips curled into a subtle smile. 2 days later, on the day of the wedding, the Lu residence was adorned with vibrant decorations. The red lanterns flanking the entrance swayed gently in the breeze, while the interior buzzed with a harmonious blend of activity and order. Servants flitted through the corridors, cradling an array of items, their faces illuminated by cheerful smiles. In honor of this momentous occasion, the esteemed chef Gao Yao had taken it upon himself to prepare the feast, a gesture of gratitude for Lu Hao's kindness. Remarkably, he had commenced preparations 2 days prior, intent on crafting a grand banquet that would feature a lavish spread of 108 dishes. Such an ambition would be deemed fantastical in modern times, primarily due to the challenges of sourcing ingredients. However, in this context, nothing seemed impossible. The entire Lu residence was enveloped in an atmosphere of joy and industriousness, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming nuptial moment. Gradually, renowned families from Pei County arrived at Lu Hao's abode, bearing generous gifts. Lu Hao, as the proprietor of Lichuan Garden, was initially regarded with disdain by the esteemed families of the realm. After all, in this era, merchants occupy the lowest echelon of society. Yet, who could deny that the wine they savored daily, Hero's intoxication, and the exquisite brew known as jiaran were crafted by his hands? Should Lu Hao take umbrage, their access to these fine products would be irrevocably severed, leaving them bereft of solace. Moreover, Lu Hao had taken as his brides the 2 daughters of Lord L, a man of considerable repute among the literati. Consequently, the noble families began to abandon their preconceived notions and sought to curry favor with Lu Hao. Thus, nearly every prominent family in Peixian graced the occasion with their presence. Here comes the magistrate of Peixian. A resonant voice echoed as the county magistrate, Zhou, entered the estate accompanied by several attendants. Lord L, Magistrate Zhou exclaimed, a warm smile illuminating his countenance. Upon hearing of the magistrate's arrival, Lord L promptly exited the hall to welcome him. Indeed, it has been quite some time since we last met. How fortuitous that our reunion coincides with the grand wedding of your daughters. A double celebration indeed. Magistrate Zhou, in his early 40s and slightly younger than Lord L, engaged in amiable conversation with him. The marriage of his daughters was a significant event, prompting Lord L to extend an invitation to the magistrate to enhance the occasion's grandeur. Come, let us retire to the main hall for discussions. Lord L led the magistrate and his entourage to the main hall, where the illustrious families en route greeted the magistrate, who reciprocated with nods and smiles. Lu Hao, allow me to introduce you to Magistrate Zhou of Peixian, and this is the chief scribe, Xiao He, and the military official. Xiao Ying, clad in a striking black and red wedding attire, Lu Hao stood in the main hall, and Lord L hastily introduced him to several dignitaries. However, Lu Hao's gaze lingered for a moment on Xiao He and Xiao Ying. One was a civil official, and the other a military commander. Most notably, Xiao Ying was an ancestor of the illustrious Chao family. Lu Hao greeted several individuals in turn. Upon seeing Lu Hao in person, County Magistrate Zhou appeared slightly astonished, yet quickly smiled and remarked, the 2 daughters of Master L possess remarkable discernment. Just as Lu Hao was about to utter a response, a fervent quarrel erupted at the entrance of the residence. I am Lu Bang, the steward of Sisui Pavilion, also here to extend my congratulations to Master L. Why am I not permitted to enter? Lu Hao, upon hearing these words, squinted his eyes and smiled faintly. Ladies and gentlemen, I beg your pardon for my inadequate hospitality. Allow me to step outside and investigate the commotion. I kindly ask my esteemed father-in-law to escort you to your seats. After nodding in acknowledgement, Lord L beckoned the guests to proceed inside. A fierce glimmer of wrath ignited in Lu Hao's eyes. After enduring great difficulty to finally wed, who could say when he might have another opportunity? How dare this oblivious fool choose this moment to create a disturbance? What is happening? Lu Hao approached the entrance of the residence with a somber expression. He observed Zhao Sun engaged in a heated argument with an untidy individual. My lord, Zhao Sun exclaimed respectfully upon noticing Lu Hao's presence, then turned to glare at Lu Bang. This man, disheveled and unkempt, had not been invited, and thus they barred his entry at the gates. Lu Hao gazed at Lu Ji, Lu Bang, with such a disheveled appearance, unkempt and clad in tattered garments. It is truly difficult to associate him with the future founding emperor of the Western Han dynasty. Upon the appearance of the rightful master, Lu Bang promptly bowed in greeting. I am Lu Bang, the steward of Sisui, here to extend my heartfelt congratulations. At the grand entrance, numerous individuals were bustling in and out, and Lu Hao felt it unnecessary to hold any grudges against him. After all, even if the dogs in Lu Hao's household were well fed today, his presence would not make a significant difference. Oh, thank you. Please, come in. Lu Bang, observing Lu Hao's unreserved demeanor, became overwhelmed with pride and disdainfully remarked to Zhao Sun, "Behold the grandeur of your master." Lu Bang's visit this time was motivated by two matters. First, he sought food and drink. Having gone for 3 days with barely a morsel, he had not enjoyed a satisfying meal in quite some time. Despite the renowned Xiangmenlu serving its famed heroic drunk, he had not partaken even once during these days. The reason was simple: he was devoid of funds. And had he possessed any wealth, he would not have endured such hunger. Second, there was a matter he wished to discuss with Lu Hao, albeit with an undertone of potential intimidation. Nevertheless, in pursuit of a life of abundance, he deemed this risk worthwhile. Lu Hao walked ahead, contemplating the appearance of Lu Bang. Surely, it could not be as simple as merely indulging in food and drink. It would be implausible to assume he possessed no intellect at all. After all, he had managed to deceive both Yi Xiaochuan, who toiled in servitude, and a man of authority. Such a person could not possibly lack cunning. Moreover, had not the children of Pei County composed a ballad in honor of Lu Bang? Master Lu, a man of mediocre standing, has deceived the populace, tricking them out of their sustenance and libations. In the county of Pei, among 1,000 households, nearly 900 have fallen prey to his schemes. As Lu Hao contemplated this, a faint smile graced his lips, and he mused, 900 out of 1,000 households deceived. This is undoubtedly a remarkable individual. Lu Bang, styled G, the third in line, regardless of his historical persona, does he truly deserve the title of the third? Today, I have no time to engage with you. But since you have come to my doorstep, I shall certainly extend a proper invitation on another day, as a means to avenge Gao Yao. Just as Lu Hao was lost in thought, Lu Bang stepped forward and casually uttered 2 words, "Mine." Lu Hao paused in his steps and turned to glance at Lu Bang. He found Lu Bang smiling broadly at him, softly remarking, "I am aware of the deeds some have committed at the mine." Lu Hao's countenance bore no trace of dissatisfaction. He remained adorned with a gentle smile, stating, "Let us discuss matters tomorrow. Today is a day of great joy for me." Lu Bang, understanding the significance of the occasion, would certainly refrain from causing Lu Hao any discomfort today, as it would be detrimental to his own interests. However, as Lu Hao continued on his path, his gaze was imbued with a fierce aura of menace. How dare a mere ruffian threaten him? It was evident that the individual was oblivious to his own insignificance. In stark contrast, today, LG and El Su undoubtedly captured the attention of all present. The two sisters stood side by side, with LG exuding a fiery charisma and El Su radiating a gentle grace. The guests were left in awe, for it is a rare tale indeed for two sisters to be wed to the same man. In the presence of numerous witnesses, Lu Hao and the two sisters partook in the wedding ceremony, which, in the Qin dynasty, was quite intricate, far more elaborate than the simpler rites that emerged during the Northern Song period. The new brides performed various rites including the fan dance, the washing of hands, the sharing of a meal, the merging of cups, and the unbinding of hair. Though somewhat cumbersome, it marked the beginning of their legal union. Those who initially followed Lu Hao had now taken on significant roles within his growing influence, particularly Han Xin, Zhao Sun, and Wang Hu, who were exceedingly pleased. They were acutely aware of their lord's grand ambitions, and it was not beyond the realm of possibility that within a year or so, one of the young ladies might bear a child. Should they achieve their aspirations, that child would one day be hailed as the new emperor. And the birth of an heir was a prospect that greatly excited Lu Hao's loyal followers. Today, amidst the joyous celebration, they reveled in merriment, toasting to their hero, while Gao personally oversaw the culinary delights, ensuring that this wedding was executed to perfection. Lu Hao, seizing the opportunity, directly pulled Xiaohe and Xiaohoing from El Gong's table to join Han Xin and Gao Yao's gathering, where they indulged in spirited revelry together. The county magistrate, Zhou, held no objections, for he had discreetly accepted bribes. Indeed, for the sake of convenience, Lu Hao had arranged for the swift construction of several grand round tables, one for each individual, as a mere small table seemed lacking in vitality. It was in this communal dining that the atmosphere flourished. During the meal, Lu Hao, Han Xin, and the others engaged in delightful conversation with Xiaohe and Xiaohoing, forging bonds of friendship in the span of a single feast. Meanwhile, Gao Yao, though he felt a sense of accomplishment witnessing everyone relishing his culinary creations, appeared somewhat out of place at the table. After all, he was merely a cook, yet he found solace in Lu Hao's presence. Lu Hao engaged in casual conversation with Gao Yao, promising him that he would seek a suitable marriage prospect in due time. As humans are bound to the earthly realm, complete abstinence is an impossibility. After all, Gao Yao is no eunuch. Upon learning of Lu Hao's intentions, Gao Yao felt a mix of melancholy and elation. The sadness stemmed from the uncertainty of seeing Yi Xiaochuan again and the possibility of never returning to the modern world. However, he found joy in the respect he commanded in this era and the prospect of establishing a lineage in the Qin dynasty. As the night deepened, a grand banquet had concluded. After incapacitating Han Xin and Xiao He with drink, Lu Hao, invigorated, entered a private chamber. There awaited two enchanting ladies, ensuring that this night would be sleepless. The door to the chamber opened slowly, and a delicate fragrance wafted toward him. A blend of sandalwood and the unique scent of women, invigorating his spirit. Lu Hao inhaled deeply, stepped inside, and gently closed the door behind him. As he advanced a few paces, his gaze fixed upon the bedside. There, LG and L Su sat gracefully, anticipating his arrival. They were adorned in exquisite attire, resembling blooming flowers that radiated captivating beauty in the night. Both had changed into elegant garments. LG wore a gown woven with golden threads, intricately embroidered, akin to the attire of a celestial being. Her complexion was rosy, her eyes brimming with emotion, exuding a noble and graceful aura, as though she had stepped out from an ancient scroll. L Su, on the other hand, donned a delicate pink dress, reminiscent of early spring peach blossoms, fresh and refined. A hint of shyness and nervousness flickered in her eyes, evoking a sense of tenderness. When Lu Hao's gaze met theirs, they both lowered their heads slightly, a blush gracing their cheeks. The two delicate beauties settled before Lu Hao, and at that moment, silence spoke volumes. Lu Hao was profoundly captivated by the scene before him, feeling his heart race as though it might leap from his chest. Despite being a 52-year-old man, he found himself in an unprecedented situation. He slowly approached and seated himself between the two women, taking a deep breath in an effort to calm his exhilarated emotions. As he gazed at the two enchanting ladies beside him, an indescribable sensation surged within him. He reached out his hand, gently grasping the delicate hands of LG and L Su. Both of their hands trembled slightly, yet neither pulled away. Today, we have finally united in marriage. Lu Hao's voice was deep and gentle, imbued with an enchanting quality that quickened the heartbeats of both LG and L Su. LG raised her head, her gaze filled with unwavering determination and tenderness. Husband, to share this moment with you is the greatest honor of our lives. L Su also lifted her head slightly, her eyes shimmering with shyness and anticipation. Indeed, we are willing to forever stand by your side, dear husband. Lu Hao was profoundly moved by their words. Although he was surrounded by numerous women in this life, none had reached the stage of discussing marriage. He never anticipated that his first journey through time would culminate in matrimony. Initially, he merely intended to take these two into his life, but as the day truly arrived, he found himself somewhat at a loss. As night deepened, the moonlight gently poured into the room, adding a touch of romance to this heartwarming moment. At this moment, Lu Hao could no longer contain his emotions. He lifted their hands and gently pressed his lips to them. This made the naive L Su feel exceedingly bashful, as she kept her head lowered, unable to meet his gaze. In contrast, LG's eyes were ablaze with passionate fervor when their gazes met. Lu Hao released L Su's hand and enveloped LG tightly in his embrace. Lu Hao's lips met LG's crimson ones with fervor. His kissing technique, though not unfamiliar, exuded a distinctive blend of dominance and deep affection, leaving LG both astonished and enamored. Although LG was somewhat bolder than L Su, she found herself flustered in that moment, responding to Lu Hao with her own inexperienced yet equally passionate kiss. Their lips intertwined, igniting a fervor akin to flames. Lu Hao's hands gently traversed the back of LG, each caress imbued with tenderness and longing, evoking a blend of anxiety and joy within her. In turn, LG clung tightly to her beloved, pressing her body closely against his, allowing Lu Hao to sense the formidable presence of the white bear upon his chest. At that moment, they were entirely enveloped in each other's embrace, the disturbances of the outside world seemingly obliterated. Their kisses grew deeper and more fervent. As they wandered along the secluded path, flowers blossomed, grasses thickened, and a gentle stream flowed, resonating with a profound sense of grandeur. Subsequently, a symphony of enchanting sounds filled the air. The next day, the resplendent sun had ascended high into the sky. Lu Hao cautiously emerged from his room, gently closing the door so as not to disturb the slumbering beauty within. Sunlight bathed him in warmth and comfort. He inhaled deeply, savoring the refreshing air infused with the fragrance of blooming flowers and verdant grass. Upon exiting the courtyard, Lu Hao immediately spotted Master L seated in the pavilion, his gaze fixed intently in this direction. "Ah, esteemed father-in-law, you rise with the dawn," he remarked. Lu Hao noticed that Lu Gong's expression was rather grim, and he greeted him with a smile. "Good morning." It's already well past noon. Where are Jie and Su Su? Lu Gong cast a displeased glance at Lu Hao. Initially, he had been worried about his two daughters, newly married, upon rising that morning without sight of Lu Hao and the sisters. However, upon seeing Lu Hao emerge alone, the absence of his daughters heightened his concern even further. Lu Hao possesses a commendable foundation in martial arts and boasts a robust physique. It seems that the two of them, the children, Jie and Su Su, appear somewhat fatigued and are currently resting. Lu Hao reminisced about the previous night, a radiant smile instantly blossoming upon his face. However, to Lu Gong, Lu Hao's smile seemed rather inappropriate. Ahem. Lu Gong could only interject to disrupt his daydreaming. Are they all right? Lu Haowen was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended the situation. Rest assured, esteemed father-in-law, they are now my wives, and I would never allow them to experience any discomfort. Lu Hao was certainly not mistaken. Last night, during the nuptial ceremony, the efficacy of the vast yin-yang scripture became apparent. He could distinctly perceive the gradual increase of his inner strength within. Though modest, the enhancement of a year's worth of inner power in a single night is no trivial matter. Furthermore, while the vast yin-yang scripture bestowed upon him this inner strength, it simultaneously nourished the inner energies of both partners, facilitating their swift recovery from injuries. This is the advantage conferred by the dual cultivation technique. As for why they have yet to awaken, it is quite natural. They are simply too fatigued. Upon hearing Lu Hao's assurance, Master L nodded in satisfaction. Well, it is already noon. You should partake in some nourishment. Zhao Sun visited you earlier. The reason for his visit is unknown. After speaking, Master L turned and departed. Lu Hao observed the solitary figure of the old man and immediately pondered whether it was time to seek a modest mother-in-law for him. Lu Hao abstained from sustenance, instead instructing his servant to summon Zhao Sun to the main hall. At this moment, he remained invigorated, prepared to engage in battle for yet another day and night without hesitation. My lord, Zhao Sun arrived at the main hall within minutes to greet Lu Hao. I hear from my father-in-law that you sought me out? Lu Hao noticed the serious expression on Zhao Sun's face and directly inquired, is everything all right? Zhao Sun replied, yes. My lord, Lu Bang visited this morning, but I declined his visit, citing your pressing matters. However, it seems that Lu Bang is aware of something, as he subtly mentioned the word mine before stating he would return later and departed. Upon hearing this, Lu Hao smiled faintly and remarked, yesterday, Lu Bang conveyed the very same sentiments to me. It appears he has uncovered the matter concerning the mines. No matter, since he has come forth seeking his own demise. It would be remiss of us not to oblige. Subsequently, Lu Hao issued a few directives to Zhao Sun. After listening to Lu Hao's words, Zhao Sun nodded in agreement. Yet he hesitated and voiced his concerns. My lord, although this course of action may temporarily eradicate the threat, I cannot help but wonder whether Lu Bang has allies. Given his audacious demeanor during his previous 2 visits, it is likely he has divulged this secret to others, thus rendering him unafraid of our retaliation. Lu Hao let out a cold laugh, his eyes glinting with a chilling, murderous intent. Accomplices? What sort of allies could that fool Lu Bang possibly have? Even if he did, I could probably surmise their identities. Go and apprehend that street vendor selling dog meat by the city gate. His name is Fan Kuai. If Lu Bang were to divulge this matter to anyone, it would likely be him. Although Zhao Sun was unaware of Lu Hao's unwavering certainty, he complied without hesitation. Understood. It was revealed that when Zhao Sun and his men had just arrived in Peixian, Lu Bang had already uncovered the secret of the mines. Prior to Lu Hao's instructions for Wang Hu to bolster the workforce there, Lu Bang, who had been enduring 3 days of hunger with just his meager salary, found it utterly insufficient for his sustenance. Though a few individuals, such as Xiao He and Fan Kuai, occasionally lent him some aid, their support was hardly enough for his needs. To stave off starvation, Lu Bang often took to the mountains to hunt for food. It was during one of these hunting trips that he fortuitously encountered Zhao Sun's group, which was there to exploit the iron mines. Initially, Lu Bang paid little heed to the matter, thinking they were merely officials from the county. However, upon his next meeting with Zhao Sun and Lu Hao, the pieces began to fall into place. Having grasped this, he felt emboldened to demand his share of the spoils. Just as Lu Hao had stated, Lu Bang had only confided in Fan Kuai. He was wary of Xiao He as an official, fearing that he might have colluded with the county magistrate and Lu Hao. Should that be the case, he could end up worse off than before. Thus, for the sake of caution, he chose to inform Fan Kuai, confident that Lu Hao, being a merchant driven by profit, would not act against his interests. Informing Fan Kuai was merely a precaution. And given that Lu Hao and his associates had just arrived in Peixian, they lacked the time to investigate him. which emboldened Lu Bang further. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the gravest error of his life was the miscalculation that brought him into conflict with Lu Hao. Lu Hao has never yielded to threats, particularly from individuals of such nature. In the evening, the Elle sisters emerged from their room after a prolonged rest. They felt somewhat fatigued, yet experienced no other discomfort. Upon their exit, they immediately indulged in the red date water that Lu Hao had thoughtfully prepared for them. The sisters were deeply touched by Lu Hao's considerate gesture. Observing that his daughters were in good spirits, Elle Gong finally felt a sense of relief, just as they were preparing to dine that evening. Zhao Sun approached Lu Hao with a grave expression, whispering into his ear, "My lord, Lu Bang has arrived." Lu Hao furrowed his brows. Pondering, Lu Bang always appears at the most inopportune moments. Since he is in such a hurry, I shall accommodate him. My esteemed father-in-law, esteemed ladies, I have a matter to attend to. Please enjoy yourselves in the meantime. Upon hearing this, Lord Lu nodded. Go ahead. A man must prioritize his endeavors, and the young ones will surely understand. The Lu sisters also nodded obediently, their eyes glimmering with affection as they gazed at Lu Hao. Lu Hao smiled gently and rose to follow Zhao Sun into a tastefully adorned reception room, where Lu Bang had been waiting for quite some time. Lu Hao, without any pretense of courtesy, took his seat at the head of the table as soon as he entered, while Zhao Sun stood beside him. Lu's complexion was rosy, suggesting that he had enjoyed a delightful evening with his two wives the previous night. Upon the utterance of Lu Bang's words, Zhao Sun, standing beside Lu Hao, was immediately filled with indignation. He glared at Lu Bang and declared, "Lu Bang, my lord has already arrived. If there is anything to be said, speak swiftly." Lu Bang gazed at Lu Hao with a stoic expression, casting a sidelong glance at the irate Zhao Sun. "There is nothing of great concern. I am already aware of the matters concerning the mine. Rest assured, I am not one to speak indiscreetly. However, I find myself somewhat financially constrained of late." Zhao Sun scoffed. "We possess ample funds. Yet are you not wary of the peril that one might have a life to earn yet no life to spend?" Upon hearing this, Lu Bang immediately retorted, "Do I strike you as such a reckless individual? Would I dare to pay an unannounced visit without the slightest preparation?" Seeing Lu Bang's disgraceful demeanor, Lu Hao lost all desire to listen to his nonsensical ramblings. "Is he your preparation? Bring him in." Lu Hao's voice reverberated throughout the vast hall, imbued with an undeniable authority. As his words faded, two swordsmen clad in sleek black attire entered, each flanking Fan Kuai. Although Fan Kuai was a renowned general who had accompanied Lu Bang in founding the nation, he found himself at a disadvantage against the numerous agents dispatched by Zhao Sun. Outnumbered and unarmed, he could only surrender. Upon encountering Fan Kuai before him, Lu Bang was instantly drenched in cold sweat, his complexion turning a ghastly shade of ashen. His mind raced with thoughts, a torrent of questions flooding his consciousness. Who is this man? I do not recognize him. After a brief moment of distraction, Lu Bang swiftly regained his composure, feigning ignorance of Fan Kuai, attempting to distance himself from any association with him. "You." Upon hearing Lu Bang's words, a surge of fury welled up within Fan Kuai, and he glared at Lu Bang, his eyes brimming with disappointment and rage. He thought to himself that he should never have waded into such murky waters. He had hoped to assist Lu Bang, yet never anticipated that Lu Bang would so heartlessly abandon him. With nothing left to say, he resigned himself to the fact that he had already expressed all he could, and if they chose to disbelieve him, there was little he could do. Taking a deep breath, Fan Kuai straightened his posture, appearing far more resolute than Lu Bang. Even now, he gritted his teeth, steadfastly refusing to acknowledge any knowledge of the mining situation. Lu Hao observed the performance of the two individuals, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth, fully aware of the petty schemes they were concocting. "Ah, how intriguing. Regardless of whether they knew each other or not, Lu Bang, you have chosen the wrong adversary. I am not someone a mere petty official from Sisui can provoke." With that, Lu Hao did not afford Lu Bang a moment to respond, and he shouted towards the door, "Bring forth, my lord." In an instant, 4 or 5 swordsmen clad in black attire surged into the room, their long swords held respectfully towards Lu Hao. "Take this man away, castrate him, and then send him to the mines to extract ore. I do not wish to see him again." Lu Hao pointed towards Lu Bang and issued orders to several individuals. "Understood." Upon hearing these words, Lu Bang's complexion instantly turned ashen. He gazed at Lu Hao in terror, initially believing that a path to wealth had presented itself, envisioning a future where he could ascend to greatness. However, he could scarcely fathom that his scheme had been uncovered by Lu Hao with such alarming swiftness, and that Lu Hao could be so ruthless. Not only was he compelled to toil in the mines for Lu Hao, but he was also threatened with castration. Meanwhile, Fan Kuai stood silently to the side, his heart heavy with helplessness and sorrow, acutely aware that his fate would likely mirror that of Lu Bang in the end. It was all too late. No. Lu Hao, you cannot treat me thus. I am the chief of Sisui. If you treat me this way, the court will not spare you. Lu Bang still harbors thoughts of intimidating Lu Hao to this day. Ha. As soon as Lu Bang's words were uttered, Lu Hao and the other swordsmen, including Zhao Sun, burst into hearty laughter. The chief of the Sisui Pavilion? Such an inflated title for a mere lowly official. Does he truly believe himself to be significant? Is the position of pavilion chief truly so grand? It's not as if he has never taken a life before. Why are you still standing there in a daze? Take him away and ensure he is well attended to. Lu Hao's lips curled into a slight smirk, revealing a look of disdain. No. Several swordsmen seized Lu Bang and dragged him towards the door, entirely indifferent to his desperate cries. Lu Hao, you cannot treat me this way. I implore you for mercy. I shall never dare again. I will serve you like a beast of burden. I will be your humble servant. Please, do not treat me in this manner. Lu Bang was being dragged away, pleading for mercy with desperate cries. Yet, Lu Hao seemed impervious to his entreaties, and soon, that repugnant voice faded into silence. To associate with someone like Lu Bang could very well be your greatest misfortune. Bring him to the mines to toil. Let us observe his conduct. For if he performs commendably, perhaps his life may be spared. Lu Hao gazed meaningfully at Fan Kuai and spoke softly. As for Fan Kuai, Lu Hao was uncertain about how to handle him. What he truly lacked at present was a valiant warrior. Fan Kuai, as one of the founding generals who followed Lu Bang, was certainly not a person of little worth. However, given his collusion with Lu Bang, Lu Hao could not easily let him off the hook. He decided to assign him to work as a miner for a while, to observe his conduct before making any further decisions. In truth, Fan Kuai had also encountered misfortune. It was an unexpected calamity that befell him. Among all the people Lu Bang could have confided in, why did he choose Fan Kuai to share such a significant secret? Initially, Fan Kuai was reluctant to acquiesce, but unable to withstand Lu Bang's persistent persuasion, and considering their long-standing friendship, he eventually agreed. Especially since Lu Bang was no longer young and had fallen into such dire circumstances. With a heavy heart, Fan Kuai was escorted away by two swordsmen. Lu Hao gazed at Fan Kuai's retreating figure and addressed Zhao Sun beside him, saying, "Inform Wang Hu to keep a vigilant eye on Fan Kuai. His martial prowess is formidable, and we must not allow his escape." Zhao Sun smiled faintly, assuring him, "Rest easy, my lord. He shall not evade us." In the tumultuous days that followed, amidst the cacophony of battle, Lu Hao found solace in the tender affections shared with his wives. Yet, even united, the two sisters proved no match for Lu Hao, despite having acquired some inner strength. After a period of indulgence in their skirmishes, Lu Hao gradually diminished the frequency of their confrontations, granting the sisters a sigh of relief. With the chaotic days behind them, a time of great development dawned. Lu Ji slowly assumed the role of chief financial officer from Zhao Sun, not due to a lack of trust in Zhao, but rather to entrust him with even weightier responsibilities. Currently, Xiangman Lu and Li Chuanyuan, though renowned within 100 miles of Kuaiji and Shanfu counties, had little influence in other regions, which resulted in a sluggish accumulation of wealth. Consequently, Lu Hao instructed Zhao Sun to lead efforts in expanding their branches, ideally establishing Xiangman Lu and Li Chuanyuan in every town across the Qin state. This strategy would generate the necessary funds to recruit soldiers and forge weapons. Additionally, Lu Hao established a mercantile association, which not only promised swift profits but also facilitated the acquisition of substantial grain and horses, preparing for future campaigns. As Lu Ji took over Zhao Sun's responsibilities, she gained a deeper understanding of Lu Hao's enterprises. However, she found herself overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of wealth, uncertain of how to manage it. Fortunately, through Lu Hao's continual reassurances, Lu Ji gradually regained the confidence to wield her newfound financial authority. Yet, upon assuming control of the finances, Lu Ji swiftly uncovered a significant expenditure related to the mines. At that moment, she remained oblivious to the complexities associated with the mining operations, with thousands laboring day and night to extract iron ore. The associated cost for sustenance and provisions amounted to a considerable expense, consuming half a day's revenue from Xiangman Lu. This revelation startled Lu Ji, prompting her to urgently consult Lu Hao, anxious about potential repercussions. Lu Hao, upon seeing LG approach, did not conceal anything. He merely provided a brief overview of the mining operations, refraining from divulging further details. However, who was LG? She quickly deduced Lu Hao's intentions. Yet, Rather than feeling disheartened, she was filled with excitement upon realizing her husband's grand ambitions. Which woman would not feel elated to learn of her spouse's lofty aspirations? LG resolved to assist Lu Hao in managing their household and finances, ensuring he had ample energy to pursue his desires. This determination laid a solid foundation for Lu Hao's subsequent endeavors. 6 months later, in the Qin dynasty, among the 46 prefectures, half bore witness to the presence of Xiangman Lu and Li Zhanyuan. The popularity of the hero's drunkenness and the beauty's brew was simply unfathomable. With such a thriving business, it was impossible for envy to be absent. However, any who dared to disrupt the peace found themselves vanished by the next dawn. Meanwhile, Wang Hu and Han Xian, under Lu Hao's command, scoured the land for recruits. In just 3 months, they discreetly gathered over 10,000 elite soldiers. All vigorous young men whose physical prowess allowed them to be battlefield-ready with minimal training. In the following months, Han Xian took charge of training the army, while Wang Hu continued to enlist more soldiers. Although 10,000 was a considerable force, it was insufficient to make a significant impact. Lu Hao's trusted confidants were either occupied with recruiting, guarding the mines, training the army, or establishing new branches. Consequently, there was a dire scarcity of reliable personnel. Yet, Lu Hao was no ordinary individual. When he first interacted with the likes of Xiaohe and others, they had all left a favorable impression on one another. A month following his grand wedding, Xiaohe, Xiaohoang, Zhou Bo, and Xiao Can all joined Lu Hao's ranks. It was indeed remarkable. Was Pei County truly a land of exceptional talent? Many of the esteemed generals and scholars who assisted Liu Bang in founding the empire hailed from Pei County. After incorporating Xiaohe, Zhou Bo, and Xiao Can into his fold, Lu Hao did not allow them to remain idle. He tasked them with overseeing the artisans that Wang Hu had recruited to commence the forging of weapons and armor. Notably, Wang Hu had managed to find some disciples of the Mo school, who, together with Lu Hao's techniques for refining irons, enabled the production of hundreds of iron swords and spears daily. Currently, the large-scale production was thriving with fervor. In stark contrast, Lu Hao found himself at leisure, accompanied by Xiahou Ing and several skilled swordsmen, en route to Tuan to seize the precious jade. Just 1 day prior, Lu Hao leisurely sat in the pavilion of his residence, sipping tea and enjoying the gentle breeze. He opened a world map and noticed, to his astonishment, that the coordinates of Ming Tian had already departed from Xianyang, swiftly moving towards the location of Tuan. Lu Hao certainly did not remain idle. He instructed Xiahou Ying to select dozens of the finest swordsmen to accompany him to Tuan. Xiahou Ying's prowess was impressive, at the very least surpassing that of Wang Hu. And with the addition of these skilled swordsmen, they were more than capable of handling mere minions, even when confronted by a battalion of several hundred. Lu Hao and his companions felt no trepidation. After all, Lu Hao's indomitable skill was remarkably extraordinary. Once perfected, as long as he possessed stamina and inner strength, he could maintain it indefinitely. A few days later, the Lord remarked, "In just 1 more day's journey, we shall arrive at Tuan." As Lu Hao and his companions dismounted to rest momentarily, Xiahou Ying presented a water pouch, stating, "We need not venture into Tuan's territory. We shall reach our destination shortly." Lu Hao accepted the pouch with a calm demeanor. According to the world map, Meng Tian's position had shifted after spending a day in Tuan. He had begun his return journey, meaning they would soon be beyond Tuan's borders. This implied that the valiant General Jin, the foremost warrior of Tuan, might launch a surprise attack after their departure from Tuan's domain. In light of this, Lu Hao resolved to act according to circumstances. After a brief respite, the group resumed their journey towards Tuan. "My lord, look over there." After an undetermined passage of time, they arrived at a mountain path, where Xiahou Ying was the first to discern something ahead. Following the direction of his pointing finger, they beheld a steep cliff not far away, its walls sheer and jagged as if hewn by an axe. As they cautiously approached the edge and peered down, they observed fierce combat unfolding below, where 2 factions were locked in a brutal struggle. There, a squad of armored and well-trained soldiers formed a protective circle around an ornately adorned carriage. These soldiers were none other than the Meng family army led by Meng Tian, renowned for their valor and martial prowess. They were the only force of note that the Qin dynasty could muster at present. Opposing them was a throng of masked assailants numbering in the hundreds. Though their disguises varied, it was evident to the discerning eye that they were all rigorously trained fighters. At the forefront stood General Jin, the supreme commander of Tuan, wielding a long sword with lethal precision, seeking to end the conflict swiftly, given that they had already crossed beyond Tuan's borders. The arrival of Meng Tian's reinforcements could be imminent. The scene revealed that the battle had been raging for some time, with weapons and bodies strewn across the ground. the earth stained crimson, and the air thick with the pungent scent of blood. Despite the Ming family army's bravery, they were at a distinct disadvantage due to the overwhelming numbers of their adversaries, compounded by the elite forces accompanying General Jin. Gradually, the Ming family army found themselves in a precarious position, while their commander, Meng Tian, was preoccupied with General Jin and unable to aid his beleaguered soldiers. Ding. Ming family sword technique. The 18 styles of the swimming dragon detected. Host may replicate. As Lu Hao observed the skirmish, a notification from the system appeared. Replicate. In Lu Hao's mind, a plethora of martial arts instantly materialized. Although most were of mediocre caliber, the Yulong 18 form stood out as a respectable second-tier skill. Only internal cultivation techniques can enhance one's inner strength. Martial arts moves do not contribute to such improvements. This Yulong 18 forms is undoubtedly the most formidable martial art that Lu Hao has mastered thus far, far surpassing the 7-step blade he had practiced not long ago. It is no wonder that Meng Tian possesses such profound heritage in this era of martial inadequacy. He has acquired an impressive array of skills. Lu Hao silently marveled at the unfolding events as the situation on the battlefield shifted once more. At this moment, Meng Tian and the soldiers of the Ming family had dwindled to fewer than 20, while General Jin and his men still numbered around 50. I respect you as a man. I shall reiterate, surrender the people to me, and I will grant you safe passage. General Jin, wielding his longsword, panted as he gazed upon the battered Meng Tian, whose sole desire was to seize Yushu, not to perish alongside him. The bravery of Meng Tian and the Meng family soldiers was truly remarkable. His own forces had suffered significant losses, while the Ming family had only lost less than 2/3 of their men. If this continued, mutual destruction was inevitable. Dream on. You have slain my Qin soldiers. My Ming family will never let you off lightly. Even if it means fighting to the last man, we will not surrender. Though Meng Tian's body was covered in wounds and blood flowed profusely, his gaze remained resolute as iron, showing no sign of retreat. He decisively rejected General Jin's proposition. Meng Tian's words struck General Jin like a heavy hammer to the heart. He understood that there would be no happy ending today. It seemed that either Meng Tian would perish or he himself would meet his demise. For the sake of winning the heart of the fair lady, he deemed everything worthwhile. Then let the true battle commence. With a furious shout, General Jin lunged forward with his sword, and chaos erupted anew. As the foremost general of Tuan, he possessed considerable skill. Accompanied by the elite troops he had brought, he managed to engage Meng Tian in numerous exchanges, even inflicting injury upon him. Meng Tian felt a surge of urgency. These foes had appeared from nowhere and had already assassinated several of his subordinates with arrows. Each of them displayed remarkable prowess and decisive lethality. Though their faces were obscured, Meng Tian surmised they were seasoned warriors. The pressing question arose: who had sent them? Was it some hostile faction in the court, wishing to thwart him in fulfilling the task assigned by Yingzheng? Or perhaps King Tuan, displeased with his daughter entering the palace in Xianyang, had dispatched assassins to intercept him? However, the current situation left no room for contemplation. A single misstep could lead to his downfall. Meng Tian had no choice but to summon every ounce of strength from his youth to confront the dire circumstances. Nevertheless, General Jin's forces maintained the upper hand, compounded by Meng Tian's excessive blood loss. He was on the verge of collapse. The remaining dozen or so soldiers of the Ming family, witnessing Meng Tian's plight, abandoned their defenses of the carriage and rushed to his side, fighting valiantly. Am I? Meng Tian, a distinguished general of the Qin dynasty and commander of the Meng family, to perish here today? This is truly unacceptable. Just as Meng Tian's spirit waned and consciousness began to slip away, a resounding roar echoed from the distance, accompanied by the thunderous sound of many hoofs. Shameless thieves! How dare you ambush the soldiers of the Meng family? Who grants you such audacity? Kill them. Leave not a single one alive. The individuals approaching were none other than Lu Hao and his companions. Upon hearing this statement, Meng Tian completely lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. It was as though he had glimpsed a glimmer of hope, causing him to instantaneously lose the energy that had been sustaining him. Lu Hao's intervention was not motivated by anything else but the audacity of foreign adversaries to slay our valiant compatriots, particularly the soldiers of the revered Mongol army whom he holds in high regard. This singular fact was sufficient to spur Lu Hao into action. He hesitated not, and within mere minutes, he discerned their approach. These valiant warriors, who have shed their blood and risked their lives on the battlefield to safeguard our homeland, are the most deserving of respect, warranting Lu Hao's timely aid. As for the prospect of them potentially becoming foes in the future, that would merely signify internal strife. And should they fall, it would be at the hands of their own kin. Moreover, with Lu Hao's remarkable intelligence quotient of 200, does he truly need to cause the demise of countless individuals to assert his dominance? At the very least, he has set his sights on the Mongol army. This formidable unit, renowned for its martial prowess, is ideally suited for the expansion of territory. Since the aging Yingzheng will not utilize their potential, Lu Hao is prepared to lend his assistance. Upon witnessing Lu Hao and his entourage's arrival, General Jin instantly felt a chill of foreboding wash over him. How infuriating! He was a step too late, but who were these individuals? Why had they arrived with such alacrity? The attire of Lu Hao and his companions is striking. While Lu Hao and Xia Hoing don elegant white robes, the remaining swordsmen are clad in sleek black garments, distinctly different from the uniforms of soldiers or the attire of the Ming family army. As Lu Hao and his companions arrived, the remaining soldiers of the Ming family army heaved a sigh of relief. Regardless of their identity, it was evident from their tone that they had come to assist. The Ming family soldiers quickly encircled to protect Ming Tian, gradually retreating from the battle. While General Jin led his contingent to be dealt with by Xia Hoing and his men, the squad leader of the Ming family army, Zhou Li, expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, valiant warrior, for your timely rescue." After the surviving soldiers of the Ming family army disengaged from the conflict, one bloodied soldier approached Lu Hao, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. "There is no need for such formalities. In broad daylight, within the realm of my chain, it is unconscionable that anyone dares to assault our officers," Lu Hao replied, a tone of indignation lacing his words. Zhou Li wholeheartedly concurred, lamenting the loss of his fallen comrades. It was indeed a tragic fate to perish not on the battlefield, but in an ambush. Even now, the commander of the Ming family army lay on the brink of death. He shuddered to think of the repercussions should anything befall Ming Tian. What would become of the Ming family army? What would become of the great Qin? With a boldness that bordered on audacity, Zhou Li inquired, "Might I ask, noble warrior, from whence you hail, and what brings such a formidable assembly to this place?" It was clear that not all who served as squad leaders in the Ming family army were mere brutes. Lu Hao casually uttered a few words to deceive him, swiftly shifting the topic. "Who are you protecting?" he inquired, yet it was evident that someone had been wounded. In response to Lu Hao's seemingly rhetorical question, Zhou Li nodded, his expression fraught with anxiety, and replied, "That is General Ming Tian, the commander of my Ming family army, who has fallen into a deep coma after being besieged by the enemy." Zhou Li was remarkably forthright, unperturbed by the possibility that Lu Hao harbored ulterior motives. "Oh, General Ming Tian?" Lu Hao feigned a slight surprise, then retrieved a small ceramic vial from his bosom and presented it to Zhou Li. "This is a hemostatic medicine I crafted myself. Its efficacy is remarkable. If you do not mind, please take it to General Ming to staunch his bleeding." Do not inquire why Lu Hao possesses such knowledge. Suffice it to say he has studied traditional Chinese medicine and, upon arriving in this mythical realm, commissioned the mass production of several remedies that will undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. Zhou Li paused momentarily, then resolutely nodded, saying, "Thank you, brave warrior. Your kindness today shall be repaid by the Ming family army in due time." He was left with little choice. Earlier, he had approached Lu Hao with the hope of inquiring about any available hemostatic supplies. They had none on hand, and those who possessed such remedies had already perished in the distant skirmish. Now, each soldier bore grievous wounds, making it impractical to rejoin the fray in search of medicine. After expressing his gratitude for the hemostatic remedy, Zhou Li swiftly returned to Ming Tian's side. "Captain, do you think that man is deceiving us? Is this truly a hemostatic medicine?" asked a surviving soldier of the Ming family army, eyeing the vial in Zhou Li's hand with apprehension. Zhou Li shared this concern. Yet, given the circumstances, he felt he had no alternative. After a moment of contemplation, he replied gravely, "It is unlikely. If they wished us harm, they could simply slay us without resorting to deceit." The captain's reasoning was sound. "Then quickly administer the medicine to the general. The bleeding has yet to cease." As the Ming soldiers applied the hemostatic remedy to Ming Tian, Lu Hao's gaze shifted toward Xia Hoing and his entourage. True to form, Xia Hoying's companions were exceptional swordsmen, unperturbed in the face of the ruthless two elite soldiers. Their movements were swift, each swing of their swords flowing with the grace of water. As they swiftly dispatched the Tuan soldiers with lethal precision, as Lu Hao conversed with Zhou Li, the number of individuals remaining beside General Jin dwindled to a mere handful, with only a few still valiantly resisting. Meanwhile, relying on his abundant stamina and commendable martial skills, Xiaohuang found himself evenly matched against General Jin. The battlefield was suffused with a heavy scent of blood and an atmosphere of impending doom. At this moment, only 6 individuals remained by General Jin's side, who himself bore numerous wounds from blades. "Who are you? Our objective is not with you." General Jin attempted to voice further protests, but was abruptly interrupted by an attack from Xiaohuang. The principle of striking when one is vulnerable was not lost on Xiaohuang. He understood that should he engage General Jin in his uninjured state, it would surely result in his own demise. With a series of anguished cries echoing, none of General Jin's subordinates were left standing. While Xiaohuang and his companions emerged unscathed, "My lord, all enemies have been vanquished." Lu Hao approached, and upon witnessing the scene, Xiaohuang, stained with copious amounts of blood, hurriedly reported, "Xiaohuang, and all of you, remember my words. On the battlefield, one must learn to deliver the final blow." Lu Hao cast a glance at the group before unsheathing the Tang Dao hanging at his waist, aiming a swift strike towards General Jin's head. At first, Xiaohuang was bewildered by Lu Hao's intentions, but in the next moment, clarity dawned upon them all. The seemingly lifeless General Jin, who had been feigning death on the ground, suddenly rolled away, evading Lu Hao's attack, and swiftly dashed towards the carriage of Yushu. "Ha ha ha, she is mine!" General Jin shouted as he ran, spewing forth copious amounts of blood. His injuries were now more severe than those of Meng Tian, even without Lu Hao's intervention. His time was short. Soon, General Jin reached the side of the carriage, his gaze softening as he murmured, "Yushu, you belong to me. I shall not allow anyone to take you away." After uttering those words, a fierce glint returned to his eyes. He mounted his horse and urged the carriage towards the nearby cliff with resolute intent. His motive was unmistakable. If he could not possess her, then neither should anyone else. No. The soldiers of the Meng family watched in utter dismay, their hearts heavy with the losses they had suffered. With so many fallen and Meng Tian injured, they found themselves facing such a dire conclusion. Alas, they could only scream in anguish, too distant to rescue Yushu. In stark contrast, Lu Hao remained poised, a smile gracing his face as he observed the carriage plummet over the cliff. "What a benevolent soul you are, fortuitously. I had yet to devise a plan to make her vanish without a trace. You have rendered me an immense service. A noble steed's sacrifice would be fitting. Let us hope it is a mare." Lu Hao's calm demeanor stemmed from the fact that, when he and Xiaohuang had arrived, 2 agile swordsmen had stealthily approached the rear of the carriage amidst the chaos of battle, seizing the opportunity while others were preoccupied. They had successfully spirited Yushu away from the carriage. At the outset, Lu Hao pondered how he would respond if Meng Tian inquired about the disappearance of Yushu. He had decided he would say she had been abducted by a group of masked assailants during a moment of vulnerability. However, circumstances had changed. General Jin had perished alongside the carriage in full view of the public, thus sparing him the need for further elaboration. At this moment, Xiaohuang and the swordsmen had commenced their gruesome task of delivering final blows to the fallen, and indeed, 2 of them were feigning death. Unfortunately for them, they encountered Lu Hao, a master of the finishing strike, and thus their ruse was swiftly unmasked. It was then that Xiaohuang and his comrades grasped the significance of delivering the coup de grâce. Brave warriors. Zhou expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Lu Hao and his companions with a deep bow. The hemostatic medicine Lu Hao had provided proved to be remarkably effective, as Meng Tian's bleeding had ceased rapidly. Yet, he appeared exceedingly pale and had yet to regain consciousness, likely due to significant blood loss. "There is no need for such formalities. Swiftly take your general for treatment," Lu Hao replied with a serene smile. "Please, brave warrior, do share your name, so that once my general awakens, we may express our gratitude in person." Upon hearing Lu Hao's words, he let out a hearty laugh. "Fate will bring us together in due time." With that, he mounted his horse alongside Xiaohuang and the others, galloping swiftly in a particular direction. A few miles away, atop a hill, Yushu, upon her first encounter with Lu Hao, felt her heart race tumultuously. Unaccustomed to the world around her. "Who are you? Why do you wish to take me away?" Lu Hao's charm, soaring to a staggering 99, proves to be a lethal allure for women. Yet, she quickly regains her composure and confronts him with questions. As Lu Hao gazes upon Yushu, a subtle tremor of emotion stirs within him. Yushu is ethereal and exquisite. Her skin is delicate and flawless as porcelain, seemingly capable of yielding droplets of water. Every inch of her exudes an unparalleled refinement and sheen. Her features are intricately crafted, with brows resembling distant mountains, eyes akin to autumn waters, a straight nose, and lips of understated elegance, each aspect radiating an enchanting allure. Yushu's beauty transcends the limitations of language, resembling a fairy emerged from a painting, breathtakingly stunning. Unlike the elf family sisters, she possesses the mature grace of LG while embodying the dainty charm of El Su, a perfect amalgamation of the two. Compelling Lu Hao to steal glances. Why? Because the esteemed gentleman has taken a liking to you and wishes to bring you back as his cherished consort. Ha. As soon as Lu Hao's words left his lips, Xiaohuang and the other swordsmen burst into hearty laughter. Yushu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, accompanied by a profound sense of anxiety. I'm a consort of the Great Qin. How dare you suggest I become a bandit's wife? A consort of the Great Qin? Such an imposing title. Upon hearing Yushu's words, a smirk crept onto Lu Hao's face, his tone laced with disdain. What do you all think? Do I dare? You dare. Xiaohuang and the others echoed in unison. The title of the Great Qin's consort is irrelevant now, for in their eyes, you have already plummeted into the abyss with the carriage. It's best for you to obediently accept your role as my consort. Lu Hao raised his brow with a smile, extending his arm to embrace Yushu's waist. Leaping 2 meters high to land precisely atop the horse's back. Days later, in the Xianyang Palace. What? Princess Yushu is dead? Meng Tian remains unconscious from his injuries? Upon hearing the report from a eunuch, Ying Zheng's countenance darkened with fury. Scoundrel! Who dares to act so brazenly? Who would dare to assault my esteemed general within the borders of my Qin? The young eunuch, trembling at the emperor's words, replied, Your Majesty, this humble servant does not know. According to a returning officer, the assailants were all masked. If not for someone intervening to save them, they might have perished for the nation. Investigate. Conduct a thorough inquiry. Have the palace physicians expedite their efforts to treat Meng Tian. I do not wish for a minor incident to cost my dynasty a valuable general. Yes, Your Majesty. The young eunuch retreated, bowing nervously as he exited the palace. Your Majesty, do not worry. General Meng is a favored son of destiny and shall surely be well. A soft, feminine voice emerged. As the corpulent Ying Zheng turned to regard the speaker, it was Yi Xiaochuan, who had been in the palace for over 6 months. He had now replaced the former Gao Yao as the minister of the chariots. Yi Xiaochuan's rise was quite straightforward. After merely half a month in the palace, he had the opportunity to meet Hu Hai, who at that time was merely a youth, ignorant of anything beyond indulgence. What was Yi Xiaochuan most adept at? Naturally, entertainment. To curry favor with Hu Hai, he prepared numerous recreational activities, including card games and mahjong, even imparting to Hu Hai the 18 skills he had mastered. This delighted Hu Hai, who promptly promoted him and kept him close at hand. Yet, Yi Xiaochuan was not content to merely amuse him. Thus, he bided his time, eventually seizing an opportunity to engage with Ying Zheng. Through his eloquent flattery, he first garnered Ying Zheng's favor, and months later, he ascended to his current position. What do you understand? Ying Zheng retorted. Meng Tian is a general of our dynasty, and his grievous injuries signify unrest within our realm. Moreover, should Meng Tian fail to awaken, then the Ming family army. Ying Zheng hesitated, not daring to contemplate further. Currently, in the Qin dynasty, only Meng Tian could be considered a formidable general. The others were either aged or injured. The only force capable of repelling foreign threats was the Ming family army led by Meng Tian. Yi Xiaochuan, hearing Ying Zheng's words, scoffed internally, even if Meng Tian survives. What of it? With such a wastrel of a son, not even a few Meng Tians would suffice. During the period when Yi Xiaochuan ascended to power, he had been fervently seeking to uncover the identity of those who wished to harm him. However, he found himself at a complete loss, having traced a lead to the head of Kuaiji, only to discover that the official had not returned to Kuaiji since then. This lead abruptly ended, leaving him with no further clues. The frustration boiled within him, akin to a man pent up with rage, yet unable to release it. Zhao Gao summoned the ministers to the court for deliberation. After a moment of contemplation, Ying Zheng spoke slowly, and upon hearing this, Yi Xiaochuan promptly nodded. Yes. At this moment, Yi Xiaochuan had already transformed into the infamous Zhao Gao. Initially, he had harbored thoughts of eliminating Zhao Gao to take his place, only to realize after much searching that Zhao Gao was, in fact, himself. As Yi Xiaochuan leisurely exited the grand hall, his mind began to wander. He pondered the condition of Meng Tian's injuries, which sounded rather grave. Should the worst come to pass, the 300,000 Meng family troops would be left leaderless. Would it not be prudent to insert some of my own people into the ranks? Yes, I must possess military power. With military authority comes the power of discourse. Once Ying Zheng meets his demise, I could eliminate Liu Bang and Xiongyu, thus becoming the first eunuch emperor in history. It must be noted that with Yi Xiaochuan's transformation into Zhao Gao, his thoughts had significantly evolved. Zhao Gao primarily sought to ingratiate himself with Zhang, aspiring to ascend the ranks and wield unchecked power. Yet, Yi Xiaochuan, with a mind more cunning than the conventional Zhao Gao, dared to dream of becoming the first eunuch emperor in history. But would Liu Hao ever acquiesce to such an ambition? What a preposterous notion. Meanwhile, Liu Hao had been away for over half a month. His journey to the destination was swift, yet the return was far less expedient. A journey that should have taken 4 or 5 days stretched into 7 or 8. On the return trip, Liu Hao perfectly showcased his personal charm. In a culture that revered martial prowess, the women were no exception, finding admiration in men of exceptional martial skills. Liu Hao could not let this opportunity for performance slip away. While hunting in the forest, he confronted wild boars and tigers, single-handedly defeating a dozen bandits. This formidable display of strength, combined with his charm that seemed to explode in an instant, effortlessly captivated Yu Shu. Presently, Yu Shu harbored no objections to Liu Hao abducting her. In fact, she felt a sense of relief. The prospect of becoming a concubine in Xianyang was indeed a reluctant choice, for who would willingly marry a decrepit old man nearing 50? However, with everyone believing her to be dead, she could finally take control of her own life. This notion was valid only before encountering Liu Hao. After meeting him, she felt he was the man sent by heaven, a hero arriving on a rainbow to rescue her. As they neared Peixian, just a day before their arrival, Liu Hao and his companions found refuge in a place known as Xiangmenlu, nestled within a county town. Each Xiangmenlu is equipped with a dedicated room for Liu Hao, ensuring that he can reside comfortably wherever he ventures, avoiding the confines of an inn. It is astonishing to realize the extent of your enterprises across such numerous locations. After satisfying their appetites, Liu Hao and Yu Shui stood together on the second floor of Xiangmenlu, gazing down at the vibrant scene below, prompting Yu Shui to express her heartfelt admiration. The bustling hall on the first floor resonated with lively chatter, resembling a joyous ocean. On the central stage, several dancers adorned in resplendent attire swayed gracefully to the rhythm of the music. Their movements so enchanting that they seemed to elevate the souls of the onlookers into the exquisite melodies. Surrounding the stage, a number of songstresses softly sang captivating tunes, their voices harmonizing beautifully with the dancers' performances, imbuing the entire Xiangmenlu with an air of elegance. Naturally, amidst this atmosphere of revelry, one could not overlook the presence of men seeking merriment, who gathered around the dancers and singers, filling the air with laughter and lightness. What you perceive is merely a superficial glimpse. Yu Shui's view is limited to just a few Xiangmenlu in Sisui County. Yet Liu Hao's enterprises span across more than half of the 46 counties of the Great Qin. Moreover, there are secrets yet to be unveiled. Your words ignite my curiosity further. You previously mentioned the intention to take me as your wife, yet it is evident that you are no common bandit. Not a brigand nor a foreigner, yet you dare to oppose the court. Who exactly are you? Yu Shui gazed at Liu Hao, her clear eyes brimming with confusion and intrigue. This man, strikingly handsome and possessing remarkable martial prowess, exuded an air of calm confidence that captivated her. However, after spending several days in his company, she found herself unable to fully comprehend Liu Hao. As for me, simply remember that I am your future husband and your formidable support. Liu Hao gazed upon Yu Shu's bewildered expression, a surge of affection welling up within him. He gently extended his hand, tenderly caressing Yu Shu's head, an action imbued with adoration and protection. Upon hearing his words, a delicate flush blossomed upon Yu Shu's cheeks, and she shyly lowered her gaze, her demure demeanor stirring a ripple of emotion within Liu Hao. In recent days, although their bond had grown increasingly intimate, Liu Hao had consistently maintained a sense of restraint and respect. He was reluctant to employ force, knowing that a fruit picked too early lacks sweetness. True pleasure for a man lies in conquering with personal charm. Yet at this moment, witnessing Yu Shu's bashful demeanor, the defenses within his heart began to waver. Liu Hao swallowed hard. In recent days, he had shared numerous intimate moments with Yu Shu, yet they had not advanced further. The desire within him blazed like an ignited flame, increasingly fervent. He gazed at Yu Shu, his passionate eyes seemingly capable of melting her. The goddess of his youth now stood before him, shyly returning his gaze, a sensation that few could comprehend. In a sudden impulse, Liu Hao embraced Yu Shu and gently pressed his lips against hers. Yu Shu momentarily froze, a flicker of shyness and anxiety dancing in her eyes. Yet she made no attempt to resist. Their relationship had progressed swiftly over the past few days. They had shared embraces and held hands. Aside from kissing and more intimate matters, They had nearly experienced everything a married couple would. Yu Shu awkwardly responded to Lu Hao's kiss, her hands tightly clutching his back. The kiss lingered, lasting several minutes, as they remained oblivious to the world around them, lost in the ecstasy of their embrace. Eventually, their lips parted, a slender strand of saliva connecting them. Yu Shu's face flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze, unable to meet anyone's eyes. In the midst of a public gathering, she had shared her first kiss with another person. Even though their culture revered martial prowess and approached matters differently than those from the Central Plains, it was impossible for her not to feel a wave of embarrassment. As Lu Hao beheld Yu Shu's bashful and demure demeanor, he could no longer contain the primal force surging within him. With a swift motion, he lifted Yu Shu into his arms in a princess carry and made his way towards his private chamber. Subsequently, one can only imagine what transpired next. The following afternoon, Lu Hao returned to his stronghold in Pei County, accompanied by Yu Shu. In truth, it was not merely Pei County. The entire Sisui commandery had now become Lu Hao's domain. Officials throughout Sisui, including the generals guarding the city, had been thoroughly compromised by Lu Hao. Naturally, there were those who refused to collude with him, yet they found themselves dismissed or demoted from their positions. Such was the nature of an era where official posts could be purchased. Money, it seemed, had the power to transcend the divine. Lu Hao's daily earnings were considerable, indeed. While the highest offices, such as the 3 dukes and 9 ministers, remained beyond his financial reach, local magistracies and commanderies were within his grasp, provided one possessed sufficient wealth. Presently, Sisui commandery had entirely fallen under Lu Hao's control, with a substantial portion of Kuaiji commandery also annexed. He trusted that, given time, without the slightest exertion, a significant portion of the 46 commanderies of the Great Qin would ultimately belong to him. In the twilight years of Yingzheng, the entirety of the Great Qin had descended into corruption, with extravagant expenditures on royal tombs and the pursuit of immortality, all of which required vast sums of money, providing ample opportunities for exploitation. Lu Hao returned home with Yu Shu, and Lu Ji exhibited an unexpected calmness. He understood that his partner was a man of grand aspirations. Moreover, his strength was truly formidable. The 2 sisters had been unable to match Lu Hao in their combined efforts, and now, the arrival of an ally was most opportune. Upon Lu Hao's return, he resumed his shameless life, with the gates of the residence firmly shut, refusing all visitors for several consecutive days. A few months later, one day, the Lord received a message via carrier pigeon, announcing that Fu Su, the son of Yingzheng, would soon host a gathering of distinguished scholars. At this moment, Lu Hao was clandestinely collaborating with disciples of the Imo family in a hidden village to develop artillery. Wang Hu hurriedly approached Lu Hao and spoke to him in a hushed tone. Upon hearing Lu Haowen's words, he set down the iron in his hand and gazed into the distance, murmuring softly, "Oh, has it finally begun? Xiang Yu, let us see where you shall flee this time." Xiang Yu, Xiang Liang, and Fan Zeng had vanished the very day after the mysterious disappearance of Yi Xiaochuan. Perhaps their disappearance was so enigmatic that they feared being discovered by the officials, prompting their hasty retreat. Lu Hao initially did not assign anyone to keep an eye on them, nor did he anticipate that these individuals would escape. Thus, upon learning of their disappearance, he awaited the day when Fusu would convene the gathering of the virtuous. "Jiang Hao, hasten to locate your master. Such intricate contrivances appear to be beyond your capabilities to construct alone." Lu Hao turned to a Imo disciple who was still adjusting the cannon and said, "Indeed, my lord, I shall search elsewhere, for I firmly believe that once we locate the master, he will surely emerge from seclusion." Jiang Hao responded with unwavering confidence. "This pertains to the development of artillery, the kind that can obliterate in a single shot." As the current leader of the Imo school, the esteemed Lu Xuanzi would undoubtedly be compelled to engage in such research. Lu Hao had long since perfected the art of gunpowder formulation comprising saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal, yet the intricate construction of artillery proved to be a formidable challenge, even for this prodigious talent. After collaborating with several disciples of the Imo school for half a month, he found himself making little to no progress. Although he succeeded in crafting a rudimentary cannon barrel and producing some additional precision components, none met the requisite standards. It became apparent that mastery in such specialized fields demanded a level of expertise he had yet to attain. Lu Hao nodded upon hearing Jiang Hao's words. After exiting the secluded village, they mounted their steeds. With the sound of neighing horses resonating in the air, the 2 galloped swiftly along the mountain path, heading towards the manor. "My lord." Upon returning to the estate, Lu Hao began to summon Han Xin and others. At this moment, Xiaohuang, Wang Hu, and others arrived successively. Once Xiaohe entered last, Lu Hao nodded slightly and remarked, after such an extended period of preparation, it is time to allow them some freedom to move about. Upon Lu Hao's utterance, the atmosphere surged with excitement among the group. They were indeed a formidable force, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to achieve glorious victories. "My lord," suggested Zhoubo, "why do we not first bring the surrounding counties under our dominion, and then gradually expand our influence?" After a moment of contemplation, he was the first to voice his thoughts. "In my opinion," interjected Wang, who with straightforward candor, "we should launch a full-scale assault. Our troops are robust, and our weaponry is superior. What is there to fear?" Noticing the differing opinions expressed by the two, Chao Can observed that Xiao He and Xiahou Ying remained silent, merely exchanging knowing smiles. "Why the haste, my friends? The Lord certainly has his own strategies in mind. Have you not noticed that neither Xiao He nor Xiahou has spoken? Let us await the Lord's directives." Upon hearing this, Lu Hao's lips curled into a slight smile. "Our deployment of troops is not intended to engage in direct conflict with the Great Qin." "What?" Wang Hu, the naive one, looked at Lu Hao in astonishment. After the Lord had finished speaking, Xiahou Ying cast a glance at the foolish Wang Hu. "Given the current circumstances of Great Qin, I predict that it will not endure for much longer, even without our intervention. Once Yingzheng passes away, chaos will once again engulf the realm." This statement left everyone in the room utterly astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at Lu Hao. "My lord, are you suggesting that Yingzheng is nearing his end?" Xiao Yi's eyes bulged, and he looked at Lu Hao with a grave expression. Lu Hao nodded and continued, expressing his recent obsession with the elixir of immortality. He had been traversing the land, fervently seeking out miraculous potions, indiscriminately supplementing his body, which undoubtedly took a significant toll on his health. Moreover, certain individuals within the court, such as Li Si and Zhao Gao, appeared outwardly compliant but harbored their own ambitions. As Lu Hao's strategist, Xiao Yi discerned the deeper implications of his words. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Does the Lord imply that we merely need to await the opportune moment to reap the benefits of others' efforts?" Lu Hao nodded thoughtfully, then shook his head. "While reaping the benefits of others' labor is indeed enticing, the affairs of the world are ever-changing. We cannot afford to remain passive." "What does the Lord mean?" Xiahou Ying inquired, somewhat perplexed. "Gather ample provisions, fortify our defenses, and delay the proclamation of kingship." Upon hearing this, the eyes of Xiao He and the others gleamed with brilliance as they exclaimed in unison, "Our Lord is truly remarkable." Lu Hao gently shook his head, stating, "At present, our grain supplies are abundant, sufficient to sustain 200,000 troops for a span of 2 years. Under my command, we possess a formidable force comprising 100,000 elite infantry, 30,000 heavy cavalry, 20,000 light cavalry, and 50,000 archers and crossbowmen. A month ago, I discreetly dispatched Han Xian, Yingbu, Long Chia, and Jibu, among others, to lead troops towards Shu Commandery. I trust they have arrived by now." "Indeed. As of now, I have successfully gathered 2/3 of the esteemed generals and strategists who once served Liu Bang and Xiangyu, yet Zhang Liang remains elusive. With the addition of these individuals, coupled with the 200,000 well-equipped soldiers, we would be more than capable of confronting the Qin Empire head-on. However, Lu Hao is not inclined towards such a course of action." Lu Hao's words left Xiao He, an unparalleled strategist, somewhat perplexed. Why seek distant solutions when closer ones were at hand? There is a saying, to quell external threats, one must first ensure internal stability. As long as Yingzheng has not passed, chaos is unlikely to ensue. Therefore, we must seize this opportunity to eliminate all potential threats. With spring now upon us, it is the perfect season for warfare across the lands. Thus, I have resolved to eradicate all foreign tribes. Let the Xiongnu, Wusun, Chang, and all other alien races vanish entirely from this world. Lu Hao, upon reaching this point, suddenly rose to his feet and struck the table with a forceful clap, the sound resonating like a war drum in the hearts of those present. Simultaneously, a formidable aura erupted from him, exuding an overwhelming presence that captivated the assembly. Xiao He, Xiahou Ying, and the others were momentarily taken aback by Lu Hao's words. Although they recognized his grand ambitions, they had not anticipated that his vision extended beyond the confines of the Qin Empire, aspiring even to eradicate all foreign tribes. Should he truly succeed in annihilating all external adversaries and seize the entirety of Qin, the empire's territory would more than double. The Qin dynasty's landmass was merely about 1/3 of that of contemporary nations. Indeed, Lu Hao's intentions were unmistakable. to consolidate all lands belonging to the descendants of China before launching military campaigns against Goguryeo, Beach, and Japan. He could even envision a campaign reaching as far as ancient Rome. The ambitions of our sovereign are beyond our comprehension. Xiao He was utterly in awe of Lu Hao, and the same sentiment was echoed by Xiao Hoying, Wang Hu, and Zhou Bo. However, a question arose in Xiao He's mind. My lord, if we were to dispatch forces against the foreign tribes, even if we could do so discreetly, our military strength would be significantly diminished. What if, at that moment, Yingzheng were to pass away, and we lacked sufficient forces to contend with our enemies? How shall we address this? Xiao He's inquiry plunged the group into a profound silence. Observing their perplexity, Lu Hao offered a knowing smile and spoke. Who says we must rely solely on our own troops to control the Qin? Wang Hu and Xiao Hoying, upon hearing Lu Hao call their names, promptly stood in respect, declaring, Your subordinate is here. You two are to continue recruiting soldiers and oversee the forging of weapons and armor. Understood. They acknowledged the command and resumed their seats. Xiao He, Zhou Bo, and Xiao Can. Your subordinate is here. I appoint you three as military advisors. Tomorrow, you will proceed to Shujun to rendezvous with Han Xin and others, assisting them in expediting their progress. Understood. With their tasks assigned, Lu Hao recognized he too could not remain idle. He would set forth for Xianying the following day. After Lu Hao finished instructing everyone, he smiled and returned to his seat. Xianying? Will the Lord travel there alone? Is that wise? Xiao Hoying expressed some concern. Although he was aware of Lu Hao's formidable skills, having witnessed more than a dozen of their best warriors fail to defeat him, Lu Hao is the cornerstone of their group and could not afford to falter. Fear not. I shall accompany Zhongli Mei and several swordsmen to Xianying. Moreover, Zhao Sun has already arrived in Xianying to establish a branch of Xiangmenlu. So everything will be just fine, Lu Hao assured. Upon hearing this, Xiao He nodded with a smile. Oh, has Zhongli Mei returned? That puts our minds at ease. Zhongli Mei, once one of the 5 tiger generals under Xiangyu, was known for his unparalleled bravery and unwavering loyalty. Even the combined forces of Wang Hu and Xiao Hoying could not best him alone. Half a month later, at the mountainous border between Shujun and the Chang people, Xiao He and his 2 companions, protected by over 100 swordsmen, ventured deep into the territory where Shujun met the Chang. By this time, Han Xin and his forces had already seized much of the Chang lands. Renowned as a military strategist, Han Xin, though still somewhat inexperienced, was decisively overcoming the Chang army with the assistance of Long Jie and Ying Bu. In the presence of such esteemed strategists, I am elated to finally meet you, Han Xin remarked as he entered the central tent, clad in military attire that radiated vigor. His face lit up with joy upon seeing Xiao He and his companions. Your words are too kind, Xiao He replied with a smile, rising to acknowledge him. Your leadership has driven the Chang forces to the brink of despair within just half a month. Such achievements are worthy of universal admiration. Our visit is merely to embellish your triumph. Not at all, Han Xin humbly gestured. All credit belongs to the valiant charges of generals like Ying Bu and Long Jie. Without their audacity, how could I have succeeded so effortlessly? The arrival of the 3 strategists was akin to a timely gift. He firmly believed that with their support, they would decisively conquer the Chang and expand the realm for the Lord, establishing a resounding legacy. Han Xin brimmed with confidence, commanding an elite force of 200,000. Equipped with ample provisions and weaponry, he had also amassed a substantial number of cattle, sheep, and horses over the past half-month. Now, with Lu Hao dispatching 3 strategists to assist him, he was certain that soon all foreign tribes would be eradicated, vanishing completely from the world map. Enough of your mutual flattery, Zhou Bo interjected with a smile, observing the two. I am not much of a strategist myself, but I do have an interest in leading troops into battle. General, might you consider allowing me to command a force as well? Zhou Bo, a man of both literary and martial prowess, was among the earliest leaders to rise with Liu Bang and was quite capable in his own right. Mr. Zhou, I shall take your proposal into consideration. For now, let us focus on how to reclaim the remaining territories held by the Chang Wu report. As Han Xin was yet to finish speaking, the sound of a horn reverberated outside the tent, and a soldier entered, kneeling on one knee to deliver a report. General, the Chang army is preparing to launch a surprise attack on our forces, and they are now within 30 miles of our camp. Oh, how fortuitous, Han Xin exclaimed. If they had taken refuge in the mountains, locating them would have proven quite challenging. A spark of excitement flickered in Han Xion's eyes upon receiving the news. After a brief moment of contemplation, he waved his hand and, brimming with confidence, issued orders to the soldiers. Relay my command. Prepare the troops for battle. Yes, my lord. The soldier responded promptly before departing to convey Han Xian's orders. General, we must not let our guard down. While the Chang are at a disadvantage, their decision to launch a surprise assault may hint at some hidden scheme, remarked Xiao He, ever the astute strategist, who quickly sensed the underlying tensions. To this, Han Xian chuckled heartily. My esteemed strategist, fret not. We have the secret treasure bestowed upon us by our sovereign, the 1,000-mile eye. The 1,000-mile eye, a telescope, had been exchanged by Lu Hao from the system prior to Han Xian's campaign, providing the ability to observe landscapes up to 30 kilometers away, thus safeguarding them from encirclement. Alas, our sovereign possesses such a remarkable treasure? After Han Xian elucidated the function of the 1,000-mile eye, his companions were left in astonishment. Report. A voice echoed once more from outside the tent, as another soldier rushed in to inform Han Xian. General, a messenger from General Long Chia reports that there is a substantial force of cavalry approximately 20 miles to our rear. They do not appear to be Chang troops. Upon hearing this, Han Xian furrowed his brow slightly. It seems that the Chang have indeed allied with others to attempt to crush us in one fell swoop. How audacious. Relay this order. Instruct General Long Chia to employ the chariots and the repeating crossbows. We must deliver a decisive blow to the advancing enemy. Understood. The disciples of the Mo school had not been idle during their time. With Lu Hao's assistance, they had successfully developed these long-range weapons with extensive destructive capabilities. Gentlemen, once I return in triumph, we shall have a thorough discussion, Han Xian proclaimed as he strode toward the tent's exit. General Han, wait for me. I shall accompany you. Zhou Bo, invigorated by the prospect of battle, hastily followed Han Xian out of the tent, his own warrior spirit ignited. Only Xiao He and Chao Can remained. Exchanging a knowing glance and a wry smile, Han Xian led Zhou Bo to the front lines, employing the telescope to scrutinize the movements ahead. Before them lay an expansive plain, where, in the distance, billowing dust clouds indicated the approach of tens of thousands of cavalry, with an equal number of infantry trailing closely behind. Setting down the telescope, Han Xian squinted slightly, his expression devoid of any semblance of panic or fear. Rather, it bore a scornful smile. Prepare the divine armies. With a single command from Han Xian, over 10,000 armored soldiers, armed with crossbows, emerged from the formation, standing in silent anticipation of his orders. These warriors were equipped with the divine arm bow, measuring 3 feet 3 inches in length, with a string extending 2 feet 5 inches, boasting an impressive maximum range exceeding 300 paces. Its formidable power rendered it a veritable nightmare for cavalry, striking fear into the hearts of even the most daring horsemen. Under Lu Hao's command, there exists an impressive force of 50,000 archers and crossbowmen. Among them, the Divine Arm Army comprises 10,000 soldiers, each equipped with a Divine Arm bow, while the Crossbow Army consists of 30,000, supported by 15,000 crossbow carts, armed with formidable weapons such as the Zhuge crossbow and the Huangjin crossbow. The final type of archer employs the 8-bolt crossbow, which boasts an astounding range of over 1,000 meters, rendering it a formidable siege weapon. However, it necessitates the cooperation of 10 individuals for its operation. As the Chang cavalry approached within a kilometer of Han Xian's grand army, he issued the command, prepare. The 10,000 soldiers of the Divine Arm Army stood poised in anticipation. When the enemy drew to within 500 meters, Han Xian bellowed, fire. Instantly, thousands of powerful crossbows released their bolts, which soared towards the distant cavalry. In the face of the overwhelming might of the Divine Arm Army, the leading cavalry units of the Chang were mercilessly transformed into a mass of perforated bodies. Han Xian, observing this with satisfaction, nodded and smiled, recognizing he was a step closer to fulfilling Lu Hao's 3 lights mission. The advantage of the Divine Arm bow lies in its long range and rapid reloading capability, allowing for a fresh volley every 2 seconds. Within a mere span of 10 seconds, 3 rounds had been unleashed, resulting in the enemy cavalry dwindling to merely a few thousand. The time was too brief, the speed of the Divine Arm Army was overwhelming, leaving the Chang no opportunity to retreat or strategize. Charge. Leave none alive, Han Xian proclaimed with resolute fervor. The cavalry, eager and restless behind the lines, felt their steeds neighing and their hooves pounding the ground, as if to shake the very earth beneath them. Onward, commanded Yingbu, leading the charge as he surged forward, with light and heavy cavalry following closely behind. Yingbu, anxious and driven, recognized the terrifying prowess of the Divine Arm Army. If they were not permitted to engage, their skills would go to waste. For the past fortnight, The cavalry had been sidelined, unable to participate in combat due to the overwhelming firepower of their allies. Each engagement began with several rounds of shooting, decimating the enemy cavalry before the infantry advanced to reap the rewards. The cavalry had not been afforded the opportunity to fulfill their role. Now, clad in armor and wielding long spears, they surged forward, eyes gleaming with the fervor for battle. Swiftly approaching the Chong. The cavalry's configuration was meticulously designed. Horses were equipped with shoes, stirrups, and saddles. Light cavalry carried bows and quivers, each holding 30 arrows. Their primary weapon a longsword, ensuring their agility was not compromised by excess gear. Conversely, the heavy cavalry was a formidable force, their steeds clad in chainmail, while each rider donned slightly smaller chainmail as well. Armed with long spears, side-sheathed longswords, and carrying a juga crossbow on their backs, they were a veritable engine of war, enhancing their defensive and offensive capabilities. However, their prowess could only be fully realized on the front lines, where they were best suited to engage in direct combat. The weapons wielded by the soldiers under Lu Hao's command are forged from iron, far surpassing the durability of contemporary bronze armaments. In mere moments of clashing blades, the enemy's weapons shatter, rendering them virtually impotent. The cavalry, upon launching their assault, resemble ravenous beasts, ruthlessly reaping their foes. Their hooves thunder like a storm, and their swords flash like lightning. Each charge unleashes a torrent of bloodshed, plunging the Chang forces into utter chaos. Faced with such formidable cavalry, the Chang soldiers find no refuge, desperately attempting to muster a semblance of resistance. Yet the cavalry's charge crashes upon them like a colossal wave, repeatedly casting them upon the metaphorical shores of defeat. The Chang forces swiftly begin to disintegrate, their warriors scattering in panic. However, Yingbu's cavalry relentlessly pursues them. The air on the battlefield is thick with the mingled sense of blood and rust, permeating every corner. The cacophony of battle cries, wails of anguish, and the clashing of weapons creates a symphony of chaos as blood saturates the ground. The clash continues for approximately half an hour before Yingbu finally withdraws, leaving behind a scene littered with countless corpses and severed limbs. Ha ha ha, what exhilaration! Truly exhilarating. I have been pinned up for far too long, Yingbu exclaims, having emerged from the ferocious melee. His entire form is drenched in blood, his armor stained with the life force of his enemies. Yet his eyes gleam with excitement and satisfaction. I trust there will be no more complaints about my reluctance to send you cavalry into battle? Han Xian too understands the weight of a soldier's burden, watching comrades engage in combat while being unable to partake, a feeling of helplessness and frustration that is indescribable. However, in this moment, Yingbu's actions affirm the cavalry's immense value and formidable prowess. Haha, not at all, General. If you can grant us more such battles, we would be immensely satisfied. Yingbu gestures with enthusiasm, a smile adorning his face. Rest assured, your cavalry will prove invaluable in the future. Prepare yourselves for arduous confrontations ahead. Upon hearing this, Yingbu is instantly invigorated, eagerly nodding in agreement. Yes, General. Our cavalry stands ready, prepared to charge into the fray at a moment's notice. Yet, Zhou Bo stands nearby, utterly astonished. He had anticipated a drawn-out struggle, but after a few rounds of shooting, the cavalry's charge decimated the enemy with astonishing swiftness. How could such a vast force, numbering tens of thousands, be so swiftly vanquished? The battle lasted but half an hour? It is over? Zhou Bo turns to Han Xian and Yingbu in disbelief. They exchange knowing smiles and proclaim in unison, Haha, this is the powerful army bestowed upon us by our Lord. Zhou Bo cannot help but twitch the corner of his mouth before earnestly addressing Han Xian. General, I too wish to command a unit of my own. I hope for your approval. Ha ha ha, let us discuss this further upon our return to camp. The Chang people have dwindled to a mere handful. Perhaps it is time we contemplate the division of our forces. Let us first allow our soldiers a moment of respite, and then tomorrow we shall continue to expand our victories. Upon hearing Han Xian's words, the two were invigorated, exclaiming in unison, understood. While Han Xian and his companions celebrated a resounding triumph, what of Lu Hao? As night descended, the atmosphere of Xianyang grew increasingly vibrant. The Qin dynasty imposed a curfew from 8 in the evening until dawn, yet the streets of Xianyang remained bustling. A splendidly adorned carriage glided along the expansive road. My lord, what compels you to summon me? My teacher, in recent days I have encountered an exceptional talent, prompting my eagerness to introduce him to you. Oh, few are those whom you, Prince Fusu, would deem exceptional. Indeed, within the carriage sat the esteemed Prince Fusu, clad in resplendent robes, exuding an air of elegance. with a hint of heroism reflected in his brow. Beside him was his mentor, Meng Tian. After receiving treatment from several court physicians, Meng Tian had largely recovered, with only minor injuries remaining to heal. As the carriage came to a gentle halt, Fusu peered outside. "Teacher, we have arrived." Upon disembarking, Meng Tian paused momentarily, taken aback by the sight before him. Xiangmon Tower? Indeed, the distinguished talent resides within Xiangmon Tower, and he is, in fact, its true proprietor. Fusu nodded slightly, responding with a refined demeanor. "Yes." "Merchant?" Meng Tian furrowed his brows upon hearing this. Among the classes of scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants, the latter were regarded as the lowest, often drawing scorn from the self-righteous. However, Meng Tian was not one to judge a person by their station, though puzzled. He chose to remain silent. Given Fusu's high regard for this individual, it was certain that he possessed considerable merit. Upon entering the grand doors of Xiangmon Tower, a rich aroma of wine immediately enveloped Meng Tian's senses. During his days of recuperation, he had abstained from all alcohol and had heard whispers of a new brew circulating in Xianyang known as Hero's Intoxication. Alas, he could not partake. A source of great anguish for one who cherished wine. Today, he vowed to indulge in several jars, with the potent fragrance wafting through the air. He recognized that this wine was indeed extraordinary. Momentarily, his interest in the beverage surpassed that of the so-called exceptional talent. Under Fusu's guidance, Meng Tian ascended to a private chamber on the third floor. Within, Lu Hao awaited their arrival, having arrived in Xianyang several days prior. After reuniting with Zhao Sun, they opened the Xiangmenlu and Lichuan Garden. It was not until the Juxiantang began recruiting members that Lu Hao made his appearance. However, Lu Hao's exceptional qualities were soon recognized by Fusu, leading to a delightful conversation between the two. During their exchange, Fusu was particularly impressed by Lu Hao's literary prowess. A line such as "to drink and sing, how fleeting is life," left Fusu in deep admiration. After spending a few days with Lu Hao, Fusu eagerly sought to introduce him to General Meng Tian. "Brother Lu, may I present General Meng Tian?" Upon meeting Lu Hao, Fusu promptly facilitated their introduction. While Lu Hao refrained from mentioning the earlier incident of his rescue, as Meng Tian had been unconscious at that time. "General Meng, a pleasure to meet you," Lu Hao remarked with a meaningful smile. Meng Tian nodded in acknowledgement, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Please, allow me to treat you both to the signature dishes of Xiangmenlu. Let us eat and converse." However, instead of beginning the meal, Meng Tian seized the wine jug from the table and took several hearty gulps. Instantly, his face flushed with a vibrant hue. "What splendid wine!" he exclaimed. It was truly a remarkable vintage, rich and potent, a rare find indeed. He drank with great abandon, unperturbed by the high alcohol content, yet his actions startled Fusu. Aware that Meng Tian had narrowly escaped death, Fusu expressed concern. "Master, your current condition is not suited for such strong spirits. Perhaps you should focus on the food instead." Upon hearing Fusu's words, Meng Tian recognized the concern for his health and replied with bravado, "I am well aware of my own body. A few sips will pose no issue." He then turned to Lu Hao with a playful challenge. "Is this wine of your own crafting?" Lu Hao remained silent, giving a slight nod. "Very well. Since you are capable of crafting such exquisite wine, you must also be a connoisseur. Come, let us raise a glass together." Lu Hao raised his wine cup and clinked it against Meng Tian's flask. Gulp, gulp. Meng Tian downed several more mouthfuls. "Ha ha ha, exquisite wine." After exclaiming this, Meng Tian collapsed onto the table, unconscious. "Teacher, teacher!" Fusu exclaimed in alarm, urgently calling for Meng Tian. Having consumed nearly a pound of wine in 2 rounds, and with his injuries still unhealed, his body was ill-equipped to withstand such indulgence. Soon enough, it began to protest vehemently. Lu Hao, witnessing Meng Tian's condition, promptly took his pulse. It was utterly absurd. His physique was exceedingly frail, and having consumed such an abundance of strong liquor, his pulse now fluctuated alarmingly. After Lu Hao finished speaking, he pretended to retrieve a needle pouch from his bosom, though in truth, it had been summoned from another realm. Upon opening the pouch, a multitude of needles greeted Fusu's gaze. Lu Hao swiftly selected a few needles and skillfully pierced them into Meng Tian's head and back. "Young Master Fusu, it would be prudent to urgently summon the royal physicians for treatment. Otherwise..." Lu Hao shook his head in resignation. Do people these days have such a fondness for alcohol? Despite their frail health, he possessed knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, albeit limited to basic acupuncture and herbal remedies. The ancient wisdom of modern society's traditional practices has been largely lost, and what he had learned was merely superficial, capable only of providing temporary relief. Very well, I shall attend to it, he said. Although Fusu was surprised to learn that Lu Hao could heal, the urgency of the situation left little room for inquiries. Instead, he focused on Meng Tian's condition. For the time being, he would be fine, but without timely treatment, the consequences could be dire. Lu Hao's abilities could only serve to stabilize the situation and prevent further deterioration of the injury. Lu Hao felt a twinge of awkwardness at this point, pondering that once he found Cui Wenzi, he could compensate for his deficiency in medical skills. The ability to replicate talents extends even to the art of healing. Very well. I shall promptly send someone to seek out the imperial physician. Then, master. Lu Hao pondered for a moment before calmly suggesting, allow me to escort General Meng back to his residence, for he is unable to remove the needle at this time. In that case, I am most grateful. Fusu replied without excessive formality, and together with Lu Hao, they supported Meng Tian as they made their way outside. Upon exiting the fragrant establishment, Fusu instructed the coachman to return and seek the imperial physician, then promptly took the reins to steer the carriage towards the Ming residence with great urgency. As night fell, the streets were illuminated by flickering lights. A gentle breeze whispered, carrying a hint of coolness. Fusu, personally driving the carriage, found this to be an unprecedented experience for a young lady. The carriage soon arrived at the Ming estate, where Fusu leapt down and approached the two guards stationed at the gate, declaring, General Ming has collapsed. Quickly assist in carrying him inside. With the guard's aid, they carefully transported Meng Tian into a guest chamber, while Fusu remained vigilantly at his bedside, her expression grave. As the night deepened, the Ming residence remained brightly lit, bustling with activity as everyone attended to Meng Tian's injuries. Arrived, the imperial physician has come. A voice, filled with urgency and a tinge of anxiety, resonated from outside the chamber, followed by the hasty opening of the door. It was Zhou Li, the squad leader of the Ming family army, whom Lu Hao had previously saved. Benefactor, I did not expect you to rescue our general once more, Zhou Li exclaimed, kneeling before Lu Hao without hesitation, his face awash with gratitude. This display left Fusu momentarily speechless, entirely bewildered by the unfolding events. No need for such formalities. Please rise. Where is the physician? Lu Hao urged. Zhou Li stood and pointed towards the entrance, stating, the physician has just entered the estate and should now be in the inner courtyard. No sooner had he spoken than hurried footsteps echoed from outside, as several elderly men with white beards rushed in, carrying medicine boxes. Upon entering, they were met with the potent scent of alcohol lingering in the air, prompting the foremost elder to furrow his brow and sternly admonish, what is the meaning of this? General Meng's injuries are not yet healed. Was he not prohibited from drinking? Seeing this, Fusu quickly interjected, esteemed physicians, given the gravity of the situation, further discussion is futile. We must expedite the treatment. The leading elder nodded in acknowledgement of Fusu's words. Young Master Fusu, please step outside and await the outcome. We must commence our efforts to save General Meng. With that, the physicians made their way to Meng Tian's bedside to begin their treatment, while Lu Hao, Zhou Li, and Fusu retreated to the doorway, awaiting the results in silent anticipation. Zhou Li, do you recognize Lu Hao? Fusu suddenly recalled Zhou Li's earlier actions towards Lu Hao during their wait. Young master, you may be unaware, but it was indeed the benefactor who intervened that day, allowing us and the general to return alive to Xianyang, Zhou Li replied. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of realization sparkled in Fusu's eyes. Oh, so it is Lu Hao? His perception of Lu Hao underwent yet another transformation. He had not anticipated that Lu Hao is not only exceptionally talented in literature but also proficient in martial arts. At that moment, Fusu approached Lu Hao, clasped his hands together, and raised them high, bowing deeply. I am profoundly grateful to you, Brother Lu, for your life-saving assistance to our teacher. Lu Hao waved his hand dismissively, saying, it is but a trifling matter. There is no need for you to be so courteous. My lord, Lu, you may not be aware, but my father has long been in search of valiant individuals to rescue General Meng, and it turns out that you are the one he seeks. I shall petition the emperor on the morrow, too. However, before Fusu could complete his thought, he was abruptly interrupted by Lu Hao. My lord, I am but a free spirit, preferring the tranquility of nature over the affairs of the court. My joining the gathering of worthies was merely to acquaint myself with some individuals. Is that so? How unfortunate, Fusu replied, a hint of regret lacing his tone. He genuinely wished to recruit talent for the court, embodying the virtues of a good son to Yingzheng, yet lamentably, his kindness rendered him na-ve in the face of schemers like Zhao Gao and Li Si. Then, I have an uncharacteristic request, and I hope you will acquiesce. Brother Lu, please, my lord, speak freely. After a moment of contemplation, Fusu slowly articulated his request. Due to my numerous responsibilities, I often find myself stretched thin with matters concerning the gathering of worthies. I wish for you, Brother Lu, to lead the gathering. I implore you to accept this charge. Fusu's proposition left Lu Hao momentarily stunned. His intention upon arriving was to gather talents and perhaps locate Xiangyu. He had scarcely begun his endeavors when Fusu presented him with such a significant opportunity. How could Lu Hao possibly refuse? Very well, I shall accept, he replied. Fusu smiled, and Lu Hao reciprocated the gesture. The following day unfolded. Lu Hao, newly appointed to his position, accompanied by Fusu, proceeded to the Hall of Worthies where this appointment was announced. As Lu Hao arrived at the Gathering of Worthies Hall, he was joined by Xiangyu, Xiang Liang, and Fan Zeng. This fortunate coincidence saved Lu Hao a considerable amount of time. Although Lu Hao had a plethora of strategists and warriors under his command, he would never dismiss the value of having more capable individuals in his ranks. He was quite intrigued by the prospect of bringing this future overlord of the West into his fold. However, Lu Hao's sudden appearance at the Gathering of Worthies Hall raised eyebrows among many who were not yet familiar with him. The scholars, though eager for fame and profit, were less inclined to voice their dissent immediately. In contrast, the warriors, particularly one certain Xiang, were quick to express skepticism, though they would heed Fusu's words. They would not acknowledge Lu Hao's abilities unless he proved himself. Thus, Xiangyu, leading the warriors, soon voiced his concerns. Brother Xiang, what do you imply? In the courtyard of the Gathering of Worthies, Fusu had just made an announcement that stirred quite a commotion. Noticing Xiangyu's disapproval, Fusu furrowed his brow and inquired. Young Master Fusu, we have joined the Gathering of Worthies with the intent of supporting you. However, your sudden declaration appointing this Lu as the leader seems rather hasty. Xiangyu and his companions had temporarily come to Xianyang, drawn by the news of Fusu's initiative to recruit talents for the court. With nowhere else to turn, they had chosen to join. Yet, the proud Xiangyu would never allow himself to be overshadowed by another. This, Fusu found himself in a quandary. Those who entered the Gathering of Worthies were all individuals of notable strength and talent, and he valued them greatly. There is no need for concern, young master. I shall address this matter. Lu Hao's lips curled into a subtle smile as he spoke softly to Fusu beside him before stepping forward to face Xiangyu. I wonder how Brother Xiang might acknowledge me, he inquired. Xiangyu gazed at Lu Hao for a moment, slightly taken aback. It is quite simple. To lead the Hall of Worthies, one must possess both literary and martial prowess. I am but a mere brute, skilled only in the art of the blade. If you, Lu brother, can withstand 10 strikes from me, then I shall concede. Lu Hao chuckled knowingly, thinking to himself, my conjecture was indeed correct. This fellow is truly asking for a beating. Very well, I implore you, Brother Xiang, to show mercy. Upon hearing that Lu Hao dared to challenge him, Xiangyu felt a flicker of respect for him. As fellow members of the Gathering of Heroes, swords and blades are blind. Let us engage in a contest of fists and feet. Brother Lu, do take care. With that, Xiangyu launched the first strike against Lu Hao. His punch, infused with 2 parts of his strength, aimed squarely at Lu Hao's chest. The might of the Western Chu overlord was no trifling matter, yet in the spirit of camaraderie, Xiangyu chose to exercise restraint for the sake of Fusu. However, Lu Hao's reaction surprised Xiangyu. Instead of evading or defending like an ordinary person, Lu Hao revealed a mysterious smile. He swiftly retaliated, his fist meeting Xiangyu's in a fierce collision. Xiangyu felt as though his fist had struck a solid wall. An immense force surged back through his arm, causing him to stagger 2 steps backward, astonished beyond measure. This initial encounter left Xiangyu and his companions in shock, while Xiang Liang was left utterly dumbfounded. Xiangyu was well aware of his own strength, yet how could the seemingly scholarly Lu Hao possess such formidable power? Xiangyu was momentarily speechless. Although his punch, with 2 parts of his strength, was not lethal, it could certainly injure an ordinary man. Yet Lu Hao not only remained unharmed but had also rebounded him. Fusu was even more pleased with Lu Hao's performance, knowing that he had saved Ming Tian, which confirmed his martial prowess, undoubtedly formidable. However, he never anticipated that Lu Hao could contend with the strength of the bull like Xiangyu, appearing to match him without a hint of struggle. As a practitioner of innate realms, Lu Hao's strength was significantly greater than that of an average person. At that moment, even without employing internal energy or the indestructible divine skill, Lu Hao's might was incomparable. Moreover, Xiangyu had only exerted 2 parts of his strength, which indeed caught Lu Hao off guard. Xiangyu's expression grew serious as he recalibrated his breath and stance, preparing to launch another attack. Lu Hao, however, stood his ground. a faint smile lingering on his face, as if everything were within his grasp. Ah, Xiang Yu felt as if his authority had been challenged. Anger ignited in his eyes, and he summoned his physical power, unleashing 5 parts of his strength. In an instant, Xiang Yu charged forward like a furious tiger, his fist slicing through the air with a howling wind, aimed directly at Lu Hao's chest. Lu Hao's figure shifted slightly, effortlessly evading Xiang Yu's assault. In that fleeting moment when Xiang Yu's strike missed its mark, Lu Hao seized the opportunity. His fist shot forward with the swiftness of lightning, striking Xiang Yu squarely in the chest. Xiang Yu felt an overwhelming force surge from his chest, causing him to stagger backwards several steps. Impressive strength, though your speed leaves much to be desired. This remark provoked Xiang Yu, who was already on the brink of fury, to bellow, change weapons. He approached the weapon rack and carelessly selected a long spear, casting a fierce glare at Lu Hao. Lu Hao appeared remarkably at ease. He shrugged his shoulders and sauntered over to the weapon rack, casually selecting a wooden stick. Be careful, Xiang Yu warned, tightening his grip on the spear. In a swift motion, he lunged forward, the spear slicing through the air with a whistling sound, aimed directly at Lu Hao's throat. Yet, Lu Hao merely shifted his posture slightly and effortlessly evaded Xiang Yu's assault. As he dodged, the wooden stick in Lu Hao's hand transformed as if by magic, erupting into a flurry of phantasmal strikes aimed at Xiang Yu's vital points. Despite Xiang Yu's ferocity, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed by Lu Hao's bizarre yet rapid onslaught. He swung his spear with determination, striving to fend off Lu Hao's relentless attacks, but to no avail. Approximately a minute later, Xiang Yu lay on the ground, battered and bruised, gasping for breath. He looked up at the composed Lu Hao before him and declared, "I concede." "Concede? Are you truly yielding?" Lu Hao smirked, twirling the stick in his hand with flair. Terrified, Xiang Yu hurriedly replied, "I yield. I yield." Lu Hao, observing Xiang Yu's genuine admiration, couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. There are individuals who only yield under duress. They must be instilled with fear and respect before they acknowledge you. Clearly, Xiang Yu exemplifies this notion. After 2 decades in the arena, aside from the minor setbacks he faced under his uncle Xiang Liang's tutelage in his youth, he had never suffered defeat in a one-on-one confrontation. Yet today, he found himself bested by a scholar he held in disdain, leaving him utterly humiliated before the elders of Jiangdong. Nevertheless, he was not a man who could not endure defeat. Rather, this incident would only serve to intensify his rigorous self-discipline. Furthermore, this episode effectively silenced the discontented warriors within the gathering of Heroes Hall. None dared to provoke further discord, for their prowess paled in comparison to Xiang Yu's, let alone Lu Hao's. Each one of them openly acknowledged Lu Hao's authority. Fusu, momentarily taken aback by Lu Hao's formidable prowess, regained his composure and spoke. "Well, Lu Hao's martial skills are remarkable, and his literary talents are equally outstanding. Surely, this time there can be no dissent." Noticing the absence of opposition among the crowd, he continued, "I hereby declare Lu Hao the leader of the gathering of Heroes Hall, entrusted with all matters, great and small. We shall follow Master Fusu's decree." This time, the assembly not only refrained from voicing objections, but rather expressed their unwavering support. "I found your staff technique somewhat familiar," Fusu remarked as he and Lu Hao walked side by side into the inner hall, still pondering. Martial arts may have different paths, yet they often converge. Perhaps it is merely coincidence. Fusu nodded in acceptance of Lu Hao's explanation. However, a smile played upon Lu Hao's lips. How could it not be familiar? The very technique he had employed was none other than Ming Tian's 18 styles of the Wandering Dragon. Since Lu Hao assumed leadership of the gathering of Heroes Hall, he had made a point to visit every 2 or 3 days to attend to various affairs. On this day, upon his arrival, he was surprised to discover the establishment of a loyal and righteous hall across the way. Oh, the Loyal and Righteous Hall? That is quite an appealing name. Lu Hao stood outside the gathering of Worthy's Hall, gazing at the Loyal and Righteous Hall across the street with a faint smile. It appeared that Yi Xiaochuan, dissatisfied with his current power, had begun to confront Fusu directly. In collusion with Prime Minister Li Si, his intention was to dismantle the gathering of Worthy's Hall. When had this establishment across the street opened? Lu Hao softly inquired of the guards stationed at the hall. "Reporting to you, my lord, it was inaugurated just a few days ago. It is said to be established by the Prime Minister to attract various talents for the court. However, 2 days have passed, and no one has entered, which is perhaps why Lord Xiang has not reported this to you." The guard referred to Lord Xiang as Xiang Liang, a seasoned individual with considerable acumen. During Lu Hao's absence, he had entrusted all minor matters to Xiang Liang and Fan Zeng. This was a testament to his effective utilization of talent, in Lu Hao's view. It was imperative that they did not merely feast without contributing. Lu Hao, upon hearing the guard's voice, smirked with disdain, attempting to seize someone from him. A commendable notion, yet regrettably still too naive. Lu Hao was not one to emulate a demeanor akin to that of Fu Su. Anyone who aspired to enter the gathering of worthies hall, provided they possessed even a modicum of capability, could gain entry. In the original narrative, he had already acquired the so-called three fiends. Disobedient? Unruly? Quite simple, just close the door and unleash Xiangyu, and he would undoubtedly become exceedingly compliant. It is perhaps for this very reason that the Loyalty and Righteousness Hall has struggled to attract any notable talents. Lu Hao entered the gathering of talents to listen to the reports from Xiang Liang, Fan Zeng, Zhang Fang, and Chen Xing. The presence of Zhang Fang and Chen Xing piqued his interest, as they were scholars who had joined the gathering just a day or two after Lu Hao. Their literary prowess and exceptional intellect compelled Lu Hao to question their unexpected arrival, for these two characters had not been featured in the original narrative. Zhang Fang, in his 30s, appeared frail and sickly, while Chen Xing, in his 20s, possessed a tall and robust physique, exuding good health. By assessing their names and physical conditions, Lu Hao deduced their identities: Zhang Liang and Chen Ping. Both were esteemed ministers and strategists of Liu Bang, the founding emperor. Yet, Lu Hao pondered why they had come to the gathering of talents. Remarkably, his conjecture was accurate. They were indeed Zhang Liang and Chen Ping. Zhang Liang was resolutely intent on opposing the Qin dynasty and sought to join the gathering in hopes of finding an opportunity to assassinating Zhang. Chen Ping, hailing from a modest background, traveled extensively to avoid burdening his family and fortuitously arrived in Xianyang, drawn by rumors of the gathering's recruitment of talent. Both men wished to conceal their identities, and Lu Hao chose not to expose them. Instead, he appointed them to assist Xiang Liang in managing the gathering. As Lu Hao absorbed the reports from the past 2 days, Xiangyu rushed in, flustered. My lord, what a disheveled state to be in." Xiang Liang scolded upon witnessing Xiangyu's reckless demeanor. "My lord, uncle, the loyal and righteous hall across the way is being excessively brazen. They have resorted to placing a table at the entrance of our gathering to solicit talents after failing to attract any for 2 days. What?" Upon hearing this, Xiang Liang furrowed his brows, and Fan Zeng fell into contemplation. The loyal and righteous hall was established by Prime Minister Li Si, and any misstep could escalate into a direct confrontation between Fu Su and Li Si. "My lord, I shall go and drive them away." Xiangyu, disregarding the consequences, insisted on taking action. Having grown accustomed to the comfort of the gathering and no longer living in constant trepidation, he had come to regard this place as his home. Being bullied at his own doorstep was intolerable. Lu Hao, observing Xiangyu's reckless demeanor, couldn't help but ponder whether he had emerged from the depths of ignorance. Why would anyone dare to recruit individuals right at your doorstep? Clearly, it was a provocation, a deliberate attempt to incite you into action. In such circumstances, the first to act would inevitably suffer the consequences. Although Yi Xiaochuan's strategy was astute, it was misapplied on an unsuitable person. Moreover, the area in front of our establishment does not solely belong to us. Anyone is free to recruit wherever they please. Upon hearing this, Xiangyu retorted hastily. Shall we simply allow them to act with impunity? Wouldn't he that make our Zhu Xian Hall a laughingstock to outsiders? His frustration was palpable. While Lu Hao remained remarkably composed, he spoke slowly. A laughingstock? Let them be the jesters. Xiangyu, take a few men and tidy up the street outside. It has been cleaned in days, and the dust and debris are tarnishing our Zhu Xian Hall's reputation. Xiangyu, not lacking in intelligence, immediately grasped Lu Hao's intent. A smile returned to his face as he clasped his hands in respect, saying, "Understood, my lord." Zhang Liang and Chen Ping exchanged satisfied glances at Lu Hao's approach. Earlier, when Xiang Fan had appeared somewhat despondent, they had already devised a countermeasure. Yet they remained silent, eager to see if Lu Hao would propose a worthy strategy. Clearly, Lu Hao's method resonated deeply with them, enhancing their regard for him. As he was not merely a man of brute force without wisdom, Xiangyu, accompanied by 3 robust men wielding brooms, strode out of the gates of Zhu Xian Hall, embarking on their cleaning endeavor. Though their movements seemed somewhat clumsy, their fervor stirred up the surrounding air into a cloud of dust. They paid particular attention to the vendors from the Zhongyi Hall stationed at their entrance, who, as a result of this attention, found themselves choking on the clouds of dust. "What are you doing? Stop this at once." Unexpectedly, Xiangyu and his companions continued their vigorous cleaning. "Rascals! when one member of Zhongyi Hall could no longer tolerate it. Xiang Yu finally paused, wearing a broad smile as he addressed the man with a hint of arrogance. Our Lord mentioned that the dust and debris outside Haven Tea been cleared for several days, and the excessive filth is indeed affecting our mood. Hearing this, the members of Zhongyi Hall were infuriated. The one who had questioned Xiang Yu could no longer remain silent. Comparing them to filth was tantamount to an affront to their dignity. He raised his fist and charged at Xiang Yu. Meanwhile, other members of Zhongyi Hall, witnessing their comrade's aggression, swiftly joined in to confront Xiang Yu's companions. The Zhongyi Hall was instigating violence, but who could possibly harm Xiang Yu? As he effortlessly evaded the attacks from his assailant, he shouted with a resounding voice. Was this not akin to providing a gratuitous advertisement for the loyal righteous hall? No need for thanks. Xiang Yu's voice swiftly attracted the attention of those nearby, as onlookers observed the brawl among the members of the loyal righteous hall. Instantly engaging in hushed discussions, the shameless individuals of the loyal righteous hall, unable to recruit talent, resorted to violence against the members of the gathering of worthies. Xiang Yu's booming voice soon gathered a crowd of dozens. Even Yi Xiaochuan, upon receiving word, hurriedly emerged from the loyal righteous hall. Stop, Yi Xiaochuan bellowed, his voice cutting through the tumult. Upon seeing him, the members of the loyal righteous hall ceased their actions, approaching him to report on the situation. However, upon catching sight of Yi Xiaochuan, Xiang Yu was momentarily taken aback and instinctively inquired, Xiaochuan, what brings you here? Xiang Yu? Yi Xiaochuan's expression darkened upon recognizing him. The Yi Xiaochuan of now was no longer the same. He had transformed into the formidable Zhao Gao, a figure of immense power. Although surprised to encounter an acquaintance, the bond of friendship had long since faded, as their acquaintance had lasted merely a few days. Xiaochuan, where have you been? We searched for you for quite some time, Xiang Yu said warmly, delighted to see an old friend. Yet, he was interrupted by the members of the loyal righteous hall, who obstructed him and uttered a statement that left Xiang Yu utterly stunned. Hold. This gentleman is the current director of the Central Carriage Bureau, Master Zhao Gao. Do you think someone like you can associate with the powerful? As soon as the words were spoken, a profound silence enveloped the area. Xiang Yu gazed incredulously at Yi Xiaochuan, exclaiming, Xiaochuan, how did you become a eunuch? The name of Zhao Gao was well known throughout the Qin dynasty. He was undeniably a notorious traitor. How had Yi Xiaochuan, whom he had not seen in about a year, suddenly transformed into the influential Zhao Gao? Moreover, the most shocking revelation was that he had become a eunuch. Xiang Yu could not fathom why Yi Xiaochuan would make such a choice, foregoing the pleasures of the world to embrace such a fate. As these thoughts raced through Xiang Yu's mind, his expression betrayed a mix of confusion and disbelief. Yet, had Yi Xiaochuan known what Xiang Yu was contemplating, he would have lamented, did I have a choice? So it is Master Zhao Gao. I wonder what brings you and your entourage to the entrance of our gathering of worthies. Yi Xiaochuan mused, still uncertain how to address Xiang Yu. Just then, Lu Hao, accompanied by Xiang Liang, Fan Zheng, Zhang Liang, and Chen Ping, emerged from the gathering of worthies. Who are you? Yi Xiaochuan inquired, somewhat astonished by Lu Hao's composure in addressing him, fully aware of his identity. I am Lu Hao, temporarily overseeing all affairs of the gathering of worthies, Lu Hao replied. Lu Hao's nonchalant demeanor, however, caused Yi Xiaochuan to adopt a serious expression as he repeatedly pondered the name Lu Hao in his mind. Yet, whether in the annals of his memory or in the aftermath of his journey through time, he had never encountered this name. Lu Hao? Yi Xiaochuan murmured, still enveloped in perplexity. Although he could not recall such an individual, the present circumstances clearly indicated that this person was opposing him. Yi Xiaochuan fixed his gaze in the direction of Lu Hao and declared, your associates from the gathering of the virtuous have assaulted the members of my loyal and righteous hall. How do you intend to address this matter? Thus commenced the formal confrontation between the two. Undoubtedly, the previous encounter was informal. To this day, Yi Xiaochuan remained unaware that his bird had vanished due to Lu Hao's involvement. Before Lu Hao could utter a word, Xiang Yu, standing nearby, could no longer contain himself. He boldly pushed aside the small calumny that obstructed Yi Xiaochuan and addressed him directly. Xiaochuan, are you a member of the Loyalty and Righteousness Hall? It was the people from the Loyalty and Righteousness Hall who initiated trouble with us at the Gathering of Heroes, and they were the ones who struck first. As everyone has witnessed, Yi Xiaochuan cast a cold glance at the surrounding crowd of onlookers, and indeed, under his imposing presence, no one dared to speak in his defense. Xiang Yu, observing this scene, fully realized that the Yi Xiaochuan before him was no longer the innocent individual he once knew. Lu Hao encountered Yi Xiaochuan, whose countenance was frigid. With a composed smile, he remarked, "Master Zhao, it appears that it was your loyalists who instigated the altercation. Yet now, you turn the tables on us. What is your intent, I wonder?" Unexpectedly, Yi Xiaochuan, undeterred, retorted, "You claim that my people struck first. What evidence do you possess? And regarding your assertion that our gathering of heroes assaulted your men, do you have any proof?" Lu Hao showed no signs of weakness, retorting directly. Yi Xiaochuan was left speechless by Lu Hao's counter. Upon witnessing this, Lu Hao did not indulge him, but rather continued to inquire, "Lord Zhao, it seems you are a eunuch, are you not? Is it not the duty of the minister of the imperial carriage department to attend to His Majesty's chariots and such? How is it that you have also joined the loyal and righteous society? Could it be that this society is exclusively recruiting eunuchs? No wonder there have been so few visitors to your esteemed establishment in recent days." Lu Hao curled the corner of his mouth, feeling an overwhelming sense of pity for Yi Xiaochuan. "Ha ha." A remark from Lu Hao elicited uproarious laughter from the onlookers, while simultaneously causing Yi Xiaochuan to feel as though he were about to spew forth a mouthful of blood. The adage suggests one should strike the body, not the face. Insult the person, not reveal their vulnerabilities. Yet, Lu Hao boldly proclaimed in public that he was a eunuch, further likening him to a groom. In truth, the position of the chief of the imperial carriages could be considered akin to a grander version of a groom, managing not merely horses, but also carriages. Of course, the role of chief of the imperial carriages is not one that can be assumed by just anyone. Those who attain this position are invariably trusted confidants of the emperor. Lu Hao's words were indeed intolerable, even for an uncle. Yi Xiaochuan, infuriated, raised his voice sharply, exclaiming, "Preposterous! Someone, come and silence him. Why must you be so wrathful, Master Zhao? Or is it that your allegiance to the loyal and righteous society conceals some clandestine scheme with the prime minister?" Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaochuan furrowed his brow, his countenance darkening further. "What nonsense are you spouting? What conspiracy could I possibly have with the prime minister? Who can say? If there were truly a conspiracy, you would surely not disclose it to us. Master Zhao, if there is nothing else, kindly take your leave. Xiang Yu and the others still need to clear the dust from the entrance." Lu Hao, after finishing his words, casually shrugged his shoulders. "You, Lu Hao, I shall remember you," Yi Xiaochuan declared angrily before turning and sweeping away. "Ah, do not forget me, Grand Eunuch Zhao. I shall treat you to a drink another day." At that moment, Yi Xiaochuan's face turned ashen, and he silently admonished himself not to succumb to anger as he walked towards the Loyalty and Righteousness Hall. However, a remark from Lu Hao behind him caused Yi Xiaochuan, already on the brink of spitting blood, to cough up a mouthful of it. The gathering of talents welcomes those of ambition. As long as one possesses unique skills, the hall will recruit them. Of course, eunuchs are the exception. In this initial clash, with each utterance of eunuch from Lu Hao, Yi Xiaochuan suffered a humiliating defeat. It was this crushing defeat that instilled a deep-seated hatred in him towards Lu Hao. He frequently sent people to create trouble for the gathering of talents, only to have Lu Hao and Zhang Liang deftly resolve the matters. Time swiftly passed, and half a month later, in the imperial court, "Your Majesty, the Xiongnu have gathered a formidable army of 200,000, and we should take precautions," reported Chancellor Li Si to Yingzheng, who sat upon the throne. "Humph, they invade every year, yet by the time we dispatch our forces, they have long since fled." "I suspect this year will be no different," Yingzheng replied, unperturbed by Li Si's words. "But Your Majesty, if this time is indeed real, the losses to our state would be incalculable. Then what do you propose? Shall we send out another army? What if it turns out to be false? Do you have any idea how much grain we would lose in such back and forth?" At that moment, Yingzheng exhibited none of his previous might or resolve, appearing frail and pale. The reason was simple. He had been led astray by Yi Xiaochuan and Li Si, indulging in debauchery day after day, his health deteriorating, and he had lost interest in state affairs, even neglecting such significant matters. "Your Majesty, I have a suggestion, though I am unsure whether I should voice it." "Oh, Minister Zhao? Speak freely." The one speaking was Yi Xiaochuan, standing beside Yingzheng, who had managed to ingratiate himself to the emperor to the point of becoming indispensable. "Your Majesty, I propose we send a general with a small contingent of soldiers. If the Xiongnu's incursion is genuine, we can hold our ground while also sending for reinforcements. If it proves false, the resources expended would be negligible." Indeed, Yi Xiaochuan's words greatly pleased Yingzheng, who, despite his fatigue, nodded in agreement without hesitation. "Father, this course of action is fraught with peril. Should the attack be real, the general and our Qin soldiers would be placed in jeopardy. By that time, It was feared that without timely support, dire consequences would ensue. The eldest son, Fusu, stood before the assembly of officials and swiftly opposed Yi Xiaochuan's agreement. However, his words were interrupted by Yi Xiaochuan. "My lord, it is imperative that a formidable general be dispatched to ensure our safety." Yi Xiaochuan nodded in agreement. "Then who shall be sent forth?" "Our esteemed generals are currently stationed at various border fortifications, while the rest are either aged, infirm, or have returned to their farms." It was indeed a lamentable state that the great Qin had fallen into such a predicament. Yi Xiaochuan awaited this very acknowledgement from Yi Xiaochuan and quickly replied, "Your Majesty, have you forgotten General Meng Tian?" Yi Xiaochuan furrowed his brow slightly. "Meng Tian? Is he not still recuperating from his injuries?" "Rest assured, my lord," Yi Xiaochuan responded. "I have heard from the imperial physician that General Meng has fully recovered and is more than capable of leading troops into battle. With the elite Meng family army at his command, success is assured." Yi Xiaochuan wore a respectful smile, yet to Fusu it appeared as a smirk. Meng Tian. Yi Xiaochuan was no longer as readily agreeable as before. He had indulged a bit too much recently, but he was not foolish. He understood that there were but a couple of capable generals left in the entire Qin, and sending Meng Tian into battle so soon after his recovery seemed perilous. "Father, General Meng has only just regained his health. It would be unwise to send him into battle, especially such a distant campaign. The toll of travel may exacerbate his previous injuries." Fusu understood the ulterior motives behind Yi Xiaochuan's suggestion and was determined to thwart them. Months prior, Yi Xiaochuan and Li Si had formed a pact to jointly contend with Fusu, a fact well known among the court. The establishment of the gathering of worthies had sparked concern in both men, prompting the creation of the Loyalty and Righteousness Hall. However, following Yi Xiaochuan's skirmishes with Lu Hao, the rivalry between Yi Xiaochuan and Fusu had intensified. Upon receiving word of the Xiongnu's coalition launching a significant offensive, Yi Xiaochuan conspired with Li Si on how to eliminate Fusu and Meng Tian, thorns in their sides. In his view, removing Fusu would render Lu Hao a mere jest, easily manipulated. Even if Lu Hao currently held a superior position, once Fusu was dealt with, Lu Hao would be at his mercy. After the Xiangman Tower in Xianyang achieved great success, Yi Xiaochuan finally took an interest in visiting it. However, upon seeing a Peking duck and a secret braised pork dish, his first thought was of Gao Yao. After searching for Gao Yao for days, Yi Xiaochuan felt a surge of excitement. Yet, his mood quickly soured. Remembering that Xiangman Tower belonged to Lu Hao ignited his fury, and the realization that Gao Yao was now aiding Lu Hao and profiting only intensified his anger. Yi Xiaochuan was no longer the naive individual who had first traversed through time. His heart had undergone a profound transformation, becoming utterly darkened, and in his eyes, there were no longer any virtuous souls. Fortunately, at this moment, Gao Yao was not in Xianyang. Otherwise, he might have been summoned by Yi Xiaochuan to accompany him into the palace. However, from that point onward, Yi Xiaochuan completely redirected his animosity toward Gao Yao onto another individual, which Lu Hao and Gao Yao were unaware of. At this juncture, Yi Xiaochuan pondered for a moment after hearing Fusu's words and slowly nodded, recognizing that sending Meng Tian would indeed be somewhat perilous, as he had just recovered from his injuries and was not fit for a long-distance march. Upon hearing Yi Xiaochuan's words, Fusu breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, before he could fully relax, Yi Xiaochuan spoke again. "Your Majesty, why not allow young Master Fusu to lead the esteemed heroes of the Juxiantang to the front?" Yi Xiaochuan proposed. "It is said that Juxiantang has gathered numerous talented individuals, many of whom possess formidable martial skills and keen intellect. It would be an excellent opportunity for young Master Fusu to lead them for training, should they indeed prove to be capable. It would also provide fresh blood for our great Qin." As Yi Xiaochuan's words resonated, Fusu felt a jolt in his heart, realizing the ulterior motives behind Yi Xiaochuan's proposal. It was either a scheme to eliminate Meng Tian or to undermine him along with Juxiantang. Fusu? Yi Xiaochuan was momentarily taken aback. Sending someone as inexperienced as Fusu, who possessed no martial skills, to the battlefield was akin to sending him to his doom. "Your Majesty, rest assured, I firmly believe that with the many heroes of Juxiantang, young Master Fusu will be well protected. On the contrary, they will each demonstrate their talents and risk their lives to ensure his safety, thus achieving great merit and renown," Yi Xiaochuan asserted, offering Fusu a smile. However, Fusu had no martial prowess and had never been on the battlefield. What if? Even a tiger does not eat its own cubs. Yi Xiaochuan, not one to be easily swayed, promptly questioned Yi Xiaochuan's proposition. "Your Majesty, precisely because young Master Fusu is your son, He requires this experience, which will prepare him to become your successor in the future. Moreover, when your majesty was of young Master Fusu's age, you had already led troops into battle, correct? I trust that young Master Fusu will not let us down. Yi Xiaochuan's compelling arguments indeed swayed Yingzheng. At his age, he had already campaigned against various states, unlike Fusu, who appeared indecisive and lacking strength. The more Yingzheng contemplated, the more he found merit in Yi Xiaochuan's reasoning, and he swiftly made a decision. I shall consent. Fusu, do you have the courage to scout the enemy's position? Yingzheng inquired of Fusu, who had little choice but to respond without hesitation. I shall accept the command and will not disappoint my father's expectations. Fusu replied, and Yingzheng nodded with satisfaction. Mobilize 100,000 Ming family troops under Fusu's command. Fusu shall lead the members of Juxiantang to the battlefield shortly. You may appoint the positions within Juxiantang as you see fit. Dismissed. As he spoke, Yingzheng rose from his throne, swaying slightly as he was assisted by the palace maidens, making his way towards the side hall. Behind him, Yi Xiaochuan couldn't help but reveal a triumphant smile upon witnessing Yingzheng's condition. Oh, Yingzheng, do enjoy it while you can. Gradually, under the influence of the medicinal substances, his body would only grow weaker, until in the end, everyone would merely believe that Yingzheng had succumbed to a natural demise. No one would suspect it was the result of Yi Xiaochuan's machinations. After the court session, the opulent hall gradually fell into silence. The ministers, each burdened with their own thoughts, hurriedly departed, leaving only Fusu, Yi Xiaochuan, and Li Si standing in the vast emptiness of the hall. Fusu's gaze was piercing. Fixed intently on Yi Xiaochuan, his voice tinged with anger. Zhao Gao, what a cunning scheme. What? Yi Xiaochuan retorted. Why does the eldest son say such things? Does the eldest son not wish to share the emperor's burdens? Does he not aspire to achieve glory for the Qin? His words rendered Fusu speechless. His face flushed with indignation. You? He stammered, struggling to find his words. Very well. This response momentarily bewildered Yi Xiaochuan, who instinctively replied, hello. Little did he expect Fusu to snort coldly and leave in a huff. Observing Fusu's demeanor, Yi Xiaochuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Realizing he had almost misinterpreted Fusu's intentions, nearly believing he had inadvertently offended a compatriot, which would have been a farce indeed. Once Fusu had departed, only the two of them remained in the great hall. Li Si slowly approached Yi Xiaochuan, inquiring softly, are you certain the Xiongnu coalition has genuinely invaded? Yi Xiaochuan furrowed his brow and nodded. Indeed, I have received news and have already established contact with them. For some unknown reason, a mysterious army has commenced a relentless offensive against them, gradually consuming many of their tribes. Thus, they have united in their desire to attack the Qin, seeking to secure their own place. However, I have assured them that should they eliminate the forces led by Ming Tian or Fusu, once Prince Huhai ascends the throne, he will grant them a parcel of land. Li Si, glancing around to ensure their privacy, continued. Are you not concerned about their ulterior motives? I, Zhao Gao, do not engage in battles without certainty. Regardless of who emerges victorious, in the end, neither will survive. Oh? Li Si's interest was piqued by this statement. He preferred to limit his interactions with Yi Xiaochuan, as he found the latter to be exceedingly treacherous, never knowing when he might employ underhanded tactics. This matter shall remain confidential. The chancellor may await good news. Yi Xiaochuan smiled mysteriously, emitting a chilling laugh that sent a shiver down Li Si's spine. On that afternoon, Fusu made his way directly to Lu Hao's residence. Having spent over a month in Xianyang, Lu Hao had already acquired a grand estate. At this moment, he was contemplating a visit to the gathering of Worthies Hall, where Zhang Liang and others held court. As he had not graced the hall with his presence for several days, just as he was about to step out, he encountered Fusu, who approached him with great urgency. Master, Fusu called out, respectfully clasping his hands in greeting upon reaching Lu Hao. During this period, Fusu had been utterly captivated by Lu Hao's eloquence, and with humility, he chose to become Lu Hao's disciple. Although Lu Hao was only a few years his senior, Fusu believed that wisdom transcends age, and thus he felt no shame in seeking Lu Hao's guidance. Initially, Lu Hao intended to decline the request, but Fusu's persistent insistence compelled him to reluctantly acquiesce. In Fusu's view, while Ming Tian would impart martial skills and strategies, Lu Hao would bestow upon him the art of eloquence, creating a harmonious balance of both literature and martial prowess. However, scarcely had he taken on the role of a disciple when matters began to unfold. Your haste betrays the dignity expected of a young noble, Lu Hao remarked, furrowing his brow at Fusu's anxious demeanor, knowing that such trivialities would not ordinarily disturb him. Unless, of course, it pertained to the passing of the emperor. Is it your father? Lu Hao raised an eyebrow and directly inquired, Teacher, are you aware? My father, the emperor, has commanded me to lead the members of the Juxian Tang to fend off external foes. Fu Su, with a look of helplessness adorning his face, stood before Lu Hao. His brows furrowed in deep concern. What? Fend off external foes? Lu Hao was momentarily taken aback, realizing that it was not Ing Zheng who had met his demise. However, it soon dawned on Lu Hao that there was no mention in the narrative of Fu Su leading troops to repel invaders. Is it Zhao Gao? Lu Hao's gaze sharpened, a cold smirk forming as he regarded Fu Su. Indeed, wise teacher, it is that scoundrel Zhao Gao. Fu Su's eyes sparked with fury at the mention of Zhao Gao, his anger palpable as he appeared to be gritting his teeth in indignation. After Lu Hao listened to Fu Su's detailed account, he could not help but admire Yi Xiaochuan for his brilliant strategy. Isn't it often said that supporting characters lack intelligence? Yet, how could he be so astute? It is no wonder, after all, he is a modern individual, and modern people possess an abundance of intricate thoughts. Fu Su, in a state of great anxiety, pleaded, Teacher, what should we do? There is no need to panic. When the enemy advances, we shall respond accordingly. Since they have made their move, we shall counter it decisively. Lu Hao cast a brief glance at Fu Su and spoke indifferently, When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water rises, we shall dam it. Upon hearing these words, Fu Su's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lu Hao chose to disregard the matter entirely. And it was precisely because he often uttered such remarks that Fu Su persistently sought him out to become his mentor. How many troops has your father bestowed upon you? 100,000 elite Ming family soldiers. That is quite a considerable force. It seems your father is not foolish enough to heed Zhao Gao's every word. Lu Hao nodded with a slight smile. Teacher, he said, yet the enemy numbers as many as 200,000. Should they truly launch a massive invasion? Our 10,000 elite troops may well. Fu Su dared not continue his thought. Although 10,000 Mongolian soldiers were considerable, it all depended on the commander. With Ming Tian at the helm, there would be no doubt, yet he was not Ming Tian. 200,000? That figure might be an understatement. For if Zhao Gao is willing to let us lead 10,000 of the Mongolian army, it indicates that the enemy's numbers must surely exceed ours by more than double. A coalition of 30,000 foreign troops is not beyond the realm of possibility. Lu Hao, with his exceptionally high intelligence, perceives Yi Xiaochuan's subtle intentions with remarkable clarity. He contemplates a playful engagement, suggesting a return to the modern era for further development over several decades. 30 to 300,000? Fu Su felt a sudden chill of sweat break out on his forehead, and he swallowed hard. Why the panic? Shouldn't he maintain the demeanor befitting a noble of the Qin dynasty? His demeanor genuinely vexed Lu Hao. Fu Su, with his gentle nature, struggles to control the overarching situation, lacking the ruthlessness required. Otherwise, he would not have allowed figures like Hu Hai and Zhao Gao to bully him so relentlessly without uttering a word in protest. And what if their forces numbered 30 or 40,000? Does he truly believe that the 100,000 Ming family troops are mere decoration? Furthermore, the current capabilities of the Gathering of Talents Hall are beyond his imagination. Lu Hao, brimming with confidence and excitement, was embarking on his inaugural military campaign, a venture far surpassing the mere task of eradicating criminals in the harbor city. With this in mind, he entrusted all matters of strategy to his esteemed mentor, appointing him as his deputy, with full authority over military affairs. 2 days later, the elite Mongolian army, fully equipped with provisions and supplies, gathered as Lu Hao and the members of the Gathering of Worthies departed from the city of Xianyang amidst the gaze of countless onlookers. Fu Su, a figure of considerable repute in Xianyang, received ample encouragement from the crowd. Yet, he merely smiled faintly, for it was likely that only he and Lu Hao understood the true weight of his emotions at that moment. The Mongolian army had initially been reluctant to accept a commander from outside their ranks, but with Fu Su at the forefront, and given his established rapport with Ming Tian, well known among the army's officers, there was a sense of acceptance. Although Ming Tian was still recovering from illness and deemed unfit for battle, the looming threat of foreign invasion spurred his desire to participate, a wish thwarted by Ing Zheng's decree. Thus, with a heavy heart, Ming Tian commanded his 10,000 troops to heed Fu Su's directives and ensure his safety. Their journey would take them through Hedong, Shandong, and Taiyuan, ultimately arriving at Yanmen County, known in later times as the Yanmen Pass. After 3 days of rapid marching, Lu Hao and his contingent reached the borders of Shandong. Surrounded by towering mountains, the terrain presented a formidable natural barrier, standing proudly at the pinnacle of the Taiyang Mountains, earning it the moniker the spine of the world. This region, not only home to the famed Taihang Mountains of the future, held strategic significance in antiquity, drawing attention due to its unique geographic position. The army maintained its grand procession, with Xiongyu leading the vanguard of 10,000 troops, slicing through the valleys like a gleaming sword. Meanwhile, Zhong Limei commanded 5,000 elite soldiers in the rear, tasked with safeguarding the essential supplies to ensure an uninterrupted supply line. Lu Hao himself presided over the center, riding alongside Zhang Liang and engaging in light conversation while occasionally surveying the surrounding landscapes. As the forces advanced into the heart of Shandong, Lu Hao remarked, "This was once Han territory." Zhang Liang, taken aback by Lu Hao's sudden statement, managed a nervous smile. "Indeed, 20 years ago it was Korea. I've heard you are also from Korea, Zhang Fang." The revelation left Zhang Liang momentarily stunned, his gaze fixed on Lu Hao in disbelief. Lu Hao could hardly contain his laughter upon witnessing Zhang Liang's bewildered expression. Such a display, as if he were enshrouded in mystery. Did he truly believe that donning a disguise would render him unrecognizable? Zhang Liang, upon perceiving the profound smile on Lu Hao's face, felt a tightening in his chest. Yet he soon relaxed. He was convinced that Lu Hao would not harbor ill intentions towards him. Otherwise, he would have revealed his true identity long ago. Zhang Liang's curiosity was piqued. How had Lu Hao discerned his true self, and why had he chosen to conceal it? After all, he was resolutely intent on assassinating Ying Zheng. About 6 days later, as Lu Hao and his companions departed from Taiyuan County en route to Yanmen County, the vanguard of Xiangyu's forces encountered a blood-soaked soldier galloping towards them on horseback. "Report," he cried, "to the esteemed young Master Lu and General Lu. The vanguard of General Xiang has met a comrade from Yanmen County seeking aid. He claims that Yanmen County has been under siege by a coalition of Xiongnu and Hu for 2 days, resulting in thousands of casualties. Currently, the defenders number fewer than 3,000, while the enemy boasts over 300,000. A soldier from Xiangyu's vanguard swiftly approached the central command to relay the news to Lu Hao and Fu Su. Upon hearing this, the strategists surrounding Lu Hao furrowed their brows. An army exceeding 300,000 was threefold their own. Even with advantageous terrain, it would surely be a grueling battle. Fu Su, mounted on his warhorse, tightened his brow upon receiving the soldier's report. Indeed, this was no mere raid. It was a substantial invasion, lacking a clear strategy. He turned to Lu Hao for guidance. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Hao lowered his head slightly before issuing a command to the soldier. "Instruct Xiangyu to lead the vanguard swiftly to Yanmen Pass for reinforcements. We shall follow shortly." "Understood." The soldier promptly set off to relay the orders to Xiangyu. "Young master, it appears that our estimates of the enemy's strength were somewhat conservative. It seems they number around 400,000. Lu Hao observed the solemn expressions of those around him and offered a faint smile. "Teacher, I will promptly send someone back to seek reinforcements." Fu Su gazed anxiously at Lu Hao, his immediate thought being to request aid. "Should we inform your father, the emperor, and have Meng Tian lead the remaining 200,000 troops of the Meng family swiftly to Yanmen Pass? However, will Zhao Gao not obstruct this? He certainly intends for our entire army to be annihilated." Upon hearing Fu Su's concerns, Lu Hao chuckled softly. "It is quite likely that Zhao Gao desires Meng Tian to depart from Xianyang more than anyone else." Fu Su replied, "Aren't you the one who mentioned that your father, the emperor, has been increasingly frail of late?" Lu Hao noticed that Fu Su had not comprehended his words, and thus began to speak slowly. "Indeed." Fu Su's eyes widened in astonishment, and he exclaimed incredulously, "Master, are you implying that my father, the emperor?" Lu Hao neither nodded nor shook his head. "During our absence, it is likely that your father's health has deteriorated day by day. Presently, Zhao Gao is more eager than anyone to see Meng Tian hasten his departure from Xianyang. This would enable him to assist Hu Hai in ascending to power. And even if we manage to survive the onslaught of foreign invaders, returning to Xianyang unscathed would be an impossibility." Upon hearing these words, Fu Su, Xiang Liang, Fan Zeng, Zhang Liang, Chen Ping, and others beside Lu Hao were left in stunned silence. How could they have anticipated that a mere defense against foreign invasion entailed so many complexities? Even the astute Zhang Liang and Chen Ping could not fathom such intricacies. "No, it cannot be," Fu Su murmured softly. "Though my father's health may be fragile, the court physicians have declared him to be in reasonably good health. It cannot be what? Are you aware that Zhao Gao gathers a multitude of beautiful women daily and collects rare herbs from across the realm to concoct elixirs? All of this is to ensure that no one perceives his true intentions, operating with utter stealth. Your father, despite his age, continues to indulge in nightly revelries. Do you not wonder why? I suspect Zhao Gao administers potions to your father daily. While not lethal, these are aphrodisiacs, which, for your father, are as debilitating as poison. Ostensibly, he amasses beautiful women to honor your father, while in truth, he orchestrates a fade that leads your father into a life of incessant indulgence, ultimately resulting in his complete exhaustion. It is akin to a death wrought by sheer depletion. Lu Hao's words left several individuals utterly speechless. Their mouths agape as if one could fit a light bulb within. Why? Why would Zhao Gao act in such a manner? At this moment, Fusu was completely at a loss. His expression one of bewilderment and confusion. Perhaps it was the allure of power that drove Zhao Gao to behave in this way. Before Lu Hao could speak, Zhang Liang interjected. Indeed, Zhang's assertion was accurate. Zhao Gao was discontent with his current authority. Thus, he plotted the assassination of the emperor to assist the frivolous Hu Hai in ascending the throne. In this manner, the entirety of the Qin dynasty would fall within his grasp. It is precisely for this reason that we must summon Ming Tian to lead the Ming family army. As long as we possess military power, we shall wield undeniable influence. After Lu Hao spoke, everyone fell into deep contemplation. This was undeniably a matter of great significance, one that could determine the fate of the Qin dynasty. Although everyone present, aside from Fusu, harbored their own agendas, if Ying Zheng were to pass away, there was no need to mention Xiang Liang and Xiang Yu. If Lu Hao did not exist, they would undoubtedly rise in rebellion at the earliest opportunity. Zhang Liang and Chen Ping might also seek a wise sovereign to assist. However, with Lu Hao present, would they still entertain such rebellious thoughts? Anyone with sense would recognize whom they should support at this moment. Although Fusu was gentle and benevolent, he was ill-suited to govern state affairs. Moreover, Fusu always heeded Lu Hao's counsel, and the elite 300,000 Ming family troops, commanded by the formidable General Ming Tian, were virtually invincible. They could easily deduce the consequences of opposing Lu Hao. Furthermore, Lu Hao was a polymath, unmatched in both intellect and strategy, in terms of martial prowess. Even the mightiest Xiang Yu could not harm him in the slightest. Presently, they felt a surge of excitement. Should Ying Zheng pass away, they might very well become favored ministers to the next ruler. No, I must not allow such a scenario to unfold. I must persuade my teacher to thwart Zhao Gao. Fusu began to feel apprehensive and, for the first time, developed a semblance of his own opinion. Unexpectedly, Lu Hao did not oppose him. Instead, he smiled calmly and said, "You may wish to discuss the pertinent interests with Ming Tian, if time allows." Lu Hao's audacious declaration stemmed from his unwavering conviction that Yi Xiaochuan would not allow Ying Zheng to live for long. Perhaps, even now. Ying Zheng has succumbed in the embrace of luxury. If Ming Tian were to learn of Ying Zheng's demise amidst the urgent situation at the borders, he would undoubtedly lead his troops personally, for it is the duty of the Ming family army to safeguard the frontier. Moreover, there is the esteemed eldest son, Fusu, who in Ming Tian's eyes represents the most fitting heir to the rightful lineage of the Qin dynasty. After a moment of contemplation, Fusu fixed his resolute gaze upon Lu Hao. "I shall dispatch a message to my teacher without delay, ensuring he arrives in time to rescue our father before Zhao Gao's treachery unfolds." With those words, he turned his steed and galloped back to the rear. Upon receiving Lu Hao's command, Xiang Yu ordered the vanguard to hasten forth. This unit comprised elite light cavalry, renowned for their rapid and agile long-distance maneuvers. In just a day's time, they reached the tumultuous battlefield of Yanmen County. At this juncture, Yanmen County had plunged into the maelstrom of warfare. The sound of war drums reverberated across the landscape as the coalition forces of foreign tribes relentlessly assaulted this formidable stronghold, known as the First Pass under Heaven. Although the enemy outnumbered the defenders, the 10-meter-high walls of Yanmen Pass stood resolute and unyielding, thwarting their repeated attempts at breach, resulting in the loss of 2,000 to 3,000 foreign soldiers. Despite such commendable achievements, conditions within the pass were dire. Had it not been for the sudden conscription of several thousand able-bodied men by the commanding general, the fortifications would have long since fallen. The defending force, originally numbering 10,000, had dwindled to fewer than 1,000 valiant soldiers. These brave warriors, though weary and battered, harbored no thoughts of retreat, for they understood that every drop of sweat and blood was shed in the defense of their homeland. Should Yanmen Pass fall, their home would face annihilation. "General, our casualties are severe, and we are barely holding on to 2,000. On the walls of Yanmen Pass, a bloodied commander clad in armor reported the grim situation to another battle-worn middle-aged general, his voice laden with sorrow and helplessness. Have the soldiers sent for reinforcements returned? The middle-aged general's brow furrowed deeply. Despite his numerous wounds, he relentlessly fought off every enemy attempting to scale the walls using ladders. No, Not even those dispatched to Daijun and Yuchong have returned. It seems the foreign tribes are launching a full-scale assault, preoccupied with their own survival. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged general inhaled deeply, gazing into the distance with a glimmer of resolve in his eyes. He believed that as long as they persisted, reinforcements would eventually arrive, and they could repel the foreign invasion. Brothers, hold on a little longer. We must rely on the court's dispatch of troops for salvation. It has been 3 days. If fortune favors us, this should reach Xianyang by tomorrow or the day after. A hint of resignation colored the middle-aged general's words. Even with the court's army en route, their slow march meant that by the time they arrived, Yinmen County might very well. General, I fear we may not even withstand until tomorrow or the day after. Look outside the pass. The middle-aged general finally took notice of the situation beyond the fortress. Originally, there were only a few thousand foreign invaders besieging the city, but now they had doubled their numbers and were swiftly approaching. Was this a sign that fate sought to extinguish them? Goofing, how many people remain in Yinmen County who have yet to evacuate? The general inquired of his aide. General, as of now, everyone should have withdrawn. You need not worry about that, the aide reassured him. The safety of the populace is secured, and thus we shall have no lingering concerns. It is a pity for these brave brothers, however. Let us take a few more with us to the afterlife. Understood. The 2 men fought valiantly, resolutely dispatching the climbing invaders from the battlements. As time passed, their wounds multiplied, and blood stained their armor. Their complexions turned increasingly pale, yet their gazes grew ever more resolute, devoid of fear. Good brother, let us be comrades again in our next life. Just as the middle-aged general spoke these farewell words to his aide, a resounding and synchronized battle cry erupted from within Yinmen County, reverberating like thunder and swiftly approaching the gates. Brave old Qin, let us face the national peril together. Until our blood runs dry, we vow to cease not our fight. Who says there are no garments? We share the same robes. With loyal hearts and righteous spirits, let courage embody our souls. Upon hearing these words, the 2 men were instantly invigorated, exchanging a glance before almost simultaneously exclaiming, "The Ming family army!" Their eyes sparkled with surprise and excitement, as if they had glimpsed the dawn of hope. Tears welled in the general's eyes. He had thought death was certain today, yet unexpectedly. The most valiant Ming family army of the Great Qin had arrived at this critical juncture. Soldiers, our reinforcements have arrived. The elite Ming family army of our Great Qin is here. With every ounce of strength, the middle-aged general proclaimed this before closing his eyes and collapsing to the ground. General, the aide, goofing, in alarm, rushed to check for his general's breath. After a few moments, he regained his composure. It turned out the general had simply succumbed to exhaustion, having gone days without sleep. At the moment the Ming family army arrived, he could finally relinquish his burdens. The remaining soldiers, upon hearing their general's words and faintly catching the echo of a unified shout, along with the thunderous sound of galloping hooves drawing near, were suddenly filled with unparalleled valor. Moments later, Xiang Yu and his cavalry finally arrived. Brothers, you have worked hard. Leave the rest to us. Due to the fact that Xiang Yu and his companions are cavalrymen, with the gates firmly shut and tens of thousands of enemy troops outside, it is futile to attempt a direct confrontation. The only viable course of action is to dismount and ascend the city walls, equipped for defense. All that remains is for Lu Hao to lead the main forces to arrive. Brother, how many men have you brought this time? A soldier clad in black armor from the Mongol army, armed with bows and swords, ascended the city tower. Gu Feng, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, approached Xiang Yu, gasping for breath. We are the vanguard, comprising 10,000 light cavalry, with tens of thousands more behind us, totaling 100,000 Mongol warriors. 100,000? Gu Feng furrowed his brow. Though the odds may appear daunting, it is still possible to request reinforcements given the time. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yu became disheartened. Brother, do not lose heart. Although we may be outnumbered, the Mongol army is comprised of elite troops, and with the leadership of Lord Lu Hao, victory is within our grasp. Lord Lu Hao? Gu Feng inquired, puzzled. Indeed, Lord Lu Hao is both scholarly and martial. He will undoubtedly lead us to triumph. At this moment, Xiang Yu harbored an unshakable trust in Lu Hao, coupled with profound admiration. He had always prided himself on his strength and martial prowess. Yet he found himself outmatched by Lu Hao. Since their first contest, Xiang Yu had felt a lingering sense of dissatisfaction, seeking out Lu Hao several times, only to be left battered and bruised. What was most astonishing was that Lu Hao even surpassed him in sheer strength. Of course, Lu Hao's true power was not as formidable. It was merely the result of the indestructible skill he possessed. One day, Xiang Yu proposed a contest of strength. How could Lu Hao indulge him so easily, readily agreeing to the challenge? The contest involved lifting a cauldron, a colossal vessel weighing around 2,000 to 3,000 pounds. Although Xiang Yu managed to hoist it, the effort proved exceedingly taxing. Lu Hao, however, effortlessly lifted the colossal cauldron with a single hand. His skin merely transformed into a golden hue. The renowned champion of the realm was indeed capable of raising a stone dragon several dozen meters in length. One can only imagine that, upon employing the indomitable might of the Vajra, not only was his defensive prowess astonishing, but his strength was equally remarkable. Yet, this transformation of Lu Hao caught the eye of Xiang Yu, who was just about to inquire about the phenomenon when Lu Hao directly stated, "When I become enraged, my body changes color and my strength multiplies several times." Upon hearing this, Xiang Yu chuckled and made a hasty retreat. After all, he had heard that Lu Hao was furious. Remaining there could result in a severe beating. It was precisely due to this final act of provocation that Xiang Yu completely submitted to Lu Hao. Returning to the matter at hand, Xiang Yu led 10,000 light cavalrymen to ascend the city walls, assuming the critical responsibility of defense. Armed to the teeth, each cavalryman donned armor, wielded bows, and carried 30 arrows at their waists. The Xiongnu coalition launched wave after wave of fierce assaults, yet each time they were ruthlessly repelled by Xiang Yu and his men. After 2 hours of relentless siege, aside from leaving behind countless corpses, they gained nothing. The bodies piled high like mountains, and blood flowed like a stream, staining the land for miles around and creating a tragic and poignant tableau of war. For Xiang Yu, who was participating in such a grand-scale offensive and defensive battle for the first time, the scene evoked both shock and exhilaration. Gazing upon the multitude of enemy corpses and the crimson-stained soil beyond the pass, his heart swelled with passion and fervor, ignited like a blazing flame. In that moment, he yearned to lead his cavalry forth and charge outside the gates. However, the time was not yet ripe. He awaited the arrival of the man bringing a great army. The battle raged on for an extended period, with the Xiongnu allies seemingly frenzied, indifferent to their casualties. They were not foolish and understood the cost of such relentless assaults. Yet they could not afford to hesitate. Behind them loomed a mysterious force, capable of slaughtering with impunity. If they did not swiftly capture a solid stronghold, they risked complete annihilation. This enigmatic army appeared abruptly, launching a massive offensive that caught the Xiongnu off guard. Their merciless tactics were unlike anything the foes had ever encountered. The women of the Xiongnu and Hu tribes were seized like lambs, their cattle and horses becoming spoils of war. In that moment, both tribes suffered devastating losses. When their clans banded together for a direct confrontation, they proved no match for the relentless assault. Thus, the Xiongnu and Hu were compelled to unite in this desperate strategy. As the battle continued, Xiang Yu stood atop the city walls, his spear, thrusting repeatedly at the climbing enemies. After nearly 3 hours of fierce resistance led by Xiang Yu, the long-awaited sound of the horn resonated from within the gates, soaring high and triumphant. As the horn's echo faded, the ground began to tremble, as if the very earth quaked in response. It was the thunderous sound of thousands of hoofs, racing forth like a tempest, each step shaking the foundation of the land. Xiang Yu's expression brightened, after enduring such frustration for these few hours. He was finally free to unleash his fury upon the battlefield. "Open the gates!" Lu Hao bellowed a commanding shout towards the guards at the gate. Leading a surge of cavalry that poured forth like a tidal wave, racing towards the gate that was on the verge of opening. At this moment, the soldiers manning the gate had been replaced by those loyal to Xiang Yu, who were well aware of Lu Hao's identity. Without hesitation, several of them joined forces to heave open the massive gate, weighing hundreds of pounds. As the heavy gate slowly swung ajar, a chilling aura of impending slaughter rushed forth, ominously heralding the bloody battle that was about to unfold. The moment the gate opened, the enemies outside, eager to charge in, were met with a shadow that darted out like lightning, wielding a bronze giant hammer weighing 100 pounds. This formidable figure was none other than Lu Hao. With a swift motion, he hurled the hammer, mercilessly smashing it down upon the foremost Huns, accompanied by anguished cries. The Huns were instantaneously reduced to a gruesome pulp beneath the hammer's brutal impact, their blood splattering and staining the ground at the gate. A robust iron chain, 2 to 3 meters long and as thick as a wrist, was attached to one side of the hammer, allowing Lu Hao to manipulate it with the finesse of a serpent, enabling him to control its trajectory from a distance. Each swing of the hammer was met with the tragic demise of several Huns. Soon, the soldiers at the gate were utterly dumbfounded, and in this opportune moment, Lu Hao was the first to leap through the gate, boldly charging beyond Yinmen Pass. Were Yi Xiaochuan present, he might have exclaimed in astonishment, "Good heavens! Is the Yuanba among us?" Lu Hao was the first to surge out of the Yinmen Pass, brandishing a colossal hammer as he galloped into the midst of the Xiongnu siege army. In an instant, a whirlwind of carnage erupted among the Xiongnu coalition. Grasping one end of the chain with one hand, he deftly swung the chain, the 100-pound hammer in his grasp appearing as light as a mere toy. Each strike of the hammer was accompanied by a deafening roar, and wherever it landed, Xiongnu soldiers fell like wheat before the scythe, blood splattering in every direction. The sheer force of the hammer was terrifying. A mere touch would inflict injury, a mere brush would bring death. In that fleeting moment, cries of anguish filled the ranks of the Xiongnu, and the air was thick with the stench of blood and the echoes of despair. Lu Hao's bronze giant hammer was an unstoppable force on the battlefield, rendering him invincible. The sheer weight of the hammer, combined with his own strength, made each strike immensely powerful, causing the surrounding Xiongnu soldiers to hesitate in his presence. In this fierce confrontation, Lu Hao's bronze hammer emerged as the most lethal weapon, akin to the scythe of death, mercilessly reaping the lives of the Xiongnu warriors. On the battlements, Xiongnu was taken aback by this spectacle. Lu Hao's prowess shattered his previous perceptions of warfare. He murmured softly to himself, "So this is how battles can be fought." Filled with exhilaration, Xiongnu's expression was beyond words as he seized his weapon and rushed down, mounting his steed to charge out beyond the Yinmen Pass. The elite troops of the Mongolian army, along with a multitude of formidable warriors from the Juxiantang, followed Lu Hao and Xiongnu as they surged forth, plunging into the chaos outside the Yinmen Pass. The battlefield was undeniably tilted in favor of Lu Hao and his allies. Lu Hao wielded his colossal hammer with such ferocity that he could slay several foes in mere seconds, resembling a humanoid behemoth. Not to be outdone, Xiongnu brandished his overlord spear with grandiose flair, showing no mercy to the Hunnic allied forces. However, the battlefield bore witness to more than just their impressive feats. The 1,000 warriors from the gathering of heroes exhibited equally remarkable achievements, each capable of standing against 10 adversaries. Their prowess such that they could hold the rank of lieutenant or general even within a conventional army. Driven by the desire to achieve glory in battle, these warriors exerted themselves to the utmost, displaying the fierce tenacity of tens of thousands of soldiers, coupled with the elite forces of 90,000 Ming family troops. They swiftly plunged the tens of thousands of besieging Hunnic allies into a dire struggle, unable to retreat or counterattack effectively. In the span of a mere quarter of an hour, multitudes of enemies met their demise under the relentless onslaught. This overwhelming assault left even the Hunnic chieftain Tu Man and several tribal leaders from the Hu people in a state of shock. Before they could deliberate on whether to retreat or reinforce their ranks, they found themselves bereft of soldiers. Mao Dun, issue the command to fall back 30 miles. Tu Man commanded, his brow furrowed in concern. Observing his father's hesitation, Mao Dun firmly stated, "Father, retreating now will significantly diminish our troops' morale. How can we expect our warriors to silence? I am the chieftain of the Huns, and no one dares to speak out of turn. Retreat." Tu Man thundered, cutting off his son's protest. Mao Dun understood. Although Mao Dun harbored grievances, he recognized his father's shortcomings in leadership. With the allied forces rallying under his command, he dared not voice further dissent. Soon, hundreds of thousands of allied troops began a slow retreat, and Lu Hao chose not to pursue them, understanding that after such a long march, engaging in a large-scale battle was unwise. Even if he felt unburdened, the tens of thousands of Meng family troops were weary. Furthermore, given the disparity in numbers, a complete victory would necessitate a modicum of strategy. Xiongnu led a group to incinerate the bodies of the foreign adversaries. Failure to do so could invite the scourge of plague, a dire consequence indeed. Lu Hao gazed at the blood-soaked Xiongnu and smiled. Here, at this moment, although Xiongnu appeared somewhat fatigued, he remained extraordinarily exhilarated. It was his inaugural experience leading troops in defense of a city, his first engagement in such a grand-scale confrontation. How could he not feel a surge of excitement? Upon returning to the Yinmen Pass, Xiongnu introduced Lu Hao to the commanding officers of the garrison, General Sun Da, the commander, and his deputy, Gu Feng. However, the commander, Sun Da, had already succumbed to exhaustion. Meanwhile, Deputy Gu Feng was barely holding on, driven only by a flicker of stubbornness. Otherwise, he would have collapsed into slumber. Lu Hao harbored a deep admiration for those soldiers who had steadfastly defended against foreign tribes for many years. Despite being in their 30s, their appearance bore the marks of time. akin to that of individuals in their 40s, due to the relentless exposure to the elements at the frontier. Lu Hao greeted the defenders of the city with a sumptuous feast, ensuring they were well fed and could enjoy a restful sleep. After a brief report from Gu Feng, who barely touched his meal, he returned to his quarters and fell into a deep slumber. According to Gu Feng's account, the original force of 12,000 at Yimin Pass had dwindled to fewer than 1,000 due to casualties, and the hastily recruited, able-bodied men now numbered only around 1,000. It must be said, they are truly remarkable, with merely over 10,000 men. They withstood the relentless assaults of an enemy army of 400,000 for 2 consecutive days and nights. One could discern that Sunda was indeed a skilled commander. Otherwise, he would not have been entrusted with such a vital stronghold. Within a mansion serving as a temporary command post, Lu Hao, Xiang Yu, Zhang Liang, Fu Su, and others were engaged in deliberation. Master, according to the tally, today the Meng family army suffered 1,000 casualties, with fewer than 100 fatalities. No one from the gathering of Heroes Hall perished, with only 10 lightly wounded. The enemy left over 90,000 corpses both inside and outside Yimin Pass. 90,000? Perhaps we should also account for the deaths caused by Sunda and his men prior to our arrival. Lu Hao remarked with a calm smile upon hearing Fu Su's report. Fu Su nodded with a smile. After this battle, his perspective had shifted somewhat, and for the first time, he felt that with Lu Hao present, it was indeed possible to triumph against overwhelming odds. Indeed, Sunda and his soldiers had already slain over 40,000 before our forces arrived. They are truly the elite warriors of our great chain. Zhang Liang, the esteemed strategist, nodded in agreement with Fu Su's words. They are genuine heroes. However, considering the current situation, the enemy still boasts a minimum of 300,000 troops, while our forces stand at only 100,000, placing us at a numerical disadvantage. As Lu Hao led his troops into battle today, Zhang Liang, Chen Ping, and other strategists observed the conditions of the Xiongnu's rear base from the city walls, further discussing strategies. Zhang Liang and Chen Ping were regarded by Lu Hao as his chief strategists, providing counsel. Although he was quite astute himself, during wartime, it was essential to gather collective wisdom. Have you two devised any ideas? Lu Hao inquired, raising an eyebrow at the expressions of Zhang Liang and Chen Ping. The general likely has a strategy in mind. He is testing us, isn't he? Chen Ping exchanged a glance with Zhang Liang before turning to Lu Hao with a composed smile. The general has some thoughts, but I am uncertain if our ideas align. Lu Hao's lips curled into a subtle smile as he regarded the two men. Gentlemen, why not share your strategies together? Upon hearing this, the three exchanged nods and, in unison, proclaimed a night raid. After uttering these words, they shared knowing glances, as if united by a shared vision of heroism. Hearing their response, Xiang Yu couldn't help but smile. After an hour of recuperation, his strength had nearly returned. For a warrior of his caliber, the slaughter on the battlefield felt like his true calling. He sensed an insatiable thirst for combat and eagerly awaited the next opportunity to strike. At this moment, the promising news ignited a fervor in his gaze. However, Fu Su, upon hearing their declaration, furrowed his brow and promptly voiced his concerns. Sir, the soldiers have endured many days of arduous travel and have just fought a fierce battle today. Would a night raid not be somewhat unwise? Lu Hao, upon hearing Fu Su's words, secretly shook his head, pondering that indecisiveness would not lead to greatness. On the battlefield, opportunities are fleeting. If one fails to seize them in a timely manner, the chance for victory may slip away. However, he understood that Fu Su's concerns were not without merit, and thus refrained from directly contradicting him. Zhang Liang, Chen Ping, Fan Zheng, and Xiang Liang all heaved slight sighs. Although each had their own thoughts prior to joining the Hall of Worthies, over time, they developed a profound respect for Fu Su. After all, he could genuinely be considered a good person. Alas, born into a royal family, good people seldom enjoy long lives. The enemy would likely share this sentiment, believing that our forces, exhausted, would not dare to launch a night raid. Precisely for this reason, we must catch them off guard. Upon hearing Lu Hao's assertion, Fu Su felt a sudden enlightenment and humbly remarked, My wisdom pales in comparison to that of my teacher and esteemed gentleman. A night raid is indeed a commendable strategy, but it is prudent that the number of soldiers involved should not be excessive. Otherwise, being discovered by the enemy could lead to failure. At this juncture, Zhang Liang spoke up. Therefore, I shall lead 1,000 warriors from the Hall of Worthies. Lu Hao's words rendered everyone speechless. Absolutely not, under no circumstances. This matter is of utmost gravity. It is far too perilous. The general must not act with recklessness. We should deliberate further. Zhang Liang, Fu Su, and others hastily interjected, eager to dissuade him. Lu Hao is the very backbone of the entire army. Should anything happen to him, it would be a catastrophic blow to them all. Lu Hao felt a warm glow in his heart upon hearing the concerns of those around him. Such is the essence of character, that there are those who worry for his safety. Enough, he declared resolutely, you need not fret for my well-being. I shall lead them stealthily to carry out the decapitation operation. Indeed, Lu Hao is preparing for a special operation, a surprise assault on the stronghold of the Xiongnu, with the intent to eliminate their high-ranking officials, thereby leaving them in disarray. Decapitation operation? The old fellow Xiang Liang looked at Lu Hao with a puzzled expression. Lu Hao did not provide a direct answer, but instead turned to Xiang Yu, who was seated nearby, and spoke in a low voice, Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu is here. Xiang Yu quickly rose and approached Lu Hao, bowing respectfully. Order the cavalry to eat and rest well. We shall depart at the third watch, between 1 and 3 in the morning. You must lead them to lie in ambush outside the Xiongnu camp, awaiting my signal. Once the signal is given, you are to launch a fierce attack, ensuring that the Xiongnu are caught off guard. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yu spirit soared, and he stood tall, bowing deeply as he respectfully replied, Xiang Yu obeys. He then eagerly went forth to convey Lu Hao's orders. General, while we may conceive of a night raid, might not the Xiongnu also anticipate this? If they were to launch a night attack against us, then Fanzing voiced his concerns at that moment. They may consider it, but they will not dare to strike at us in the dark. After suffering significant losses in this battle, they will not recklessly initiate an assault. Moreover, it is said that the Xiongnu are indecisive and will certainly not act in such a manner. Before Lu Hao could utter a word, Zhang Liang took the initiative to speak, sharing some of his insights. Lu Hao nodded in approval, acknowledging Zhang Liang's insights. He surveyed his surroundings and spoke in a grave tone. Ladies and gentlemen, this night is destined to be tumultuous. Now, let us all retire to rest. As Lu Hao had foretold, the night was indeed fraught with unrest. Far away in Xianyang, Meng Tian received a message via carrier pigeon from Fu Su. And upon reading its contents, he felt as if struck by a thunderbolt. He could scarcely fathom the consequences should Yingzheng truly fall victim to Zhao Gao's treachery. After only a few years of unification, were they to plunge once more into chaos and warfare? Thus, disregarding the curfew, Meng Tian donned his armor, grasped his treasured sword, and mounted his steed, accompanied by a handful of trusted aides as they galloped towards the palace. Ordinarily, the esteemed General Meng Tian would have faced little opposition even during a curfew, for he was a man of privilege. However, this night was different. Scarcely had he exited the gates when a group of patrolling soldiers barred his path. General Meng, the curfew is in effect. Please return to your residence at once. A young officer commanded, flanked by his men. Preposterous. I must enter the palace to speak with His Majesty on urgent matters. Clear the way at once. Meng Tian, consumed by urgency, had no time for idle banter with these minor officials. General Meng, it is late. His Majesty has retired for the night. Perhaps it would be best to discuss this matter tomorrow? The officer's audacious remarks soon alerted Meng Tian to an unsettling truth. Typically, patrolling soldiers would immediately grant passage upon recognizing him, never daring to obstruct his way. Yet these men, fully aware of his status, persisted in their blockade, even suggesting he postpone an audience with Yingzheng. Such a significant military affair was beyond the purview of a mere officer. Coupled with the alarming news from Fu Su, Meng Tian deduced the identity of the soldier's commander. In other words, Yingzheng's life hung perilously in the balance this very night. This realization ignited a fierce rage within Meng Tian. Out of my way, lest you wish to feel the sting of my blade. With that, he unsheathed his sword, its glimmer illuminating the night, emanating a chilling aura that pressed upon the soldiers before him. His eyes brimmed with authority and lethal intent, conveying a clear warning. Any further words would lead to dire consequences. Indeed, the officer was cowed by Meng Tian's formidable presence. After a moment's hesitation, he gestured to his men, reluctantly parting to allow passage. Humph! Montian furrowed his brows, letting out a cold snort at the crowd before him. He swiftly departed with his trusted confidants towards the Xianyang palace. However, scarcely had they traveled 2 miles when they were halted by yet another group of individuals, igniting a furious blaze within him. As the esteemed commander of the Ming family army, he found it intolerable that even a mere captain dared to obstruct his path. This only served to heighten his sense of urgency. It must be said, Yi Xiaochuan was indeed a master of manipulation. Disregarding all else, Montian abruptly altered his course, making his way to the training grounds where 3,000 soldiers of the Ming family awaited. He was determined to see who would dare impede him this time. Yet, As Montian marched forth with his grand army towards Xianyang Palace, he encountered no further obstructions and soon arrived at the palace's exterior, since the troops were barred from entering. Montian had no choice but to proceed alone into the palace. He hastened towards Ing Zheng's chambers, ignoring even the eunuchs who attempted to block his way. With a creak, he pushed open the grand door to the chamber and strode in. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty," he called out urgently upon entering. Yet, no response echoed back to him. Rushing to the bedside, he beheld Ing Zheng lying there, a foreboding sense of dread swelling within him. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty," he repeated several times. But Ing Zheng remained unresponsive. Montian's heart sank as he reached out, trembling, to check for breath beneath Ing Zheng's nose. 3 seconds later, his countenance paled drastically. A singular thought consumed him. The qin is finished. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated from behind him. "Montian has poisoned His Majesty. Guard troops, seize Montian." Spinning around, Montian found himself confronted by a throng of soldiers from the guard, advancing to apprehend him. The guard was responsible for the defense of the palace gates and the security of Xianyang. "Zhao Gao," Montian roared, fury surging within him as he fixed his gaze upon the arrogant Zhao Gao standing behind the soldiers. In an instant, the pieces fell into place. Ing Zheng had indeed perished, just as Fusa had reported, and it was Zhao Gao, that scoundrel, who was to blame. Moreover, he had fallen victim to Zhao Gao's treachery, who had orchestrated this scenario to ensure that Montian would be implicated in Ing Zheng's demise, leaving him unable to clear his name even if he plunged into the Yellow River. Yi Xiaochuan's cunning had outstripped Lu Hao's expectations. He had not anticipated that Yi Xiaochuan would ensnare Montian and set his sights on the Ming family army. Should Montian be imprisoned, the remaining 200,000 soldiers would be leaderless, allowing Zhao Gao to smoothly assume command. In this way, he would possess a seasoned and battle-hardened elite force. Coupled with the military leaders he had previously courted, his ranks would swell to a formidable 500,000. At that point, neither the Xiongnu nor Lu Hao would pose any threat to him. This was a spontaneous scheme from Yi Xiaochuan, who reasoned that since Ing Zheng was destined to perish, it would be better to facilitate his own ambitions, thus orchestrating this elaborate ruse. Wait, where are His Majesty's personal guards? Why have the guard troops come? The royal guards, known as the Lang Zhongling Army, serve as the personal protectors of Ing Zheng, ensuring his safety. However, throughout his journey, he has yet to encounter a single member of this elite force. Even those who come to apprehend him are merely from the Wei army. Ah, the royal guards. They have been imprisoned by me due to their treasonous intentions against you. Alas, I have arrived too late. I never anticipated that you would poison our esteemed emperor. Why do you hesitate? Seize this traitorous scoundrel at once." With this declaration, Yi Xiaochuan's voice rose an octave. The Wei army, now subservient to Yi Xiaochuan, obediently prepared to advance upon Meng Tian. Yet who is Meng Tian? He is the commander of the Meng family army, a formidable general. How could he possibly yield? Even when confronted by dozens of adversaries, he remains unperturbed. Drawing his treasured sword, he cleaved through the ranks of these sycophants, swiftly taking down 2 soldiers. Yi Xiaochuan had underestimated Meng Tian, believing that surrounded by elite Wei troops, he could easily capture him. However, before they could even lay hands on him, a dozen of their own had already fallen. Meng Tian fought his way out of Ing Zheng's palace. As he battled and retreated, he raced toward the outer gates of the Xianyang Palace, where his 3,000 troops awaited. If he could reach them, he would have a glimmer of hope. Contrary to his expectations of a bloody confrontation, he found that only these few Wei soldiers relentlessly pursued him as he fled from the palace. Yi Xiaochuan's complacency allowed him to escape so easily. Believing Meng Tian was doomed, he had withdrawn most of his men, leaving only a handful at the palace gates as a backup. In a fierce struggle, Meng Tian finally reached a point less than 100 meters from the palace gates. However, just as he was about to burst through, a cacophony of noise erupted ahead. Looking up, he saw a group of soldiers armed with long spears, standing resolutely in his way. "Meng Tian, your fate is sealed. Surrender at once." Yi Xiaochuan's voice echoed again, tinged with arrogance. Yet Meng Tian paid him no heed. Taking a deep breath, he brandished his sword and charged towards the soldiers. Kill. The sudden ferocity of Meng Tian startled those blocking his path. With a few swift steps, he plunged into their ranks, fighting valiantly. However, the overwhelming numbers began to take their toll. Having already expended considerable energy fleeing from the palace, Meng Tian now relied solely on his sheer bravery and indomitable spirit. Gradually, as he neared within 50 meters of the palace gates, his injuries multiplied and his strength waned. Realizing he was on the brink of despair, He raised his voice in a sorrowful cry. "Ming family army, heed my command. Charge into Xianyang Palace." The voice of Ming Tian resonated like thunder throughout the city of Xianyang. At the moment he uttered those words, Yi Xiaochuan's countenance changed drastically, and he quietly departed unnoticed. With a resounding crash, the gates of the Xianyang Palace were thrust open. Thousands of cavalrymen from the Ming family surged forth like a dark tide. Kill. A vice-general, clad in battle attire, raised his sword high and shouted. Upon witnessing Ming Tian, severely wounded and surrounded by foes, his heart tightened, prompting him to immediately command, "All troops, heed my order, protect the general." The sycophants who had encircled Ming Tian were swiftly reduced to mere pulp. "Vice-General Pang, let us break through Xianyang." Gasping for breath, Ming Tian did not pause for an instant, mounting his steed and addressing Vice-General Pang. "Yi Xiaochuan, the day I return with my army will be the day you meet your demise." After delivering this menacing proclamation, Ming Tian, accompanied by 3,000 cavalrymen, charged out of the Xianyang Palace like a tiger descending from the mountains. On the other side, Lu Hao remained utterly oblivious to the profound transformations that had occurred in Xianyang. As the hour of the dog approached, cloaked in the cover of night, he led 1,000 warriors from the Juxiantang, garbed in dark attire and adorned with camouflage paint, stealthily advancing to the periphery of the Xiongnu encampment, located 50 miles beyond the Yanmen Pass. Though numerous Xiongnu soldiers patrolled the outer perimeter, they posed little challenge to Lu Hao, for with a pistol in hand, the world was his dominion. The Glock, long dormant, was once again called into action. Equipped with a silencer, Lu Hao methodically dispatched the trained soldiers, one by one. To the onlookers of Juxiantang, this was a masterfully devised weapon of precision. The fallen Xiongnu were swiftly dragged away by Lu Hao's men, who then donned their garments. After a few cycles, the patrolling Xiongnu soldiers met their demise at their hands. As the night deepened, silence enveloped the surroundings. When Lu Hao and his companions, clad in Xiongnu attire, boldly strode into the heart of the encampment, he could not help but ponder whether the Xiongnu were overly confident, assured that no one would dare mount a night raid, or if they held unwavering faith in their patrolling soldiers, which resulted in such a sparse presence of guards even within their own stronghold. He gestured to the people behind him, employing signals that Lu Hao had previously taught them, clear and comprehensible. Understanding his intent, they swiftly divided into several small teams, diligently searching the tents for the leaders of the Xiongnu alliance. Gradually, the metallic scent of blood began to permeate the entire Xiongnu encampment. Lu Hao, having arrived alone at the entrance of the central tent, swiftly dealt with the guards outside. Upon entering, the Xiongnu camp erupted into a cacophony of noise, rousing those who had been peacefully slumbering within the tents. It appeared that someone had discovered their presence. "Who are you?" demanded a middle-aged man, glaring fiercely at Lu Hao from beside his sleeping quarters. Lu Hao cast a fleeting glance at him before raising his hand and firing a shot. Who could possibly enter your tent in the dead of night but an unfamiliar man? Certainly not the kind one would expect. Just as he burst forth from the tent, a throng of Xiongnu soldiers came rushing toward this direction. Lu Hao's lips curled into a faint smile. It was clear that he had indeed just dispatched the leader of the Xiongnu. Calmly, he retrieved a grenade from his cloak, pulled the pin, and hurled it into the sky. Approximately 5 or 6 seconds later, the grenade detonated with a tremendous explosion at an altitude of 100 meters. At this moment, Xiongnu led 50,000 cavalrymen of the Ming family, lying in wait like ferocious tigers just a mile from the Xiongnu camp, ready to spring into action. Boom! The sight of the fiery explosion illuminating the night sky brought joy to Xiongnu's heart. "Soldiers, charge with me." With a firm grip on the reins, he galloped forth into the fray. An increasing number of Xiongnu soldiers surged towards Lu Hao, yet his massive hammer struck down with devastating force, preventing anyone from closing in on him. This hammer, crafted by disciples of the Imo family before he left Peixian, weighed 99 jin and measured nearly 1 meter in diameter. In the chaos of battle, wielding such a formidable weapon proved to be immensely advantageous. Is it merely about strength? Pathetic. Charge. We must kill him. Mount on. Witnessing Lu Hao's formidable prowess, became increasingly frantic. His cunning scheme had unfolded seamlessly. All that remained was to eliminate Lu Hao for a flawless victory. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Hao and his allies were indeed planning a night raid. However, Mao Dan had reduced the number of patrolling soldiers within the camp, believing that with Lu Hao's offensive, he could eliminate his own father and ascend as the new Khan. In his eyes, the old Khan was unworthy of leading the current Xiongnu. Lu Hao, upon hearing Mao Duan's words, curled the corner of his mouth in disdain. "You wish to kill me? Perhaps in your next life," he retorted. With that, Lu Hao's entire being transformed into a brilliant golden hue, signifying his metamorphosis into a super scion. The hammer in his grasp began to whirl with increased velocity as he seized the chain, sending it hurtling towards the hundreds of adversaries before him. Fire! Mao Dun commanded loudly, prompting a cadre of archers to aim their arrows at Lu Hao. Yet, Lu Hao remained unfazed, continuing his assault while they focused on their aim. With a series of whooshing sounds, a volley of arrows soared towards him, their impact resulting in a few metallic clangs echoing through the air. Kill. Concurrently, Xiangyu led a formidable cavalry of 50,000 Mongolian warriors, sweeping towards the Hunnic encampment like a tempest. Each of these iron-clad riders was a battle-hardened warrior, donned in heavy armor, wielding long spears, and astride steeds that neighed thunderously, embodying an indomitable spirit. The might of this cavalry far surpassed that of Lu Hao's hammer. Unstoppable, they trampled through the ranks of the Hunnic coalition, causing soldiers to fall beneath their hooves amidst a cacophony of screams and wails, merging into a symphony of death. Ha ha. Xiangyu's laughter resonated with an insatiable thirst for victory and contempt for his foes. Armed with a long spear, he charged forth, slaying anyone who crossed his path within the camp. Under Xiangyu's command, the 50,000 Mongolian cavalry showcased the prowess of the elite Qin cavalry. Their relentless charges were as formidable as landslides and tsunamis, instilling dread in the hearts of the Huns. They executed their enemies mercilessly, turning the Hunnic camp into a chaotic melee in a matter of moments. Within the span of less than an hour, the Hunnic coalition was thrown into disarray, gradually dispersing in retreat. Withdraw. Mao Dun, recognizing the tide had turned, declared the retreat to his surrounding Hunnic soldiers, promptly mounting his steed to make his own escape. Approximately 15 minutes later, the Hunnic encampment was engulfed in flames, with no living soul remaining among the Hunnic coalition. They left behind countless corpses in their frantic flight. Do not pursue the desperate, Lu Hao bellowed, observing Xiangyu, who was now consumed by rage, intent on pursuing them relentlessly. Did he not realize that a cornered rabbit might also bite? It was no wonder he ultimately succumbed to Lu Bang. In his bloodlust, he was unstoppable. Upon hearing Lu Hao's admonition, Xiangyu finally regained his senses and rode his horse to Lu Hao's side. General, today has been exceedingly exhilarating. With our 50,000 men, we have managed to vanquish an enemy force several times our size. Xiangyu, drenched in blood, smiled broadly, revealing his gleaming white teeth as he spoke to Lu Hao. Lu Hao smiled with calmness and remarked, in warfare, one cannot rely solely on numbers. One must consider strategy, equipment, and various other factors. You, my friend, should take your time to learn. Upon hearing this, Xiangyu was momentarily taken aback. And then he gazed at Lu Hao with a look of complex emotion. After a few seconds, Xiangyu performed an astonishing gesture. He knelt on one knee and clasped his hands in a respectful salute toward Lu Hao. My lord, from this day forth, I am at your service. Lu Hao smiled faintly upon hearing Xiangyu's words. He had been anticipating this very statement. Rise, from now on, we are brothers. Supporting him by the arm, Lu Hao helped him to his feet, and once again, Xiangyu was moved by this sentiment. Throughout his life, he had admired no one except his uncle, Xiang Liang. And Lu Hao. Lu Hao's military prowess was unparalleled, and his strategic acumen was profound. It was difficult not to hold him in high esteem. Perhaps in the past, Xiang Liang had always instructed him to restore the Chu kingdom, yet now, nearing 30, he found himself achieving nothing. Living a life of turmoil alongside his uncle had long since wearied him. Fortunately, their fortunes began to change upon joining the gathering of heroes. Subsequently, after being thoroughly beaten by Lu Hao, Xiangyu gradually became familiar with him, perceiving Lu Hao as a man of considerable depth. Coupled with the talents he had displayed, Xiangyu realized that opposing Lu Hao in the future would undoubtedly lead to his downfall. If that were the case, it would be wiser to align himself with Lu Hao. Thus, the renowned warlord of Western Chu, Xiangyu, would come to be an indispensable general under Lu Hao's command. The following afternoon, Lu Hao, still in slumber, was roused by Zhong Li Mai's urgent call. My lord, urgent military news from Xianyang. Zhong Li Mai presented a small strip of cloth to Lu Hao and respectfully stood by. What? Ying Zhang has passed away, and Ming Tian has been framed? Lu Hao, still in a semi-conscious state, became alert upon reading the news. While he was not surprised by Ying Zhang's demise, he was taken aback by the treachery against Ming Tian. However, Lu Hao quickly contemplated the implications, letting out a cold chuckle. It seems I underestimated you. Yet, your plan does not appear to have been entirely successful, as Ming Tian has managed to escape. TSK, your future will not be pleasant. As Lu Hao mused to himself, Zhang Li might remain silent, awaiting further instructions. Have the people from Xiong Manlu and Lu Zhanyuan departed from Xianyang? Lu Hao murmured softly, turning to glance at Zhang Li Mei. Zhang Li Mei nodded and promptly replied, Zhao Sun has already discerned the precarious situation and has ordered everyone to retreat overnight, leaving only a few individuals in Xianyang City to gather intelligence. Lu Hao felt a degree of trust in Zhao Sun, recognizing his astuteness and thorough consideration. Now that Ing Zheng has perished, we shall be unreserved. Send a message via carrier pigeon to Han Xian and the others, urging them to swiftly converge with our forces. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Zhang Li Mei's eyes as he respectfully affirmed, understood, after which he gradually exited the room. Yi Xiaochuan, oh Yi Xiaochuan, I shall soon return to seek you out. I am eager to see what strategies you have amassed during this time, and whether they will suffice to entertain my hundreds of thousands of troops. Lu Hao smiled faintly, dressed himself, and stepped out of the room. After such an incident, who could still afford to sleep? He needed to promptly inform Ing Zheng's eldest son. Lu Hao entered a spacious hall, where he observed Zhang Liang, Fu Su, and others engaged in earnest discussion. It seems you all rose earlier than I, he remarked. Nonsense, teacher, Fu Su replied with a smile. We are not as burdened as you. We merely took a brief respite to restore our energy. However, as Fu Su approached Lu Hao, he was met not with a smile, but with a grave expression. Feeling uncertain, Fu Su was taken aback when Lu Hao handed him a small piece of cloth. Upon receiving it, Fu Su looked at the message inscribed upon it with confusion. In an instant, his complexion drained of color, and his hands trembled as he held the cloth. Disbelief etched across his features. Father has passed away? He stammered, staggering backward, staring blankly at Lu Hao. The news struck Zhang Liang and the others like a bolt from the blue, yet their sorrow was not for Ing Zheng. How could this be? I have only been away from Xianyang for a mere fortnight. Why would my father die? And why has my teacher been wrongfully accused and forced to flee Xianyang? What on earth has transpired? At that moment, the grand demeanor expected of a prince of the Daqin vanished from Fu Su, who collapsed helplessly onto the ground. Gazing at the cloth in despair, Zhang Liang exchanged glances with Chen Ping and the others, before he approached Fu Su to offer comfort. My lord, please accept my condolences. The fact of the emperor's passing is undeniable. Our immediate task is to uncover the events that transpired in Xianyang, and we must locate General Meng. After Zhang Liang spoke, he turned to Lu Hao, who nodded slowly in affirmation, prompting him to continue. If indeed someone has poisoned the emperor, we must return to Xianyang to avenge him. At this juncture, Fu Su's demeanor shifted. No longer indecisive, he rose with fervor and declared, Yes, I shall avenge my father. He then turned to Lu Hao, stepping closer. His brow furrowed and his expression resolute. Teacher, I implore you to assist me. Lu Hao nodded, extending his hand to pat his shoulder, saying, I shall aid you in avenging your grievances. However, our immediate priority is to utterly eradicate the foreign tribes beyond the pass. Only then can we wholeheartedly return to Xianyang. The Lord, the Xiongnu coalition has now retreated to encamp 80 miles outside Yemen Pass. According to reports from our scouts, the Xiongnu still number over 200,000. Zhang Liang's address of my lord took Lu Hao by surprise, for he noticed the smile gracing Zhang Liang's face, leading him to discern the underlying meaning. After Ing Zheng's demise, Zhang Liang's singular obsession had vanished. It was evident that he sought a formidable and wise ruler to whom he could pledge allegiance. And Lu Hao stood as the sole candidate. Your words ring true, my lord. We must first eliminate these predatory foreign tribes before we can fully commit to returning to Xianyang. Chen Ping also expressed his agreement, and soon thereafter, Xiang Liang and Fanxing joined in, each referring to Lu Hao as my lord. Seeing this, Fu Su remained silent, fully aware that the realm, having just experienced over a decade of peace, was on the brink of chaos once more. Report. A soldier burst in, addressing General Lu with urgency. The Xiongnu forces, 80 miles beyond the pass, have begun their retreat, moving swiftly eastward. Before Lu Hao and the others could fully process this information, another voice followed closely behind. Report. The defense of Dai County is in peril, with fewer than 2,000 soldiers remaining in the city, and we urgently seek assistance. Lu Hao gestured for the two to withdraw, and they, displaying remarkable understanding, retreated. It appeared they had shifted their focus, unable to conquer Yanmen Pass. They sought to attack other cities. Zhang Liang sighed. Their strategy is rather astute. This time, I shall resolve this predicament once and for all. Xiang Yi was roused from his slumber by Xiang Liang. The two swiftly led 10,000 light cavalry towards Dai County to provide reinforcements. Though that region was not yet under Lu Hao's control, they were all compatriots of the Han, and he could not idly watch as foreign invaders ravaged their land with fire and slaughter. Unlike Yinmin Pass, Dai County was not as easily defensible, and the situation there appeared far more favorable. 10,000 light cavalry would suffice. Their smaller numbers allowed for greater agility, enabling them to reach their destination within a day. As for the more than 200,000 Xiongnu troops, they would not arrive in less than 3 days, and they were doomed to meet their demise in the inferno that awaited them. That evening, Lu Hao once again initiated a nocturnal raid, leading 900 martial artists from the Juxiantang. As before, they silently dispatched the patrolling Xiongnu soldiers and proceeded to disperse oil from wooden barrels throughout the Xiongnu camp. Indeed, Lu Hao aimed to orchestrate a flawless cremation for the Xiongnu forces, expending 10 points to exchange for 100,000 pounds of gasoline. Each of the 900 men carried 50 pounds of gasoline, generously dousing every tent they encountered, while Lu Hao acted alone, wielding tens of thousands of pounds of gasoline, bestowing his favor upon every tent he found. With numbers on their side, the members of Juxiantang had learned from their previous experience and became exceedingly cautious. Half of the Xiongnu camp had been drenched in gasoline without anyone noticing. The newly appointed leader of the Xiongnu coalition, Mao Dun, was deeply troubled today, unable to find rest as he tossed and turned on his sleeping mat. Ultimately, he decided against sleep, opting instead to patrol the camp to prevent a repeat of previous oversights. However, upon stepping outside his tent, he was met with an unusually strong odor. "Do you smell that?" Mao Dun furrowed his brow, directing his gaze at the soldiers stationed on either side of his tent. "Yes, my lord. We have noticed this scent for some time now. It started faintly but has grown increasingly potent," one guard replied, bowing low. Mao Dun was known for his caution, and his capabilities surpassed those of his father, which was why he was able to ascend to leadership immediately following his father's demise. Immediately disperse and investigate. Look for anything unusual. Upon issuing his command, Mao Dun followed the scent himself. The aroma of gasoline was unknown in ancient times. Even if they detected it, it would merely be an irritating scent, nothing more. But Mao Dun was different, without a modicum of wisdom. How could he inspire loyalty and commitment from his men? As he traversed the camp, the scent intensified, yet a flicker of doubt began to stir within him. He had been walking for several minutes without encountering a single patrolling soldier. Just as he contemplated calling out, he spotted a furtive figure, the sixth of the trio, holding a wooden barrel and pouring something outside a tent. "Who are you? What are you doing?" Mao Dun bellowed, noticing the figure donned in the garb of his soldiers. The individual was the leader of the Longxi Three Evils, known as Tian Sha. Startled by Mao Dun's voice, Tian Sha turned to face him, a young Xiongnu glaring back at him. Tian Sha remained silent, dropping the barrel and leisurely approaching Mao Dun. Initially, he intended to follow the usual approach, silently eliminating him before continuing his task. However, Mao Dun was not like the ordinary Xiongnu soldiers. "Stop!" As Mao Dun observed the silent Tian Sha gradually approach him, he unleashed a formidable shout. Tian Sha, momentarily taken aback, was about to respond when Mao Dun uttered a string of incomprehensible words that left Tian Sha utterly bewildered. The language spoken by Mao Dun was that of the Xiongnu, which Tian Sha could not possibly comprehend. It became evident even to the dullest observer that Tian Sha was not one of the Xiongnu. Seizing the moment, Mao Dun shouted urgently, "The enemy is launching a night raid." He then drew his sword and aimed to strike at Tian Sha. Tian Sha, however, was no pushover. He swiftly unsheathed his weapon and engaged Mao Dun in combat. After a brief exchange of blows, neither could gain the upper hand. Realizing the peril of the situation, Tian Sha abandoned all hesitation and bolted away, racing towards the encampment of the Xiongnu, as he caught sight of flickering flames rising ominously in the distance behind Mao Dun. Lu Hao had once advised them that upon seeing flames, they should flee with all their might, without hesitation, for otherwise they would become mere charred remnants. Mao Dun had initially intended to pursue, yet upon glancing back, he beheld the inferno merely dozens of meters away. A cold sweat cascaded down his brow as the flames spread with alarming rapidity, threatening to engulf the entire Xiongnu encampment. Stumbling backward in trepidation, a profound sense of helplessness washed over him. He realized that his grand army was doomed, and that he had countless brilliant strategies yet to enact. Now, it seemed, he would meet his untimely demise. As the fire rapidly expanded, the Xiongnu camp was instantaneously consumed by the roaring blaze, illuminating the night sky as if it were day. The sprawling encampment, stretching for miles, was transformed into a sea of flames, trapping the Xiongnu soldiers within, with no means of escape. Their anguished cries rose and fell like a mournful chorus filled with despair. It was not that they did not wish to flee, rather, they were rendered powerless. The last remaining avenue of escape had been sealed by Lu Hao with barrels of gasoline, and they found themselves ensnared by the inferno, struggling hopelessly amidst the fiery abyss. Lu Hao stood atop the mountain, gazing down alongside over 900 members of the gathering of talents at the magnificent inferno below. Despite the considerable distance of several hundred meters separating them, they could still feel the searing heat wave enveloping them. As the air was thick with the acrid scent of charred remnants, intermingled with a nauseating odor, the members of the gathering were profoundly moved by the spectacle. Even amongst them were those of dubious character, engaged in petty theft and robbery. Yet, they were witnessing such a breathtaking scene for the very first time. Some overly compassionate souls averted their gaze, unable to bear the sight. Upon observing the situation, Lu Hao furrowed his brow and spoke softly. "Remember this. Those who are not of our kin must be eradicated. If you do not strike them down, once they breach the gates and lay waste to our cities, it will be our people, our families, our brethren who perish. On the battlefield, one must suppress any feelings of compassion. The most worthless sentiment in war is pity, and it can also prove to be the most fatal." Thus, the Hunnic army was mercilessly consumed by a raging inferno. Ambitious as he was, Mochou had yet to realize his grand aspirations before being utterly engulfed by the flames. Days later, Han Xian, commanding an army of 300,000, rendezvoused with Lu Hao. Their previous position was within Hunnic territory, not far from Yinmen Pass. Upon receiving Lu Hao's urgent message, he decisively marched to join forces. Over the course of months, Han Xian's 200,000 troops, bolstered by an array of sophisticated weaponry, suffered minimal casualties. Additionally, a steady influx of reinforcements from Kuaiji further augmented his ranks, leading to a significant increase in his forces. Consequently, only a few thousand soldiers fell in the campaign against foreign adversaries, each one a hero deserving of honor. Since Han Xian and his comrades arrived at Yinmen Pass, Zhang Liang and Chen Ping began to grasp the extent of Lu Hao's capabilities, while others squabbled over trifles. Lu Hao had boldly penetrated enemy territory. To their astonishment, they discovered that Lu Hao commanded a multitude of elite warriors, with generals abounding and strategists plentiful. As for Fusu, he could only sigh, for reports indicated that the Qin dynasty was in utter chaos. Following Ying Jing's demise, Hu Hai ascended to the throne with the support of Zhao Gao and Li Si. Numerous factions had risen in rebellion, particularly remnants from various states. Of the more than 40 commanderies, 10 had already been divided among them. Little did Fusu know, however, that a significant portion of the remaining 30 commanderies was now under Lu Hao's control, with a smaller fraction in the hands of Yi Xiaochuan. The current state of the Qin dynasty could be described as a mere shadow of its former self. Lu Hao now commands a territory that surpasses even that of the former Qin dynasty. Once he eliminates those petty clowns, he shall indulge in the pleasures of emperorship. Report. On this day, as Lu Hao, Han Xian, Xiao He, and Zhang Liang deliberated on military matters, a voice resonated from outside the door. A messenger entered. Kneeling on one knee and proclaiming loudly, "I report to you, my lord, General Meng Tian has arrived at Yinmen County with the Meng family army." What? General Meng has come? At this moment, no one was more exhilarated than Fusu. Indeed, however, General Meng bears severe injuries and is now on the brink of death. Upon hearing this, Lu Hao immediately rose to his feet. "Xiang Yu, take Cui Wenzi and hasten to rescue Meng Tian." Understood. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiang Yu stood and bowed respectfully before setting off. On the second day after Lu Hao scorched the Xiongnu, he perused the world map to assess the situation and unexpectedly noticed Cui Wenzi's name within the Yinmen commandery. He decisively instructed Xiang Yu to bring him forth. In the midst of such brutal warfare, the presence of a master healer could save countless soldiers' lives. After Cui Wenzi's arrival, Lu Hao appealed to his emotions and reason, hoping to persuade him to remain and nurture skilled physicians. However, Cui Wenzi was resistant, accustomed to a life of freedom and reluctant to be constrained. Yet, upon hearing Lu Hao propose a few medicinal formulas, Cui Wenzi's perspective shifted dramatically. Lu Hao said little, merely mentioning a few straightforward, traditional Chinese medicine prescriptions. While these may appear simple in later generations, in this era, everything relies on personal research. Many esteemed physicians are often confounded by complex maladies, making Lu Hao's prescriptions notably appealing to Cui Wenzi. Consequently, Cui Wenzi agreed to remain in Lu Hao's ranks for a period, with the stipulation that Lu Hao must not impede his departure when the time comes. Lu Hao certainly had no objections. Who would wish to depart once they had entered their own faction? Such a notion was preposterous. Wasn't he fond of indulging in wine? From now on, the hero could revel in intoxication to his heart's content. Subsequently, Lu Hao meticulously replicated his medical techniques, even reproducing the formula for the elixir of immortality. Although the system provided a means to exchange for eternal life, there was an undeniable allure to acquiring it without cost. A day later, Xiang Yu and Cui Wenzi finally returned with Meng Tian. At that moment, Meng Tian lay pale and unconscious. "Old Cui, how is Meng Tian faring?" In a room, Meng Tian rested on the bed, while Cui Wenzi, with one hand checking his pulse and the other wielding a silver needle, proceeded with acupuncture. Lu Hao, Fu Su and Deputy General Pang were gathered in the room, observing Cui Wenzi. After he finished his tasks, Lu Hao inquired about the situation. It was dire. General Meng had lost an excessive amount of blood, and after days of travel, malevolent energy had invaded his body, causing a fever. Although the wounds had been crudely bandaged, they had already begun to fester. It was feared that the malevolent energy had permeated his internal organs. Given General Meng's frail condition, he could not take potent restorative medicines. It was a grave predicament. Seeing old Cui shake his head, Fu Su became alarmed. However, Lu Hao suddenly recalled that this was merely an inflammation leading to infection and fever. If that were the case, the substantial box of anti-inflammatory medicine he had previously exchanged would certainly prove useful. As Lu Hao prepared to retrieve the medicine, Meng Tian unexpectedly awoke. It was the third day since his unconscious state. Evidently, old Cui's acupuncture had yielded some effect. "Teacher." Fu Su rushed to the bedside upon hearing Meng Tian's voice, gazing at him with deep concern. "Young master." Meng Tian weakly regarded Fu Su, managing a faint smile. "Do not worry, for here lies a divine healer who will surely restore you to health." Cui Wenzi, hearing this, curled his lips and took several swigs from the wine flask at his waist. "I am acutely aware of my condition. I fear I shall not endure much longer." The emperor's demise was orchestrated by Zhao Gao, that treacherous rebel. "Young master, you must avenge his majesty." As Meng Tian spoke, his emotions surged, causing him to cough up a small amount of blood. "I know, I will avenge my father. Teacher Lu Hao will support me." Meng Tian called out to Lu Hao, who stood by the bedside. "Do not worry, you will not perish," Lu Hao assured him, offering a slight smile. Meng Tian managed a sorrowful grin. "I, Meng Tian, have fought for the great Qin for over a decade, and never did I foresee descending to such depths. I fear this time I may truly be finished. My singular wish is to avenge His Majesty. Lu Hao, from this day forth, the Meng family army shall be under your command. I hope you." Before he could finish, he fell unconscious once more. "I told you, you will not die. Not even Jesus could prevent it," Lu Hao exclaimed. "Old Cui, administer these medicines to Meng Tian. They should help reduce the fever. For the severely festering wounds, excise the necrotic tissue. I do not care what means you employ. Ensure that Meng Tian's life is preserved." Lu Hao, with a determined expression, retrieved anti-inflammatory medication from his bosom and handed it to Cui Wenzi. The deputy general, Pang, was profoundly moved by Lu Hao's actions, and he recognized that Lu Hao's temporary leadership of the Ming family army was indeed a commendable decision. Can this truly prevent malevolent energies from infiltrating? Cui Wenzi inquired, perplexed, as he accepted the medication and gazed at Lu Hao. Indeed, Lu Hao affirmed solemnly with a nod. If that were the case, it was worth a try. However, even if they managed to save Meng Tian, he would not be able to rise from his bed for several months. That matters not. All that is required is to preserve his life. The rest will be taken care of by us. Deputy General Pang, issue the orders. You shall lead 10,000 Meng family soldiers to defend Yinmen County, while the remaining troops shall rest for a day, and I shall lead the charge back to Xianyang. A day later, Lu Hao, at the helm of 500,000 troops, departed Yinmen County in grand fashion. Having already assimilated regions such as Yinsheng County, Dai County, and Shanggu County, he specifically retained several thousand elite soldiers to safeguard the borders. The formidable army swept through their path, leaving no region unclaimed by Lu Hao. Presently, he commanded an elite force of 300,000, complemented by an additional 300,000 from various regional armies. Each conquered county allowed him to leave behind some of his elite, while the original county troops were fully incorporated into his campaign. Thus, although his original elite forces diminished from 500,000 to 300,000, the overall strength had significantly increased. This strategy was intended to ensure that the lands he had conquered would not fall prey to unscrupulous individuals. With a vast army and an array of sophisticated long-range weaponry, including that of Han Xin and others, their success seemed assured. They traversed the distance from Yinmin County to Hedong County in less than a month. While they advanced with ease, Yi Xiaochuan, several hundred kilometers away, was in a state of turmoil akin to an ant on a hot pan. He initially believed that Lu Hao would not return so swiftly, considering the Xiongnu had assembled a coalition of several 100,000 troops. How long would it take to fell such a multitude? Moreover, even if Lu Hao managed a narrow victory, what would remain of his forces? The mere numbers in Hedong County and Taiyuan County, numbering in the tens of thousands, would be a daunting challenge. He would not be able to return for at least a year or a year and a half. However, to his astonishment, Lu Hao's journey from Xianying to Hedong County and back took less than 2 months, a fact that Yi Xiaochuan found utterly unacceptable. In a hurry, he summoned reinforcements from other regions, barely managing to gather an army of 200,000. Yet, what could such a force achieve against Lu Hao's 600,000? The conference hall in the palace of Xianying was desolate. Seated upon Ing Zheng's throne, Yi Xiaochuan seethed with rage. Why? Why does Lu Hao possess such a formidable force? Historically, apart from Ming Tian, no one has ever triumphed over the Xiongnu. There has never been a figure such as Lu Hao. Why? Why is this happening? Is this world I have traversed not the one of history? Or has my arrival triggered a butterfly effect? Yi Xiaochuan had never contemplated whether Lu Hao was also a time traveler. Although Lu Hao possessed Xiangmenlu and Jing'erzui, the chef at Xiangmenlu was Gao Yao, who could easily brew liquor if he so desired. Gao Yao could very well utilize Lu Hao's financial resources to conduct long-term research, thereby producing potent spirits. In turn, Lu Hao would amass greater wealth, enabling him to recruit and expand his forces. Gao Yu, why do you align yourself with Lu Hao? We are family. The more Yi Xiaochuan pondered, the more incensed he became, the veins on his neck bulging with rage. Come in, he bellowed. And the heavy doors of the grand hall slowly creaked open. A woman clad in white timidly entered, trembling as she knelt before him. Gao Yao, you are devoid of righteousness. Do not blame me for my lack of compassion. TSK. Yi Xiaochuan let out an unsettling cackle as he gazed at the quaking figure before him. In Hedong County, Ani, at this moment, Lu Hao was leading his army in respite while awaiting a new shipment of supplies from Sisui County. Han Xian's forces were invincible, thanks in no small part to the clandestine armaments factory in Sisui County, where Wang Hu and Xia Hoing worked tirelessly to produce weapons, arrows, and other consumables. They promptly dispatched these provisions to Han Xian's army, their contributions no less significant than Han Xian's own. Once this new shipment of equipment arrived, Lu Hao was prepared to launch his final assault on Xianying. The remaining factions were mere trifles, and once Xianying fell, he would delegate the aftermath to Xiangyu and Han Xian. What stature was there to warrant his personal involvement in such a campaign? Report, my lord. General Xiahou has successfully delivered the supplies to Ani today. A messenger arrived at an expansive courtyard, relaying the news to Lu Hao, Xiaohe, Zhang Liang, and others who were enjoying tea in a pavilion. Oh, has it finally arrived? Upon reaching Hedong County, Lu Hao had instructed Han Xian to send a message via carrier pigeon to Pei Stian regarding the transportation of supplies. After seizing the entirety of Hedong County, they had waited 5 days, and at last, someone had come. Half an hour later, as Lu Hao engaged in casual conversation with Zhang Liang and others, Xia Hoing, accompanied by several individuals, arrived at the residence where Lu Hao was temporarily staying. My lord. Upon seeing Lu Hao, Xia Ying's immediate reaction was to kneel on one knee, his eyes brimming with admiration. Upon encountering the long-missed Xia Hoing, Lu Hao was filled with warmth. For these individuals had once been his steadfast companions in the earlier days. He took a couple of steps to his side and assisted him to his feet. After a prolonged separation, Xiahou had visibly lost weight. I appreciate your dedication, Lu Hao remarked. Do not underestimate the challenges of logistics. For those who are committed to their duties, every role demands their utmost effort. With a voice tinged with emotion, Xiahou gazed at Lu Hao and proclaimed, It is not arduous at all. My greatest regret has been not fighting alongside you on the battlefield. I humbly request your permission. Lu Hao replied, Very well. Accompany me as we march towards Xianying. Now tell me, what supplies have you brought? Lu Hao smiled as he patted his shoulder. Thank you, my lord. I must report to you that Xiahou has brought with him an army of 100,000, provisions amounting to 1,000,000 stones, an impressive arsenal of 200,000 arrows, over 1,000 siege ladders, and 1,000 catapults. Furthermore, the artillery that you have been diligently studying has also been successfully developed by Jiang Hao's master, Lu Xuanzi. Oh, the artillery has been successfully developed? Lu Hao felt a surge of excitement upon hearing this. Indeed, my lord, it has been over a month since you departed from Pei Xian. during which Jiang Hao brought the 6 mysteries to Pei Xian. The 6 mysteries have been tirelessly researched day and night, and at long last, it was developed a month ago. Seeing Lu Hao's slight excitement, Xiahou Ying was exceedingly pleased. Excellent. The master of MO is truly extraordinary. My lord, the 6 mysteries has asked me to convey a message. Without the sketches and insights you provided earlier, he would never have been able to achieve this remarkable feat. Lu Hao smiled faintly and promptly inquired about the number of cannons. My lord, the cannons have been developed, however, their production is arduous, and we can only manufacture 10 each month. As of now, we possess merely 15 cannons, yet we have amassed over 10,000 shells. In addition, Lu Xuanzi has also crafted a type of thunderfire bomb, which, when placed in a catapult and subjected to a violent impact, will produce a tremendous explosion. Excellent. Truly. The reputation of the Mo family is well-deserved. Relay my military orders. Tomorrow, the army shall set forth and besiege Xianyang. Lu Hao was filled with joy. For with such a formidable siege weapon, even the towering and fortified walls of Xianyang would pose no obstacle to breaching. My lord, please do not be hasty. There is still another matter. The matriarchs also accompanied Xiahou to Ani. Upon hearing the words of Xiahou Ying, Lu Hao was momentarily taken aback. The children, Su Su and Yu Shu, how did they arrive? Xiahou Ying, with a hint of reluctance, replied. The mistresses expressed their longing for the Lord after being apart for several months, and thus requested that I bring them along. I hope the Lord will forgive me. Just as Xiahou Ying was about to kneel, Lu Hao swiftly intervened. Ha ha, General Xiahou, I presume you are still a solitary soul, are you not? Surely. The Lord would not hold you accountable. Zhang Liang approached the two with a cheerful demeanor. Indeed, General Xiahou has done well. The Lord currently has no offspring. If it were to happen, shall he also step forward, smiling as he joined the conversation? Lu Hao rolled his eyes upon hearing the words of the two. Convey my military orders. The entire army shall rest for 3 days. After 3 days, we shall besiege Xianyang. The few individuals chuckled and clasped their hands, replying, understood. After ascertaining the whereabouts of LG and the others, Lu Hao strode out of the residence. However, just as he stepped beyond the threshold, a wave of laughter echoed from within the estate. According to Xiahou Ying, LG and her companions, along with Gao Yao and several hundred chefs from the Fragrant Tower, had arrived in Ani. They were currently en route to the army's main camp, preparing to serve a sumptuous feast for the soldiers. When it came to cunning strategies, LG was undoubtedly among the elite, understanding that the emperor was not one to let his troops go hungry. And her efforts were also aimed at enhancing Lu Hao's image in the hearts of the soldiers. Contemplating this, Lu Hao quickened his pace, wishing he could soar directly to them. Alas, he lacked the skill of lightness. It had been nearly 4 months since he last saw LG and the others. Could he not miss them? This was, after all, the longest he had abstained from meat since reaching adulthood. Upon leaving the city and entering the army's encampment, Lu Hao soon spotted the striking figures of 3 women, Ji Er, Su Su, and Yu Shu. Lu Hao hastened to their side, and upon hearing his words, the 3 immediately turned around, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. Regardless of the presence of onlookers, they rushed towards him. Oh! Xiang Yu led the raucous laughter at this sight, and the surrounding soldiers joined in as well. You have all worked so hard during this time, Lu Hao said with a warm smile, offering comfort to each of them. After a few words of reassurance, the 3 finally parted, their faces flushing a deep red at the soldiers' playful teasing, and they hurried into a nearby tent. What are you laughing at? Don't you have wives? Lu Hao continued. If not, once we conquer Xianyang, I shall find each of you a beloved, ensuring that every one of you returns with a beauty in your arms. Lu Hao, upon hearing the raucous cheers of the crowd, couldn't help but smile subtly, his lips curving upward. My lord, as Lu Hao's words echoed, the surrounding soldiers erupted into a cacophony of cheers. In these tumultuous times, even securing a meal was a challenge, let alone finding a bride. Such notions had scarcely crossed their minds, much like Fan Shiliang, who, after much effort, managed to marry, yet had not even laid eyes on his wife before being conscripted to repair the Great Wall. It is undeniable that the twilight years of the Qin dynasty were truly abysmal. Lu Hao smiled as he dismissed them, then stepped into the tent. What brings you here? I heard that you even brought old Gao along. Lu Hao gazed at the 3 individuals, their faces flushed with a rosy hue, and he found it increasingly difficult to contain himself. Yet, in order to avoid producing any indiscreet sounds, he restrained his impulses. His sister expressed concern that her husband had been overworked and not eating well during this time, which is why she brought Gao Yao along. El Su, fidgeting and speaking in hushed tones, dared not raise her gaze to meet his. Observing L Su's demeanor, Lu Hao could not resist stepping forward to tease her gently. Lu Hao embraced her from behind and whispered softly in her ear, "What about you? Have you missed me?" LV Su's murmured response elicited a hearty laugh from Lu Hao. "You, after being away for several months, have not even bothered to return and check on us," Yu Shu remarked, casting a sorrowful glance at Lu Hao, reminiscent of a wronged woman. Lu Hao released Lu Su and approached Yu Shu, bestowing a tender kiss upon her scarlet lips, a gesture laden with unspoken sentiments. The two sisters, Lu Ji and Lu Su, shyly turned their heads away. After a lingering embrace, Lu Hao finally relinquished Yu Shu and slowly made his way to Lu Ji. "You have worked hard," he remarked. "It was nothing," Lu Ji replied, her eyes glistening with emotion, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Lu Hao's words made her feel that every effort was worthwhile. That evening, within the residence where Lu Hao was temporarily staying, Lu Hao, Han Xian, Zhang Liang, Xiang Yu, Xiao He, and Gao Yao gathered together. "Let us first express our gratitude to our esteemed chef for preparing such a lavish feast for us." Lu Hao raised his glass and, gazing at the long unseen Gao Yao, said with a cheerful smile, "Boss, you are being overly modest. This is merely my duty." Gao Yao, lifting his own glass, shyly replied in his distinctive accent, "Come, let us toast together." After all present indulged in a hearty drink, they began to engage in light-hearted conversation. At that moment, Gao Yao's life was vibrant and full of color. Lu Hao had found him two wives, both daughters of affluent families. The young ladies did not look down upon him simply because he was a chef. Rather, they were both food enthusiasts who adored their witty and culinary skilled husband. Their families also regarded him favorably, understanding that his exceptional culinary skills could sustain their lineage, not to mention his connection to Lu Hao, who was a valuable ally. After Lu Hao personally hosted the wedding for Gao Yao, life became exceedingly delightful. Each day was filled with affection from both sides, inciting envy among onlookers. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, the conversations among the guests grew increasingly animated, each engrossed in their own exchanges, with many becoming quite tipsy. At that moment, Gao Yao approached Lu Hao and sat beside him, slightly disoriented, and whispered into his ear, "Boss, are you also a time traveler? How is it that you can command troops and brew fine liquor? There is no mention of you in history, not even in the tales of Liu Bang." Before Gao Yao could finish his thought, he succumbed to slumber, resting his head on the table. Lu Hao gazed at Gao Yao, a smile curling at the corners of his lips, surprised that Gao Yao had managed to deduce the truth. It was hardly surprising. For even though Lu Hao's demeanor might have been meticulously crafted, his actions were undeniably ahead of this era. The very presence of artillery only further underscored the notion that Lu Hao was not of modern times. After Gao Yao succumbed to intoxication, Lu Hao paid no heed to the others and chose to depart the scene, for there were still 3 enchanting ladies awaiting his company. Lu Hao arrived at LG's chamber without delay. As he pushed open the door, a familiar fragrance wafted towards him, revealing LG seated gracefully upon the bed, her enchanting demeanor evoking a profound sense of admiration. Unable to restrain the tumultuous force within him, he approached the bedside, extending his arms to envelop LG in a tight embrace. Her body quivered slightly at his touch, yet she promptly reciprocated, embracing Lu Hao with equal fervor. Lu Hao's lips gradually approached LG's cheek, and he closed his eyes, savoring the delicate warmth of her skin. Then, without hesitation, he pressed his lips against hers. At the moment their mouths touched, it felt as if an electric current surged between them. LG's passionate response further enchanted Lu Hao. She closed her eyes, her arms tightly embracing his back, as if to meld him into her very being. Subsequently, the imagination takes flight. 3 days later, in Xianyang, led by Lu Hao, an army of 700,000 has arrived at the gates of the city, surging forth like a tide of darkness, encircling Xi'an. The citizens within the city are filled with trepidation, fearing that the impending turmoil will bring them endless suffering. Days prior, the gates of Xi'an had been securely shut, imposing strict limitations on entry and exit to prevent any spies from infiltrating the city. Outside, hundreds of thousands of troops stand in meticulous formation, their battle cries echoing like a cataclysm, deafening in their intensity. This phrase is chanted repeatedly, resonating across the vast plains. The overwhelming clamor surges forth like a torrential flood, imbued with an irresistible force that engulfs all of Xi'an. Approximately 10 minutes later, the audacious Lu Hao, skilled and fearless, approaches the city gates alone on horseback. Lu Hao raised his gaze towards the towering walls of Xianyang, his voice resonating with authority as he declared, informed Zhao Gao to surrender the city. Perhaps I shall grant him a swift end. This plea for capitulation only served to instill trepidation among the soldiers atop the ramparts of Xianyang. Outnumbered, with merely 30,000 men against an adversary whose forces were double their own, the prospect of battle appeared daunting. Indeed, half an hour later, Yi Xiaochuan hurriedly ascended the battlements of Xianyang, a flicker of anxiety and unease etched upon his visage. He cast a sweeping glance at Lu Hao's formidable army encamped beyond the walls, his heart constricting with apprehension. Lu Hao, you, a mere upstart, are in rebellion. Surrender at once, for perhaps His Majesty, Hu Hai, may spare your life. Yi Xiaochuan endeavored to maintain his composure, yet a tremor betrayed his resolve. Rebellion? His Majesty Hu Hai? Who has acknowledged such a claim? Even with the ascension of a new emperor, it would solely be the esteemed Prince Fusu. Hu Hai is but a frivolous youth, unworthy of the throne. And you, Zhao Gao, having poisoned the late emperor, manipulated the court, and installed Hu Hai as ruler. Do you truly believe this confrontation can be avoided? Lu Hao's words struck like a sharp sword, piercing directly into Yi Xiaochuan's heart. Yi Xiaochuan was utterly terrified. When Lu Hao's forces approached, he had contemplated fleeing, yet his long-standing position of power made him reluctant to abandon it all. Thus, he found himself in a verbal duel with Lu Hao. This is slander. It was clearly Meng Tian who poisoned the late emperor. Before his demise, the emperor confided in me his intention to support young Master Hu Hai. I am merely acting in accordance with the emperor's wishes. Yi Xiaochuan gritted his teeth, feigning calm as he retorted. Meng Tian? He is the commander of the Ming family army, having fought valiantly for the Qin for over a decade, repelling foreign invasions and engaging in countless battles. How could you possibly accuse such a hero of poisoning anyone? Have you lost your senses? Lu Hao let out a cold laugh and shouted loudly, Your mind is truly. Just as Yi Xiaochuan was about to retort, the words caught in his throat, and his eyes widened in horror as he gazed at Lu Hao. Are you perhaps a time traveler? Upon hearing that phrase, Yi Xiaochuan's expression changed dramatically. He finally deduced Lu Hao's true identity. It was neither a high-ranking official aiding him, nor was it the result of a butterfly effect triggered by his arrival. Rather, Lu Hao himself was a time traveler. So you have just realized? Is it too late now? Sometimes, cleverness can lead to one's own downfall. Lu Hao's voice dripped with a hint of mockery as he produced an object from his pocket and hurled it towards Yi Xiaochuan, who stood atop the city wall. The item traced a graceful arc through the air, and the vigilant city guard swiftly caught it, then respectfully presented it to Yi Xiaochuan. This. Yi Xiaochuan gazed at the object in his hand, feeling dizzy and unsteady. Had it not been for the timely support of the guard, he might have toppled from the city wall. You scoundrel! After all my efforts to find you, it turns out to be you? Yi Xiaochuan's voice nearly shattered the city wall as he roared in fury, his emotions teetering on the brink of chaos. What have I done to offend you? You despicable wretch! Upon seeing the phone in his hand, Yi Xiaochuan quickly grasped the entirety of the situation, unleashing a torrent of curses directed at Lu Hao. Indeed, I've stopped pretending. I confess, I was the one who sent you to the palace. No need for thanks. Below the city wall, Lu Hao observed Yi Xiaochuan's furious yet helpless expression, a smirk creeping onto his lips. He felt no offense at Yi Xiaochuan's outbursts and insults. Instead, he reveled in a sense of accomplishment. Why? Why on earth? Yi Xiaochuan bellowed hoarsely, his frustration boiling over. Seeing Lu Hao's smug demeanor made him wish to descend and thrash him, yet he dared not do so. There is no reason. I simply find you displeasing. Is that sufficient? Lu Hao shrugged and spoke with a sense of ease. Do you take issue with me? Do you even know who I am? We hail from the same world. Why treat me this way? Yi Xiaochuan's voice brimmed with indignation and confusion. How absurd. They say when fellow townsfolk meet, tears well up in their eyes. Yet here you are, kicking me where it hurts upon our first encounter? At this moment, Yi Xiaochuan found himself at a loss for words, utterly speechless. Meanwhile, the soldiers guarding the city of Xianyang were left bewildered by the exchange between Lu Hao and Yi Xiaochuan. They could not grasp the essence of their conversation, only understanding that the two were from the same place yet at odds with each other. Who says we are fellow townsfolk? I'm from Hong Kong. Where are you from? Lu Hao cast a sidelong glance at Yi Xiaochuan atop the city wall. I'm from Beijing S49 City. A fabrication. If you come up here, I'll make sure to beat you to a pulp. Consider yourself fortunate if you leave unscathed. Yi Xiaochuan's face turned a deep shade of fury, his fists clenched tightly, veins protruding, as if he might explode from sheer rage. He bellowed, his voice brimming with unbridled fury and resentment. Come down. Let the officer reward you with a bullet. Lu Hao let out a cold laugh. retrieving a pistol from his pocket and measuring it with a casual demeanor. Yi Xiaochuan immediately broke into a cold sweat, crouching down to conceal himself and shouting, "You've brought a gun? How ridiculous. You can carry a phone, but I can't bring a gun? Who made that rule?" Lu Hao taunted him, dripping with disdain and mockery. "Not just a gun. If you refuse to surrender, there are cannons ready to serve you as well. Open your eyes wide and look a mile behind me." Lu Hao, while speaking, concealed the handgun within his coat. To end a life with a single shot was far too effortless, a method he would never employ. After taking a few cautious steps, Yi Xiaochuan carefully peeked out, gazing at the distant army. His pupils constricted incessantly, his eyes widening in astonishment as he stammered, "Have you even managed to manufacture cannons?" Surprised? Astonished? The small blade has finally opened its eyes, hasn't it? Lu Hao had been speaking like an ancient scholar for quite some time, yet at this moment, while engaging in conversation with a modern individual, he cast aside all constraints and spoke freely with Yi Xiaochuan. You. Yi Xiaochuan stammered in his fury. "Stop with the you nonsense. Will you surrender or not? If you refuse to yield, I shall storm into Xianyang and make you experience the ultimate truth. To hell with you. Wouldn't he surrender be even more miserable? My Qin soldiers, this man is a treacherous rebel. Shoot him down with a hail of arrows." Yi Xiaochuan, increasingly exasperated, resolved to end the conversation with Lu Hao. He was on the verge of losing his temper and felt an overwhelming urge to leap down and crush him. Thus, he swiftly commanded the soldiers stationed at the city wall. Yes, the soldiers responded immediately, stringing their bows and unleashing a barrage of arrows towards Lu Hao below. However, the next moment, they found themselves utterly astonished. The arrows, akin to wooden sticks devoid of arrowheads, merely bounced off Lu Hao's body, which, astonishingly, began to shift in color. What in the world? Is he transforming like a scion? Do you possess the golden bell shield as well? Yi Xiaochuan was even more dumbfounded by this spectacle. Indeed, you are truly a master of both martial and literary arts. Lu Hao, with a cheerful smile, raised his head and, after finishing his words, turned around and shouted loudly, "You struck first, so do not accuse me of being ungracious. Fire at will." Lu Hao's voice resonated with such intensity that it could be heard even a mile away by the vanguard troops. Upon receiving the command, renowned generals such as Xiang Yu and Han Xian sprang into action, each wielding torches as they skillfully ignited the fuses of the cannons. 15 cannons roared to life simultaneously, creating a magnificent spectacle. Flames soared into the sky, the thunderous cannon fire echoed like the growl of a colossal beast, and the projectiles streaked through the air like meteors, hurtling towards the city of Xianyang. The cacophony of cannon fire reverberated, overwhelming the battlefield with its ferocity. As Yi Xiaochuan beheld the incoming shells, a singular thought consumed him. It was over. Everything was lost. The deafening sound of the cannons pounded against the city walls, each impact creating massive gaping holes. And the fortifications trembled under the relentless assault, appearing as if they might collapse at any moment. The entire city of Xianyang seemed to suffer divine retribution, the thunderous roar causing panic among its citizens, who scattered in search of safety. Though the shells did not land in residential areas, the instinct for self-preservation prevailed. "You stubborn little wretch, do you truly compel me to resort to violence?" Lu Hao scoffed at the towering city walls before him. With a swift motion, he produced a formidable hammer from thin air. Raising the weighty implement, he observed as the cannons fell silent after only a few rounds. Turning to his troops, he bellowed, "Charge!" With that, he spurred his horse towards the city gates, and behind him, hundreds of thousands surged forward, the cavalry leading the charge, their battle cries and the sound of thundering hooves creating an ear-splitting din. As Lu Hao approached the gates, he hurled the hammer, which weighed over 100 pounds. With all his might, the massive hammer sliced through the air like a comet, striking the gates with a resounding crash. A tremendous noise erupted, deafening in its intensity. The seemingly impregnable gates, under the force of Lu Hao's strike, yielded to reveal a vast breach, splintered wood flying in all directions as the gates teetered precariously. On the brink of collapse, Lu Hao charged forth without the slightest hesitation, riding alone into the fray. A multitude of cavalrymen swiftly followed, and within mere minutes, they breached the gates of Xianyang. Spare those who surrender. Xiang Yu, leading the cavalry, was the first to enter the city. It was evident that Lu Hao stood undaunted. Encircled by hundreds of soldiers, his voice resonating with commanding authority. With sheer force of will, he subdued the soldiers present. Clearly, Lu Hao's army would face no formidable resistance. 70,000 against 20 or 30,000, such arithmetic is child's play. The mere sight of the overwhelming forces approaching disheartened the defenders, extinguishing any thoughts of rebellion. After all, their meager pay for a month hardly justified risking their lives. The gates of Xianyang were soon under the control of Lu Hao's army, and the defenders capitulated without a fight, much to the chagrin of valiant generals like Xiang Yu and Ingbu Longqie. Where is Zhao Gao? After the surrender of the gate guards, Lu Hao ascended the city walls in search of Yi Xiaochuan. The commander of Xianyang, trembling and cowering in a corner, stammered, "He vanished moments ago. I know not where he is gone." Lu Hao regarded the commander with disdain, thinking, "How can one like you claim to be the guardian of Xianyang? You bring shame upon the ranks of the Qin generals." Noticing Lu Hao's displeasure, the commander hastily added, "I am but a lowly lieutenant, and Zhao Gao he." Lu Hao understood that Yi Xiaochuan had no formidable generals by his side, so he was casually seeking someone to serve as cannon fodder. "Let us proceed to the Xianyang palace." Lu Hao disregarded him and led Han Xian, Xiang Yu, and others directly to the palace of Xianyang. At this moment, Yi Xiaochuan had nowhere else to go and was presumably within the palace. The Grand Army marched forth with great momentum, encountering no obstacles along the way. After approximately 10 minutes, they arrived at the palace of Xianyang, which stood unguarded, its gates wide open as if to warmly welcome Lu Hao's arrival. Under the leadership of Lu Hao, they arrived at the Grand Assembly Hall of the Xianyang Palace. Upon entering, they indeed beheld the figure of Yi Xiaochuan. At that moment, Yi Xiaochuan was adorned in a dragon robe, crowned with a diadem. Seated majestically upon the dragon throne, his countenance serene as he regarded Lu Hao and his companions who had just entered. Beneath the throne, there knelt a palace maid. Trembling in fear, Lu Hao stepped forward, gazing at Yi Xiaochuan, who stood a mere 10 meters away, with a serene smile. At that moment, Yi Xiaochuan spoke first. "Do you know? Ever since I entered the palace, I have often been subjected to bullying. Thus, I resolved to uncover the identity of those who have caused me such suffering. Moreover, I aspire to acquire supreme power. Only then can I safeguard myself in this chaotic world. Consequently, I endeavored to ingratiate myself with Hu Hai. Although he is a scion of a fallen dynasty, I remained indifferent. At that time, anyone who could assist me in ascending the ranks appeared to me as a benefactor. I imparted to Hu Hai numerous skills related to indulgence and pleasure. You understand, modern individuals possess profound knowledge of enjoyment." As Yi Xiaochuan recounted this, he offered a self-deprecating smile, tinged with a sense of melancholy. Lu Hao remained silent, attentively listening to his final words. "After earning Hu Hai's trust, I found myself unsatisfied with the power I held at that time. Although it appeared quite glamorous, to put it bluntly, I was merely a sycophant to Hu Hai. Thus, I began to inquire about the name Zhao Gao, for in my recollection, the Grand Eunuch Zhao Gao was a figure of immense influence. Strangely, however, I could not locate him. I had nearly scoured the entire imperial palace, yet there was not a single trace of Zhao Gao. Gradually, I approached Dingzhong, applying the same methods of ingratiation that I had used with Hu Hai. It was evident that these two were indeed father and son, and perhaps the later years had dulled Yingzhang's ambition. Astonishingly, I gained his trust, was promoted to the position of Minister of the Central Chariot, and was even bestowed the name Zhao Gao. Do you comprehend the feeling of desperately seeking refuge in another, only to realize that the person you sought was yourself?" At this point, Yi Xiaochuan's expression oscillated between rage and elation, rendering him akin to a madman. Lu Hao, listening to Yi Xiaochuan's words, turned to Han Xian and the others, gesturing for them to leave. In an instant, they comprehended the unspoken command and began to exit the grand hall. Before departing, Xiang Yu cast a complex glance at Yi Xiaochuan. Although their interactions had been brief, they had shared a certain camaraderie. It was somewhat sorrowful to witness a former friend reduced to such a state. Once everyone had vacated the premises, Lu Hao regarded Yi Xiaochuan and softly urged, "Continue." Yi Xiaochuan then glanced at the woman kneeling before him and spoke in a measured tone. "Ever since I ascended to the position of Zhao Gao, I have relentlessly sought the individual responsible for my dire circumstances. However, it has proven as futile as searching for a needle in the vast ocean. Regardless of the resources I expend or the number of individuals I enlist, I remain unable to uncover the identity of my adversary. All I know is that the one who delivered me to this fate is the Tingzhong of Kuaiji. I have also dispatched others to trace his whereabouts in Kuaiji. Yet he seems to have vanished without a trace, as if he has been silenced." Lu Hao chuckled with a sense of pride. Upon witnessing Lu Hao's expression, Yi Xiaochuan remained unfazed, merely twitching the corners of his mouth before continuing. "During those days when I felt irritable and questioned the very essence of my existence, a woman appeared before me. Her Yi Xiaochuan's gaze turned towards the woman before him. You must know me. Thus, you should also be acquainted with Gao Yao, especially since that fellow is currently under your command. Lu Zhanyuan nodded gently upon hearing this. Initially, I presumed that Gao would assist you in brewing wine, generating profit, and aligning against me. It appears I was mistaken. Perhaps old Gao remains oblivious to my plight even now. When I first encountered her, I was filled with joy, for she bore an uncanny resemblance to a woman I once cherished. However, upon realizing that old Gao is under your command, I unjustly projected all my resentment towards him onto her. This woman, who bears an identical likeness to Gao Yao's sister, Gao Lan, is the source of my turmoil. Xiaoya, lift your head. After Yi Xiaochuan's words, the woman named Xiaoya slowly raised her gaze, and on her face, one could even discern faint remnants of past scars. Upon encountering Xiaoya, Lu Hao furrowed his brow slightly. Truly, even the wisest can overlook something. He had anticipated everything except for her presence. Xiaoya was the type of woman that lingered in his heart, one he could either cherish or dismiss. His thoughts were entirely consumed by LG and her companions, leading to this oversight. Now, as he beheld Xiaoya, so delicate and pitiable, kneeling before him, a flicker of contemplation stirred within him. It was only after I grasped the situation that I realized I had wronged Lao Gao. Regrettably, from that moment onwards, Xiaoya developed an innate fear of me. It was not until you decisively vanquished the Xiongnu that I sensed something amiss. Initially, I had assumed my arrival had altered history or triggered a butterfly effect. To my utter astonishment, I came to understand today that we were not the only ones who had traversed time. Moreover, you, despicable fellow, even possessed a handgun and had constructed cannons, such a blatant disregard for martial ethics. At this juncture, Yi Xiaochuan shot Lu Hao a fierce glare. Merely a trick. Lu Hao shrugged nonchalantly, exuding an air of provocation. Yi Xiaochuan struggled to contain his rising anger and said, All right, I have finished my tale. But I have one question I wish for you to answer. Why have you treated me this way? Lu Hao chuckled upon hearing this. Because you have offended someone. You have incurred the wrath of the masses. Yi Xiaochuan was perplexed, as he could not fathom the meaning behind those words. All right, come down now. It is not your place to sit there among those 5 or 6 people. Lu Hao cast a smile towards Yi Xiaochuan, who sat regally upon the throne. Heh. I shall not allow you to seize me. If I am to perish, let it be upon the dragon chair. With that, Yi Xiaochuan took a pill from his hand and promptly placed it into his mouth. Upon witnessing the dire situation, Lu Hao swiftly approached, seizing his leg and flipping him upside down, delivering powerful blows to his abdomen. Gah! A copious amount of filth erupted from his mouth. Do you wish to die? Did you consult me first? You still possess your final worth. Lu Hao cast aside Yi Xiaochuan, ignoring him, and instead approached Xiaoya, softly reassuring her, Do not be afraid. You shall be safe from now on. Perhaps it was the allure of the 99 charm. Or perhaps Xiaoya felt a wave of grievance, but she immediately collapsed before Lu Hao, weeping. Her pitiful appearance stirred within Lu Hao a desire to eliminate Yi Xiaochuan right then and there. However, he recognized that the latter still held some utility. Thus, he could not yet meet his demise. As time flew by, 3 days passed. Within the execution grounds of Xianyang City, typically devoid of visitors, a throng of citizens gathered today, encircling the area. They had come to witness the public trial of Zhao Gao, as decreed by Lu Hao 3 days prior. The populace was eager to see the fate of this powerful eunuch, who had manipulated the elite and controlled the court. At this moment, a rudimentary judgment platform had been erected at the execution site. Lu Hao sat in the center, his gaze piercing as he surveyed his surroundings, flanked by Fusu, Han Xian, Zhang Liang, and others. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaochuan, once a revered figure, now a hapless soul, was brought forth, bound tightly and escorted by soldiers, awaiting the justice and wrath of the people. In the front row of the crowd, Gao Yao froze in astonishment upon recognizing the familiar face. Zhao Gao's infamous name was well known throughout the Qin, and Gao Yao, of course, was aware of it. However, he had never seen him before. Today, as he faced judgment, Gao Yao was determined to witness the event firsthand. Arriving early, he secured a prime spot to clearly observe the eunuch who manipulated the court, only to be utterly dumbfounded when Yi Xiaochuan ascended the platform. The individual he had sought for an entire year had become the most notorious eunuch in the nation. Gao Yao immediately called out Yi Xiaochuan's name, turning to Lu Hao on the judgment platform. Boss, is there a mistake? He is my friend. Without a doubt. Gao Yao was a good person, still remembering to speak up for Yi Xiaochuan in this dire situation. Let him in, Lu Hao instructed, waving his hand at the soldiers who were restraining Gao Yao. Recognizing him as the military's esteemed chef, the soldiers hesitated. They could not permit entry without Lu Hao's command. But his words changed everything. Once granted passage, Gao Yao hurried to Yi Xiaochuan's side. Xiaochuan, how did you end up here? Is there some sort of mix-up? How could you become a eunuch? You, who adore women so dearly. Boss, this is a mistake. He is not Zhao Gao, he is my friend Yi Xiaochuan. Gao Yao exclaimed, glancing from Yi Xiaochuan back to Lu Hao on the platform. Lu Hao remained silent, allowing him to enter merely for a final farewell between the two. Old Gao, it seems you have been faring quite well. You've even gained some weight after more than a year of absence. Yi Xiaochuan observed the concern that Gao Yao exhibited with a bittersweet smile. What time is it to still be saying such things? You must be mistaken. No mistake. I am Zhao Gao, and Zhao Gao is me. Gao Yao was taken aback by Yi Xiaochuan's words. How can that be? How did you become a eunuch? Even if you are one, you are not the type to be wicked. What has led you to this state? Upon hearing Gao Yao's inquiry, Yi Xiaochuan turned to glance at Lu Hao on the stage and let out a cold snort. How could I have become a eunuch? You ask me. But who should I turn to for answers? As for why I became a villain, good people cannot survive in the palace. Do you know what life has been like for me since entering the palace? Constantly beaten, never well fed, unable to sleep, living a life worse than that of a beast. All because I lack money and power. I am incomplete. I am utterly useless. And you? You have found a good boss. You possess remarkable culinary skills. And everyone adores the dishes you prepare. What do I possess? Aside from charming women and photography, what else do I have? Do you understand the feeling of being powerless when surrounded by beauty in the palace? Therefore, I crave power. I want to ascend step by step to the pinnacle. I wish to be Zhao Gao. I refuse to be bullied any longer. I aspire to be the most exalted Zhao Gao. I aim to become the first eunuch emperor in history. Gao Yao fell silent upon hearing Yi Xiaochuan's frenzied declaration. He truly could not fathom the extent of Yi Xiaochuan's suffering. To him, Yi Xiaochuan had always been suave and adept at navigating life as challenges, and thus he never worried about his safety. However, upon meeting Yi Xiaochuan today, he realized how misguided his perceptions had been. A once charming and seemingly carefree young man had now been reduced to this state. Having expressed his innermost thoughts, Yi Xiaochuan felt a sense of relief. In the game of kings and conquerors, he had nothing more to say. I have lost. My dreams have been shattered by Lu Hao. It seems I am not destined to be an emperor. I'm sorry, old Gao. Gao Yao was left perplexed by Yi Xiaochuan's seemingly nonsensical statement. It is I who should apologize for not finding you sooner. Yi Xiaochuan shook his head. That is not what I meant. In the palace, I encountered a maid who bears an uncanny resemblance to Gao Lan. I was overjoyed at the time. I cherished her as I would Gao Lan. However, upon learning that you were with Lu Hao, I hastily directed my anger towards her. What? Gao Lan? Gao Yao's eyes widened in astonishment at Yi Xiaochuan's words. Yes. She looks exactly like Gao Lan, but her name is Xiaoyu. She should be in Xianyang Palace now. Since you are Lu Hao's subordinate, you could request an audience with Xiaoyu. Well, Lao Gao, follow Lu Hao closely, and you shall become a legendary chef, blessed with a multitude of descendants. Upon hearing this, Gao's eyes began to glisten, and he fervently nodded, declaring, I am married, with 2 wives. In the future, during Qingming and Chongyang, I shall bring my family to pay respects at your grave. You rascal, when you reach the afterlife, make sure to behave as a proper ghost. Do not let your silver tongue get you into trouble, lest the king of hell comes to settle accounts with you. Yi Xiaochuan chuckled, turning his attention back to the stage. Lu Hao, what are you waiting for? On the stage, Lu Hao nodded at Zhang Liang beside him, who then stood up with a bamboo scroll in hand and began to recite. The treacherous minister Zhao Gao, who poisoned the late emperor, framed General Meng Tian, usurped control of the court, and caused chaos within the palace. Upon hearing the last 4 words, Yi Xiaochuan could not help but twitch his lips, pondering, am I truly capable of causing chaos within the palace? Embracing the notion that one should not fear the multitude of lice, Yi Xiaochuan opted to refrain from opposing the narrative, thinking to himself, say whatever you wish. After Zhang Liang recited several more charges, he paused. Now, let General Lu Hao, the leader of the righteous army, announce the punishment for Zhao Gao. This marks Lu Hao's inaugural appearance in the public eye, boldly presenting himself in an official capacity. Lu Hao rose to his feet and spoke slowly. Zhao Gao's crimes are heinous, preying upon the common people, particularly in recent times, leaving the citizens of Xianyang in utter misery. What do you propose we do? The surrounding populace responded in unison, kill him. Kill him. The modest execution ground was filled with tens of thousands of citizens, their shouts deafening. Lu Hao smiled serenely and raised his hand for silence. I hereby decree the punishment of dismemberment for Zhao Gao. Good, good. The people around expressed no sympathy for Yi Xiaochuan, perceiving him as a thoroughly wicked individual, unworthy of compassion. Upon hearing the sentence, Yi Xiaochuan was drenched in cold sweat. This was, after all, the punishment of being torn apart by horses. His experience in the Qin dynasty was indeed varied. As for Gao Yao, he took a deep breath, gazing at Yi Xiaochuan with a resigned sigh. At that moment, as the crowd began to disperse, Fusu stood up and called out, "Everyone, please listen to me." The crowd halted upon seeing Fusu, for he was well regarded in Xianyang. With the passing of my father and the cruel hands of Zhao Gao upon Hu Hai, our nation cannot endure a single day without a ruler. Yet, Fusu, being rather dull-witted, is unfit to be the emperor of the great Qin. Therefore, I declare to the world that the throne shall be passed to my teacher, General Lu Hao. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in astonishment, while Lu Hao's loyal scholars and warriors rejoiced in their hearts. Please, allow me to finish, Fusu continued. General Lu Hao excels in both civil and military affairs. Were it not for his leadership in repelling foreign incursions, the Yanmin commandery might have already fallen to the Xiongnu. With merely 100,000 troops, General Lu Hao defeated the Xiongnu's 400,000. In terms of literary talent and strategy, he surpasses me. In martial prowess and tactics, he is unparalleled. Fusu, wishing to prevent chaos from engulfing the realm and to spare the people from yet another era of warfare, reached this decision after much deliberation. I implore my teacher to ascend the throne on an auspicious day. With that, Fusu knelt on one knee, genuinely contemplating the gravity of his unfitness for the role of emperor. Lu Hao stands apart, commanding a multitude of civil and military officials as numerous as the stars, with an elite army of hundreds of thousands at his disposal. If he were to ascend the throne, it would be a certainty that the realm would not once again descend into protracted warfare. We implore you, my lord, to choose an auspicious day for your coronation. Upon Fusu kneeling, Zhang Liang and Han Xian, among others, followed suit, prostrating themselves in reverence. The soldiers at the execution ground likewise knelt on one knee, and the surrounding populace, witnessing this act, also bowed down. To them, the identity of the emperor bore little consequence, as long as he governed with benevolence towards the common people. Yet, a few loyal elders of the Qin immediately voiced their dissent. This cannot be, young master. The hard-won empire established by the late emperor should not be relinquished so easily. The elder bore the unmistakable mark of a native of Qin. My dear sir, Fusu is but a novice, truly unfit for such a weighty responsibility. Fusu sighed and shook his head, even if he were reluctant. Lu Hao's followers would surely exert pressure upon him. Given the current state of affairs, Lu Hao's ascension to the throne seemed inevitable. Why must we provoke discord among ourselves? Regardless of the circumstances, Lu Hao would ultimately become emperor. Even if he were unwilling, his seasoned warriors would not permit otherwise. This cannot be. No, it cannot. The elder continued, the late emperor fought valiantly for many years to unify the six kingdoms. Can you fathom the despair of the citizens when their nations lay in ruins? I empathize with your sentiments, yet as the young master has stated, a nation cannot endure a day without a sovereign. Do you truly wish to witness the resurgence of conflict, with the populace enduring lives of hardship and displacement? It is crucial to remember that several districts of the Qin remain embroiled in turmoil, with the people suffering in dire straits while ambitious individuals seek to usurp power. The foreign tribes at our borders eye the Qin with covetous intent. Is this the outcome you desire? Upon hearing the elder's remarks, Zhang Liang was incensed. Is it acceptable for a Qin to be emperor while others are not? His words silenced the dissenting elders, who dared not voice their objections further. Fusu, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement. The recently pacified Qin was indeed ill-suited for internal strife. He then resolutely turned his gaze towards Lu Hao. Please, esteemed teacher, ascend the throne at your earliest convenience. Lu Hao smiled faintly and said, in that case, I shall no longer defer. However, there is no rush to ascend the throne. As Zifang has stated, several counties are still embroiled in turmoil. We must first eradicate the rebellious factions, allowing our citizens to lead peaceful lives. Only then can I ascend to the throne with a clear conscience, worthy of heaven and earth. The Lord's concern for the state is indeed a blessing for the realm, and we are all willing to offer our utmost support. At this moment, Zhang Liang hastily endeavored to enhance Lu Hao's favor. We are all willing to offer our utmost support. The surrounding populace was moved by Lu Hao's words, and there were no dissenting voices. Instead, they applauded in enthusiastic approval. Lu Hao raised his hand to signal for silence, then turned to face the kneeling generals. Han Xian. Han Xian is here. Han Xian replied, his eyes shining with admiration. I command you to lead an army of 300,000 to march forth immediately and ensure the swift eradication of all traitorous factions within our borders. Han Xian, filled with fervor and excitement, responded, Han Xian obeys. Xiangyu. The kneeling Xiangyu was equally stirred, pondering how he could possibly be absent from such a campaign. Xiangyu is here. I appoint you as the vanguard general to assist Han Xian with all your might. Xiangyu obeys. He was no longer obsessed with titles. The opportunity to lead troops into battle was sufficient satisfaction. Long Xia, Ingbu Xiaohuang. We are here. The three responded in unison. I designate you three as vanguard deputies, and I hope you will bravely engage the enemy. The trio exchanged knowing smiles. We obey. With the martial leaders appointed, Lu Hao turned his attention to the strategists. After a moment of contemplation among the advisors, he spoke once more. Xiaohe, Chenping, Chao Can, Xiang Liang. We are here. I assign you as military strategists to assist Han Xian in vanquishing the traitors in the shortest possible time. We obey. Zhang Liang and Fan Zeng, one in poor health and the other advanced in age, were deemed unsuitable for long campaigns with the army, and with the quality of these men, there was no need for more. Very well, I shall await your triumphant return in Xianyang. I vow to serve my lord. A day later, Han Xian, Xiangyu, and their forces, comprising 100,000 cavalry and 200,000 infantry, set forth from Xianyang in grand procession. Yi Xiaochuan's era had come to a close, marking the end of a notable eunuch. However, despite Yi Xiaochuan's demise, Gao Yao found joy in meeting the remarkably similar Xiaoyu. Upon seeing Xiaoyu, tears streamed down Gao Yao's face. In the modern world, the siblings had relied on each other, and as he traversed to this time, his deepest longing was for Gao Lan. Little did he expect to encounter someone who resembled his sister so closely over 2 millennia ago. Gao Yao's heartfelt weeping left Xiaoyu somewhat bewildered, yet upon hearing his subsequent words, she felt a sense of understanding. It turned out that her resemblance to his sister evoked deep sympathy in her for Gao Yao, who had endured a lonely childhood. Thus, under the witness of Lu Hao, the two formed a bond as sworn siblings of different genders. In celebration of this occasion, Gao Yao thoughtfully prepared a lavish feast, inviting Lu Hao, LG, Xiaoyu, and his 2 daughters-in-law to partake in the festivities. That night, Lu Hao also took Xiaoyu under his care, driven by an inexplicable yet sudden affection. All of Xiaoyu's injuries were treated by Lu Hao, and any lingering bruises were dispelled by his inner strength, revealing her as a vibrant and captivating beauty. Although Lu Hao had yet to ascend to the throne, he wielded control over 2/3 of the vast territory of the Great Qin, including much of the lands belonging to the Chang, Xiongnu, and Yuezhi tribes. It was imperative to exercise the power at his disposal. Commanding an army of 700,000, along with an additional 20,000 stationed troops, he faced the challenge of managing such a significant force across numerous fronts. Consequently, he issued a decree for nationwide conscription. Though not through coercion, serving under him was a matter of familial honor. Each soldier's household received several hundred Qin banliang monthly, and every family was granted land to ensure that one soldier's service would shield the entire family from hunger, with generous compensation promised for those who died heroically in battle. Who, then, could rival Lu Hao in wealth? No one dared voice a challenge. Such favorable conditions made it difficult for the populace to refuse enlistment. As a result, within a month, 1 million able-bodied men had been recruited into the army. However, immediate deployment to the battlefield was not feasible. Training was necessary. Thus, Zhang Limian was appointed as the chief instructor for the million-strong army. Although he was somewhat thrust into the role, he was supported by numerous veterans of the Pashahu army, which had been originally led by Han Xian against foreign foes, many of whom were trained by him and were familiar with various military protocols. While the million soldiers engaged in monotonous training, the atmosphere on the other side was one of fervent production. With the soldiers secured, the pressing need was for weaponry. Led by Paistin and Sisui County, several surrounding regions collaborated wholeheartedly to mine resources, with hundreds of thousands of laborers tirelessly wielding hammers each day. Meanwhile, the prominent Mo family leader, Lu Zhanyuan, called upon all disciples of the Mo school to converge in Paistin, working overtime to forge weaponry. Paistin had transformed into a colossal arms factory, producing no fewer than 10 cannons daily, alongside thousands of shells, arrows, and armor, numbers that were truly staggering. With thousands of Mo disciples and Lu Hao providing tens of thousands of blacksmiths, production efficiency soared. Reports suggested that Lu Zhanyuan was also experimenting with a new type of concealed mechanism, inspired by the principles of cannons, aiming to create a simplified version of artillery that could be wielded by anyone, essentially a hand cannon. Upon hearing the news, Lu Hao loudly praised Lu Zhanyuan. The heirs of the Mo family indeed have a penchant for exploring various studies, even delving into the intricacies of firearms. With soldiers and weaponry at hand, Lu Hao could not afford to let his troops suffer from hunger before engaging in battle. Fortunately, the situation was not chaotic, and in recent years, there had been no significant droughts or famines. Lu Hao currently possessed a considerable stockpile of grain, amounting to millions of pickles. To ensure that the common folk could enjoy a better life free from hunger, extensive cultivation of food crops was imperative. Thus, he entrusted Fanzing with this task, instructing him to design simple yet effective agricultural tools such as the six-clawed plow, water wheel, and pickaxe. Fanzing was well suited for this relatively undemanding yet beneficial work and gladly accepted the assignment. Meanwhile, Zhang Liang, under the meticulous care of Cui Wenzi, gradually regained his health. Lu Hao would not allow him to suffer a severe illness at such a young age, as he would need Zhang Liang's counsel for future campaigns in Europe. As time passed, 2 months later, Han Xian and his companions returned triumphantly. Armed with formidable weapons such as cannons and powerful bows, their adversaries stood no chance of resistance. Those who remained holed up within their fortifications were met with cannon fire that shattered their gates, rendering any further defense futile. Han Xian and his comrades managed to restore peace throughout the vast Qin territory in just over a month of relentless campaigning. After the triumphant return of the army, it was time for Lu Hao to ascend to the throne. In 210 B.C., amidst the gaze of countless onlookers, Lu Hao successfully ascended and proclaimed himself Emperor Taizong. He renamed the nation Han and designated the first year of the Great Han Era. Following his ascension, it was essential to bestow titles upon his ministers. Xiaoli was appointed as the left chancellor, Zhang Liang as the right chancellor, and Qin Ping as the minister of justice, while other civil officials received various honors. On the military front, Lu Hao established the 5 tiger generals, Xiang Yu, Long Xie, Ingbu, Zhang Limei, and Jibu, comparable to the 9 ministers. The elite army of 1.7 million soldiers was divided into 5 major legions, each commanded by one of the 5 generals, categorized as the Divine Fire Army, the Divine Mechanism Army, the Destruction Army, the Greedy Wolf Army, and the 7 Killers Army. As for Han Xian, Lu Hao appointed him as the Grand General, a title equivalent to the 3 dukes. But he refrained from granting him the position of Grand Commandant at this moment, fearing that it would diminish his motivation in the future. Meng Tian, under the care of Cui Wenzi, also awakened, recovering remarkably well. Upon regaining consciousness, he discovered the change of dynasty and was not overly surprised. Initially, he had intended to retire to his homeland, but Lu Hao would not permit such a formidable general to step back into obscurity. After all, how could a man of less than 40 years wish to abandon his post and return to a life of farming? Lu Hao immediately appointed him as the Grand General, placing him on par with Han Xian. Although he had not contributed significantly to Lu Hao's ascension, the 300,000 troops of the Meng family had nonetheless been integrated into Lu Hao's command. Moreover, the mere title of commander of the Ming army justifies such a rank, as the national soldiers hold profound respect for this general who has long defended against foreign tribes. Xia Hoing and Wang, who were designated as the leaders of the Imperial Guard, while Zhao Sun was appointed as the Minister of Revenue, responsible for managing Lu Hao's finances. The remaining military officers were rewarded according to their merits in battle. Following the commendations of both civil and military officials, attention turned to the imperial harem. Elji was named Empress of the Han Dynasty, Elsu was honored as Consort Su, Yushu as Consort Shu, and Xiaoyu as Consort Yu. Thus, in the first month of the first year of the Han Dynasty, Lu Haolang commanded Han Xian and Xiang Yu to lead an army of 500,000, mobilizing 5 legions of 100,000 each to embark once more on a campaign against foreign tribes. This time, he aimed to eradicate all foreign peoples from the world's map entirely. The chaos of the 5 barbarians, the Jingkong incident, and the 10 days of Yangzhou would all be crushed in their infancy. Of course, due to the influence of Yushu, Tuan had already surrendered. They understood the futility of opposing such overwhelming power and were acutely aware of Lu Hao's ruthless tactics. Thus, this outcome was their best option. Henceforth, Tuan would forever remain a vassal of the Han, obligated to pay tribute annually, with military forces limited to no more than 5,000. These 5,000 would serve merely as peacekeepers to maintain order, especially since the daughter of Tuan was wed to Lu Hao. They could not afford to be overly defiant. After all, A small nation with a population of merely tens of thousands could hardly stir significant trouble. In the first year of the Han Dynasty, February, Han Xian and Xiang Yu divided their forces. On the 10th of February, Xiang Yu dealt a crushing blow to the Xiongnu, whose forces were already scant and fragmented like scattered sand. Within just a few days, Xiang Yu's army captured hundreds of thousands of Xiongnu men, who were subsequently executed and sent to the Han to work in the mines. The remaining hundreds of thousands of Xiongnu women were also taken to the Han, their presence serving solely for the purpose of human propagation. In this era, the Han population was alarmingly low, at most around 20 to 30 million. To address this, Lu Hao set a modest goal for the men of the nation, to procreate abundantly. Within 2 years, he aimed to achieve this modest target. As individuals could marry as young as their teens and bear children into their 50s and 60s, procreate they must. On the 12th of February, Han Xian personally led the army to penetrate the eastern who, meeting a fate akin to that of the Xiongnu. Captured men and women were all transported to the Han. And within just 2 months, the territory of the Han had doubled, approximately reaching the size of modern-day 8 to 9 million square kilometers. With over 1 million enslaved miners, the Han's mining industry flourished remarkably within a single month, yielding various ores, allowing Lu Hao to have Lu Xuanzi manufacture a greater variety of goods. Likewise, within a year, the number of newborns across the nation soared to several million. On the 1st of July in the first year of the Han Dynasty, Lu Hao summoned the esteemed ministers and military leaders, including Han Xian, Ming Tian, Xiang Yu, Zhang Liang, and Xiao He, to convene at the Hall of Audience in the Zhanyang Palace. Within the Grand Chamber, the civil and military officials stood on either side, exchanging reports on the recent developments across the nation. Your Majesty, this year has yielded an abundant harvest. The national wheat production is approximately 500 million. Or about 500 billion Jin, Fu Su remarked, bowing slightly and smiling at Lu Hao. Lu Hao had not neglected Fu Su, having established a dedicated grain management bureau. All matters concerning the allocation and requisition of grain throughout the nation were entrusted to Fu Su, in whom he placed considerable trust. While he may not be suited for larger affairs, this was certainly within his capabilities. Oh, that indeed qualifies as a bountiful harvest, Lu Hao replied, nodding in satisfaction from his throne. It is important to note that the current population of the Han Dynasty is merely over 30 million. With each person consuming 2 jin of grain daily, the annual consumption amounts to less than 300 billion jin. Even a mere few tens of millions of grain could sustain an army of 100,000 for a year or two. Do you know why I have summoned you here today? The ministers exchanged bewildered glances, given the nation's prosperity and strength. With the territory of the Han Dynasty exceeding that of the Qin by a factor of 2, and all foreign tribes along the borders having been vanquished, they found it difficult to fathom Lu Hao's intentions. Lu Hao observed the silence among the crowd, and with a hearty laugh, he proclaimed, "Do you not realize that this world is vast?" Upon hearing this, the 2 esteemed generals, Han Xian and Ming Tian, seemed to grasp an unspoken truth. Your Majesty, they inquired, does not our Han Dynasty currently possess the entirety of the realm? It was then that the unrefined Xiang Yu stepped forward, utterly perplexed. Our Han, he questioned, do you not understand that the territory of our Han Dynasty is, in the grand scheme of the world, scarcely larger than the district of Changsha? Upon Lu Hao's utterance, all present were rendered speechless, unaware of the vast expanse that lay beyond the borders of the Han Dynasty. Your Majesty, are you implying that there exists a realm even broader than our Han territory? Zhang Liang stepped forth, gazing at Lu Hao with astonishment. Indeed. This is precisely why I summoned you all today, Lu Hao remarked, lightly tapping his forehead. Your Majesty, do you mean to suggest that we should expand our dominion? Meng Tian was the first to grasp Lu Hao's intent. Correct, that is my desire. The declaration incited a cacophony among the ministers, with the military leaders becoming particularly restless. General Xiang Yu requests to engage in battle. General Long Ke seeks to take the field. These warriors, having languished in idleness for months, were eager for a chance to engage in combat. Now, the prospect of an expedition seemed timely. Our Han state, rich and powerful, boasted abundant provisions and an elite force of 200,000, surely capable of sweeping across the world. Even Xiao He found himself slightly restless, pondering that handling state affairs daily could hardly compare to the thrill of warfare. Lu Hao nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. If Genghis Khan could march all the way to Europe, why could he not do the same? If circumstances permitted, he would advance straight to ancient Rome to confront those brazen individuals. However, did a grand expedition necessitate the use of large vessels? Zhang Liang felt a twinge of uncertainty. Would I engage in a battle without certainty of victory? Over 10,000 warships have already been constructed, and hundreds of thousands of naval troops have undergone training for over 3 months. We are merely awaiting the allocation of provisions from our chief steward. After Lu Hao finished speaking, he cast a teasing glance at Fusu. This. Fusu let out a wry smile. Proclaim my imperial decree. Lu Hao rose. His voice elevated, prompting all the civil and military officials to kneel in reverence to receive the edict. I shall personally lead the charge, commanding an army of 1,000,000 to expand our territories. Han Xian and Ming Tian shall serve as the generals of the left and right flanks, while Xiang Yu and Ing Bu will lead the vanguard. Zhang Liang and Xiao He shall act as military strategists accompanying me as we, the Han, set our sights on the barbarian lands. Your Majesty, while I support military endeavors, the notion of you personally leading the expedition has raised considerable opposition among the ministers. My decision is resolute. There is no need for further discussion. Thus, in the 8th month of the first year of the Han era, Lu Hao, accompanied by LG and 3 others, led an army of 1,000,000 directly towards Mongolia, while Long Jie and Yi Buqun commanded an additional 200,000 troops in a campaign against Goryeo in Japan. By October of the same year, Goryeo in Japan had officially succumbed to the Han under the onslaught of Long Jie and Yi Buqun. In September, Lu Hao personally directed his 1,000,000-strong army towards Mongolia, unleashing a barrage of artillery. Even mountains were shattered under the relentless bombardment, let alone the earthen fortifications. In less than 2 months, Mongolia was absorbed into the Han territory. By March of the 2nd year of the Han era, as nature awakened, Lu Hao led his 1,000,000 troops on a northern campaign, first conquering the country of the RSH, establishing a base of operations for logistical support. In May, after a fortnight of rest, the formidable army resumed its eastward advance, decisively dismantling the regimes of several nations. In just 5 years, they reached the distant shores of the ancient Roman Empire. The Romans were tall and robust, their numbers comparable to those of the Han 3 years prior. However, their technological prowess was woefully inadequate. Armed solely with spears and shields that could hardly withstand the might of cannons and firearms. Within a mere year, Lu Hao had integrated the entirety of ancient Rome into the Han's dominion. At this juncture, the world had nearly transformed into Lu Hao's private garden, with approximately half of it under his control. Following the conquest of Rome, Lu Hao returned to the Han with LG and the others, feeling a profound sense of familiarity upon returning to his homeland after many years. At this time, Gao Yao had become the culinary deity of the nation, not by Lu Hao's decree but by the adulation of the people. In the eyes of the populace, he was revered as the god of cuisine, while officially, he held the title of chief steward of the imperial kitchen. Though his position was modest, he commanded great respect from the 3 dukes and 9 ministers. Moreover, Gao Yao was now blessed with a complete family, as his 2 wives had borne him 2 sons and 3 daughters over the years, responding enthusiastically to Lu Hao's call. A year after returning to the Han, Lu Hao, accompanied by his 4 enchanting companions and 2,000 elite soldiers, vanished within the Xianying Palace. He had lingered in this world long enough. Several years ago, the system had indicated his ability to return, and after conquering a significant portion of the world, it was indeed time to depart. Lu Hao, accompanied by LG and 3 others, along with 2,000 elite warriors, arrived in a mystical realm. Wow, where is this? How fascinating! Exclaimed El Su, a young woman who, despite nearing 30, still possessed the exuberance of youth. Her appearance remained unchanged since her first encounter with Lu Hao, a testament to the efficacy of the elixir of immortality. As she found herself transported to another world in the blink of an eye, she stood in awe, gazing at the wondrous surroundings. The other 3, though equally astonished, did not exhibit her level of exuberance. Meanwhile, the 2,000 elite warriors, though intrigued, were not surprised. In their minds, Lu Hao was an omnipotent emperor, and they would readily accept him as a deity. These 2,000 warriors were orphans whom Lu Hao had instructed Ming Tian to gather from across the nation during the founding of his empire, all possessing exceptional potential, and were approximately 12 or 13 years of age at the time. After several years, they had matured into formidable adults. Each one had significantly enhanced their martial prowess, having been trained in the indestructible diamond technique and the 18 dragon-subduing palms, among other martial arts. The weakest among them had reached the late 2nd tier, with several hundred achieving the pinnacle of the 2nd tier, and over a dozen having broken through to the early 1st tier. Lu Hao bestowed the name Xiaoyue upon their regiment. As for LG and the others, they now possess over a decade's worth of internal energy, Yet Lu Hao does not currently have an appropriate martial art for them. After all, the realm of mythology has seen the decline of martial arts, leaving little of merit for them to learn. He himself has not sought to gather knowledge, as he holds disdain for such trivialities. Even the foundational techniques like the Yi Jing are absent. The space they inhabit has expanded significantly since Lu Hao first arrived. It now stretches beyond the horizon, resembling a vast island surrounded by an endless sea. Lu Hao conducted a brief exploration and discovered that the expanse of the space now resembled that of Sisui County, spanning approximately several thousand square kilometers. "My lord, is this the space you spoke of?" "It is truly magnificent," exclaimed Elji, her eyes widening with delight at the surrounding scenery. When Lu Hao had previously led them on a royal expedition, he had disclosed that he was not of their world and would eventually depart. Upon his exit from this mythical realm, time would come to a standstill in their world. Thus, even if Lu Hao were to be gone for 1,000,000 years, his return would feel as though he had never left. However, the thought of being separated from LG and the others for such an extended period weighed heavily on him, prompting him to inform them so that they could make their own choice. Without much deliberation, LG and the others resolved to accompany Lu Hao to his world, reassured by his promise that they could return to their own realm at any time, leaving no room for hesitation. After all, as the adage goes, when you marry a chicken, follow the chicken. When you marry a dog, follow the dog. This is the space I mentioned. Within it, I possess boundless power," Lu Hao said with a serene smile. He closed his eyes for a moment of contemplation, then waved his hand, revealing a grand edifice before them. "The palace of Zhanyuan," gasped Yushu, covering her mouth in astonishment as she gazed at the structure. In response, the 2,000 carefree guards knelt in unison, raising their voices in unison. "Long live His Majesty." Lu Hao observed their movements and expressions, gesturing with a wave of his hand for them to rise. He then turned his gaze towards the several young women. "Indeed, should you wish to vacation here in the future, there will be accommodations available." Lu Hao had previously introduced them to some simple modern terminology. For instance, when he mentioned leading them on excursions to the north and east, exploring various places, he referred to it as vacationing and traveling. "Higi, truly, my husband is wise." Xiaoyu looked at Lu Hao with a beaming smile, her eyes brimming with affection. Lu Hao smiled gently, and then several books appeared in his hands, which he presented to them. "Do you recognize the characters within?" he inquired. "These volumes are composed in simplified Chinese, narrating various contemporary events, circumstances, and nations. Well, we can understand them. After all, you have taught us before," LG remarked, flipping through a few pages with a smile. "That is splendid. First, familiarize yourselves with the rules of my world. In your realm, I am an emperor. In my own, I am merely an ordinary worker." Lu Hao spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness and shrugged. Lu Ji and the others erupted into laughter. "I shall return to my world first to arrange the necessary documents for you. In the meantime, familiarize yourselves with the books I have provided. I shall return to retrieve you within 2 days at most." Given Lu Hao's current modest strength, he was unable to manipulate the time ratio. Thus, the time in this realm flowed in direct correspondence with that of the main world, at a ratio of 1:1. Once his power grew, he would be able to alter this temporal ratio. A single day spent in the main world could equate to 10 days, 100 days, or even more within this space. "Very well, we shall study diligently. My dear, do take care when you return," Lu Ji nodded sagely, her expression tinged with concern as she gazed at him. "Ha, do not worry. Even as an ordinary worker, I am not easily trifled with. I shall take my leave now." Lu Hao waved goodbye to them, and then vanished from their sight. The 2,000 carefree guards were taken aback by Lu Hao's sudden disappearance. The imposing presence of LG, the first empress, surged forth once again as she addressed the 2,000 carefree guards with a calm command: "Return to the palace." Yes, the authority in her voice remained unchallenged. El Su stifled a giggle, covering her mouth with her hand. "Indeed, she is our empress." Xiaoyu also flashed a playful smile. Over the years, the bond among them had grown as close as that of sisters, making playful banter a common occurrence. Elshi turned back and shot them a glance before leading the way into the Xianyang Palace. Upon Lu Hao's return to the main world, his attire and hairstyle reverted to their former state before his journey. Boom! A deafening explosion propelled Lu Hao several meters away, crashing him to the ground. The bulletproof vest behind him was torn apart, yet Lu Hao's skin remained unscathed. At the moment of his return, he had already activated the indestructible Vidra skill. Under the cover of night, no one noticed Lu Hao's instantaneous transformation. The abrupt explosion left all the police officers present momentarily stunned, frozen in place for several seconds. "Boss, "Boss, are you all right?" The disoriented Zhou Xingxing and his companions quickly regained their composure. Upon witnessing Lu Hao being thrown by the blast, they hurriedly rushed to his side, crouching down to assess his injuries. Their voices echoed in the night, infused with urgency and concern. "How dare they ambush me?" Lu Hao lay on the ground and spoke fiercely. Upon hearing him utter words, Zhou Xingxing and the others breathed a sigh of relief, while others remained oblivious. Their small team was well aware of Lu Hao's true identity. If anything were to happen to him, they would find themselves in a precarious position. "Boss, how are you feeling? Do you have any internal injuries?" Zhou Xingxing inquired, casting a peculiar glance at Lu Hao, who was still sprawled on the ground. "It's nothing." Lu Hao replied dismissively. Lu Hao turned over and stood up, stretching his limbs. Although he was protected by the indomitable body of the Vajra, he still felt a twinge of pain from the recent explosion. He suspected that the blast was not caused by ordinary explosives, but rather something more potent. However, his actions drew peculiar glances from several team members. "What are you all staring at? Don't you recognize me?" Lu Hao shot them an exasperated look. "Boss, your bulletproof vest is shredded, yet you seem completely unscathed. Your skin remains as fair and tender as ever," Zhou Xingxing remarked with a rather comical expression. "Made in China. Trustworthy." Lu Hao raised an eyebrow and winked at them. In the distance, a senior inspector from the Major Crimes Unit breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Lu Hao uninjured. After all the information regarding the kidnappers had been relayed from the Major Crimes Unit to the STU, and none of the reports mentioned the presence of high-grade explosives. Thankfully, Lu Hao was unharmed. Had anything happened to him, the inspector would have surely faced dire consequences. Just as Zhou Xingxing was still marveling at Lu Hao's remarkable bulletproof abilities. Eager to tease him further, Lu Hao raised a hand to signal for silence. At that moment, Lu Hao's extraordinary hearing detected a faint sound emanating from several dozen meters away in the forest. This sound was low and rapid. Distinct from the evening's chirping insects and rustling wind, it was the noise produced by a creature moving swiftly. In the next instant, Lu Hao identified the source of the sound, the fourth kidnapper. It was he who had detonated the bomb remotely. "We've located the fourth kidnapper," Lu Hao declared in a hushed tone. Without hesitation, he darted towards the source of the sound like a bolt of lightning, racing into the depths of the forest. Zhou Xingxing and the others instantly adopted serious expressions, abandoning their previous levity as they swiftly transitioned into combat mode, closely following Lu Hao. However, they were astonished by Lu Hao's astonishing speed. His figure vanished into the night as if merging with the darkness of the forest. In less than 10 seconds, all they could hear were the faint sounds of his rapid movements, and he had completely disappeared from their sight. "Goodness, has the boss taken something? When did he acquire such incredible speed?" Zhou Xingxing expressed incredulity. Although he acknowledged Lu Hao's superiority in many aspects, he believed his own speed in the jungle was comparable to Lu Hao's. How could Lu Hao exhibit such astonishing velocity after a single explosion? "Star brother, what should we do? Should we pursue him?" Another STU team member, equally bewildered, asked as he gazed at Lu Hao's vanishing silhouette. "Of course, though the boss is formidable. We are a team, let's chase him." Just as Zhou Xingxing was about to take off in pursuit, another team member grabbed him, saying, "Star brother, we can't hear the boss's footsteps anymore. Where should we chase him?" Zhou Xingxing. Lu Hao, in a fervent pursuit of the fourth kidnapper, sprinted with all his might. Though he lacked any remarkable agility, his inner strength propelled him to run faster than Zhou Xingxi and his companions. In mere moments, he caught a fleeting glimpse of the elusive fourth kidnapper, who was frantically darting through the forest. The kidnapper, aware of the approaching footsteps drawing closer, exerted every ounce of energy to escape. Not only was he an accomplice in the abduction, but he was also the mastermind behind this operation. Having recently detonated explosives against the police, capture would mean a far graver sentence than that of his 3 cohorts. However, the treacherous terrain of the nocturnal forest, fraught with obscured paths and dense thickets, caused him to stumble as he ran. After covering scarcely 100 meters, the footsteps behind him grew ever nearer. A cold sweat broke out on his brow, and in a moment of desperation, he drew his pistol, seeking refuge behind a sturdy tree. Gripping the firearm tightly, his finger poised on the trigger, he braced himself for the impending confrontation. The footsteps loomed ever closer, perhaps only 2 or 3 meters away, and he dared not even draw a breath. Suddenly, in the next heartbeat, a figure lunged before him, sending a jolt of fear through his body. Just as he aimed his weapon to fire, a man clad in black tactical gear seized his gun-wielding hand with a vice-like grip. Lu Hao pursued the kidnapper relentlessly, only to find that the scoundrel had sought refuge Undeterred by fear, he boldly charged forward, seizing the villain's hand with an iron grip before the trigger could be pulled. The force of his grasp elicited agonized cries from the kidnapper. "Run! Were you not the one who could flee? Playing with explosives, you scoundrel, engaging in such grandiose kidnapping? You shall now enter a place of reform." Lu Hao spoke as he detached the gun from his hand and retrieved a silver bracelet from the small of his back, adorning himself with it. Upon returning to the site of the recent explosion with the kidnapper in tow, Zhou Xingxing approached him eagerly, his expression earnest. "Boss, are you certain that the explosion did not leave you feeling unwell? You appear as though you have returned from the brink of death." After handing over the hostages and the kidnapper to the Major Crimes Unit, Lu Hao led his team back to the SDU headquarters to debrief his superior. "Ah Hao, you have performed admirably. I appreciate your hard work. I heard you were injured. Is it serious? Should you visit a hospital for a checkup?" In a police sergeant's office within the SDU headquarters, Lu Hao stood upright before a desk, having completed his report, while the middle-aged man across from him inquired with concern. "Sir Liang, I am fine. I was merely thrown by the force of the explosion." Observing Lu Hao's vibrant demeanor, Sir Liang nodded, exhaling a sigh. "You are the most formidable SDU officer I have trained. You learned faster than Han Tao and have even surpassed me early on. If it weren't for your popularity, I would genuinely consider you as my successor." Sir Liang regarded Lu Hao with a glimmer of admiration and nostalgia in his eyes. "Sir Liang, please do not elevate me so. It may lead to my pride," Lu Hao replied, shrugging with a faint smile. "You rascal, enough of that. It is late. Go home. Have something to eat and rest." Sir Liang chuckled, issuing a dismissal as it was already past 9 in the evening. One was preoccupied with apprehending suspects, while the other was focused on receiving reports, and neither had partaken of any sustenance. "Sir Liang, I would like to request 2 days off." Lu Hao gazed at the standing officer Liang and promptly spoke. "A leave of absence? Certainly. You have not had a proper chance to unwind for quite some time. I shall grant you an extended holiday to rejuvenate your spirits." After a moment of contemplation, Officer Liang acquiesced, approaching Lu Hao to pat his shoulder with a smile. "Thank you, sir." Due to the remote location of the headquarters, he had been residing in the police dormitory for an extended period. Although the facilities were rather modest, they were adequately equipped. He often had the opportunity to venture out and relax with his dorm mates, including Zhou Xingxing. Lu Hao returned to his solitary dormitory, and as soon as he settled into his seat, he began to summon the system. Let us commence the tally of the points from the previous world. Ding. The host has successfully completed 4 system tasks, earning a total of 36,000 points and 3 lottery draws. In light of the host's commendable performance in the mythical realm, vanquishing foreign tribes, ascending the throne, and expanding territories, an additional 20,000 points have been awarded. The current total stands at 56,000 points. Over 50,000 points? Is this a transition from rags to riches? Lu Hao smiled softly before inquiring further. Can substantial alterations in the original world's dynamics yield considerable points? Please, host, explore and discover for yourself. Upon hearing this, Lu Haowen shrugged nonchalantly and declared, "Let the lottery commence." As his voice faded, the long-forgotten grand wheel vividly reappeared in his mind, still adorned with a myriad of intricate markings, while a crimson pointer began to whirl rapidly. "Stop." The swiftly rotating pointer abruptly decelerated. Gradually, it came to a halt, heralding the auspicious news that the host had acquired the exquisite lightness skill known as Lingbo Weibu. Lingbo Weibu? How splendid! A glimmer of excitement ignited in Lu Hao's eyes, and he felt a surge of joy, as if he had found a pillow just when he was overcome with sleepiness. At this moment, all he lacked was a technique for lightness. Soon, the imagery in Lu Hao's mind shifted. The lottery wheel vanished, replaced by a series of vivid step patterns. These designs flowed through his consciousness like a gentle stream. He closed his eyes and earnestly endeavored to grasp the essence of these movements, etching the principles of Lingbo Weibu deeply into his mind. In no time, Lu Hao felt as though he had become one with the art of Lingbo Weibu, and his body began to feel remarkably buoyant. Lu Hao opened his eyes, brimming with joy. He arose and moved his legs, now remarkably agile, as if traversing 10 meters in a single step posed no challenge. Subsequently, Lu Hao accessed the attributes panel that he had not examined for quite some time. Host, Lu Hao talent, replication comprehension, full realm, mid-stage innate inner strength, 95 years cultivation method, vast yin-yang scripture, indestructible diamond technique martial arts, 7 steps blade, Qing Song sword technique, Ming family sword technique, 18 styles of the flying dragon, overlord gun technique, Lingbo Weibu charm, 99 points. 56,050 indeed. Lu Hao's realm had ascended to the mid-stage innate, having achieved a 15-year growth in inner strength over 5 to 6 years, largely attributable to the vast Yin Yang scripture. Attaining such a level is no small feat without more profound inner cultivation techniques. Lu Hao gradually discerned the specific functions of the vast Yin Yang scripture. Upon first acquiring a woman's pure primal essence, one could gain considerable inner strength, though subsequent effects would diminish. System, continue the lottery. In a familiar scene, the pointer whirled rapidly once more, only coming to a halt when Lu Hao commanded it to do so. Congratulations, host. You have won a box of alluring lace nightwear. Lu Hao? System, are you serious? Is this thing also part of the lottery? The prizes in the lottery are diverse and encompass everything, including thank you for your patronage. After the system's voice echoed, Lu Hao was rendered speechless once again. Continue the lottery. Lu Hao remained skeptical with his luck. Could he truly be so unfortunate as to receive a thank you for your patronage? As Lu Hao called for it to stop, the pointer began to move slowly until. Congratulations, host. You have won a box of stockings in various types and colors. Lu Hao, I am utterly speechless. Is the system truly awarding prizes based on his preferences? Lu Hao could not help but curl his lip, muttering, all right, it will certainly come in handy in the future. It is indeed an indispensable item. How does one redeem this lottery? I refuse to believe that I cannot draw something worthwhile. The lottery could only be obtained for free through system tasks. For the exchange of necessary items, one must proceed directly with the redemption. At this point, Lu Hao seemed to detect a hint of playfulness in the system's voice, which carried a somewhat feminine tone. The system's intentions were crystal clear. This lottery was merely an entertaining endeavor, governed by chance, where one might draw something valuable or, conversely, receive nothing more than a polite acknowledgement. Upon hearing the news, Lu Hao felt a twinge of disappointment. After all, it is disheartening when one becomes engrossed in an activity only to be abruptly told it can no longer be indulged. However, thoughts of the alluring Lu Ji and her companions, clad in enticing sleepwear and various stockings, tantalizingly danced in his mind. Just the mere contemplation of this nearly made Lu Hao drool. Sleep beckoned him, for tomorrow he must hasten to secure a residence to bring them forth. He could hardly endure the wait. To my cherished supporters, I humbly request your encouragement for the third installment, whether through comments, reviews, or any form of appreciation. I am immensely grateful. The following morning arrived. Lu Hao casually selected a set of casual attire, donning a white t-shirt paired with light blue jeans, and comfortable sneakers adorning his feet. Without even having breakfast, he headed straight out of the dormitory. Oh, hey there. Where are you off to? Zhou Xingxing, whose dormitory was adjacent to Lu Hao's, caught sight of him as he stepped outside. His spirits lifted by the sight of Lu Hao and his relaxed ensemble as he ventured out. Lu Hao turned to cast a glance at Zhou Xingxing, a hint of a teasing smile gracing his lips. I am taking an extended break for the next few days, and I shan't be spending time with you lot of bachelors. Goodness, Chief, how could you be so disloyal? Venturing out to indulge in romantic escapades all by yourself? Zhou Xingxing exclaimed, immediately drawing closer, his eyes pleading. What do you mean by indulging alone? I am merely partaking in the most honorable manner, Lu Hao mused, a smirk involuntarily forming at the corners of his mouth as he thought of Lu Ji and the others. Zhou Xingxing, observing this, broke into an unusual grin. Chief, that smile of yours seems rather lascivious. Does it suggest that something delightful is about to unfold? Enough chatter. I have much to attend to. I am off to purchase a house today. I shall no longer be crammed into a dormitory with all of you, Lu Hao declared, dismissively waving his hand as he exited the dormitory building. Goodness, buying a house? Is the chief truly willing to abandon an entire forest for a single sapling? No, that cannot be. He is not that sort of person, Zhou Xingxing mused to himself as he watched Lu Hao's retreating figure. Upon leaving the dormitory, Lu Hao climbed into his unassuming yet elegant Mercedes-Benz G-Class and, with a swift acceleration, sped 100 meters away. Though the ancient world boasted fresh air and picturesque scenery, it lacked such convenient transportation and the plethora of entertainment options. Now, that is what one could truly call living. Lu Hao, delightfully driving his car, sped along the road, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips as he admired the towering skyscrapers surrounding him. Approximately half an hour later, he arrived in Yamati, heading straight for the largest real estate office. He had previously contemplated where he would purchase a home once he had a wife. Yamati seemed quite appealing, as it was conveniently located near the SU headquarters, the West Kowloon Command, and the police headquarters. Regardless of future job relocations, accessibility would remain effortless. and the area itself was vibrant, with shopping and transportation facilities readily available. Most importantly, it was not far from his parents' home, allowing him to bring his future daughter-in-law back to visit and bring joy to his mother. It was now 9:30 in the morning, the moment when the city awakened in a vibrant bustle. The skyscrapers shimmered under the sunlight, their glass facades reflecting dazzling brilliance. The streets were alive with a steady flow of vehicles, weaving through the busy traffic, while the sounds of horns and engines blended into a lively urban symphony. Pedestrians began to multiply, some hurrying to their offices, others leisurely strolling along the streets. Just as he parked his car and had not yet exited, his phone buzzed in his lap. Lu Hao took out his phone, and, upon seeing the screen, a smile once again graced his lips. "Hello, Mom." From the other end of the line, a voice imbued with both anxiety and tenderness immediately arose. How are you all right? Have you been hurt? Oh dear. I have always advised you against joining the esteemed, but you never listened. What would I do if anything were to happen to you? The caller was none other than his mother in this life, and for the first time, he genuinely felt the warmth of familial love. "Rest assured. You know your son's capabilities. I'm perfectly fine, so you needn't worry about me." Upon hearing his mother's voice filled with concern, Lu Hao immediately understood that Uncle Wen, whom he had saved last night, must have recounted the events to his parents. Strangely, the sound of his mother's voice stirred a sense of longing within him. After all, having spent several years in a mythical realm, he had not seen his parents for quite some time. In his past life, he was an orphan, achieving nothing amidst fights and struggles. However, this life was markedly different. He not only had parents, but he was also exceptionally intelligent. With an IQ soaring to 200, he obtained his degree from the University of Hong Kong at the tender age of 16. The University of Hong Kong is renowned for nurturing numerous outstanding talents, among whom Mr. Sun is a distinguished alumnus. Initially, Lu Hao could have pursued further studies, such as a master's or doctorate, but he chose not to continue in academia, much to the dismay of some of the faculty. Nevertheless, the university bestowed upon him the honorary title of associate professor. After leaving school, Lu Hao opted to assist his father's company in slightly expanding its operations over the following years. Uncle Wen was a business partner of his father, coming from a relatively well-off family, and had watched Lu Hao grow up. At the tender age of 20, Lu Hao successfully extricated himself from a corporate environment and enrolled in the prestigious Hong Kong Police College. After graduating with the Silver Flute Award, his exceptional performance propelled him directly into the role of a probationary inspector. The subsequent days unfolded like a charmed existence. With audacity and tenacity, he swiftly solved cases, rising from probationary inspector to a full inspector within a year, and then advancing to senior inspector within 2 years. His journey has left indelible marks across various units, including the EU, PTU, and the Major Crimes Unit, culminating in his current position within the esteemed. Were it not for the envy of those who feared his brilliance might overshadow theirs, his remarkable achievements could have easily warranted a promotion to the rank of superintendent. This year marks the 5th anniversary of Lu Hao's graduation and his formal service, and as a rising star in the police force, it is conceivable that new accolades may soon adorn his shoulders once again. Lu Hao's mother, Qi Lan, upon hearing her son's words, immediately voiced her complaints once more. "SU is exceedingly perilous. Why don't you consider transferring to another department? If you feel embarrassed to mention it, allow me to do so. You were reluctant to return and assist your father in managing the company, so could you not alleviate some of your mother's worries?" Lu Hao, with a hint of exasperation, rolled his eyes and replied, "All right, I understand. Let us discuss this later. If there is nothing pressing, I'll hang up now as I have other matters to attend to. By the way, do you remember Mrs. Wang, Mom's friend from the card club?" He continued. "She handed me an invitation to a cruise yesterday. I thought it might be a lovely opportunity for my dear son to take a break, as he hasn't had a chance to enjoy himself in quite some time." "A cruise? Where to?" Lu Hao inquired, a spark of interest igniting within him. It had indeed been a while since he had indulged in leisure, and venturing out could prove delightful, especially if he could invite LVG and others along. He recalled Mrs. Wang, the daughter-in-law of the shipping magnate from Hong Kong, who was in her 40s and often engaged in card games with the nearly 60-year-old Qi Lan, addressing her affectionately as sister. "Oh, it's said to be heading to Japan, aboard a cruise liner named Fuguamara. Perhaps you might find something appealing there. It would be a splendid opportunity to bring home a daughter-in-law for Mom." Lu Hao was momentarily taken aback by his mother's words, and an alluring figure instantly flashed through his mind. "All right, I shall go," he replied, a mischievous smile creeping across his lips. "Wonderful. I will have Kong Bo deliver the tickets to you shortly. Son, do your best. After finishing her sentence, Qilon promptly ended the call. Lu Hao murmured to himself, Zhanyuan, I am on my way. Lu Hao alighted from the vehicle and entered the sales office. As soon as he stepped through the door, a saleswoman approached him with a welcoming demeanor. Lu Hao briefly conveyed his requirements to her. He desired a spacious residence in a traditional Chinese style, ready for immediate occupancy. The saleswoman observed Lu Hao, a young man who, despite exuding a certain charm, did not appear particularly affluent in his attire. Their establishment specialized in villas, each quite expansive. However, adhering to her professional integrity, she diligently assisted Lu Hao in his search. How about this one? It spans 3,000 square feet, which is quite substantial. Featuring 6 bedrooms, a study, and a recreation room, all in a Chinese style, with complete facilities ready for immediate move-in. The saleswoman presented photographs of the villa on her tablet. Too small. Do you have anything larger? Lu Hao shook his head. Indeed, it was insufficient. With 6 rooms, it would be filled to capacity in no time. He resolved to pursue a truly grand villa. Is that so? Then what about this one? It encompasses 5,000 square feet. Lu Hao abruptly interrupted her, expressing a desire for a spacious abode, exceeding 10,000 square feet. The saleswoman was momentarily taken aback, her first thought being that he sought a hidden retreat for a beloved companion. Her eyes sparkled with ambition as she resumed her alluring pitch, introducing Lu Hao to a suite measuring 16,000 square feet. After a span of 5 minutes, Lu Hao finally beheld a residence that met his approval. Upon receiving his affirmation, the saleswoman guided him into the villa for a tour. This residence sprawled over an impressive area, surpassing 20,000 square feet, which, when converted, amounts to just under 3,000 square meters. Yet, the spaciousness and comfort it exuded were truly remarkable. The moment one stepped through the grand entrance, a meticulously manicured lawn came into view, with a thoughtfully designed garden at its heart. In the center of the garden stood a fountain, gracefully cascading water from a height, creating a symphony of glistening droplets accompanied by a melodious sound. In front of the villa lay 2 expansive swimming pools, their waters crystal clear. Additionally, there were 2 ample parking areas adjacent to the villa, capable of accommodating several vehicles. Upon entering the living room, one would find a redwood intricately carved coffee table at its center, adorned with exquisite patterns, while several landscape paintings graced the walls, adding an air of elegance to the space. Each bedroom within the villa boasted its own en-suite bathroom and walk-in closet. Furthermore, the villa included a study, a gym, and various entertainment areas. Overall, Lu Hao was thoroughly impressed with the villa's design and decor. This is the one, he declared decisively. The saleswoman, overwhelmed with excitement, had never encountered such a significant transaction in her years of service. To her astonishment, she found herself captivated by this dashing, affluent gentleman, nearly succumbing to the urge to embrace him. Upon returning to the sales office, the saleswoman promptly reported this delightful news to her manager, as per protocol. Any sale exceeding 50 million was deemed substantial and required notification to the higher-ups. Upon learning that Lu Hao intended to purchase the villa, the manager offered him a generous discount of 10%. After all, individuals capable of affording such a residence were invariably wealthy or distinguished, and the developers were eager to foster connections with them. With the manager's assistance, Lu Hao produced a black card. The moment the manager laid eyes on it, his demeanor shifted to one of utmost deference, a courtesy he had not even extended to his own employer. As the saleswoman processed the transaction, the manager adopted a solicitous demeanor, engaging Lu Hao in amiable conversation. In a matter of minutes, the saleswoman entered the VVVIP office, carrying the card and a stack of documents. Thus, Lu Hao successfully acquired his own residence. That will be all. No need for further assistance, he concluded. Lu Hao glanced at the manager trailing behind him, feeling a twinge of impatience. The fellow was excessively obsequious, which left Lu Hao somewhat unsettled. At that moment, a Bentley Mulsanne glided gracefully into the sales office's driveway. The sales office manager's pupils dilated at the sight of the vehicle, and in the next instant, he hurriedly made his way to the rear door, eager to open it. An elderly gentleman, his hair as white as snow, emerged from the car. Upon seeing the old man, the manager quickly bowed and greeted, "Mr. Kong, what a pleasant surprise. If you have any matters to discuss, please do not hesitate to let me know. I would be delighted to visit." The elder, despite his snow-white hair, exuded vitality, and his every movement revealed his seasoned expertise. And who might you be?" The old man smiled faintly, revealing no recollection of the sycophantic figure before him. "You may call me Xiao Wang. The manager promptly introduced himself, unperturbed by the lack of recognition, fully aware of his own standing. "Ah, Xiao Wang, how delightful to meet you," Mr. Kong replied, retaining a childlike spirit despite his advanced age. He then turned to Lu Hao, winking mischievously with a playful grin. Seeing this, Lu Hao cast a glance of disdain before lazily strolling over. "Kongbo, what brings you here?" "Of course, it's because our young master has been missed. Our young master has not even thought of returning to visit this old man of mine." Alas, as one ages, nostalgia tends to prevail. Upon hearing this, Kongbo displayed a pitiful expression. Manager Wang, who was nearby, was momentarily struck dumb by their exchange, astonished that the illustrious Kongbo was acquainted with this significant client, and that Kongbo referred to him as young master. Ignoring Manager Wang, Kongbo smiled at Lu Hao, saying, "I happened to be out on business and heard Madam mention she was sending you something, so I decided to stop by. I told you, you old rascal. You're not genuinely that kind-hearted," Lu Hao remarked with a smirk. Kongbo, a retired veteran, was a true soldier who had seen the battlefield. After being injured, he relocated to Hong Kong. Upon his arrival, his unwavering integrity had earned him the ire of many, although he still had some comrades back home at that time. Hong Kong had not yet returned, rendering them helpless. Just when Kongbo was struggling, he unexpectedly saved Lu Hao's father, Lu Dong. Although the Lu family was not among the elite wealthy on Hong Kong Island at that time, they still held a certain level of prestige. In gratitude for Kongbo's life-saving assistance, Lu Hao's grandfather intervened to resolve his troubles. From that moment on, Kongbo remained by Lu Hao's grandfather's side, serving as his bodyguard. Grandfather Lu Hao passed away a few years after Lu Hao's birth, succumbing to illness. Since then, Kongbo has remained by Lu Dong's side, effectively serving as the esteemed steward of the Lu family, now revered by all as Kongbo young master. "My old man is quite saddened by your words," he remarked. "Now, here is the invitation card. You must hurry, as the ship departs at noon, and there is less than an hour remaining." With a subtle smile, Kongbo retrieved the crew's invitation card and glanced at his watch. Lu Hao exclaimed in astonishment. "What? Setting sail at noon? Kongbo, I must take my leave. Please tell my mother that I shall certainly bring back several daughters-in-law." After watching Lu Hao's car fade into the distance, Kongbo let out a soft sigh. Alas, the young master has grown up. He is no longer the child who used to cling to me, eager to learn military boxing. After speaking, Kongbo shook his head and prepared to get into the car. Before doing so, he curiously inquired of Manager Wang, who stood nearby in a daze. "What is my young master doing here?" Manager Wang, trembling slightly, responded, "Buying a house." "Oh, purchasing a house? It seems he truly intends to bring back a daughter-in-law for the old master and mistress. Excellent, splendid. As the young people say, even the Sea King must eventually come ashore. The old man is indeed looking forward to it." The scene shifted dramatically. Lu Hao, driving his Mercedes-Benz G-Class, resembled a wild stallion that had broken free, racing with abandon. In less than half an hour, his vehicle came to a steady halt outside the port. After parking, Lu Hao hurriedly made his way towards the harbor. Upon entering, he was greeted by a splendid array of yachts and ships, all neatly anchored along the shore. The port bustled with activity. Industrious workers scurried about, leisurely tourists strolled, and vessels were engaged in loading and unloading cargo. Lu Hao swiftly navigated through the throngs of people, his gaze scanning the multitude of vessels, in search of the long-anticipated ship. Oh dear, the port was bustling with too many individuals, and inadvertently, Lu Hao collided with a tall woman, causing her to lose her balance and stagger precariously. Lu Hao, with quick reflexes, swiftly reached out to support her waist, preventing her from falling. "Miss, I apologize. Are you all right?" It was then that he clearly observed that the woman was, in fact, a stunning beauty. Her facial features were pleasant, yet it was her remarkable figure that truly captivated attention. Particularly, her impressive bust line resembled two petite hills, making her stand out conspicuously amidst the crowd. Lu Hao quickly retracted his gaze, a hint of apology lacing his voice. "Miss?" As he focused on the woman, she, too, was captivated by his appearance and charm. "Oh, I'm fine, thank you," she replied with a gentle smile, her voice sweet and delicate. Just as Lu Hao nodded, preparing to turn away, a striking woman donned in sunglasses approached from the opposite direction. This enchanting lady possessed a graceful figure, with every curve exuding perfection and harmony. Her silhouette was alluringly voluptuous, with a slender waist and a full, upright bosom. Clad in a black mini-skirt, the hem artfully showcased her beautiful legs, lending them an extra touch of length and elegance. Complemented by black stockings, Her sensuality was further enhanced with an air of mystery and allure, rendering her legs even more elongated and captivating. Lu Hao swallowed hard as he beheld the enchanting goddess approaching him. At that very moment, while he was captivated by Yazi's beauty, the voluptuous beauty he had inadvertently bumped into also recognized Yazi's arrival. A look of delight spread across her face as she hurriedly made her way to Yazi's side. "Yazi, I finally found you," the voluptuous beauty exclaimed in a melodious tone, brimming with affection and reliance. "There are so many people here. I nearly got lost. I'm just a delicate little girl, so you must protect me." After speaking, she cast a flirtatious glance at Lu Hao, playfully winking at him. Lu Hao is indeed a member of the Aesthetics Association. He is not particularly captivated by mere physical appearance, but rather his gaze is consistently fixed upon Yazi, who stands beside her. Yazi can be regarded as a colleague of Lu Hao, although he is unaware of her departmental affiliation. This time, she is also headed to the fortune ball. Yet her purpose is not for leisure, as she embarks on the ship to fulfill her professional duties. At this moment, Lu Hao recalled that the glamorous beauty accompanying Yazi was indeed her devoted follower, a character seemingly unnamed throughout the entirety of the drama. Yazi had just caught a glimpse of her friend's silhouette, yet unexpectedly encountered a familiar yet unfamiliar face, prompting her to hasten towards them. "Hello. My name is Yazi, and this is my friend, Bai Jie." It wouldn't do to leave someone nameless, after all. Standing before Lu Hao, Yazi gracefully extended her right hand. Lu Hao responded with a calm smile, shaking her hand and offering a brief introduction. "It is a pleasure to meet two such beautiful ladies. I wonder if you both are also headed to Fuguiwan." Bai Jie, beside Yazi, nodded in surprise. "Yes, are you?" Her eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she had just discovered a long-sought goal. "That's wonderful. I was initially concerned that this trip might be dreadfully dull. But with the addition of such exquisite companions, I am certain this journey will be immensely enjoyable." Lu Hao's lips curled into a subtle smile as he spoke softly. His words caused both individuals to feel a sense of bashfulness, their cheeks involuntarily flushing with a rosy hue. Lu Hao glanced at the watch on his wrist and urged, "Let us proceed, for time is fleeting, and if we delay any further, we shall miss this journey." With unwavering resolve, he took hold of the suitcases from both individuals, embodying the essence of a gentleman, and strode forward with a steady gait. The two were inexplicably compelled to relinquish their bags to him. Bai Jie, linking arms with Yazi, spoke in a subdued tone, "This one belongs to me. Do not attempt to claim it, lest we find ourselves estranged as sisters." Yazi observed Lu Hao's retreating figure, her gaze reflecting a tapestry of emotions. "Do not harbor such illusions. A man of his caliber is not one you can easily ensnare." Bai Jie, taken aback by this revelation, inquired, "You know him?" Yazi nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, Lu Hao, the commander of the A-team of the Flying Tigers, renowned for his formidable prowess in solving countless cases, hailed as a rising star within the police force. Though his familial background remains a mystery, as Bai Jie absorbed this cascade of information about Lu Hao, her eyes widened in astonishment, her expression a blend of exaggerated disbelief and surprise. She turned to Yazi, demanding, "How do you possess such knowledge?" Yazi's demeanor shifted, the question catching her off guard. She offered an awkward smile, attempting to mask something, and explained, "I am also a police officer and have heard some tales about him." "Is that so?" Bai Jie's tone danced between teasing and playful. "I can't shake the feeling that your curiosity extends beyond mere professional interest. Could it be that someone has developed a crush and is secretly investigating him?" Yazi's face flushed crimson at Bai Jie's playful accusation, prompting her to hastily change the subject. "We should hurry, or we'll fall behind, and your rewards will evaporate." Bai Jie, amused by her friend's reaction, replied with a peculiar smile, "Ah, I see now. Someone truly is infatuated." Ahead, Lu Hao, pushing the suitcases, caught wind of their conversation. Although several meters apart and their voices barely above a whisper, his keen ears detected their exchange. What surprised him most was the realization that Yazi might harbor feelings for him. The trio swiftly boarded the opulent cruise ship, the Fortune, a grand vessel with multiple decks, resembling a mobile fortress equipped with every conceivable amenity for leisure and enjoyment. Each of them returned to their designated rooms, as indicated on the invitation card, to unpack before convening for dinner, followed by a swim after their meal. In his haste, Lu Hao brought nothing with him, fortunately. There were shorts and swim trunks available for purchase, or he would have been left in an embarrassing predicament. "Hey, Lu Hao." As he entered the restaurant, he heard someone call his name. Following the sound, he spotted Bai Jie waving at him enthusiastically, while Yazi sat at a table with an expression that betrayed her discomfort. The two had changed into a new set of swimwear, showcasing their nearly flawless physiques to great effect. Lu Hao offered a faint smile as he approached the two. Your pace is quite commendable. I had anticipated you would arrive at the restaurant later than I. Without any formality, Lu Hao took a seat beside Yi. The process of dressing up can indeed be somewhat cumbersome. However, since we'll be swimming after our meal, we opted to change our attire beforehand. Bai Jie chuckled in a carefree manner and countered, Why have you not changed your clothes? Lu Hao replied, I did not bring any luggage. I shall purchase an outfit shortly. For now, let us order something to eat, as I have not had breakfast and I find myself rather hungry. Lu Hao rose and made his way to the bar, and in that moment, Bai Jie seized the opportunity to wink at the slightly bashful Yi, conveying the message that the chance had been presented for her to seize. Yi, understanding her sister's intentions, gazed at Lu Hao's retreating figure with a blend of anticipation and nervousness. Before long, having placed his order, Lu Hao returned to his seat and exchanged a few words with the others. Almost immediately, a group of efficient waitstaff adorned their table with an array of sumptuous dishes. My goodness, is there really so much? There are only 3 of us. We cannot possibly consume all of this, Bai Jie exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. The modestly sized table was now laden with 3 Australian lobsters, tomahawk steaks, foie gras, caviar, pasta, and even a few bamboo steamers filled with dumplings. Is it too much? Not at all. I have quite the appetite. Ladies, please indulge yourselves, he encouraged with a charming smile. Lu Hao smiled faintly and gestured for them to proceed. Without hesitation, the two began to indulge in the sumptuous feast before them. After all, with their salaries, enjoying such an extravagant meal could easily consume an entire month's wages. As Lu Hao observed the two individuals engaging in a scuffle, his rumbling stomach could no longer endure the pangs of hunger. He promptly sliced a generous portion of the war axe steak and began to savor it. The 3 of them relished their meal, conversing animatedly, and before long, half an hour had elapsed. Bai Jie, watching Lu Hao's voracious appetite, could not help but swallow hard. It was astonishing to witness a single person consume a quantity of food meant for 3. Just as Lu Hao finished his meal and prepared to speak, a commotion drew his attention. He noticed a man in white swiftly approaching them, trailed by a few crew members in pursuit. Is that Mengbo? Yi furrowed her brow upon recognizing the newcomer, her lips parting slightly. He resembles one of my colleagues. Lu Hao feigned ignorance. Aware of Mengbo's reputation as a private investigator, a harbinger of trouble wherever he appeared, Yi, with a resigned expression, watched Mengbo approach, pressing her lips together. Indeed, as Mengbo reached their table, he was momentarily immobilized, his gaze fixated hungrily on the remaining morsels of steak before Lu Hao. You wish to have some? Here you go. Lu Hao, suppressing a smile at Mengbo's drooling countenance, extended the plate towards him. However, in that moment of distraction, Mengbo found himself surrounded by the crew members behind him. Sir, please do not make this difficult for us. It would be best if you accompanied us. One crew member stepped forward, regarding Mengbo with caution. What crime has this gentleman committed to warrant such a pursuit? Lu Hao inquired, feigning ignorance. Sir or madam, it is not our intention to trouble this gentleman. However, he has entered the rich fortune without an invitation card. The rich fortune accommodates only the affluent, and our actions are to ensure the safety of our passengers, the crew member explained, recognizing Lu Hao's curiosity. After all, those who frequented such establishments were not individuals they could afford to offend. It is merely an invitation card. I shall cover his fare. So please do not make things difficult for him. Lu Hao exhibited remarkable generosity, which significantly enhanced Bai Jie's fondness for him. Mengbo also observed the young man with keen interest. Sir, it is not a matter of finances. Rather, we are concerned that you might engage in any inappropriate actions that could jeopardize the fortune pill. I am a police officer, and I shall keep a close watch on him. Should any incident arise, I will take responsibility. Lu Hao directly retrieved a work badge from his bosom, standing up to present it before the crew member for a brief moment. The crew member was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the badge, which bore the words Flying Tigers and Senior Inspector, among others, instilling a sense of admiration within him for Lu Hao. Sir, I cannot make this decision alone. I must consult with the captain. After Lu Hao nodded, a crew member took out a walkie-talkie and moved aside to communicate with the captain. Seeing Lu Hao reveal his identity, Mengbo realized he was intentionally receiving assistance and felt at ease. Directly grabbing a stool from another table and plopping down beside Lu Hao, he was still clutching the steak from earlier, devouring it ravenously. He was genuinely famished, having scarcely eaten since last night, making him feel dizzy and craving anything in sight. After hastily consuming a few bites, He finally felt some relief and smiled at Lu Hao, saying, "Thanks. These people are making such a fuss. I just wanted to buy a ticket." But they wouldn't allow it. Beside them, Bai Jia, observing Meng Bo's nonchalance, chimed in, "Getting on the ship first and buying a ticket later, what's the difference from an assault?" Before Meng Bo could retort, the crew member returned to their table. "The captain has requested that you keep an eye on this gentleman. Should anything untoward occur, he cannot be held responsible. Rest assured, should any issues arise, I shall personally address them with Mr. Zhao." The crew member responded, slightly taken aback. Then bowed slightly to Lu Hao before departing with the other crew members. This young man clearly understood who the true owner of the cruise ship was, suggesting an extraordinary background. Once the crew had left, Meng Bo exhaled in relief, flashing a broad smile at Bai Jia as he defended himself. "Beauty. One cannot phrase it that way. Boarding first and purchasing a ticket later is at most a moral issue, while assault signifies a flaw in character, a psychological problem." Bai Jia, intrigued, teased Meng Bo. "Oh? So, does that imply you have moral issues?" Her words elicited laughter from Lu Hao and Yi. Aware of his untenable position, Meng Bo chose not to argue but continued to clear the remnants of the meal from the table. "I have a question for you. You bear a striking resemblance to a colleague of mine. Do you know Chen Guoron?" Lu Hao squinted slightly, scrutinizing Meng Bo. Aside from a slight age difference, their resemblance was nearly 90%. Both had prominent noses, large eyes, and full lips. "Oh, sir, do you know my cousin?" Meng Bo continued to munch on a dumpling, glancing at Lu Hao, somewhat tongue-tied. "Yes, I used to work in the same department as Officer Chen some years ago. It's been nearly 2 years since we last met. How has Officer Chen been?" Lu Hao replied with a slight smile. He recalled his time in the East District Major Crimes Unit, where he had just been promoted to inspector, while Chen Guoron was a seasoned officer. "We generally do not stay in touch, but I heard he might be getting married soon." After finishing the last dumpling, Meng Bo shook his head, intrigued. "Oh, he is getting married soon?" A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lu Hao's eyes as a masked figure materialized in his mind. "Thank you for your hospitality," he expressed. "Though I may not have had my fill and was served leftover dishes, it is, indeed, a life-saving grace for me. I shall repay this kindness when the opportunity arises, for I must seek someone." With that, Meng Bo swiftly rose and vanished without a trace. "This fellow seems to bring trouble wherever he goes." After Meng Bo departed, Yi let out a sigh, perhaps reminded of certain tasks of her own, fearing that Meng Bo might cause complications. "Well then, let us finish our meal and go for a swim. It will aid in our digestion," Lu Hao suggested. The three of them then made their way to the floor housing the swimming pool, a place bustling with lively chatter and exuberance. The pool was alive with splashes, as some frolicked in the water while others lounged on deck chairs by the edge, engaged in leisurely conversation. "You go ahead and swim. I shall join you shortly." Lu Hao pointed to a nearby counter, stating that he needed to purchase a pair of swim trunks, lest he be at a disadvantage. With a chuckle and a shrug, he made his way towards the counter. Upon his return, bare-chested and clad only in swim trunks, his well-defined pectoral muscles and chiseled 8-pack abs captured the attention of several women around him. "Wow, Lu Hao, you truly are a hidden muscle man," Bai Jia exclaimed, rising from her lounge chair in astonishment as she gazed at him. Unable to resist, she stepped forward and gently pressed her hand against Lu Hao's chest, marveling at the impressive feel of his physique. "I didn't realize you were quite so well-built." Upon witnessing her friend's infatuation, Yi quickly cleared her throat, prompting Bai Jia to retract her admiration and return to her lounge chair. Lu Hao paid little heed to Bai Jia's teasing. Instead, he gracefully approached Yi and bent down to extend an inviting gesture towards her. "This beautiful lady, with the shimmering waves of the pool and the picturesque scenery. Might I be fortunate enough to invite you for a delightful swim?" Yuzi's delicate face instantly flushed with a rosy hue as she gently nodded, extending her slender and soft hand, which he tenderly clasped in his own. Lu Hao felt the warmth emanating from Yi's palm, and a wave of warmth surged within him. With a smile, he took Yi's hand, and together they approached the edge of the swimming pool. Nearby, Bai Jia pouted, her lips murmuring in a soft lament, "When will my true prince arrive?" Under Lu Hao's guidance, Yi entered the pool with him, gradually relaxing and beginning to relish this rare moment of leisure, momentarily casting aside the burdens of their task. They swam joyfully, occasionally frolicking, deepening the bond between them. After approximately half an hour, Yi, feeling a bit fatigued, returned to the shore with Lu Hao, while Bai Jia remained reclined on her sunbed, observing the passing crowd with her gaze flitting back and forth. "Oh, look who has returned from their romantic escapade in the water." Meanwhile, I'm left here waiting for my gallant prince, Bai Jie teased playfully as the pair emerged from the water. What are you talking about? Yi exclaimed, rushing over to engage in playful banter with her. At that moment, the sound of an argument nearby interrupted their merriment, bringing their playful antics to a halt. Lu Hao fixed his gaze and saw a familiar figure obstructed by two imposing foreign men. Curiosity piqued, he approached. After exchanging words with the duo, Lu Hao boldly stepped forward. Gentlemen, this is China. I kindly ask you to behave yourself. He positioned himself directly in front of the woman, confronting the two foreign men with unwavering determination. His intervention was not merely an act of meddling. The woman behind him was none other than the enchanting and exquisitely beautiful Yue Xiaochuan, known for her unparalleled grace. Such a splendid opportunity could not be overlooked. As for Meng Bo, Yue Xiaochuan's guardian, he seemed oblivious, likely preoccupied elsewhere. One of the foreign men, seeing Lu Hao's bravado, contemplated an aggressive response but was halted by his companion. The golden-haired man, after a disdainful snort directed at Lu Hao, turned and walked away. Thank you for coming to my rescue, Yue Xiaochuan expressed her gratitude, her face lighting up with a sweet smile. No need for thanks. My name is Lu Hao, and it is a pleasure to meet you, he replied with a smile in return. At this moment, Yue Xiaochuan was in her early 20s. Her youthful innocence intertwined with burgeoning sophistication, creating a unique allure. She donned a somewhat conservative swimsuit, its simple yet elegant design perfectly accentuating her curvaceous figure. Her skin was as smooth and luminous as jade, and her long hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, flowing gracefully with her movements. Her bare, jade-like feet rested on the poolside tiles, each toe appearing crystal clear, drawing the eye in admiration. Just as Lu Hao was about to say something further, their conversation was interrupted by another individual. Cousin, are you all right? Those two foreigners are despicable. I will protect you, exclaimed a man emerging from the pool, clearly having been thrown in moments earlier. Hey, who are you? I'm her cousin. Don't flirt with my cousin, he admonished Lu Hao, then turned to Yue Xiaochuan. Let us go. There is not a decent person here. Ugh, filthy men. Yue Xiaochuan's cousin spoke in a rather effeminate manner, casting a glance at Lu Hao before firmly pulling Yue Xiaochuan away. I apologize. We must take our leave. Yue Xiaochuan offered Lu Hao an apologetic expression as she was led away. Stay away from those vile men, cousin. Unlike me, your cousin is refined and graceful, exuding a delightful fragrance. He continued his tirade without pause. While Yue Xiaochuan clearly wished to disregard her cousin, she quickened her pace, moving forward, while her persistent cousin trailed closely behind. Hey, cousin, will you let me finish? Lu Hao gazed at the retreating figures of the two, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Even in my absence, it was not their turn. Poor souls, the sycophants who end up with nothing. Ah, who would have thought our Lu Sir would play the role of the gallant hero? Upon returning to Yi and her companion, Bai Jie resumed her playful teasing. Indeed, what can I say? It is my duty as an officer, and my sense of justice knows no bounds. Lu Hao spread his hands, reclining on a deck chair beside Yi, engaging in earnest yet nonsensical chatter. Thus, the afternoon swiftly passed amidst the light-hearted banter among the group. During this time, Lu Hao guided them through numerous delightful spots in the affluent district. The fair-skinned and elegant Bai Jie's gaze remained fixated on the handsome man. Unfortunately, throughout the entire afternoon, she failed to find a suitable match. Those who were handsome lacked wealth, while those who were affluent were not particularly attractive. Alas, the plight of women. As the sun's afterglow gradually faded from the horizon and the night descended, the cruise ship had already ventured far from the open sea. The ship's illuminated silhouette stood out brilliantly against the darkening sky, and the sea breeze, imbued with the salty tang of the ocean, felt exceptionally refreshing in the night air. Lu Hao once again extended an invitation to the two for dinner. Initially, Yi contemplated declining, yet Bai Jie pulled her aside and, after an undisclosed conversation, managed to persuade her. The trio enjoyed their meal in the restaurant, relishing the sea breeze and sharing light-hearted laughter, creating a most pleasant atmosphere. Yi, slender and with a modest appetite, paused after a few bites of the rich tuna, her smile swiftly fading, replaced by a solemn expression. Lu Sir, I require your assistance. Allow me to formally introduce Chioya, codename Yi, affiliated with CIB. I have come to Fugaman following a tip-off that there may be terrorists infiltrating this cruise ship. Through my observations during the day, I have identified several foreigners who may potentially be members of this terrorist group, although I cannot say so with absolute certainty. If there are indeed terrorists aboard, they may execute their plans tonight. I am uncertain of their exact numbers, hence I seek your help. Indeed. Yi has truly gone to great lengths this time, even bringing me along. Having you, the esteemed commander of the Flying Tigers, at our disposal would be a tremendous asset. Bai Jie chimed in softly, as if to ensure Lu Hao's agreement. Lu Hao, of course, would not decline and continued to relish the exquisite delicacies. Remarking with a hint of amusement, I can tell you are a colleague, but I never expected you to be a member of CB. Does CIB truly cultivate such beauty? Had I known, I would have requested a transfer there long ago. Lu Haofeng, with his wit and humor, elicited laughter from both individuals. Lu sir, we at CIB always welcome your presence, but for now, we must first attend to this matter. Yazzie chuckled softly, casting a glance at Lu Hao. No problem. But I lack any weaponry. Surely, the contents of your suitcase are arms, are they not? It seems rather heavy. I had assumed you were with CERU, but I did not anticipate you being part of CIB. Upon hearing Lu Hao's words, Yazzie was momentarily taken aback before a smile graced her delicate features. Lu sir, you are indeed a rising star in the police force. You have not been deceived. My suitcase is indeed filled with weapons. And this should suffice for the two of us. The two of us? No, that is unnecessary. I alone am sufficient. How could I let a woman engage in such laborious tasks when a man is present? After savoring the last morsel of exquisite cuisine, Lu Hao wiped his hands. His expression remarkably composed. What? You intend to go alone? Yanzi retorted instantaneously, Lu sir, while I acknowledge your formidable prowess, we are dealing with international terrorists, and their numbers remain uncertain. Such recklessness is ill-advised. First, take me to procure weapons. We shall deliberate further then. Lu Hao said little, understanding that the suspicion of boasting was quite normal. Instead, he thought it better to give them a demonstration and impress the alluring goddess. Under the guidance of Yazzie and Bai Jie, the two entered their cabin. Upon stepping inside, Lu Hao was greeted by a faint, delicate fragrance, and his gaze was immediately drawn to several pieces of lingerie, stockings, and high-heeled shoes scattered across the bed. Fortunately, having experienced much in life, Lu Hao was somewhat immune to such sights. Otherwise, he would have been quite flustered. Yazzie and Bai Jie finally realized their oversight. They had not tidied up after changing clothes, leaving Lu Hao with quite the view. Clearing his throat, Lu Hao suggested, let us first address the matter at hand. A mischievous smile crept across his face. Yazzie and Bai Jie hurriedly gathered the intimate garments from the bed, and Yazzie then opened another suitcase. My goodness. One might mistake you for a genuine terrorist. You possess more weapons than I do. Lu Hao teased upon seeing the arsenal contained within the suitcase. Do you carry a sidearm? Are you perhaps here on a mission? Yazzie raised an eyebrow in suspicion. No, I am merely here for leisure. The gun I referred to is something every man possesses, Lu Hao replied. Upon hearing this, Yazzie's face flushed crimson, and she shot him a playful glare. You silver-tongued rogue. To his delight, Lu Hao's grin only widened further. How do you know I am silver-tongued? Have you experienced it? Lu Hao observed the bewildered expressions on the faces of the two and let out a hearty laugh. Bai Jie, upon hearing Lu Hao's words, felt somewhat speechless and rolled her eyes at him, realizing that all men are indeed the same, regardless of their differing social statuses or professions. Lu Hao shrugged indifferently and fell silent. Subsequently, the group briefly deliberated on their plan and decided to split into two teams. Lu Hao would search the upper and lower decks for any suspicious individuals, while Yazzie and Bai Jie would explore the entertainment hall they had yet to visit. Lu Hao departed with a Glock 18, accompanied by 2 magazines, totaling 3 magazines with 51 rounds of ammunition, which he deemed more than sufficient. As a marksman by nature, the enhancement of his inner strength rendered him capable of hitting his targets with remarkable precision at will. Meanwhile, Yazzie selected a compact pistol designed for female users. The DB-380, a diminutive version of the Glock, notable for its portability and convenience. Thus, the decision was made, and they were to commence their mission as planned. However, exercise caution. It would cause me great distress should any of you come to harm. Lu Hao tucked the gun behind his swim trunks, gently caressing Yazzie's little head with a knowing smile before stepping out of the cabin. Yazzie, a true diamond bachelor, undoubtedly possessed considerable wealth, after all. A couple of meals had already consumed 2 to 3 months of our wages. Young, affluent, and a senior inspector, heavens, were you not my friend? I would certainly make a move. Yazzie's face flushed as she playfully scolded Bai Jie, who had just claimed that all men were the same. How was it that upon encountering a handsome and affluent man, she could not contain herself? Indeed, precisely because all men are alike. One must choose a partner who is both handsome and wealthy. Lu Hao returned to his cabin to change his attire, then ventured out carrying 2 firearms. According to the timeline, an incident was imminent. He first arrived on deck, where he witnessed a figure clad in white being escorted away by another individual. In that instant, he recognized the woman Kyoko Imamura, the daughter of a wealthy merchant. She was the target of Meng Bo's search. Upon discovering the presence of terrorists aboard the ship, Kyoko, having evaded one of her pursuers, instinctively sought assistance and unexpectedly encountered a chief mate. The chief mate informed her that he would take her to meet the captain. Thus, a little lamb gradually wandered into the hunter's trap. Lu Hao trailed closely behind the two individuals until they arrived at a maintenance compartment located at the bottom of a cruise ship. At that moment, the first officer, who had brought Kyoko Imamura here, revealed his true colors, drawing a gun from his coat and aiming it at Kyoko. "I am also a member of the terrorists." "Thank you, little girl." Kyoko's eyes widened in terror, her heart racing as she never imagined that her misfortune would lead her to encounter a terrorist first. With a resounding gunshot, it was the first officer who fell to the ground, his body trembling before slowly collapsing, his cold eyes filled with disbelief and resentment. Shortly thereafter, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was Lu Hao, who approached and spat disdainfully at the officer's corpse, remarking, "Villains perish due to their own loquacity." Kyoko gazed at Lu Hao, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. She felt both relief and fear, relieved to have escaped calamity, yet fearful of the sudden appearance of this stranger. Trembling, she asked, "Who are you?" "Do not be afraid. He is a police officer." A voice interjected as another figure stepped out from the corner, positioning himself before the two. "Meng Bo, is that you?" Kyoko exclaimed upon recognizing someone familiar, a smile finally gracing her face. Meng Bo had been entrusted by Kyoko's father to escort the rebellious girl back home, but unexpectedly, after locating her, she had executed a clever escape. Upon arriving at the Fortune Maru, Meng Bo had merely sought to find Yue Xiaochuan, as she had misunderstood him in certain respects. However, by mere coincidence, he failed to find her and instead encountered his designated target aboard the ship. Continue. Lu Hao delicately flicked the handgun that had fallen beside the first officer's corpse with his foot, allowing it to arc gracefully through the air before landing precisely in Meng Bo's outstretched hand. At that moment, 5 or 6 terrorists clad in crimson attire rushed toward them from an alternate passage. Just as Meng Bo prepared to fire, Lu Hao spoke first. "You take her and head up to take control of the cruise ship, turning it back to Hong Kong Island." With that, Lu Hao raised his weapon and fired 2 shots, each finding its mark in the heads of the approaching terrorists. Upon hearing Lu Hao's command, Meng Bo exhibited no hesitation. Firmly grasping the handgun, he seized hold of the frightened Kyoko Imamura and sprinted toward the control room of the cruise ship. The remaining terrorists, momentarily paralyzed by Lu Hao's marksmanship, scrambled for cover, frantically returning fire with their submachine guns. However, their aim was wildly inaccurate, as they shot into thin air, failing to target Lu Hao. With the invulnerability bestowed by his legendary martial arts, he felt no trepidation before mere bullets. Only the heavy artillery of a Barrett sniper rifle or an RPG could pose any real threat to him. Yet, the firearms wielded by his adversaries hardly registered in his mind. Without even activating his formidable defenses, Lu Hao moved swiftly toward the direction where the terrorists had dispersed. The sounds of gunfire rang out again, and with an effortless fluidity, he dispatched 3 more foes. At this juncture, only a bald giant remained among the terrorists. Stricken with fear and despair, he lost all courage to retaliate and bolted toward an escape route. But Lu Hao would not grant him such an opportunity. Before he could take more than a few steps, a gunshot interrupted his flight. A bullet pierced the giant's calf, eliciting a scream of agony that echoed through the empty corridor. The bald man collapsed to the ground, sweat mingling with tears as terror and confusion filled his eyes. How could a vacation cruise have turned into a scene of such horror? Lu Hao's lips curled into a subtle smile as he approached leisurely, pressing his foot onto the injured man's calf. "Tell me," he demanded, "how many of you are left?" The bald man trembled, his voice quivering as he stammered, "There are still dozens of us." Lu Hao scoffed at the ambiguous response and pressed further. "Where are they now?" The bald man initially stammered, but as Lu Hao applied pressure to his calf, a wave of excruciating pain engulfed him once more. He hurriedly described their location, pleading, "Please, spare me." What a ridiculous notion. Lu Hao let out a cold snort and, without hesitation, raised his hand and fired a shot, sending him off. As the scene shifted, Meng Bo swiftly led Kimura Seiko to the control room of the cruise ship. Upon entering with his firearm, he startled the captain and several crew members, who initially mistook them for hijackers. "Do not be afraid. I am a private detective," Meng Bo declared. "There are terrorists aboard this vessel, and we must turn the ship around to seek rescue. Observing the bewildered expressions on their faces, he began to explain rapidly. Yet, the gun in his hand made it difficult for them to trust his words. At that moment, Seiko stepped forward. What he says is true. The first mate was one of the terrorists, but he is now deceased. We must promptly turn the ship around and return to the waters of Hong Kong Island to call for assistance, or we will all perish here. The captain, taken aback by the earnestness of the young girl's words, hesitated. If indeed there were terrorists aboard, any ensuing danger would be terrifying. However, what if these two were deceivers? Delaying the guests from their leisurely outing could jeopardize his career. Just as the captain was engulfed in uncertainty, the sound of hurried footsteps approached the control room. With a quick thought, Meng Bo concealed himself behind a discreet side of the console. Sure enough, as soon as he hid, 3 terrorists entered the control room. Don't move. We intend to take control of this ship. If you know what's good for you. Before he could finish his sentence, Meng Bo raised his hand and fired several shots, instantly killing all 3. Having been influenced by Chen Guorong and being a private detective himself, Meng Bo's marksmanship was commendable and with the element of surprise. He swiftly sent the 3 terrorists to meet their maker. Now do you believe us? Seiko exclaimed, regaining her composure and shouting towards the captain. The captain, no longer wavering, immediately commanded the crew, turn the ship around at once and contact the Hong Kong police for assistance. Meanwhile, Lu Hao, following the location provided by the bald man, indeed found several terrorists clad in the same red attire. He began to eliminate them one by one, steadily clearing the positions indicated by the bald man. In total, including the bald man's group, 38 terrorists had fallen to Lu Hao's gun. Now only the entertainment venue remained. He hoped they had not yet commenced. Lu Hao, while changing his magazine, swiftly ascended towards the entertainment venue's upper floor. At that moment, the establishment was alive with flashing lights and pulsating music, as patrons swayed to the rhythm, reveling in carefree joy upon their faces. However, in an instant, the air was pierced by a sharp and deafening gunshot. A man singing on stage fell lifelessly to the ground. This was followed by a cacophony of screams, shouts, and the sound of frantic footsteps, as terror and helplessness etched themselves onto the faces of the guests, who scattered in all directions. Yet, no matter which corner they fled to, armed terrorists blocked their escape routes. The moment the assailants emerged, they brandished their firearms and opened fire into the air. Their intent clear, to instill fear and herd the crowd into a confined space. Indeed, there are terrorists. What should we do? Bai Jie, crouching beside Yu Zi, felt her body tremble with fear, regretting her decision to accompany her to this place. Do not panic. You will be fine. Stay alert. And let us hope for Lucer's success, Yu Zi reassured her, displaying a composure that Bai Jie lacked, as she assessed the number of terrorists and their weaponry. Surrounded by over 20 assailants, the terrified patrons instinctively crouched down, shielding their heads with their hands, resembling criminals in the eyes of their captors. To the terrorists, these individuals represented wealth, and thus, they would not be killed easily. However, should anyone dare to resist, they would not hesitate to act ruthlessly. At that moment, a bespectacled foreigner in a suit, seemingly refined, stepped into the center of the dance floor and addressed the crowd through a microphone. Greetings, allow me to introduce myself. I am McDonald. I urge you not to resist. We are merely here for financial gain. If you cooperate, you shall all live to see another day. I possess a list, and when I call a name, that individual must step forward. While he spoke in the center of the dance floor, no one noticed a figure stealthily wielding a dagger, initiating a throat-cutting operation. The terrorists were scattered, each tasked with overseeing several individuals, thus providing Lu Hao with the perfect opportunity to infiltrate. Lu Hao, wielding a dagger pilfered from a terrorist, commenced his swift decimation of adversaries. The tourists, paralyzed by terror, averted their gaze, oblivious to the swift demise of the assailants behind them. Now, everyone, please deposit your mobile phones, jewelry, and other personal belongings into the bag held by the man in red. Thank you for your cooperation, McDonald announced, a slight smile gracing his lips. Yet, in the blink of an eye, that smile vanished. To his astonishment, what had once been over 20 of his subordinates had dwindled to a mere handful. Even more absurdly, one among them was stealthily executing his comrades, unnoticed by the rest. Who are you? Eliminate him, McDonald bellowed, prompting the remaining terrorists to finally react and turn around. However, what awaited them was the merciless hail of bullets. Upon realizing his exposure, Lu Hao swiftly drew his Glock 18 from his waist and unleashed a barrage of gunfire towards the surrounding terrorists, each bullet striking accurately at their foreheads. In a flash, 7 or 8 terrorists collapsed to the ground, and the air became thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and blood. The bewildered tourists, unaware of the unfolding chaos, screamed and covered their heads in terror. Meanwhile, on stage, MacDonald was seething with rage. He hastily retrieved his walkie-talkie, urgently calling for reinforcements to the entertainment venue. "Hello? Can anyone hear me?" Yet, no one responded to his frantic cries. In frustration, he discarded the walkie-talkie and drew his sidearm, joining two burly men beside him in aiming and firing at Lu Hao. These men were the same who had attempted to harass Hui Xiong earlier that day. At that moment, Hui Xiong noticed Lu Hao's extraordinary valor and, unlike the others who were screaming, she stealthily began to inch towards one of the terrorists, seemingly intent on offering assistance. Simultaneously, Yi, witnessing Lu Hao's display of prowess, emerged from her concealed position and brandished a compact firearm, directing a flurry of shots towards MacDonald and his companions. The scene devolved into utter chaos, with Lu Hao and Yi exchanging gunfire with several terrorists amidst the frantic cries of the tourists who desperately sought to flee this perilous locale. Yet, their movements obscured Lu Hao's line of sight. With a commanding shout, he declared, "Hong Kong Island Police. Everyone, get down." Lu Hao's voice resonated powerfully, even overpowering the surrounding cacophony of gunfire. His command proved to be highly effective, prompting the majority to immediately take cover. In that instant, Lu Hao's line of sight was restored. He remained calm and resolute, emptying his magazine directly at the remaining terrorists, his extraordinary marksmanship sending them one by one to meet their maker. At this moment, Lu Hao's ammunition had run dry, leaving only MacDonald, who frantically fired at the shelter where Lu Hao was concealed. MacDonald's eyes were filled with madness and hatred as he incessantly shot, attempting to eliminate Lu Hao. Lu Hao sprang forth from his concealment, his firearm slipping from his grasp and crashing heavily against MacDonald's head. Bang! The muffled thud echoed as MacDonald lost his balance, collapsing to the ground. Simultaneously, the sound of shattering glass resonated throughout the establishment as figures clad in black tactical gear burst in, shouting, "Esteemed, cease resistance." Indeed, it was the timely arrival of the Flying Tigers, summoned by Meng Bo. However, upon entering, the elite team found themselves momentarily stunned. The patrons lay scattered on the floor in a state of panic, while numerous lifeless bodies clad in red adorned the vicinity, leaving only Lu Hao and Yi standing. "Do not fire, we are allies." The leading SDU officer recognized Lu Hao and promptly issued the command. In truth, even without his directive, the team behind him was aware of the situation. They were not blind. As members of the SDU, and particularly as the captain of Team A, they certainly knew Lu Hao. "Lu, sir, to think we would find you here. It appears our concerns were unfounded," remarked the foremost SDU member, a flicker of relief and resignation crossing his features. "Zhan Hantao, captain and commander of Team B," Lu Hao replied, instantly recognizing the newcomer and teasingly retorting, "Given such a significant incident, how could I remain in the rear? Had you not taken an extended leave, this assignment would not have fallen upon our Team B. Who could have known? We ended up coming for naught." Zhan Hantao's tone was heavy with exasperation. Lu Hao's formidable prowess, combined with the seamless cooperation of Team A, undoubtedly rendered them the most elite faction within the Flying Tigers. Lu Hao offered a faint smile, uncertain of what to say. He approached and gently patted the man's shoulder. "The rest is in your capable hands." After finally obtaining a moment of respite, encountering such matters is rather unfortunate. Yin Hantao nodded in agreement. "Leave it to us. The cruise ship will return to port in a few hours. You should take some time to rest." Lu Hao nodded, then turned and slowly approached Yi. "How are you? Are you injured?" "No," Yi replied, but her face was adorned with an expression of adoration that suggested she might just throw herself into his arms at any moment. "What do you mean, no?" "Yi is indeed injured, and quite severely at that. You must take her for a checkup immediately. She needs treatment." At that moment, Bai Jet cheerfully approached the two. Injured?" Lu Hao furrowed his brow slightly, scrutinizing Yi from head to toe, yet he couldn't discern any visible wounds. "Exactly. If I say she is injured, then she is. Hurry, we have medicine in our cabin," Bai Jie insisted, gently pushing them away from that level. As she watched their figures disappear, Bai Jie wore a peculiar smile. "I've helped you this far. It seems I have encountered my own Prince Charming as well." With that, she glanced toward the nearby commanding officer, Zhan Hantao. The two of them took the elevator directly to the level where their cabin was located. Once inside the room, Lu Hao looked at the flushed Yi with some confusion. Before he could utter a word, Yi leaped up, wrapping her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist, her eyes brimming with affection. "Lu Hao, in a state of bewilderment, appeared utterly foolish as he pressed his lips against Yi's alluring cherry-red mouth. Yi responded with fervor, clad in a strapless dress that accentuated her voluptuous figure, which made him acutely aware of the firmness before him. Perhaps due to her black stockings, her legs appeared remarkably long and smooth, each inch of her skin exuding a delicate sensuality. After a passionate kiss that lasted several minutes, their lips parted, connected by a thin strand of saliva, and they gazed into each other's eyes deeply. Lu Hao suddenly spoke. "So, do you feel my personal charm now?" Yi playfully retorted with a smile. "I never expected you to be so vain. I'll tell you later. Let's focus on the task at hand." Subsequently, a multitude of details were omitted. In hindsight, Lu Hao discovered that during his first year on the job, he had inadvertently saved Yi's life, an event that etched his image in her heart. Consequently, she pursued a career in law enforcement, hoping to see him frequently. Unfortunately, fate had them placed in different departments. However, she later transferred to the Criminal Investigation Bureau, allowing her to stay informed about Lu Hao's whereabouts. After the conclusion of the Guoguiwan incident, Hui Xiong unexpectedly requested Lu Hao's phone number, seemingly drawn by his undeniable charm, displaying an unexpected directness. Meanwhile, Yi, burdened with work reports, temporarily parted ways with Lu Hao. Upon returning to his newly purchased home late at night, Lu Hao, still yearning for more, summoned the 4 women from the spatial realm. In the ensuing days filled with fervor, Lu Hao reveled in his newfound pleasures. He occasionally dated Yu, flirted with Hui Xiong, and enjoyed the company of 4 enchanting beauties at home, reaching the pinnacle of his existence. 3 days after returning to Hong Kong Island, Lu Hao brought the 4 women to his parents' residence, a villa nestled on the hillside. Upon encountering 4 exquisitely beautiful young women, Lu's mother could hardly contain her delight. Given their family's circumstances and status, such appearances were hardly surprising. In her words, the He family possessed so much, what could they possibly lack? After a period spent with LG and the others following their introduction to his mother, he indulged in a life devoid of shame. One evening, half a month later, as Lu Hao gazed upon the slumbering beauties in his room, he quietly slipped away. He chose not to linger in the embrace of comfort, but instead resolved to enhance his capabilities swiftly. With a shift of scene, he found himself within a forest. His attire and hairstyle transformed. Just as he contemplated communicating with the system, a sound of clashing weapons echoed from a distance, accompanied by a fierce shout. "Lecher, today I shall slay you beneath my sword." As he momentarily considered what world he had randomly traversed into, the distant cry stirred his curiosity. Embracing the thrill of the moment, he activated his light wave steps and swiftly moved towards the source of the voice. With the technique, his speed surged dramatically, akin to a gust of wind racing towards the sound. In the blink of an eye, Lu Hao had silently traversed the 100 meters through the dense forest. Emerging into an open area, he was immediately captivated by the spectacle before him. A man and a woman engaged in a fierce battle. The man, in his 30s, wielded a sharp dagger with a lithe form, executing ruthless and precise strikes that sent chills down one's spine. The woman, also in her early 30s, brandished a gleaming sword, continuously launching attacks against her opponent. Although her swordplay lacked the man's brutality, it was marked by agility and adaptability, at times resembling a tempest of ferocity, and at others, a gentle, persistent stream. The two exchanged blows, their blades dancing in a symphony of light and sound, each clash resonating with a crisp metallic ring. Lu Hao stood to the side, quietly observing the fierce battle, and could not help but marvel. This was the essence of martial arts. Although Ming Tian and Xiang Yu possessed considerable martial prowess, they were far outclassed in comparison. Who among them could leap 10 meters? Subsequently, Lu Hao decisively replicated their techniques. Congratulations to the host for successfully copying the Huashan sword technique, the 19 styles of the Jade Maiden, the elegant sword technique, the Zhanyuan skill, the Gale Blade technique, the 13 styles of flying sand and moving stones, the upright threefold cloud, and the inverted threefold cloud. In an instant, a myriad of martial arts techniques and internal cultivation methods surged into Lu Hao's mind, nearly overwhelming his consciousness. He closed his eyes, striving to concentrate, methodically sorting through the information, swiftly digesting each move and stance. The internal cultivation method known as Zhanyuan Gong was instantly perfected by his profound comprehension, and Lu Hao felt a powerful force surge from within, causing his internal energy to skyrocket dramatically. His strength, speed, and endurance experienced remarkable enhancements, leaving him with an unprecedented sense of power. Simultaneously, his body was enveloped in a warm current, facilitating yet another breakthrough beyond his previous limitations. After approximately 2 minutes, Lu Hao opened his eyes once more, a sharp glimmer illuminating them as he observed the two combatants before him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Ah, so it is you. How intriguing. He then accessed his attribute panel to examine the changes he had undergone. Host, Lu Hao talent, replication. Profound comprehension realm, late innate stage internal energy, 138 years cultivation methods, vast Yinyang canon, indestructible divine skill, Hanyuan Gong martial arts, 7 steps blade, Qing Song sword technique. Ming family sword technique, 18 styles of swimming dragon, overlord spear technique, Lingbo Weibu, Huashan sword technique, 19 styles of jade maiden, gentlewoman sword technique, gale blade technique. 13 styles of flying sand and shifting stones, positive and negative 3 layers of clouds charm, 99 points. 56, 050 to his astonishment, Hanyuan Gong proved to be rather subpar. Offering merely 40 years of internal energy, even less than the indestructible divine skill. It was no wonder it was merely a cultivation method designated for disciples. Ultimately falling to the second-rate standard, Lu Hao murmured to himself. At this moment, the fight a few meters away was nearing its conclusion, with the man gradually falling into a disadvantage. However, aided by nimble footwork, he managed to hold his ground against the woman. Alas, I shall not indulge you any longer today. Perhaps another time, the man declared as he prepared to make his escape. With a light touch upon the ground, he leapt several meters into the air and swiftly darted in a particular direction. Tian Buguang, halt! The woman exclaimed, her voice ringing out as she employed her lightness skill to pursue him. This man and woman were none other than Tian Buguang, the notorious rogue known as the Lone Ranger of the Wastes, and Ning Zhangzi, who had descended the mountain to eliminate such scoundrels. Yet, Lu Hao found himself intrigued. Wasn't Ning Zhangzi supposed to be with Yue Buqun? Why had they parted ways? It was hardly surprising, given the narrative arc. They had initially descended the mountain together, but had failed to apprehend Tian Buguang. It seemed they had split up to track him down. Otherwise, a mere Tian Buguang would hardly pose a challenge for Yue Buqun. Just as Ning Zhangzi, sword in hand, was about to catch up, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Tian Buguang suddenly turned back, releasing a cloud of white powder. Ning Zhangzi, caught off guard, inhaled a significant amount. Upon witnessing her misfortune, Tian Buguang did not hasten to flee. Instead, he scrutinized her with lecherous eyes, his gaze betraying a lascivious intent. Who would have thought that the illustrious lady of the Huashan sect would be so well preserved, hardly distinguishable from a young maiden, he mused. Indeed, Ning Zhangzi appeared youthful. Given the customs of this era, she had married Yue Buqun in her teens and given birth to Yu Lingshan, who was now around 17 or 18. An age suitable for marriage in this dynasty. Shameless rogue, what have you done to me? Ning Zhangzi felt an unusual sensation. A warmth coursing through her, as if a fire were igniting within. Cautiously, she stepped back, her eyes fixed intently on Tian Buguang. You dare to call me a rogue? What do you think I have done? He taunted. It is merely a little aphrodisiac. At his words, Ning Zhangzi, already under the influence of the drug, felt her face flush crimson, resembling a ripe apple. The once fair complexion of her face appeared even more alluring against the vibrant red, exuding an air of mature charm. Though clad in traditional attire that concealed her figure, her curvaceous form was undeniably appealing, causing Tian Buguang to nearly drool. Ah, Ning heroine. You have fallen victim to my aphrodisiac. If you do not seek assistance within half an hour, you shall lose all your martial prowess and die with your meridians severed. In this desolate wilderness, only I can aid you, Tian Buguang leered, inching closer with a furtive gaze. Begone. I would rather die than allow a scoundrel like you to succeed. Ning Zhangzi uttered those words, yet instinctively found herself retreating step by step. Who wishes for death when life is so splendid? She is blessed with a husband known as the gentleman's sword, a clever and obedient daughter, and a multitude of devoted disciples. Death? Even if you perish, I shall still. Tian Buguang rubbed his hands and gradually approached Ning Zhangzi, who felt utterly despondent, her heart brimming with despair. It seemed that she was destined to fall prey to this lecherous villain, caught in a predicament where neither life nor death offered solace. You are truly despicable. One may be charming, yet one must not be base. After all, you claim to be a lone hero traversing the world. Does this not tarnish the very essence of chivalry? In the shadows, Lu Hao could no longer endure Tian Buguang's shameless remarks. With a swift motion, he activated his lightness skill and leaped before Tian Buguang, shielding the enchanting sect leader's wife behind him. How could such a captivating and graceful figure allow herself to be defiled by another? Tian Buguang and Ning Zhangzi were both taken aback to witness a figure materialize between them as if conjured from the ether, clad in a flowing azure robe. The figure stood tall and resolute, a playful smile gracing his features. This caused Tian Buguang's brow to furrow in concern. Conversely, Ning Zhong's previously anxious heart began to ease at the sight of Lu Hao. She sensed a righteous spirit emanating from his tone, instilling in her the belief that Lu Hao is no agent of evil, and perhaps he could aid her in navigating this perilous situation. Lu Hao stood between the two individuals, his gaze piercing. He first cast a disdainful glance at Tian Buguang, his eyes brimming with contempt. Subsequently, he turned to Ning Zhongza, offering a slight nod, signaling her not to worry. This gesture exuded a sense of composure and confidence, which inadvertently instilled a flicker of trust and affection in Ning Zhongza towards him. Tian Buguang, you. As Lu Hao was about to speak, he suddenly felt a surge within him, as if a wave of warmth was spreading throughout his body. Tian Buguang glanced at Lu Hao and scoffed, remarking on the audacity of youth, oblivious to the perils of the world. How does it feel? Do you sense the flow of energy coursing through your veins? Upon hearing these words, Ning Zhongza realized the gravity of the situation. Indeed, Tian Buguang's next statement plunged her into despair once more. You two have fallen victim to my aphrodisiac powder, which was inadvertently inhaled from the dust released by the renowned heroine. Lu Hao was momentarily taken aback. He had taken cold medicine, yet he had never experienced such an aphrodisiac. He was astonished by the sensations it evoked. In the next instant, his comrade spoke. Young hero, you need not concern yourself with me any longer. Depart swiftly. I shall hold off Tian Buguang, even if it means our mutual destruction. I shall not allow him to succeed. At that moment, Ning Zhongza had already resolved to perish alongside Tian Buguang, expressing her despair with those words. Ning, do not be so pessimistic. Life is still full of promise ahead, and I shall take care of everything, Lu Hao replied, turning to Ning Zhongza with a radiant smile. Under the influence of the drug and Lu Hao's extraordinary charm, Ning Zhongza felt her cheeks flush, her heart racing wildly, and her gaze became increasingly dazed. Lu Hao's lips curled into a smirk as he nodded slightly to Ning Zhongza, before turning his gaze back to Tian Buguang. Thank you for granting me such an extraordinary experience. Do you have any final words? With a scoff, he continued, in half an hour, your meridians will be completely severed. I shan't waste my breath on the dead. I have a stunning beauty awaiting my rescue. Tian Buguang's grin was sinister, his eyes narrowed to mere slits. Convinced he had Lu Hao at his mercy. Such a loquacious fool. You will never savor more than 4 dishes in a lifetime. Lu Hao let out a cold snort. And in the next moment, Ning Zhongza perceived a fleeting blur before Lu Hao astonishingly vanished from her sight. Before she could comprehend the situation, Lu Hao reappeared, delivering a powerful punch that sent Tian Buguang hurtling through the air. Tian Buguang's body soared like a kite severed from its string, instantly propelled backward. Blood gushed from his mouth, his complexion as pale as a ghost. He traced an arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Speak, where is the antidote? Lu Hao approached Tian Buguang, casting a furious glare at the bloodied figure lying on the ground. You, Tian Buguang, prostrate and ashen-faced, with traces of blood lingering at the corners of his mouth, struggled to lift his head to meet Lu Hao's gaze. His eyes were filled with terror and resentment. He attempted to utter a word, but all that escaped his throat were faint whimpers. You. Tian Buguang managed to force out a syllable, but was soon seized by a violent coughing fit, blood once again oozing from the corner of his mouth. He curled up in agony, clearly unable to endure the torment any longer. What Lu Hao was unaware of was that, having just transcended to the late innate stage, he had yet to fully harness his formidable strength. Even with merely a third of his power, he was capable of overwhelming someone like Tian Buguang, who was merely a second-rate practitioner at the late stage. At present, Tian Buguang's internal organs were shattered, his breath shallow and labored, poised to succumb at any moment. Upon witnessing the feeble state of Tian Buguang, Lu Hao immediately grasped the situation. His earlier vociferous inquiries had merely been directed towards Ning Zhongza. Subsequently, Lu Hao's demeanor transformed. A smile graced his lips as he leaned towards the ailing Tian Buguang and softly remarked, "Thank you. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss regarding how to experience such delightful encounters. You truly are a good person." In an instant, Tian Buguang's gaze turned vacant, his astonishment evident as he regarded Lu Hao with bewilderment. A flicker of confusion danced in his mind as he contemplated his untimely demise. Perhaps the final thought that crossed his mind was the emergence of such a young and formidable figure within the realm of debauchery. Or perhaps, he pondered, he had merely become a means for another's gain. Who can say? Only the deceased Tian Buguang knew the musings that occupied his mind in those final moments. After witnessing the demise of Tian Buguang, Lu Hao returned to stand before Ning Zhangzi. At that moment, he truly beheld her, and he was struck by her newfound allure. A beguiling charm that emerged following her poisoning. The maturity she once displayed was now accentuated, and her previously dignified appearance, coupled with this hint of seduction, left Lu Hao momentarily overwhelmed. In the next instant, under the influence of the poison coursing through his veins, he found his nose bleeding uncontrollably. "Young sir, are you all right?" Ning Zhangzi, her brow glistening with perspiration, resembled a perfectly steamed crab, a sight both captivating and distressing. Upon noticing Lu Hao's unusual state, she hurriedly expressed her concern. "I am fine, but alas, that lecherous Tian Buguang possessed no antidote for this poison." Lu Hao sighed, engaging in earnest yet nonsensical chatter. Ding! The system detected the host's body was afflicted by lewd toxins. Spinning points would enable the system to purify the host. In the next instant, Lu Hao fervently responded within his heart, "No need." The system. Hearing Lu Hao's words, Ning Zhangzi was instantly engulfed in despair. Tian Buguang truly possessed no antidote. He was indeed a notorious scoundrel who had never considered such a remedy. "Young hero, I am deeply sorry. It is I who have brought you into this predicament." At that moment, Ning Zhangzi felt a pang of guilt. If it were not for her own carelessness, how could she have fallen prey to Tian Buguang's despicable tricks? "Ning heroine, there is no need for self-reproach. It is merely my penchant for meddling that has led to this unforeseen encounter with the illustrious and enchanting Ning heroine of the realm, and for that, I consider myself fortunate." Lu Hao's words were imbued with sincerity, devoid of any hint of jest or flirtation. Ning Zhong, on the other hand, felt a tinge of embarrassment, her cheeks flushing as she gradually lowered her gaze, unable to meet Lu Hao's eyes directly. "Young hero, you flatter me," she murmured. At that moment, Ning Zhong appeared somewhat dazed, her voice trembling as she spoke to Lu Hao, a hint of bashfulness threading through her words, suggesting that the poison had already begun to spread throughout her body. "Ning, the valiant heroine, where is Master Yu, the gentleman swordsman? If you can locate Master Yu, he surely possesses the means to antidote your affliction." Lu Hao gazed at the enchanting beauty before him, taking a deep breath to suppress the desire stirring within his heart. "Senior brother?" Ning Zhangzi, upon hearing the name Yi Buqun, regained a semblance of composure. She shook her head helplessly and sighed. "I too am unaware of my senior brother's current whereabouts. Half an hour ago, we parted ways to seek the traces of Tian Buguang." Lu Hao gazed at the alluring, ripe lips of the mature woman before him, and his heart bloomed with joy, thinking to himself, "Truly, heaven is aiding me. Very well. I shall take you to find Master Yu, hoping to locate him, so that we may seek a remedy for the lady's affliction." At this moment, Lu Hao stood with a sense of righteousness, resembling a paragon of virtue, embodying the notion that even if he could not cure the poison within himself, he would not tarnish another's reputation. "However, young hero, you too are afflicted by this venom, if it remains untreated." Ning Zhangzi, upon hearing Lu Hao's words, felt a stir of emotion, yet her concern for his safety lingered. This is indeed the hallmark of those from esteemed and upright sects, always preoccupied with the well-being of others, even in dire times. "Do not fret, fair maiden," Lu Hao reassured. "I am still capable of enduring. My skills and lightness are commendable. If you would not mind, I could escort you to seek Master Yu." At this juncture, Ning Zhangzi had little time for further contemplation. Though a tad hesitant about the close proximity to a stranger, the urgency of survival compelled her to nod in agreement. Upon witnessing Ning Zhangzi's acquiescence, Lu Hao was filled with unbridled joy, yet he maintained a composed demeanor. He slowly approached Ning Zhangzi and grasped her arm firmly. "I beg your pardon," Lu Hao remarked. Taking a deep breath, with a gentle step, he lifted her into the air. The two soared several meters high, alighting upon the branches of a tree. With each step, the branches swayed delicately, yet they moved with the ease of walking on solid ground, utterly unfazed by the motion beneath them. Lu Hao moved with remarkable speed, swiftly carrying Ning Zhangzi in the direction she indicated. Grasping her arm was Lu Hao's way of leaving a favorable impression on Ning Zhangzi. Otherwise, Ning Zhangzi, noticing that Lu Hao was merely holding her arm without any undue advances, felt an even deeper sense of gratitude toward him. She marveled at Lu Hao's exceptional prowess at such a young age. Not only had he dispatched the notorious thief Tian Buguang with a single blow, but his lightness of foot was equally astonishing. In her experience, she had never encountered such formidable power and agility. Unbeknownst to them, mere moments after their departure, a figure appeared at the site of Tian Buguang's demise. This person bore an air of righteousness, impeccably dressed, wielding a precious sword. and exuding the dignified presence of a leader. Indeed, this was Yue Buqun, the master of the Huashan sect. After parting ways with Ning Zhangze, he had pursued for a while but failed to locate Tian Buoguang. His concern for his junior sister's safety in the event of an encounter with Tian Buoguang prompted him to hasten toward her direction. Upon arrival, however, he was astonished to find that Tian Buoguang was dead. Despite the thief's demise, there was no sign of Ning Zhangze. Yue Buqun furrowed his brow and bent down to investigate the cause of Tian Buoguang's death. What? His internal organs were shattered by an external force? What terrifying strength could accomplish such a feat? Yue Buqun was truly taken aback, his brow knitted tightly as he scrutinized Tian Buoguang's corpse. There were no sword wounds on the body, suggesting that his junior sister had not engaged in combat with him. Though her internal strength was slightly inferior to his, it was certainly not sufficient to deliver such a devastating blow. Even he could not unleash such a dreadful force. Tian Buoguang was indeed dead. But where had his junior sister gone? Why had there been no trace of her along the way? A wave of unease surged within Yue Buqun as he glanced around, attempting to locate Ning Zhangze. Though she was no weakling, the martial world was fraught with peril and treachery. Previously, they always ventured out as a pair, with him making all the decisions, yet now, after taking a few steps, he unexpectedly noticed several footprints on the ground. He squatted down for a closer examination. One footprint was roughly the same size as Tian Buoguang's, another was small and delicate, akin to Ning Zhangze's. However, a third footprint left him utterly perplexed. It resembled neither Tian Buoguang's nor Ning Zhangze's. He could not discern the identity of its owner. Who could this third person be? Could his junior sister's disappearance be connected to them? As thoughts swirled in Yue Buqun's mind, a chill crept into his heart. He then blindly pursued the direction in which the footprints faded away. Unfortunately, Yue Buqun was unaware that Lu Hao intentionally stepped on branches as he moved, deliberately avoiding any interference with his endeavors. Indeed, Yue Buqun fell into a trap, pursuing a direction that diverged from Lu Hao and his companion. After approximately 10 minutes, Lu Hao led Ning Zhangze to an ancient temple in a state of disrepair. The roof tiles were uneven, and most of the bricks on the walls had crumbled, giving it an air of desolation. The surrounding environment was utterly deserted, with only the occasional chirp of insects and the rustling of leaves in the breeze breaking the silence. "Madam Yue, let us take a moment to rest here," Lu Hao suggested. Ning Zhangze nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further. She was aware of Lu Hao's poisoning and understood that the exertion of their journey might have significantly drained his internal energy, prompting her to follow him into the dilapidated temple. As Ning Zhangze had surmised, Lu Hao felt a surge of heat coursing through his veins, his face flushed. Particularly, his awareness of Ning Zhangze by his side, coupled with the fragrance she emanated, intensified his condition. It was likely that his use of lightness martial arts had further depleted his internal strength, causing the poison to circulate more rapidly within him. Thus, he found himself in dire need of a temporary refuge. In truth, Lu Hao had never intended to lead Ning Zhangze in search of Yue Buqun. What business did he have with the man? Throughout their journey, he had been seeking a suitable place to rest. Finally, his efforts bore fruit, and he had found what he needed. "Madam Yue, I fear I can no longer take you to find Master Yue," Lu Hao said, casting a faint smile at the poised Ning Zhangze beside him, his words tinged with a note of helplessness and regret. The performance was indeed reaching its climax. At this, Ning Zhangze was taken aback, her expression transforming into one of alarm as she looked at Lu Hao. "What is wrong? Has the poison taken effect?" Lu Hao nodded and then shook his head, a complex expression gracing his features. Channeling his internal energy, he hastened the spread of the toxin within his body. "At this moment, I could only manage to temporarily suppress it. You should seek Master Yue on your own." Upon hearing this, Ning Zhangze's heart surged with panic. She was at a loss for what to do. The severity of the poisoning weighed heavily upon her, making her emotions difficult to control. Instinctively, she clutched Lu Hao's hand tightly. "What will you do? You cannot simply resign yourself to this fate. My own safety is of little concern, but I cannot tarnish the lady's reputation. You must leave this place at once." Lu Hao withdrew his hand from Ning Zhangze's grasp, turning his face away as he struggled to suppress the laughter bubbling within him. Observing Lu Hao's tragic demeanor, Ning Zhangze found herself torn between the decision to stay or leave. Departing would be an act of irresponsibility towards Lu Hao, who had risked his own well-being to save her from poisoning. Yet, remaining was fraught with implications for a woman's chastity, a matter of immense gravity in this era. Just as Ning Zhangze wavered in her resolve, fate seemed to intervene on Lu Hao's behalf. The once clear sky was soon enveloped by thick, ominous clouds. Suddenly, A fierce wind began to rage, causing the trees surrounding the ancient temple to rustle violently, their branches thrashing wildly. Inside the temple, Ning Zhang's garments fluttered in the gusts, her hair disheveled by the tempest. At that moment, a thunderous clap erupted overhead, the sound rolling like a drum, while flashes of lightning danced through the darkening clouds. Before long, the previously bright sky transformed into an abyss of darkness. It wasn't long before torrential rain began to pour, the droplets pelting the roof and ground with a cacophony of sound. Water curtains quickly formed beneath the eaves of the ancient temple, cascading down as the rain drenched both Ning Zhongzi and Lu Hao. The two hastily sought refuge in a corner of the temple, relieved to find the tiles intact, offering them some shelter from the elements. In that instant, Lu Hao gazed at Ning Zhongzi, her beauty heightened by the rain, and he could no longer contain himself. The effects of Tian Buguang's potent concoction had overwhelmed him. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist, his hands radiating warmth and strength, penetrating her soaked garments to offer her comfort. However, Ning Zhongzi was taken aback by Lu Hao's sudden advance, initially intent on pushing him away. She found herself succumbing to a wave of weakness. A shiver coursed through her as Lu Hao tenderly brushed his lips against her earlobe. Lu Hao did not pause, continuing to kiss her delicate neck, and the already somewhat dazed Ning Zhong became utterly entranced. She tightly embraced Lu Hao's back, resting her head upon his broad chest, surrendering herself to his every action. At this moment, Ning Zhong was completely lost in herself. At this moment, Lu Hao retained a semblance of rationality, not exhibiting an overwhelming urgency. He extended his hand, gently caressing Ning Zhong's soft hair, the faint fragrance uplifting his spirits. Carefully, he lifted her chin, aligning her gaze with his. Ning Zhongzi, feeling a deep sense of shyness, was almost overwhelmed, uncertain if this was the right course of action. In the fleeting moment their eyes met, Lu Hao cast aside his hesitation, lowering his head to press his lips against Ning Zhong's rosy ones. The kiss shattered the last vestige of her defenses, and she responded with practiced ease, her arms encircling Lu Hao's neck as their bodies melded together, as if to become one. Their lips intertwined in a tender embrace, each touch imbued with affection and gentleness. As time flowed, their emotions intensified, their breaths quickening. Lu Hao's hands explored the contours of Ning Zhong's back, eliciting responsive movements from her. Amidst the sound of pouring rain, a melody emerged from the ancient temple, a beautiful echo of their connection. Approximately half an hour passed, and as the rain began to subside, Lu Hao sensed an unusual disturbance when a swift sound approached from several meters outside the temple. Lu Hao's expression shifted dramatically as he seized a wooden stick beside him and hurled it towards the door. With a swift whoosh, the stick shot from his hand, embedding itself directly before the approaching visitor outside the ancient temple. Get lost. Lu Hao fumed, his anger ignited by the unwelcome interruption of his affairs. A fierce, nameless rage blazed within him, prompting him to bellow towards the entrance. His voice resonated with profound internal power, rendering the outsider momentarily deafened. Esteemed senior, I am Yi Buqun of the Huashan School, and I apologize for the intrusion. I am merely seeking my junior sister, Ning Zhongzi. I wonder if you might. Upon hearing the news, Lu Hao was momentarily taken aback, pondering inwardly. What on earth? Yi Buqun? What brings him here? Ning Zhongzi, upon catching the sound of Yi Buqun's voice, swiftly emerged from her daze. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, accompanied by a wave of shame and guilt, as tears began to cascade from the corners of her eyes. Didn't he see anything? Just leave. Lu Hao, observing Ning Zhong's demeanor, felt a twinge of discomfort within. It was unclear whether it stemmed from jealousy or the interruption itself. He directed another furious shout toward the door. I apologize for the disturbance caused by the younger generation. I shall take my leave now. Outside, Yue Buqun was taken aback by the deafening roar of Lu Hao. Even as the leader of Huashan and a master of the Qi sect, he had never encountered such profound inner strength. He considered that it would be unwise to provoke this enigmatic individual and prioritizing the need to find his junior sister. He hastily departed from the ancient temple after offering his apologies. As he heard Yue Buqun's footsteps gradually fade away, Lu Hao looked at Ning Zhongzi, whose expression was one of sorrow, and felt a pang of envy. He bent down to gently kiss away her tears and whispered softly in her ear. Neither of us has erred. If blame must be assigned, let it fall upon Tian Buguang. Fate has played its hand. Upon hearing his words, Ning Zhongzi became somewhat disoriented, her face flushing again as she tightly shut her eyes, unable to meet his gaze. As Lu Hao observed the scene, a smile graced his lips, prompting him to continue. Although the torrential rain gradually diminished, a gentle drizzle persisted, falling steadily as night enveloped the sky, completely engulfing it in darkness. Within the ancient temple, the flames flickered brightly. Lu Hao had kindled the bonfire well in advance. Meanwhile, Ning Zheng remained curled in the corner where she had been earlier, seated on the ground. Her arms wrapped around her legs, silently gazing at the fire. She had been lost in thought for approximately half an hour. Immersed in her solitude without uttering a single word, Lu Hao was aware that she was currently engaged in an internal struggle. So he refrained from uttering any words of comfort, knowing that she would likely be unreceptive, and his efforts might even backfire. Observing her state, he realized that she would not take any action in the near term, prompting him to venture outside to hunt for game. Upon returning, he meticulously prepared the catch, placing it beside the campfire to roast slowly. Although animals typically refrain from roaming about on rainy days, fortune smiled upon Lu Hao as he encountered a wild pheasant and a hare. Care for a drink? Lu Hao playfully produced a bottle of liquor from his pocket, filled with the exquisite Feitian Matai. As he uncorked the bottle, a rich aroma wafted through the air, captivating Ning Zheng, who had been in a daze. As she fixated on the bottle in Lu Hao's hand, Lu Hao's lips curled slightly upward. A response, however subtle, was a positive sign. He passed the drink in his hand to Ning Zhengza, who, upon receiving it, began to gulp it down heartily. Cough, cough. The potent liquor, at 53 degrees, was far beyond the tolerance of individuals from their era, let alone that of a delicate lady. After taking 2 vigorous swigs, she found herself choking. Drink slowly. This wine is quite fierce. Lu Hao gently patted her back, his gaze suffused with tenderness. After a few coughs, Ning Zhengza said nothing, instead gazing quizzically at the ordinary ceramic bottle in her hand, astonished by the intensity of the liquor within. Though not a seasoned drinker, she had sampled her fair share of spirits and had never encountered one so fiery. Soon, she fell into a reverie, prompting Lu Hao to resume roasting the game. A mere 10 minutes later, after sprinkling some cumin and fine salt, an enticing aroma enveloped the ancient temple. The delectable scent stirred Ning Zhengza's appetite, her stomach protesting after recently having endured 2 life-and-death battles. The secret grilled chicken will surely leave a lasting impression, Lu Hao remarked with a smile as he offered the roasted chicken to her. Ning Zhengza's gaze towards him was complex, yet she accepted it nonetheless. Thus, they shared this moment, taking turns to savor the wild game and sip the liquor. Gradually, as Ning Zhengza entered a state of mild inebriation, she opened up. I never imagined that such an event would unfold in my life. Tears began to stream down her cheeks as she spoke. Do not overthink. You acted to save me, and in doing so, you also sought your own salvation, Lu Hao replied softly while savoring a piece of roasted rabbit. Though I comprehend that this is about saving lives, it feels like a betrayal. Ning Zhengza trailed off, reluctant to continue, and once more raised the bottle to her lips for another hearty gulp. Lu Hao could not bear to witness her treating herself in such a manner. So he spoke up to offer solace. You need not blame yourself. The circumstances arose from my actions, and you acted solely to save me. I shall take responsibility. Ning Zhengza gazed at him and let out a soft, dismissive laugh. Responsibility? What can you offer in terms of responsibility? Perhaps it would be a relief for us to part ways and never meet again. Having spoken her mind, Ning Zhengza rose, lost in despair, and made her way toward the exit of the ancient temple. Where are you going? Lu Hao furrowed his brow, taken aback by the gravity she assigned to the situation. Though said in ancient times, her actions were driven by a desire to save a life. Lu Hao had endeavored to consider the matter thoroughly, hoping to alleviate her sense of guilt. However, his efforts seemed less than effective. I shall return to Mount Hua and strive to forget today's events, Ning Zhengza remarked, casting a fleeting glance at Lu Hao before walking toward the temple's threshold with a wan smile. Impossible. I have declared my intent to take responsibility, and I shall. You, Ning Zhengza, belong to me. From this day forth, from this very moment. Lu Hao rose to his feet, his commanding voice reverberating through the ancient temple. Ning Zhengza hesitated for a moment, glancing back at him with an expression of profound complexity. Not only had she acted in such a manner today, but she also had to admit that she harbored a genuine fondness for Lu Hao. Yet, adhering to her persona of a virtuous wife and devoted mother, she found herself momentarily disoriented, unable to comprehend why she felt this way. Soon, however, Ning Zhengza regained her composure and turned her head away, refusing to meet Lu Hao's gaze. It is impossible. We cannot be together. I must return to Mount Hua. Let us not meet again. Outside, the rain fell steadily. We shall depart tomorrow morning. Upon observing that Ning Zhengza had made her decision, Lu Hao refrained from further comment, recognizing that continued discourse would be counterproductive. It was wise to grant her a moment of contemplation. After all, with Yue Buqun's assistance in the future, their endeavors would yield greater results with less effort. His desire was for her entire being, not merely a soulless shell. No need, Ning Zhongzi responded coolly before exiting the ancient temple, allowing the rain to cascade upon her, rendering her figure strikingly desolate. I shall accompany you for a while. Suddenly, Ning Zhongzi felt a voice whispering in her ear, and before she could react, her waist was encircled by someone, lifting her effortlessly off the ground. Lu Hao was concerned about her returning alone, fearing she might act impulsively. Thus, he promptly accompanied Ning Zhongzi to Mount Hua. The location was already in close proximity to the mountain, and after approximately half an hour, Lu Hao soared through the skies, covering a distance of about 100 miles, and arrived atop Mount Hua. The mountain stood majestically, its steep cliffs and towering peaks creating a breathtaking landscape. Lu Hao, accompanied by Ning Zhongzi, stealthily circumvented the sentinels of the Huashan sect and quietly made their way to the rear courtyard. In the stillness of the night, the disciples of Huashan were largely enveloped in slumber. After surveying their surroundings and ensuring that their presence went unnoticed, Lu Hao finally released Ning Zhongzi. I am confident that we shall meet again soon. When that time comes, I hope you will accompany me. Yue Buqun may prove to be an admirable leader, yet he falls short as a husband. Lu Hao, after speaking, planted a kiss on her cheek and vanished before her eyes. Ning Zhongzi was momentarily taken aback, then began to reflect on Yue Buqun's recent behaviors. It appeared that he had indeed been increasingly neglecting her in pursuit of his martial arts training. As this thought surfaced, Ning Zhongzi hesitated to delve deeper. Her senior brother was solely devoted to Huashan. She shook her head, suppressing these thoughts deep within her heart, and made her way towards her bedroom. Lu Hao found himself in a desolate area atop Mount Hua, where he unleashed a furious roar and struck a massive boulder with his fist. Boom! The stone, towering over a man, was reduced to dust by Lu Hao's formidable strength. Such immense power and profound internal energy. Allow me to experience your prowess. A voice, tinged with a hint of age, resonated from behind Lu Hao, followed by a surge of sword energy aimed at him. A worthy challenge, Lu Hao exclaimed, deftly employing his footwork to effortlessly evade the oncoming blade of energy. Lu Hao turned around to gaze upon the venerable old man before him, distinguished by his flowing white hair and an air of righteous authority. Instantly recognizing him as Feng Qingyang. Should anyone dare to stand up for Yue Buqun, they would undoubtedly hold Feng Qingyang accountable, for he had always been a man indifferent to worldly affairs. Despite the division of the Huashan sect into the sword and qi schools, he remained an integral part of Huashan. Faced with the relentless pressure from Zhuoling-chan, Feng Qingyang had not only refrained from appearing, but had not even uttered a word of protest. After all, he resided on the back mountain of Huashan, a territory belonging to the sect. In times of trouble, he ought to lend a hand, as if to pay his dues for residing there. Yet, he chose to maintain his lofty detachment. You must be the esteemed Feng Qingyang of Huashan, Lu Hao remarked, observing the old man with a calm demeanor. Feng Qingyang's expression shifted dramatically, his brow furrowing as he scrutinized Lu Hao. Who are you? How do you know of me? He inquired, astonished. In his mind, only those from the elder generation of the martial world, long renowned, could possibly recognize him. It was inconceivable that a youth would know his name. According to the legends, during the great conflict between the two factions of the Huashan sect, Feng Qingyang had been deceived by the Qi school and led away from Huashan, thus missing the battle. Since then, he had vanished from the realms of martial arts. Now, with such an extraordinary master residing on the back mountain of Huashan, who else could it be but Feng Qingyang? Lu Hao observed Feng Qingyang's astonished expression and let out a derisive snicker. Young man, what is your name? And to whom do you owe your allegiance? Upon hearing Lu Hao's inquiry, Feng Qingyang felt a flicker of admiration. My surname is Lu, my given name Hao. And I belong to neither sect nor school. Oh, no sect, no school? Then what brings you to Mount Hua? Feng Qingyang clearly found Lu Hao's words hard to believe. Could one with no affiliation possess such formidable internal strength? The power he displayed in shattering the boulder was something even Yue Buqun could not achieve. Nothing of consequence. I simply wish to admire the night scenery of Mount Hua. Lu Hao replied dismissively, a hint of disdain in his tone. Since you are unwilling to speak the truth, I shall compel you to do so, Feng Qingyang declared, and with that, he sprang into action. He harbored concerns that the man before him might be a spy from the Sun Moon Holy Cult, and he certainly did not wish for them to discover his seclusion at the Cliff of Regret. With a swift movement, Feng Qingyang lightly propelled himself into the air, resembling a keen sword as he surged toward Lu Hao with remarkable speed. Lu Hao let out a cold snort before immediately unleashing the indestructible Vidra skill, transforming himself into a resplendent golden figure. With a sharp crack, Feng Qingyang's assault struck Lu Hao as if it had collided with steel, causing Feng Qingyang's expression to shift dramatically as he hastily retreated. The Buddhist golden bell shield? No, this does not resemble the golden bell shield. Who exactly are you? Feng Qingyang's demeanor turned serious as he glared at Lu Hao with a fierce intensity. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us resolve this through combat. Lu Hao, after finishing his words, brought his index and middle fingers together, unleashing a flurry of sharp sword energy that shot forth like silvery lightning cleaving through the night sky. Feng Qingyang was once again taken aback, hastily retaliating with his own sword energy. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their energies clashing back and forth. Within just a minute, Feng Qingyang found his internal strength rapidly depleting as he struggled under Lu Hao's relentless assault. The more they fought, the more alarmed he became. He could hardly fathom that the seemingly youthful figure before him possessed such formidable strength. His internal energy seemed inexhaustible, and his defensive capabilities were astonishing. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. Having just broken through to the early stages of innate mastery, how could he possibly contend with the late-stage Lu Hao? Aware that he could not afford a prolonged battle, he resolved to conclude the fight swiftly. He took a deep breath, channeling his internal energy to the tips of his fingers. Breaking chi technique, he bellowed, as a razor-sharp sword light erupted from his fingertips, aimed directly at Lu Hao's throat. This sword energy encapsulated all of Feng Qingyang's life as cultivation, its power immense enough to split mountains and shatter stones. The breaking chi technique was one of the 9 swords of Dugu, specifically designed to counter foes with superior internal strength. Lu Hao remained calm and composed, countering with the same technique. Earlier, during his exchange with Feng Qingyang, he had emulated the Dugu 9 swords, returning the favor with the adversary's own methods. After both engaged in a fierce exchange of identical moves, Feng Qingyang found himself forcefully pushed back several steps by Lu Hao's formidable sword energy. How could this be possible? Poof! Feng Qingyang stared blankly at Lu Hao before spewing a mouthful of blood, clearly suffering significant internal injuries. What is impossible? Is it not merely the Dugu 9 swords? It is not a creation of your own. If you can master it, why can't I? Lu Hao stood in place, gazing at the bewildered Feng Qingyang with a faint smile. His spirits had notably lifted, though confronting this old fellow had depleted a modicum of his inner strength. The toll was nearly negligible. Are you not the disciple of the esteemed Dugu? Feng Qingyang pondered, his mind a muddled mess. I am no one's disciple. Spare yourself the unfounded conjectures. My mood has considerably improved, so you should promptly attend to your wounds. Otherwise, I fear your frail body may not endure much longer. Lu Hao, having spoken, deftly executed his lightness skill and vanished before Feng Qingyang. This impudent lad, how dare he address an elder in such a manner? Who exactly is he? His strength is truly formidable. At my level, I find myself no match for him. Could he possibly be the invincible figure of the demonic sect? Yet that cannot be. If he were indeed such a person, he would not let me off so easily. Alas, it matters not. I have long sought refuge here, and the conflicts of the martial world hold no relevance for me. With that, Feng Qingyang began to walk slowly towards a particular direction of the Cliff of Regrets. Lu Hao, in high spirits, departed from the precipice of Huashan, gradually making his way down the mountain. At this moment, the light rain had transformed into a gentle drizzle, adding a unique charm to the atmosphere. Strolling in the delicate rain and admiring the nightscape of Huashan was quite delightful. After half an hour, he arrived at a county town at the foot of Huashan, guided by the world map, where he unexpectedly encountered the still-searching Yue Buqun, who was in pursuit of Ningxiangzi. Yue Buqun, at present, harbored some lingering emotions for Ningxiangzi, for they had been married for over a decade. Though now affection had given way to familial love, it was only after he resorted to self-mutilation that the remnants of his love were entirely transformed into a bond of kinship. Yue Buqun was indeed a pitiable figure, laboring tirelessly for the rise of the Huashan sect, even to the point of self-harm. Regrettably, his initial intentions were fundamentally misguided. The Zixia divine skill of Huashan, as the sect's treasure, was far from a mere reputation. Had he gradually imparted the earlier layers of the Zixia divine skill to some capable disciples from the outset, he likely would not have found himself in such dire circumstances. Isn't that the leader of the Huashan sect, you? Lu Hao remarked as he noticed Yue Buqun approaching him. Startled by the voice in the dimness of the night, with visibility reduced to less than 10 meters, Yue Buqun instinctively drew his sword, readying himself for any potential threat. Lu Hao, due to his advantageous perspective, could perceive more clearly and farther than Yue Buqun. Who might you be, sir? although Yue Buqun could not discern his appearance. He sensed from the voice that it belonged to a young man. Lu Hao let out a cold laugh, his eyes brimming with contempt, before launching into a scathing critique of Yue Buqun. Who am I? That is of no consequence to you. It is indeed tragic to witness the illustrious Huashan sect reduced to such a state. I wonder what your fellow Huashan disciples think. Why the schism among the sword chief families? For a martial artist, inner strength is fundamental, yet what use is it without technique? That is akin to a brute with raw power lacking any martial prowess. Similarly, if one practices solely swordsmanship without cultivating inner strength, how can one unleash the full potential of their techniques? The two are complementary. One cannot exist without the other. If all in the martial world were to emulate the Huashan sect, chaos would surely ensue. Yue Buqun stood momentarily stunned, his mind seemingly exploding with the weight of Lu Hao's words. In truth, Lu Hao was not entirely incorrect. The later Yue Buqun had become acutely aware of this issue, seeking to clandestinely learn the evil exorcising sword technique. Though his inner strength was profound, he lacked a corresponding formidable sword technique. While the Huashan swordsmanship could be deemed intricate, it hardly reached the pinnacle of martial excellence. Decades prior, during the great conflict between the demon cult and the 5 mountain sword sects, numerous esteemed elders perished. Following that, infighting among the Huashan sword chief factions led to the near obliteration of their senior members. These consecutive internal strifes severely impacted the Huashan legacy, leaving many sword techniques incomplete. Today, Huashan still holds a name among the 5 mountains, thanks largely to Yue Buqun's efforts to patch up some of the lost martial arts. Nevertheless, the majority of the exquisite sword techniques have been irretrievably lost. Who exactly are you? Why do you dare to critique my Huashan sect? Yue Buqun's voice trembled slightly, his gaze fixed upon the indistinct figure before him, filled with confusion and wariness. This was the first time in his life he felt such an overwhelming sense of threat and unease. He gripped his sword tightly, prepared to confront any imminent danger. Me? I am merely a wandering soul, a recluse. I have said nothing but the truth. Do you believe those in the martial world are fools? No. They will only laugh at the folly of your Huashan sect, a congregation of arrogant and conceited individuals. Lu Hao's lips curled into a chilling smirk, a smile imbued with disdain and contempt. Lu Hao's words struck like a heavy hammer, landing forcefully upon Yue Buqun's heart. His complexion fluctuated between shades of blue and white, clearly indicating that Lu Hao's remarks had pierced a sensitive spot. Nonetheless, as the leader of the Huashan sect, he swiftly regained his composure. Pray tell, who are you? My Huashan sect bears no grudge against you. Why tarnish our century-old reputation? Me? If you insist on a name, I would say I am the master of Xiao Manor. I have not defamed your Huashan. I merely speak the truth, common knowledge among those in the martial world. Your Huashan sect's century-long prestige has likely dissipated since the demise of its founding patriarch, Hao Datong. The subsequent generations possess modest skills. Not only have they failed to achieve the grandeur of the Chuanjin sect's era, but they also struggle to maintain the esteemed title of the 5 mountain sword sect. Lu Hao's words left Yue Buqun momentarily stunned, his eyes vacant, as an overwhelming sense of helplessness surged within him. He stood frozen in place, resembling a statue. After what felt like an eternity, Yue Buqun regained his composure, only to find that Lu Hao had vanished. At this moment, a heavy weight settled upon his heart, filled with complex emotions. He recognized that he had encountered a true master today, and he came to the sobering realization of Huashan's genuine predicament. If Huashan did not enact change, it might very well be doomed at his hands. In the following days, a mysterious force suddenly emerged within the martial world. Clad in flowing purple robes, each member possessed unfathomable martial prowess. They acted decisively, swiftly distinguishing between friend and foe, never hesitating to deliver fatal blows. Their methods were ruthless, devoid of mercy, showing no compassion or leniency towards their enemies, and they appeared remarkably youthful. Regardless of the righteous or the wicked, they executed their adversaries without hesitation, seemingly unafraid of any opposing power. The emergence of this enigmatic force immediately stirred a tempest within the martial community. Many speculated about their origins and intentions. Some believed they sought to seize control of the martial world, while others theorized they were part of a more significant conspiracy. Regardless, their arrival disrupted the tranquility of the realm. Both the so-called evil sects like the Sun Moon Holy Cult and the righteous schools such as Shaolin and Wudong became acutely aware of the infamous Xiao Manor. In the discussion hall of the Songzhan sect, one of the 13 protectors, the formidable Ding Mian, asserted, "Master, Recently, several disciples of ours have been slain by the people of Shaoao Manor. We cannot let this grievance go unavenged." He glared at Zhuolinchuan, who sat in the seat of leadership, his anger palpable. "Indeed, if we remain inactive, the martial world will think we, the Songzhan sect, fear Shaoao Manor." Chimed in Lu Bai, the celestial crane, seated beside Ding Mian, echoing the call for retribution against Shaoao Manor. Their words ignited a flurry of discussion among the 13 protectors, with some in support and others cautioning against rash actions. "Enough!" Zhuolinchuan's voice thundered, silencing the commotion. As his words echoed through the hall, everyone fell into a hush. The precise numbers and strength of this rising force were unknown to them, yet their advent had already unleashed chaos in the martial world. They not only plundered the rich to aid the poor but also eradicated bandits, leaving no one unscathed who dared to offend them. In a month, Lu Zhongfeng's grand retirement banquet would take place. We must not act impulsively. The pressing matter at hand is the unification of the Five Mountain Sword sect. However, isn't Shaoao Manor situated near Huashan? Perhaps we could leverage Yue Buqun, sending him to investigate the strength within Shaoao Manor before plotting our next move. Zhuolinchuan, truly deserving of his position as the leader, swiftly conceived a rather dubious idea, which garnered unanimous approval from the others, who extolled his sagacity. Meanwhile, at Haima Cliff, the sect leader pondered the origins of this so-called Shaoao Manor. Not only had they slain members of their sect, but even those disciples from the self-proclaimed righteous sects of Songzhan and Qiqing had fallen victim to them. Their nature, oscillating between just and unjust, left many perplexed. Within the grand hall of the Sun and Moon Holy Cult, Elder Tong Baixiong, the left envoy of light, Xiang Wentian, and several high-ranking officials of the cult gathered. Their gazes fixed upon the enigmatic Dongfang Bubi seated upon the throne. Dongfang Bubi, with her porcelain-like complexion and exquisite features, radiated an ethereal glow. Her luminous eyes sparkled like distant stars, exuding an aura of profound mystery. With a regal nose and rosy lips, her eyes glimmered with a mischievous light, enchanting all who beheld her. A slight smile graced her lips, accompanied by a playful laugh, as she mused, "Oh, such intriguing matters arise within the martial world. This truly surprises me, even stirring a hint of curiosity within my heart. Tomorrow, I shall personally descend to the foot of Mount Hua to meet this so-called Shaoao Manor." "Your Eminence, I implore you," a scout interjected. "Reports indicate that Shaoao Manor is teeming with countless masters. It would be unwise to venture there recklessly." Upon hearing this, Tong Baixiong's countenance shifted dramatically, and he hurried forward, urgently advising against such a course of action. Dongfang Bubi turned her gaze towards him, her eyes exuding a hint of authority. With a gentle smile, yet imbued with undeniable resolve, she replied, "Elder Tong, you have accompanied me for many years. Do you still doubt my capabilities?" Tong Baixiong promptly lowered his head, bowing respectfully, his voice tinged with reverence. "I am well aware of your unmatched prowess, but Shaoao Manor remains shrouded in mystery, and I fear for your safety." It must be noted that Tong Baixiong's concern for Dongfang Bubi was genuine. Among all in the Sun and Moon Holy Cult, none held her in higher regard than he. After all, their bond had transcended mere allegiance even before she ascended as leader. Dongfang Bubi waved her hand dismissively, stating calmly, "There is no need for further discussion. I am well aware of my own limits. Moreover, if the martial world were to remain perpetually tranquil, would it not become exceedingly dull?" She lifted her gaze towards the horizon, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. "Tomorrow, I shall embark on my journey to encounter this Shaoao Manor, curious to see if they can offer me any delightful surprises." Everyone immediately knelt on one knee and shouted loudly, "In the name of our master, may the virtues of culture and martial prowess endure for eternity, unifying the martial world." 2 days later, in Huan County, the renowned Mount Huashan lies within the borders of Huan County, where Lu Hao has established his encampment for future convenience. The area is not insignificant, home to tens of thousands of residents, and perhaps due to the Huashan sect's establishment here, it has become one of the more prosperous counties of this era. After purchasing a spacious manor, Lu Hao summoned forth the 2,000 Shaoao guards from within his domain. It remains uncertain whether their training within this space has conferred any enhancement, or if they have simply reached the threshold of breakthrough. But now, the Shaoao guards have all attained at least the pinnacle of the second tier. Hundreds have reached the early stages of the first tier, while dozens have even progressed to the mid-level. Most intriguing to Lu Hao are 4 individuals who appear to be born martial prodigies. Having reached the late stage of the first tier in a mere few years, an extraordinary fate befitting the protagonists of a martial arts saga. As they are all orphans, Lu Hao bestowed upon them names: Lu Tian, Lu Di, Lu Xian, and Lu Huang. The remaining Xiaoao guards also received names inspired by the concepts of heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow. Lu Tian, being the most formidable, naturally assumed the role of leader. Upon their release, Lu Hao, aiming to hone their practical combat experience, commanded them to eliminate any individuals they found displeasing, regardless of the circumstances. In doing so, they would assist the imperial court in eradicating banditry while gathering treasures for future expenditures. Naturally, Lu Hao had no expectation of receiving accolades from the court for such noble deeds. The individuals they targeted were primarily from the righteous sects, specifically a few disciples from the Qiqing and Songzhan sects, notorious for their misdeeds, who would undoubtedly face dire consequences at the hands of the Xiaoao guards. These opponents were all highly skilled, often traveling in groups, making them formidable adversaries for the average person. Even the likes of Zhuo Lingchan would find himself in a fierce battle against them, and with their possession of the indestructible golden body technique, they could not only fight but also retreat if necessary. The strength of the 2,000 Xiaoao guards is, without exaggeration, sufficient to triumph over both the righteous and the wicked in direct confrontation. Your Majesty, this is Tian Shi reporting. Recently, many martial artists have gathered in Huang County. Should we? Lu Hao reclined in a pavilion within the estate, observing the fish swimming in the pond, while listening to the report of the man standing before him. This individual was Lu Tian, a mere 18 years of age, though somewhat youthful in appearance. His face bore a resolute expression, exuding an air of coldness and an unwavering demeanor. The members of the Xiaoao Guard continued to address Lu Hao as Your Majesty. Perhaps in their hearts, he would forever remain the divine emperor they revered. There was no need for concern. The sudden emergence of Xiaoao Manor was merely a natural consequence of their curiosity. Let them come, the more, the merrier. Lu Hao stifled a yawn, languidly waving his hand. All right. Lu Tian respectfully withdrew. In the study of Yue Buqun from the Huashan sect, he uttered a disdainful snort. Goodness, you, Zhuo Lingchan, dare to attempt a treacherous scheme. Upon reading the message delivered by carrier pigeon, Yue Buqun's fury erupted instantaneously. His brows furrowed tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, and he struck the nearby wooden desk with a forceful palm. With a resounding crash, the sturdy wooden desk shattered beneath his hand, splintering into fragments that scattered across the room. The tremendous noise caught the attention of Ning Zhangzi, who happened to be passing by the study. She hurriedly pushed the door open, and upon entering, was greeted by the sight of the desk in ruins. With a worried expression, she gazed at Yue Buqun and asked, Senior brother, what has transpired to provoke such rage? Ning Zhangzi felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that Yue Buqun had uncovered something alarming. After all, in her memories, he had never displayed such intense anger. Since his return, he had become increasingly obsessed with martial arts, neglecting her completely. Had it not been for the commotion, she wondered how long it would have been before she saw him again. Upon noticing Ning Zhangzi's entrance, Yue Buqun gradually exhaled a heavy breath. Junior sister, you have arrived. Take a look at this. Yue Buqun handed her the note he held while casting his gaze out the window. In truth, Ning Zhangzi's anxiety stemmed from her own guilty conscience. Yue Buqun was far more preoccupied with the harsh words Lu Hao had hurled at him that night, which had spurred him into fervent training. Xiaoyao Manor, at the foot of Huashan? When did such a place emerge in Huang County? Ning Zhangzi regarded Yue Buqun with a face full of doubt. Since her return to Huashan, she had devoted herself to teaching her disciples, leading a life of tranquility, embodying the role of a devoted wife and mother. You are unaware? Yue Buqun turned to her upon hearing her doubts. What do you mean? What is amiss with Xiaoyao Manor? Seeing her genuine ignorance, he began to explain. Ning Zhangzi was left astounded. In a matter of days, an enigmatic and formidable force had seemingly arisen within Huashan's territory. How could this be? How could such a powerful force suddenly appear in the martial world, especially at the foot of our Huashan? A cloud of worry settled upon her face, her brows knitted tightly, as myriad doubts and concerns swirled within her heart. No one knew the origins of Xiaoyao Manor. All that was certain was its unfathomable depth and the abundance of masters it housed. As he spoke, a flicker of envy and jealousy surfaced in Yue Buqun's expression. He mused silently that if the Huashan sect were to possess such a plethora of skilled masters, would he still fear the trifling Zhuo Lingchan? Although Zhuo Lingchan could be considered a regional overlord, in Yue Buqun's view, a direct confrontation between Songzhan and Xiaoyao Manor would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. With Xiaoyao Manor's ostentatious behavior and its plethora of adept practitioners, did they not realize that such actions would render them the pariahs of the martial world? If they were aware yet still dared to proceed, then only one explanation remained. They harbored no fear of any power, even if united against Xiaoyao Manor. For in the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies are but ephemeral clouds. Yet, reality is often harsh. Despite Huashan's century-old heritage, it has gradually lost its former glory in the current martial realm. With even some of its martial arts techniques now forgotten, was not Zhuolingchan's scheme akin to using a knife to slay another? Wolfish ambition. Ning Zhangze expressed her deep concern, perceiving a significant latent threat looming over Huashan, causing unrest. Sigh. Yue Buqun lamented, lapsing into silence as he turned to gaze out the window, lost in thought. The room fell into a tranquil quietude, so still that even the chirping of the birds outside was distinctly audible. After several minutes, Ning Zhangze, her face clouded with worry, broke the silence, addressing Yue Buqun's back. Brother, why must we heed Zhuolingchan's commands? Although he is nominally the leader of the Five Mountains Alliance, he is clearly steering our Huashan sect toward demise. There is no need to acquiesce to such demands. That cannot be. Zhuolingchan has calculated that we would refuse. Should we decline to visit Xiao Manor? It would signify our cowardice and defiance against the orders of the Five Mountains Alliance's leader. Yue Buqun turned to Ning Zhangze, who wore a troubled expression, and shook his head helplessly, explaining the intricacies of the situation to her. What then shall we do? Going is fraught with peril, yet not going carries its own risks. Fortunately, Xiao Manor currently harbors no ambitions. Otherwise, should they launch a full-scale assault on our Huashan sect, that would be. As Ning Zhangze uttered these words, a glimmer of insight flashed in Yue Buqun's eyes as if he had grasped a pivotal point. Sister, what did you just say? He inquired excitedly, his gaze fixed on Ning Zhangze. This left her somewhat perplexed, prompting her to repeat herself. Yes, precisely. He laughed heartily, as if the previous clouds of worry had dissipated entirely. Yet, Ning Zhangze felt somewhat bewildered, her cheeks tinged with modesty at Yue Buqun's praise. Casting a puzzled look in his direction, sensing her confusion, Yue Buqun maintained a calm demeanor and elucidated, your words have reminded me. The people of Xiao Manor are unlikely to be murderers. Otherwise, two tigers cannot coexist on a single mountain. How could they possibly spare the Huashan sect? At present, the Huashan sect has not infringed upon the Xiao Manor in the slightest, which proves that they are not fierce beasts. If I were to present an official visit with due decorum, I believe the inhabitants of Xiao Manor would not act unfavorably toward me. Under Yue Buqun's explanation, Ning Zhangze finally grasped his intent. Upon reflection, she could not help but smile once more. Truly, it is the wisdom of the senior brother that unveils such intricacies. Do not be so humble, junior sister. Without your reminder, how could I have conceived of this? Please prepare the visiting card for me. I shall pay a visit to Xiao Manor tomorrow. The following day, Yue Buqun, accompanied by Huashan sect's eldest disciple Ling Huchong and second disciple Lu Zhanyuan, made their way to the Xiao Manor in Huan County. What an impressive sight! How was I unaware of such a magnificent estate in Huan County? Ling Huchong and Lu Zhanyuan trailed behind Yue Buqun, with Ling Huchong gazing in awe at the vast manor 100 meters ahead. Typically, the elder brother would venture to more bustling locales. How could he come to such a remote area on the outskirts of Huan County? Lu Zhanyuan, upon hearing Ling Huchong's words, merely smiled faintly. Ling Huchong, catching the tone, curled his lip but refrained from further comment as Yue Buqun spoke. Chonger, once you enter, you must exercise caution and discretion. Zhanyuan, keep a close watch on your senior brother, should the people of Xiao Manor unexpectedly turn hostile. I will do my utmost to buy you time. You must hastily return to Huashan and inform your master, ensuring a complete evacuation. Yue Buqun's serious demeanor instilled a sense of unease in Ling Huchong, while Lu Zhanyuan calmly nodded in agreement. Rest assured, master. This was indeed the purpose of Yue Buqun's visit, to guard against any potential threats from Xiao Manor, and to have someone return with news should the need arise. In no time, the trio covered the 100 meters, arriving at the entrance of the manor. Observing the two Xiaoyao guards clad in purple robes standing sentinel, Yue Buqun could not help but feel a pang of regret. In terms of presence, either of those guards could easily eclipse his two less than capable disciples. If all disciples of the Huashan sect possessed such prowess, what concerns could there be regarding their grand ambitions? Halt! One of the Xiaoyao guards called out as the three approached within 10 meters of the manor's entrance. Despite his apprehensions, Yue Buqun maintained a smile, declaring, I am Yue Buqun, the leader of the Huashan sect, accompanied by two disciples, here to pay my respects to Xiao Manor. Upon the conclusion of Yue Buqun's words, Lu Zhanyuan cautiously extracted an invitation from within his garments and approached. When he reached a distance of 2 or 3 meters from the entrance of the manor, he halted, refraining from advancing further. He raised his hands high, presenting the invitation before his chest, his body slightly leaning forward, adopting a profoundly humble stance that exuded utmost respect. He was not a fool. The illustrious reputation of the Xiaoao manor was well known throughout Huashan. As an undercover agent, he was not there to gamble with his life. In the face of such a formidable new force, self-preservation was paramount. Although Yue Buqun felt a pang of reluctance at Laudenaw's actions, he was left with no alternative. In his heart, he regarded Laudenaw as the most perceptive and adept at navigating social nuances, which was precisely why he had brought him along to preserve that final shred of dignity for himself. After all, it would be improper for the esteemed leader of Huashan to personally deliver an invitation. The two Xiaoyao guards stationed at the entrance exchanged glances. Subsequently, one of the slightly older guards emitted a soft whistle. This whistle was not sharp, but rather possessed a lingering melody, akin to a certain signal. In the next moment, the manor's grand doors creaked open, and a figure, light-footed and swift, emerged from within, swiftly accepting the invitation from Laudenaw, casually uttering, "Please wait." Laudenaw experienced a fleeting blur before the figure vanished from sight, and in an instant, beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead as he mused, "This is terrifying." Perhaps even Yue Buqun would not be confident of victory against this individual. Within the manor, Lu Hao, in a state of ennui, leisurely sipped tea in the main hall. "Your Majesty, there is someone outside presenting a visiting card," Lu Tian said respectfully, extending the card before Lu Hao. Lu Hao took the document, and upon opening it, a subtle smile graced his lips. Has he finally succumbed? "Let them in," he commanded. "Understood," Lu Tian replied respectfully, bowing slightly before gradually retreating. A few minutes later, Yue Buqun and his two companions were ushered into the main hall by Lu Tian. Upon seeing a young man seated in the esteemed position, Yue Buqun was taken aback. However, he dared not underestimate this individual. Instead, he clasped his hands in salute and, with a smile, addressed Lu Hao, "I am Yue Buqun, the leader of the Huashan sect, here to visit your esteemed residence along with my foremost disciple. You must be the esteemed master of this abode." Lu Hao did not glance at them. He merely nodded and said in a nonchalant tone, "Please take a seat and allow me to serve you tea." Among the trio, there was not one he held in high regard. As for Laudenaw, that was a given. Being an undercover agent was hardly commendable. As for Ling Huchong, he was even more exasperating, a distinguished disciple of Mount Hua, the senior brother, yet he had taken on the role of the head of a convent. It seemed that Yue Buqun had nurtured him for over a decade only to raise a wolf that turned its back on him. Although misunderstandings existed between them, Ling Huchong could have easily resolved them. However, he chose not to, allowing the rift to deepen. Were it not for Yue Buqun, Ling Huchong might very well have been nothing more than a street rogue, lacking the current air of confidence he possessed. Yue Buqun, a pitiable figure, was nonetheless a man of great dedication. He was willing to forsake everything for the restoration of Mount Hua. Yet, towards the later stages, some of his methods were ones Lu Hao found quite distasteful. As Lu Hao's words faded, Yue Buqun felt a sense of relief wash over him, realizing that the immediate danger had subsided. Nonetheless, an unsettling familiarity lingered in his mind, as if he had heard that voice somewhere before. Shortly thereafter, a member of the carefree guard served tea to the trio and departed quietly, leaving only Lu Hao, Lu Tian, and the master-disciple pair of Yue Buqun in the main hall. "Pray tell, what business does the leader of Mount Hua have with me?" Lu Hao turned to Yue Buqun and directly inquired. "It is rather embarrassing to admit, but I have only recently come to realize that the illustrious Xiaoao manor shares its location in Huayin County with our Huashan sect. Had I known this sooner, I would have paid a visit long ago." Yue Buqun, observing Lu Hao, responded with a genial smile, exuding an air of cultured sophistication that bordered on hypocritical pretentiousness, embodying the demeanor of a gentlemanly swordmaster. "Let us dispense with pleasantries and address matters directly," Lu Hao stated, savoring a sip of tea, his tone composed yet tinged with impatience. Yue Buqun could endure, but could the troublemaker Ling Huchong? He had already disregarded Yue Buqun's earlier admonitions. Ling Huchong, indignant, pointed at Lu Hao, poised to unleash a retort, but his companion, Lei Denuo, frightened, swiftly restrained him, vigorously shaking his head as a signal for silence. Lei Denuo, unnerved by his reckless senior brother, felt a fresh wave of cold sweat wash over him. "Please forgive my impetuous disciple, esteemed manor master. I once again offer my apologies for his behavior," Yue Buqun said, equally startled by Ling Huchong, as he hastily rose to bow in deference. "You too. Step outside and await your master," Yue Buqun instructed, his gaze directed at Ling Huchong and Lei Denuo, filled with ire. "Yes," Lei Denuo replied, eager to leave. pulling Ling Xiaochuan toward the exit. Once they had departed, Yue Buqun took a deep breath and turned to Lu Hao, donning a smile once more. I have come not only to pay my respects to your esteemed manner, but also at the behest of another. This statement piqued Lu Hao's interest slightly. Inwardly he scoffed. Yet his expression remained inscrutable. At the behest of another? I presume it is not those righteous individuals slain by my Xiaono manner seeking to ascertain our affairs through you. The esteemed leader of the Huashan sect? Yue Buqun paused, taken aback, before he swiftly clarified. Not at all. It is the leader of the Five Mountains Alliance, Zhuo Lingshan of the Songshan sect, who sent a message to inquire why your manner, without enmity or grievance, would take the life of a disciple from the Songshan sect. Yue Buqun deftly shifted the blame onto Zhuo Lingshan, whose cohort, despite their youth, possessed a multitude of cunning. Why? Lu Hao's tone was as calm as if he were discussing what he had for lunch, devoid of any deeper reasoning, merely a matter of personal disdain, nothing more. This. Yue Buqun found himself at a loss for words, stymied by Lu Hao's forthrightness. Please convey to those so-called righteous sects that Xiaoyao manner acts according to whim and preference. If Songshan is aggrieved, they may send someone to confront us. Or I could personally visit the Songshan sect. Lu Hao's lips curled slightly upwards, forming a considerable arc, his words dripping with disdain. You must have conveyed the message. Yet, there remains another inquiry I wish to pose, and I humbly request the Lord's guidance. Speak. Lu Hao cast a fleeting glance at him, then raised the celadone teacup on the table, taking a delicate sip. Not long ago, on a night journey, you had encountered an individual who lectured him. He remained uncertain of this person's intentions. After Yue Buqun finished speaking, Lu Hao smiled, revealing no attempt at concealment. It was I. Indeed. I had suspected your voice sounded familiar. Why would the Lord of the Manor address you in such a manner? Is it a deliberate act of humiliation against the Huashan sect? Unexpectedly, Lu Hao scoffed, shaking his head. It is not humiliation, but rather disappointment in you, Yue Buqun. What is Zhuo Lingshan? To foolishly aspire to absorb the Five Mountain Sword sect while dreaming of becoming the preeminent figure in the martial world is absurd. He consistently opposes you while seeking to make you his pawn, and you, on the other hand, remain helpless to resist, continuously seeking his approval. Upon hearing this, Yue Buqun's voice rose slightly. I have done my utmost, but alas, the exquisite martial arts of Huashan have been lost, and I. You mean you are in dire need of a profound martial technique, am I correct? Yue Buqun was momentarily taken aback by the remark, then silently regarded Lu Hao, who wore a peculiar smile, nodding slightly. This is quite manageable. It is rumored that the Lin family of the Fuzhou Fuwei escort agency possesses a legendary sword manual known as the evil repelling sword technique, which I can present to you. You, the Lord of the Manor, is so benevolent as to bestow upon you such an extraordinary sword technique? Yue Buqun gazed at Lu Hao in astonishment, utterly surprised that, during their initial formal meeting, Lu Hao would so readily offer him a sword manual. This was indeed beyond his expectations. A sense of unease surged within the seasoned Yue Buqun. He found himself perplexed by Lu Hao's intentions. Could it be that he harbored aspirations to scheme against the Huashan sect through this opportunity? Or was there a more sinister plot at play? He was no fool like Ling Xiaochuan. He was acutely aware of the treacherous nature of the martial world and the inscrutability of human hearts, compelling him to exercise utmost caution. Lu Hao observed the astonished expression on Yue Buqun's face, a hint of a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips. He cleared his throat and spoke slowly. Good intentions? Hardly. I merely wished to see how you would choose after being bestowed with a masterful sword technique, and where it might lead the Huashan sect. Upon hearing this, Yue Buqun's heart was filled with confusion. He had indeed heard of the evil-resisting sword technique. Yet how could the treasured swordsmanship of the Lin family be so readily relinquished? A fleeting glimmer of aspiration flickered in Yue Buqun's eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by resignation. Lu Hao regarded Yue Buqun's intricate expression, a hint of derision curling at the corners of his lips. With a tone laced with disdain, he remarked, indecision breeds mediocrity. Just express your desire. As for how I acquire it, that remains my concern. Yue Buqun, momentarily taken aback by Lu Hao's words, quickly regained his composure. Taking a deep breath, he resolutely declared, Yes, I certainly desire it. However, what does the master wish for me or the Huashan sect to undertake? No profit comes without effort. I cannot believe that the master would generously bestow upon me a supreme sword technique without reason. Upon hearing this, Lu Haowen let out a light chuckle and casually shrugged his shoulders, expressing that he merely sought some engagement, perhaps stemming from an excess of leisure. Just as Yu Buqun was about to articulate further, a member of the Xiaoyao guards rushed in and knelt before Lu Hao on one knee. "My lord, there is a young lady outside who claims to be Dongfang Bai and wishes to pay her respects." "Dongfang Bai?" A glint of interest flickered in Lu Hao's eyes as he mused inwardly. "I had not sought you, yet you have come to me of your own accord? Master Yu, please take your leave. Once I have acquired the Bixie sword technique, I shall personally visit Huashan," Lu Hao concluded, gesturing for Yu Buqun to depart, while instructing the Xiaoyao guard to invite the lady inside. Seeing this, Yu Buqun nodded in acknowledgement, setting aside any concerns regarding Lu Hao's intentions, as he had at least fulfilled the task assigned by Zuolingchan. "Thus, I shall await your esteemed presence, my lord," Yu Buqun said, bowing slightly to Lu Hao before gracefully exiting the main hall. Yu Buqun, accompanied by Ling Huchong and Lao Duo, traversed the winding paths of the manor until they reached a spacious central area. There, he encountered a Xiaoyao guard leading a woman towards them. Clad in a purple robe adorned with exquisite embroidery, the garment showcased her remarkable status and taste. Her beauty was striking, with fair skin and an ethereal quality reminiscent of a celestial being emerging from a landscape painting, captivating all who beheld her. Immediately, Yu Buqun discerned that this woman was indeed Dongfang Bai. He thought to himself, even heroes are not immune to the allure of beauty. Even the master of the Xiaoyao manor is no exception, for this lady possesses extraordinary charm. As they met, Yu Buqun and Dongfang Bai exchanged a glance. Her eyes were deep and luminous, seemingly capable of perceiving the innermost thoughts of others. A subtle smile graced her lips, revealing an enigmatic expression that left Yu Buqun momentarily perplexed, a chill rising from his core as if he were being scrutinized by an unseen force. He quickly steadied his thoughts and emotions, recognizing that this was the Xiaoyao manor, and Dongfang Bai was a guest of Lu Hao. He could not afford to lose his composure here. Thus, he offered a polite nod to Dongfang Bai as a form of greeting. However, the mischievous Ling Huchong, upon witnessing Dongfang Bai's beauty, exhibited a rather foolish expression, murmuring to himself as he gazed at her retreating figure, "This woman is truly enchanting." Beside him, Lao Duo was drenched in cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably, and urgently whispered to Ling Huchong, "Senior brother, tread carefully." Despite the meticulous caution exhibited by Laudno, a multitude of carefree guards within the carefree manor overheard Ling Huchong's words. Without a moment's hesitation, one of these guards sprang into action, moving with the swiftness of a leopard as he charged directly at Ling Huchong. Both Ling Huchong and Laudno were caught off guard by this unforeseen turn of events, leaving them momentarily stunned. Upon noticing the guard's movement, Yu Buqun was taken aback. He immediately intervened, his figure darting past like a wisp of cotton, shielding Ling Huchong and Laudno behind him. The guard, surprised by Yu Buqun's rapid response, had not anticipated such a swift and powerful reaction. Nevertheless, he exhibited no fear and boldly engaged Yu Buqun in a fierce confrontation. The guard's prowess was not inferior to Yu Buqun's, as they were both at the mid-tier of elite fighters. However, Yu Buqun's internal strength proved to be more profound, and the guard found himself unable to gain the upper hand. Subsequently, the guard unleashed the enigmatic footwork of the wave gliding steps, combining it with the unbreakable Vajra technique to directly confront Yu Buqun. Although their mastery of the wave gliding steps was only at the beginner level in this realm, it was considered top-tier lightness skill. The two exchanged blows, their fists and feet colliding, each encounter accompanied by the clash of internal energies and resonant sounds. On this occasion, Yu Buqun had descended the mountain without a sword, intending to demonstrate sincerity, and could only rely on his palm techniques to defend himself. Yet, even so, he exhibited formidable strength, matching the guard blow for blow. However, with each exchange, Yu Buqun grew increasingly alarmed. How could an ordinary guard contend with him so evenly? It was no wonder they could act with such nonchalance, for it seemed that no faction in the martial world could rival them. "My young friend, we are guests of the manor's master. My disciple has been somewhat reckless in his words, and I apologize on his behalf." After a clash of palms, both retreated a few steps, prompting Yu Buqun to hastily explain. A father should not be blamed for a child's lack of education, nor a teacher for his laxity. Upon finishing his words, the guard cast a glance at Ling Huchong, then with a light push off the ground, vanished before the three of them. This infuriated Yu Buqun, who seethed with anger as he turned to glare at Ling Huchong, yet remained silent, striding directly toward the entrance of the manor. Meanwhile, Dongfang Bai, guided by another carefree guard, traversed the winding corridors, arriving at a tranquil pavilion. This pavilion was nestled within a meticulously arranged garden, a favored retreat for Lu Hao to cultivate his sentiments. Surrounding the pavilion, The artificial mountains were artfully arranged, each displaying unique shapes. And beside them lay a sizable fish pond, where a school of vibrant koi swam leisurely, occasionally leaping from the water and creating ripples. "Master, I have brought the guest," announced the carefree guard with a slight bow to Lu Hao before turning to leave the pavilion. "Might I inquire, young lady, what brings you to the carefree manor?" Lu Hao sat upon the stone bench within the pavilion, savoring fragrant tea while gazing at the enchanting Dongfang Bai, who offered a serene smile. Having witnessed the grandeur of the world, Lu Hao no longer felt particularly stirred by the characters unfolding before him. After all, he had traversed similar paths himself. It was merely curiosity that drove him to seek the truth behind the recent unrest surrounding the carefree manor, which had left the martial world in a state of anxiety. Dongfang Bai, exuding an air of languor, reclined on the stone bench, her arms resting on the stone table of the pavilion. One hand propped her head as she gazed vacantly at Lu Hao. "Me? Just an inconspicuous figure, hardly worth mentioning," he replied with a subtle smile. Mirroring her pose as he rested his hand upon his head, returning her gaze, Dongfang Bai chuckled, her laughter captivating and alluring. It had been quite some time since she encountered someone so intriguing. Strangely enough, upon meeting Lu Hao for the first time, she felt an inexplicable fondness towards him. "Since you have journeyed from afar, why not take a few days to rest within my carefree manor?" After exchanging glances for a moment, Lu Hao was the first to break the silence. Dongfang Bai slightly parted her crimson lips, her voice as melodious as a clear spring. "How do you know I have traveled from afar? Perhaps I am a local?" With that, she revealed a playful and charming smile, her eyes sparkling as she regarded Lu Hao. Lu Hao revealed a confident smile, responding with nonchalance. "Firstly, my lady, your accent is not that of a local. Secondly, if there were a beauty as stunning as you in Huayin County, I would undoubtedly be aware of it." His words elicited a light laugh from Dongfang Bai, her eyes glimmering with admiration. "Ah, since the master is so gracious, I shall humbly comply with your wishes. And I hope you do not mind my intrusion," she said, casting a flirtatious glance at Lu Hao, who truly resembled a captivating spirit. "By the way, may I inquire your esteemed name?" "I am called Lu Hao," he replied. Thus, the interlude began. Dongfang Bai resided in the Xiaoyao Manor for 2 days, during which she garnered considerable insights into the manor's capabilities. With approximately 1,000 individuals, each possessing commendable prowess, she was most astounded by the presence of numerous elite experts within the estate, leaving her questioning the state of her own existence. When had first-class masters become as commonplace as cabbages? What was most remarkable was their youthfulness. It is known that elite masters are typically elders or leaders of their respective sects. Even in her own Yue Buqun, there were merely a few dozen elders. Yet here she encountered over 100. Unbeknownst to Dongfang Bai, there were also over 1,000 Xiaoyao guards currently wandering the martial world, aiding the impoverished, which would have only added to her astonishment. During these 2 days, she not only familiarized herself with the Xiaoyao Manor, but also gathered substantial knowledge about Lu Hao. Although she had not witnessed him in action, she could sense his formidable strength. At times humorous and at others meticulous, Lu Hao even dined with his subordinates, disregarding his status. More impressively, he personally cooked, his culinary skills capturing Dongfang Bai's palate. Lu Hao had learned these culinary arts from Gao. While not on par with a 5-star chef, the flavors were undeniably delightful. Having never experienced such worldly affairs, Dongfang Bai found herself enchanted. Meanwhile, Lu Hao would often take her to explore the picturesque scenery of Huayin County, even leading her to the summit of Mount Hua to behold its enchanting vistas. They ascended the winding mountain paths, surrounded by the symphony of birds and the fragrant allure of flowers, a scene reminiscent of a painting. Upon reaching the mountaintop, they were greeted by a rolling sea of clouds and a panorama of majestic peaks, as if they had stepped into a realm of immortals. Dongfang Bai was deeply captivated by the breathtaking scenery, momentarily forgetting her identity and the purpose of her visit. In that moment, she regarded Lu Hao with the wide-eyed wonder of a young girl experiencing the stirrings of affection for the first time. Lu Hao possesses an astute ability to gauge the nuances of human behavior, adeptly seizing opportunities as they arise. Upon witnessing Dongfang Bai gradually ensnared in a predicament, he boldly advanced, firmly grasping her delicate hand within his own. Although Dongfang Bai felt a twinge of shyness, she allowed Lu Hao to lead her, as they strolled amidst the enchanting scenery. As time swiftly passed, mere days later, in a bustling county town, one might ponder the purpose of your journey to Fuzhou. Why traverse such a considerable distance in haste? Is there not a matter that warrants the intervention of the carefree guards? Lu Hao strolled leisurely along the streets of the county town with Dongfang Bai, who cast a fleeting glance at him. Behind them trailed 10 carefree guards. I have my reasons for being here, yet you insisted on following me instead of waiting at the carefree manor. Lu Hao remarked with a subtle smile at the enchanting figure beside him. What meaning would my presence hold at the carefree manor if you were not there? Dongfang Bai paused her steps, a glimmer of affection evident in her gaze. If the members of the Sun and Moon sect were to witness her in this state, they would likely be left utterly astounded. As they meandered, they arrived at an inn, and just as they were about to enter, a young man clad in a deep green robe and wielding a precious sword emerged. His piercing gaze swept over the pair, and with a voice as cold as steel, he declared, "This place is already under the jurisdiction of our Qingqing sect. You must seek another location." Upon hearing the news, Lu Hao displayed a disdainful smile. Qingqing sect? Such a grand reputation. After a brief pause, his tone shifted abruptly. But it is you I seek, Lu Xian, attack. With the college entrance examination looming tomorrow, he wished all students success in achieving their desired results, while he himself would cheer for the national football team tonight. One of the 4 leaders of the Xiaoao guards, Lu Xian, wasted no time upon receiving Lu Hao's command. He drew his sword with determination, aiming its tip directly at the young man and charged forward. The young man, taken aback, displayed a flicker of surprise. Accustomed to arrogance and intimidation, he recognized most figures from various sects in the martial world. Never anticipating that a stranger would so brazenly disregard the Qingqing sect's influence. Hastily, he unsheathed his precious sword to defend himself, but alas. As merely a junior disciple of the Qingqing sect, he was no match for Lu Xian's prowess. Indeed, with a single stroke, Lu Xian effortlessly cut across the young man's throat, executing a swift kill with his exceptional swordsmanship and profound inner strength. Blood gushed forth, and the young man collapsed outside the inn, prompting gasps of shock from passers-by witnessing the scene. Following this, Lu Xian and 9 other Xiaoyao guards surged into the inn. Swords drawn. The patrons within, startled by the sudden commotion, soon saw numerous disciples of the Qingqing sect, clad in deep green attire, rushing out with swords raised, ready to engage. A fierce melee erupted inside the inn, with blades flashing chaotically. However, despite the numerical advantage of the Qingqing disciples, the Xiaoao guards clearly held the upper hand. The disciples quickly found themselves in dire straits, suffering heavy casualties within moments. Such a commotion could not escape the notice of Yue Zhanyuan, the leader of the Qingqing sect. He hastily emerged from his quarters to witness his disciples embroiled in combat against a group clad in purple. Frowning deeply, an ominous premonition surged within him. Yet, seeing his disciples being slaughtered by outsiders, he could not remain idle. With a swift movement, he leaped from the second-floor railing and plunged into the fray, his sword dancing like the wind as he launched a fierce assault against the Xiaoao guards. Regrettably, despite his vigorous efforts, he found himself achieving little, having failed to even graze the hem of his opponent's garment. Instead, he gradually fell into a defensive position under the masterful techniques of the adversary. Surprised, Yue Zhanyuan had not anticipated these purple-clad individuals to be so formidable. However, a thought soon crossed his mind. He rapidly retreated from the conflict, his expression grave as he shouted at the Xiaoao guards, "You are from Xiaoao Manor? Why are you attacking my Qingqing sect?" Unfortunately, his pleas went unanswered as the Xiaoao guards continued their ruthless onslaught against the Qingqing disciples. In a state of desperate urgency, Yue Zhanyuan realized that he was no match for any of the Xiaoao guards and could only watch helplessly as his disciples perished beneath their swords. "Master! Master, save me." These were the final words of the disciples, a desperate plea for Yi intervention. "Renhao! Renjie!" Yi's voice echoed throughout the desolate inn, laden with despair and indignation, as he beheld the fallen disciples. A fury akin to a raging inferno surged within his chest, his eyes reddening as if on the verge of bleeding. Veins of crimson swiftly veiled his vision, reflecting his profound rage. Yet, he found himself powerless, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, alert in a corner of the inn. Fortuitously, no members of the Xiaoyao guard launched an assault against him, but escape was futile. The battle, brief as it was, lasted merely a minute. However, for Yi, that minute stretched into what felt like an eternity. The inn was a scene of carnage, littered with lifeless bodies. The stench of blood pervading the air, thick enough to suffocate. With bloodshot eyes, Yi let out a primal scream. Why? His roar reverberated within the inn. Surrounded by the Xiaoyao guard, Li Ho slowly approached from behind them. "Why? There is no reason. The Qingqing sect covets the Lin family's B11 sword manual, endangering the martial world and harming the populace. They must be eradicated. Who are you? What is the affairs of the Qingqing sect concern your Shi Oyo manner? Why treat us in such a manner? I am Li Ho, the master of Shi Oyo manner. What concern is it of mine? Because I cannot abide the existence of a malignant force that jeopardizes the martial realm. What more can Lu Hao say? To claim he is idle? To seek the evil-repelling sword manual for Yue Buqun? What reasoning is there? If he finds someone displeasing, he simply eliminates them. The recent massacre of the Qingqing disciples can only be deemed their misfortune as soon as Lu Hao and his companions arrived in Fuzhou. They crossed paths with them. There is nothing further to discuss. He has long harbored disdain for Qingqing Temple, and with a single word, he decreed their annihilation. Simultaneously, this serves as a veiled revelation to the martial world of two significant pieces of information. First, the master of Shaoao Manor is named Lu Hao. Second, the future chaos of the Jianghu will be at the discretion of Brother Hao. He intends to assume the role of the Jianghu's guiding figure. To taste the thrill of power just once, he cannot engage in endless battles with each reincarnation, for that would be exhausting. His ultimate aspiration is to live freely and unencumbered. Upon hearing Lu Hao's words, Yu Songhai felt his blood surge, and he coughed up a mouthful of old blood, which splattered on the ground, forming a striking crimson pool. However, he refused to be slaughtered like a lamb. Grasping his treasured sword, its blade shimmering with a cold light, he lunged at Lu Hao. Lu Hao merely smirked, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his lips. Die. With this chilling proclamation, Lu Hao unleashed a powerful palm strike. This seemingly unremarkable blow concealed astonishing internal force. Yu Songhai's sword shattered as if made of paper, splintering into countless fragments that scattered about. The force of Lu Hao's strike struck Yu Songhai with tremendous might, sending him hurtling through the air like a broken kite, crashing violently against the inn's wall and sliding down like a puddle of mud. His face bore an expression of terror and unwillingness, yet no words escaped his lips. For all his bones were shattered. The once mighty head of Qingqing Temple had met his end. Dongfang Bai, standing behind Lu Hao, witnessed his display of power, her pupils constricting in surprise. This was her first time witnessing Lu Hao in action, and while she knew of his extraordinary prowess, she had not anticipated such overwhelming strength, which likely matched her own. This revelation deepened her admiration for Lu Hao, intensifying her feelings for him. The news of Yu Songhai and the deaths of dozens of Qingqing disciples spread throughout the Jianghu in mere hours. Alongside this grim tidings were the two pieces of information Lu Hao wished to disseminate. Songzan. Humph. Lawless and arrogant. Does Shaoao Manor aspire to become the leader of the martial world? With grandiloquent claims of upholding righteousness, yet he covets the Lin family's evil-repelling sword manual. Surely, it has now fallen into Lu Hao's hands. In a quaint, vintage study, Ding Mian, Fei Bin, and Lu Bai, the three protectors of Songzan, stood before a desk, articulating their thoughts eloquently. Meanwhile, Zhuo Lingchan, seated at the desk, wore a frown. In less than half a tea's time, Yu Songhai and dozens of Qingqing disciples had been slaughtered, while only 10 from Shaoyao Manor had been deployed. Such strength is undoubtedly beyond the reach of my fellow disciples. Seated upon an exquisitely carved rosewood chair, Zhuo Lingchan lightly tapped the surface of his rosewood desk with his left hand, observing the three individuals before him as they spoke in hushed tones. Zhuo Lingchan's words rendered the trio momentarily speechless. They could scarcely contend with Yu Songhai alone, let alone within the span of a mere half-tea time. The atmosphere in the study grew increasingly tense, as if the very air had solidified. Our current course of action must be to avoid antagonizing the Shaoao Manor. We should steer clear of their brilliance and instruct our disciples to refrain from instigating trouble, Lu Hao articulated with clarity. His intent to oversee the affairs of the martial world was evident, and it was paramount that they unite the 5 mountain sword sects. For only then might they stand a chance against Shaoao Manor. In a fortnight, Lu Zhongfeng's grand ceremony to wash his hands of the martial arts world was to commence, and he instructed the three to lead a group of disciples to Hengyang. Upon dismissing them with a wave, Zhuo Lingchan's gaze flickered with a glint of cold determination. Lu Hao, Dongfang Bubi, you shall be the stepping stones to my dominance in the martial realm. I, Zhuo Lingchan, shall not concede defeat so easily. At Mount Hua, in the study of Yue Buqun, he lamented, Lu Hao, how could he be so ruthlessly brutal? Dozens of disciples, including Yu Songhai, have perished by his hand. His methods as ruthless as those of a demonic cult leader. Upon hearing this, Ning Zhongze, standing beside him, sighed in response. The name resonated in her mind. conjuring images of that individual, whose presence had lingered in her thoughts of late, not solely due to their shared incident but also because of another matter that piqued her curiosity. The realm that had confounded her for years had unexpectedly opened to her after that night, and she had ascended to the status of an early first-rate expert. This development, however, remained unspoken to Yue Buqun, as she felt a profound sense of guilt towards him. Junior sister, why do you think Lu Hao promised to bestow the evil repelling sword manual upon me? Was his journey to Fuzhou truly just to seek it for my sake? And did Yu Songhai lose his life attempting to seize the manual from Lu Hao? Yue Buqun found himself at a loss in assessing Lu Hao, for he acted with a capricious spirit. Ning Zhangzi shook her head gently. I cannot say, but senior brother, it is wise to exercise caution. The world is bustling with those seeking gain, and surely Lu Hao harbors his own ambitions. As she spoke, a faint blush crept across her cheeks, and she dared not meet Yue Buqun's gaze. You are right, junior sister. I shall remain vigilant. The grand ceremony hosted by our senior brother Lu Zhanyuan approaches, and I have sensed your unease of late, perhaps due to anxiety regarding me. Why not accompany me to Hengshan? We could enjoy the scenic views along the way, which might alleviate your tension. Ning Zhongzi, momentarily taken aback, eventually nodded with a serene smile. That would be agreeable. Fuzhou, Lin Mansion. Half a day ago, after Lu Hao and his companions vanquished Yu Songhai and his associates, news swiftly spread through Fuzhou. Upon receiving this information, Lin Jinnan's anxious demeanor was instantly alleviated. He personally brought his son, Lin Pingji, to invite Lu Hao and his companions into the Lin Mansion. I am deeply grateful for your generous assistance, Master Lu. I have no means to repay you, but should you require the services of my Lin family in the future, please do not hesitate to speak. Even if it costs us dearly, my family shall repay your great kindness. Within the main hall of the Lin Mansion, Lu Hao and Dong Fangbai occupied the principal seats, while Lin Jinnan and his wife sat to their left, their gazes frequently directed at Lu Hao and Dong Fangbai, filled with respect and gratitude. Lin Pingxi sat to their right, his youthful countenance bearing a hint of naivety, yet unable to conceal his admiration for Lu Hao. Please. There is no need for such formality. I have done nothing remarkable, merely acted against those from Qingcheng Temple whom I found disagreeable. Lu Hao casually waved his hand. Lu Hao found himself somewhat speechless regarding the Lin family. They possessed an extraordinary swordsmanship manual, yet no one had ever mastered it. Although they were aware of the existence of a genuine exorcising sword technique within the old residence, they chose not to practice it. Perhaps they were cognizant of the manual's drawbacks, yet when outsiders sought to seize it, they offered no resistance. What holds more significance, a sword technique that demands self-castration, or the lives of an entire family? Are they unaware of the proverb that a man, innocent of guilt, may suffer for possessing a coveted treasure? Regardless of the place, strength is always paramount. To harbor a treasure coveted by many while lacking the means to defend it is akin to courting death. After much deliberation, it ultimately fell upon Lin Pingji to study this technique, endangering the lives of his entire family in the process. What purpose does this serve? Moreover, Lin Pingji, in his quest for vengeance, would resort to any means necessary, first seeking a mentor, then attempting seduction. Does he truly harbor feelings for Yu Lingshan? Perhaps, but it is unlikely that love is involved. Master Lu, I implore you to remain in Fuzhou for a few more days. We are eager to extend our hospitality. Lin Zhanyuan once again bowed respectfully to Lu Hao. There is no need. We shall stay for one night and depart tomorrow. My decision is final. Lu Hao gazed at Lin Zhanyuan and spoke softly under the cover of night. Lu Hao and Dong Fangbai departed from the Lin residence, guided by Lu Hao into a narrow alley. The purpose of their nocturnal excursion left Dong Fangbai somewhat perplexed as he regarded Lu Hao with curiosity. There lies a treasure concealed here, Lu Hao revealed with an enigmatic smile, affectionately ruffling Dong Fangbai's hair, causing the boy's cheeks to flush with shyness under the veil of night. Indeed, this was the ancestral home of the Lin family in Xiangyang Alley. Fully aware that the evil repelling sword manual was hidden within, he had little desire to solicit it from Lin Jinnan. A treasure? Dong Fangbai, filled with skepticism, followed Lu Hao as they scaled the wall into the Lin family estate. Upon entering a chamber, his gaze was immediately drawn to a painting that adorned the wall. With a swift application of his lightness skill, he leapt several meters high to the beams above, meticulously searching amongst the roof tiles. Within mere moments, he retrieved a blood-stained cassock. Lu Hao gazed at the kasaya in his hands, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Upon his descent, Dong Fangbai curiously inquired about the object he held. What is this? A kasaya? However, as she unfolded the tattered garment. Marred by the passage of time and stained with blood, the inscriptions upon it left her utterly astonished. "Is this the Sunflower Manual?" Little did she expect Lu Hao's calm response. "This is not the Sunflower Manual of your Sun and Moon Holy Cult." At his words, Dongfang Bai was taken aback once more, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at Lu Hao, exclaiming, "Did you know my identity all along?" Lu Hao, noticing Dongfang Bai's astonishment, gently stroked her silky hair. "If I were unaware of your true identity, how could I possibly have allowed you to remain at Xiaoyao Manor for such an extended period?" Lu Hao's formidable presence instilled a sense of terror, leading Dongfang Bai to a profound realization. Having spent her years secluded in Blackwood Cliff, seldom venturing outside, and typically disguised as a boy, it was unlikely anyone would recognize her true identity. For a moment, doubt crept in. Could it be that spies had infiltrated Blackwood Cliff? However, she quickly dismissed this suspicion. If there were any traitors within Blackwood Cliff, she would have likely succumbed to their treachery long ago. The only certainty she held was that Lu Hao was aware of her affiliation with the Sun and Moon sect, though he might not recognize her as Dongfang Bubi. "Knowing full well that I am a disciple of the Sun and Moon sect, why do you still choose to keep me by your side?" At that moment, Dongfang Bai found herself at a loss for words, her mind swirling with confusion. "Why? Quite simply, I am fond of you," Lu Hao replied. His gaze unwaveringly fixed on Dongfang Bai, his voice imbued with tenderness and his eyes shimmering with affection. This declaration rendered Dongfang Bai instantly bashful. The esteemed leader of the Sun and Moon sect now resembled a love-struck maiden, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. Unconsciously, her hands clutched at the hem of her garment, her fingertips trembling slightly, betraying her inner shyness and delight. Though her gaze flickered away, it frequently darted back to Lu Hao, a delightful blend of bashfulness and anticipation enveloping her, rendering her utterly charming. Lu Hao gazed at Dongfang Bai in this state, choosing not to utter another word. Instead, he gently approached her and pressed his lips against her cherry-red mouth. The unexpected kiss caught Dongfang Bai off guard. Momentarily leaving her stunned, her heart raced as if it were about to leap from her chest. Yet, she soon surrendered to the sweetness of the moment, rising on tiptoe, her hands entwining around Lu Hao's neck, fervently reciprocating his kiss. Throughout this time, although their feelings had deepened, Lu Hao had consistently maintained a sense of respect and restraint, never crossing the final boundary. However, he had not refrained from taking advantage of the situation, and this was not their first kiss. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. After a considerable time, Lu Hao held the hem of her garment with one hand while gently caressing the back of Dongfang Bai's head with the other, drawing her tightly into his embrace. Dongfang Bai clung to Lu Hao as if pouring all her emotions into that embrace. The moonlight bathed them, bestowing an air of mystery and beauty upon this warm and romantic moment. They remained there, quietly wrapped in each other's arms, until Lu Hao finally broke the silence. "All right, let us return. If your disciples from the Sun Moon Holy Cult were to see their illustrious leader, Dongfang Bubi, embracing a man, they would surely be terrified." "Humph." Who would dare? Before Dongfang Bai could finish her retort, she stepped out of Lu Hao's embrace, looking at him with surprise, yet she remained silent. Lu Hao curled the corner of his mouth, a hint of mischievousness dancing in his smile, and shrugged casually as he said, "Do you believe I just guessed it? What do you think?" Dongfang Bai shot him a glare, her irritation evident. At that moment, she comprehended the true meaning of being a lamb in a tiger's den. Lu Hao had known her true identity all along. Yet, instead of exposing her, he engaged in flirtation. "I don't care. I've made up my mind about you. If you treat me poorly, I shall take your life." Dongfang Bai once again wrapped her arms around Lu Hao's waist, burying her head against his chest, her tone imbued with a blend of dominance and affection. "How could I ever mistreat you, my woman? I wish to provide her with the finest of everything." Lu Hao gently caressed Dongfang Bai's hair, a faint smile gracing his lips. "But are you not afraid of those so-called righteous sects? We have always been sworn enemies." Dongfang Bai lifted her head, gazing at Lu Hao with eyes full of emotion. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Lu Hao's eyes as he spoke in an imperious tone. "Humph, I, Lu Hao, do not require the guidance of others in my endeavors. If one defies me, I shall slay that individual. If 10 oppose me, I shall vanquish them all. Should the entire martial world turn against me, then I shall eradicate the entire martial world. I would rather betray the world than allow the world to betray me." At that moment, Lu Hao truly epitomized the life motto and philosophy of Boss Chow. Dongfang Bai was captivated by Lu Hao's domineering presence, gazing at him in a trance. Rendered speechless for a long while, Lu Hao gazed at Dongfang Bai and instantly realized that the night would not be tranquil. Upon returning to the Lin residence, in Lu Hao's chamber, Dongfang Bai, fully aware of Lu Hao's intentions, decided to take the initiative. As soon as he closed the door behind him, she gracefully rose onto her tiptoes, her hands effortlessly encircling his waist. In the next moment, her crimson lips pressed firmly against his. Lu Hao was momentarily taken aback by this sudden gesture. However, he quickly regained his composure and responded fervently, his hands gliding up and down Dongfang Bai's back, igniting the atmosphere within the room. The air was thick with ambiguity and passion. Their breaths intertwined, and each touch sent electric shivers coursing through their bodies. As time passed, their kisses deepened and became more fervent, their embraces tight as if they wished to become one. Gradually, they approached the bedside, and after what felt like an eternity, their lips finally parted, yet the emotions in their eyes remained fervent. Under the soft glow of the light, Dongfang Bai's delicate face appeared particularly bashful, her gaze lowered slightly. Unable to meet Lu Hao's eyes, Lu Hao gazed at her bashful demeanor. A wave of indescribable tenderness surged within him. He offered a gentle smile, extending his hand to softly caress her silky hair, as if to soothe her slightest hint of anxiety. Gradually, he lowered the bed curtains, enveloping the two of them in a warm and intimate space. Soon, melodious celestial sounds resonated throughout the room. The next afternoon, Lu Hao, accompanied by Dongfang Bai and 10 others including Lu Xian, galloped away from Fuzhou City, heading towards Hangyang in a grand procession. At the grand ceremony of Lu Zhengfeng's retirement from the martial world, it is certain that Yue Buqun will attend, taking the opportunity to present him with the recently acquired evil-repelling sword manual, while also indulging in the lively spectacle presented by the clowns of Mount Song. Along the journey, Lu Hao and Dongfang Bai meandered through the mountains and waters, unhurried in their approach to Hangyang, as time was abundantly on their side. Moreover, having recently established a deeper bond, they seized this journey to relish their romantic honeymoon. Standing atop the majestic peak, they gazed down upon the undulating mountains beneath. Shrouded in mist, the scenery breathtakingly magnificent. They wandered between ancient temples, their architecture steeped in elegance, each brick and tile seemingly imbued with the marks of time. Thus, as they leisurely traversed the landscapes and savored local delicacies, time slipped away like a fleeting shadow, and soon they arrived in Hangyang. Hangyang, a city rich in history, possesses its unique charm and profound cultural heritage, with Mount Hung, one of the 5 sacred mountains, nestled within its bounds. Having arrived ahead of schedule, with the retirement ceremony still 2 days away, they settled into an inn with a picturesque setting and comfortable ambience. Of course, they also took the time to explore the delights of Hangyang. Upon their return to the inn in the evening, Lu Hao unexpectedly encountered an individual, causing the smile on his face to vanish entirely. Lu Zhanyuan, who would have thought to meet you here in Hangyang? It is truly an honor for me, you. Lu Hao could never have anticipated that Yue Buqun would also choose to lodge at this inn. The moment Lu Hao and his companions stepped through the inn's entrance, Yue Buqun instantly spotted their figures and approached them with a beaming smile. Behind him, a few curious disciples observed them, but most notably, standing behind him was the disheveled Ning Zhongze, appearing utterly lost. Lu Hao's gaze lingered upon Ning Zhongze, and the moment he laid eyes on him, his smile abruptly faded. At his side, Dongfang Bai quickly noticed Lu Hao's unusual demeanor. Following his line of sight, he beheld Ning Zhongze, who stood by the counter, seemingly lost in thought. Master Lu, he remarked, it appears we are indeed fated to meet. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit to Hangyang? Lu Hao, upon noticing Yue Buqun approaching him, finally diverted his gaze from Ning Zhongze and regarded Yue Buqun, who was sparing with his words. Exploring the mountains and waters, he remarked. Indeed, Hangyang is a splendid locale, replete with renowned mountains and ancient relics. Master Lu has truly come to the right place. In 2 days, Lu Zhengfeng, the esteemed elder of the Hengshan sect, will host the Golden Basin washing hands ceremony here. It shall be a remarkable gathering, as martial artists from various sects converge upon Hangyang for this rare occasion. Yue Buqun detected Lu Hao's reluctance to engage in conversation, yet he continued to speak incessantly. I hope all goes smoothly for him. Lu Hao scoffed softly, his gaze fixed on Yue Buqun, as memories of the tasks assigned by the system resurfaced in his mind. Since his arrival in this world, the system had allocated him 3 missions: to elevate Yue Buqun to the position of leader of the 5 Mountains Alliance, to eliminate Zuolingchan, and to recruit the enchanting women featured in the narrative, with no limit imposed. Now that he had acquired the evil-resisting sword manual and fortuitously encountered Yue Buqun in Hangyang, Lu Hao was immediately inspired to present the manual to him. Master Yu, do you recall our agreement from that day? Follow me. After Lu Hao spoke, he nodded slightly at Dongfang Bai. marking the silent understanding that had developed between them over time. A mere gesture or glance sufficed to convey their thoughts. Subsequently, Lu Hao's gaze shifted to Lu Xian, his finger delicately pointing toward the burden Lu Xian carried. Immediately comprehending his intent, Lu Xian unhesitatingly unfastened the load and respectfully offered it to Lu Hao. Without lingering, Lu Hao accepted the bundle and turned to stride toward the inn's exit. Dongfang Bai silently observed Lu Hao's figure fade beyond the door before quietly ascending the stairs to the second floor. Her eyes lingered for a moment on Ning Zhangzi, but soon returned to their previous focus. Upon hearing Lu Hao's words, Yue Buqun's eyes gleamed with determination, and without a moment's hesitation, he resolutely followed. The two men, one after the other, made their way to a secluded corner behind the inn. The surroundings were enveloped in tranquility, punctuated only by the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves. Lu Hao halted, turned around, and handed the bundle to Yue Buqun. "This is the Evil Repelling Sword Manual," Lu Hao stated calmly, as though he were discussing a trivial matter. Eagerly, Yue Buqun opened the bundle, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he envisioned the glorious future of unifying the Five Mountain Sword sect. A flicker of longing crossed his face when he beheld the aged garment contained within the bundle. "Master Lu, is this truly the manual for the 72 paths of the Evil Repelling Sword technique?" Yue Buqun's voice trembled slightly, laden with eagerness and anticipation. "Indeed, I would not deceive you," Lu Hao replied without a hint of emotion. "I have entrusted the manual to you. Whether you choose to practice it is entirely your decision." With that, Lu Hao walked leisurely back toward the inn. With such formidable inner strength and the enhancement of a top-tier sword technique, it would be unfathomable for Yue Buqun to be unable to defeat Zhuoling. Of course, this was contingent upon his choice to cultivate the Evil Repelling Sword Manual. Nevertheless, Lu Hao was confident that for the sake of Huashan, Yue Buqun would indeed seize this opportunity. Upon returning to the inn, Lu Hao scanned the bustling crowd, ultimately spotting the familiar figure of Ning Zhangzi at the counter, standing alone, her disciples nowhere in sight. A surge of indescribable emotions welled up within Lu Hao as he approached her with measured steps. "Heroine Ning, it has been quite some time. How have you fared of late?" Upon reaching her, Lu Hao spoke, his voice deep and gentle. Upon hearing his words, Ning Zhangzi felt a flutter of unease within her heart. She lifted her gaze to Lu Hao, and the familiar visage before her stirred memories of that intimate evening, flooding her mind like a tide and causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Lu Hao gazed at Ning Zhangzi's blushing cheeks, a surge of emotion welling up within him. Were it not for the multitude of onlookers in the inn, he would have longed to embrace her, to savor that long-missed warmth, yet he understood that this was not the appropriate moment. Fortunately, Ning Zhangzi's voice trembled slightly as she shyly uttered a few words. "The image of the female knight has lingered in my mind these past days. Who would have thought we would reunite in Hingyang today? Is this not a form of fate? What are you rambling about?" Ning Zhangzi nervously surveyed her surroundings, and upon noticing the absence of prying eyes, she continued, "You already have a lady by your side. Do not utter such preposterous words." "I have never known the meaning of contentment," Lu Hao remarked, a mischievous smile playing upon his lips as he observed Ning Zhangzi's bashful demeanor. Just as she was about to say something further, her gaze shifted across the room, and her words were abruptly silenced. "Ah, Master Lu, do you know my junior sister?" It was then that Yue Buqun returned, carrying a bundle, and upon seeing the two of them face to face, approached with curiosity. "Indeed, I have just made the acquaintance of the valiant Lady Ning," Lu Hao replied with a serene smile. Yue Buqun laughed heartily. "My junior sister is a remarkable woman, proficient in both the arts and martial skills. You two should engage in further discourse." Upon hearing this, Lu Hao revealed a peculiar smile, affirming, "Indeed, I shall engage in profound discourse with the valiant Miss Ning." He expressed his gratitude to his family for their encouragement regarding the bookshelf and the favorable reviews, assuring them that he would persist in his endeavors. After exchanging greetings with Yue Buqun and Ning Zhangzi, Lu Hao returned to his guest room. Upon entering, he beheld Dongfang Bai languidly reclining on the bed. Her mature and alluring form was enveloped in a delicate lavender gossamer garment, which accentuated her flawlessly smooth and fair calves, leaving one in awe. Her petite feet were exquisite, with an elegantly arched instep and toes that resembled plump, elastic beans. The enchanting allure of her visage was beyond description, and with the slightest movement, the fragility she exuded sent ripples through Lu Hao's heart. "Darling." Dongfang Bai's voice was imbued with seductive charm as she slightly lifted her head, her expressive eyes locking onto Lu Hao's gaze. Upon hearing the call, Lu Hao's heart quivered, and before him, Dongfang Bai appeared even more enchanting and alluring. He beheld her slightly parted crimson lips, revealing teeth as white as jade, and the gentle upward curve of her eyes, all exuding an infinite charm and grace. Xiao Bai. What is this? Lu Hao swallowed hard, unable to contain his reaction, for Dongfang Bai had never referred to him as her husband, nor had she ever bewitched him in such a manner. Observing his flustered demeanor, Dongfang Bai's lips curled into a triumphant smile. She grasped her sheer garment, shifted her body, and gracefully descended from the bed, slowly approaching Lu Hao. As she stood before him, she extended her porcelain-like hand to delicately lift his chin, inquiring, "Am I more beautiful? Or is that woman?" Lu Hao grasped her hand firmly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "You are beautiful. Is that so?" "I find that hard to believe," she replied, noticing that some individuals were unable to tear their gaze away from the woman before them. Lu Hao, upon hearing Dongfang Bai's words, felt the fleeting spark of impulse dissipate, and he began recounting the events that transpired between them. "Oh, so that's how it is. You seem to be quite attached to her. Why not just take her for yourself?" Dongfang Bai chuckled softly, leaning against Lu Hao's side. "Are you not angry?" Lu Hao gently caressed her silky hair, speaking in a soft tone. "What is there to be angry about? The elders and leaders of my Sun and Moon sect all have multiple wives and concubines. I have contemplated such a day since being with you. It was merely a matter of time." Dongfang Bai appeared unfazed by the matter, as if everything was as she anticipated. "Given your understanding, I will gift you something in a few days," Lu Hao said, lifting her chin, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "A gift? It will take a few days? Then let me serve you for now," Dongfang Bai replied, and in an instant, she slipped from Lu Hao's embrace, her body gracefully descending. Meanwhile, in another part of the inn, Yue Buqun and Ning Zhangzi struggled to find sleep. Each harbored their own concerns. With Yue Buqun's mind preoccupied by the image of the cassock, his eagerness to master the exquisite sword techniques etched upon it overwhelming him. He quietly exited the room without a word to Ning Zhangzi. Upon witnessing Yue Buqun's departure, Ning Zhangzi sighed, reflecting on how long it had been since they shared a bed. Had it not been for this trip, they would not have even been in the same room. After leaving the inn, Yue Buqun activated his lightness skill, swiftly making his way to a secluded mountain range near Hangyang City. Once assured of the solitude, he kindled a fire and cautiously extracted the cassock from his robe, admiring the inscriptions and illustrations illuminated by the flames. However, after a mere half-minute, Yue Buqun's expression shifted dramatically, his previous cheerful demeanor replaced by a scowl. To practice this technique, one must castrate oneself? He felt a wave of dismay wash over him. A sense of betrayal settling in. "You despicable Lu Hao. I wondered why you would bestow upon me such an extraordinary sword manual. It appears it comes with such dire consequences. Infuriating. Utterly infuriating." A glint of cold fury flashed in Yue Buqun's eyes, as if he contemplated eliminating Lu Hao on the spot. "I refuse to believe it. Success can be achieved without self-castration." Disregarding the warnings inscribed, he continued to scrutinize the techniques by the firelight. After approximately 15 minutes, he began to practice the moves depicted. Grasping a wooden stick, he commenced a vigorous dance. Yet, after merely 3 moves, his form abruptly halted, his complexion shifting drastically, brows furrowing, one hand clutching his chest. The next moment, a mouthful of blood erupted from his lips, leaving his face pale as a ghost. Why is this happening? Yue Buqun's lips were stained with blood as he roared at the darkened sky, his fury seemingly reaching the heavens. After a considerable time had passed, he finally accepted the truth. If he did not adhere to those words in his practice, he would undoubtedly succumb to madness. Yet, the thought of self-castration felt no different from becoming a eunuch, and this momentous decision left him in a state of inner turmoil. Thus, he remained alone on a desolate mountain throughout the night. The following day arrived. Lu Hao rose early, gazing at the slumbering beauty beside him with a gentle smile. After tenderly tucking her in, he dressed meticulously and quietly exited the room. As he descended to the lobby on the first floor, he spotted Ning Zhangzi seated alone at a table, while several disciples and Lu Xian along with the carefree guards enjoyed their breakfast at nearby tables. "Master." Upon witnessing Lu Hao's appearance, Lu Xian and others immediately rose in unison, slightly bending their bodies to greet him with respect. "Please continue eating," Lu Hao said with a serene smile, waving his hand dismissively. Is he truly the master of the free and easy manner, Lu Hao? Such an imposing demeanor. If only one possessed his formidable strength, one could equally afford such arrogance. Have you not heard? Lu Hao shattered Yutsong Hai's meridians with a single strike. What extraordinary power! Even our master might struggle to achieve such a feat, wouldn't he? Upon the appearance of Lu Hao, the disciples of the Huashan sect immediately began to murmur amongst themselves. Last night, they were unaware of his identity. However, upon learning from their second senior brother, Lao and Nuo, that he was the esteemed master of the Xiaoyao manor, they were filled with admiration. Heroine Ning, would you mind sharing a table for breakfast? Lu Hao gazed at the retreating figure of Ning Zhongze and offered a faint smile. Upon hearing his words, Ning Zhongze initially intended to decline, but, upon noticing the lack of other available seats in the inn, reluctantly nodded in acquiescence. The valiant heroine, Ning, appeared somewhat perturbed. Could it be that she had not rested well the previous night? Upon hearing Lu Hao's concerned inquiry, Ning Zhongze momentarily fell into a daze before nodding in response, revealing that her senior brother had been out all night, which had caused her some anxiety. Upon hearing these words, Lu Hao felt a surge of jealousy within him, secretly lamenting, Yue Buqun, what merit do you possess to be graced with such a virtuous and benevolent wife? Just as he was about to utter more, he noticed Yue Buqun returning from outside the inn, his expression somber and his face marred by worry. Master Yu, the valiant Lady Ning mentioned that you were out last night and have returned this morning in high spirits. Have you perhaps made any discoveries? I have heard there exists a rare species of bird in Hingyang during this season. Could it be that you ventured out in the night to seek it? Upon hearing Lu Hao's teasing remarks, a flicker of anger ignited in Yue Buqun's eyes, as if he could devour him whole. However, this expression swiftly faded, and he responded with an indifferent demeanor. Last night yielded no results. I was unable to sleep and am somewhat fatigued. Excuse me. With that, Yue Buqun turned on his heel and descended the staircase to the second floor without a backward glance. Ning Zhongze, perplexed by the exchange between the two, remained silent but continued to eat her breakfast, noticing Yue Buqun's distress. Soon, Lu Hao's breakfast was served, a bowl of plain vegetarian noodles. At that moment, Dongfang Bai emerged from her room, looking somewhat haggard, yawning as she approached Lu Hao and plopped down into the adjacent chair. Is there anything to eat? I shall begin, she declared, promptly taking Lu Hao's bowl of noodles and placing it before herself, then devouring it with gusto. Clearly, she was quite hungry. Slow down. There is no one to contest with you for it. I ordered you a serving of buns. Will you have room for them after finishing the noodles? Throughout their journey, Lu Hao had discerned several of Dongfang Bai's preferences. She relished stuffed foods like buns and dumplings, and her fondness for alcohol was evident. The stronger, the better. Dongfang Bai hastily swallowed her mouthful and shot Lu Hao a playful glance. You can have the buns. Some people simply do not know how to cherish beauty, which is utterly detestable. Ning Zhongze, overhearing their banter, felt an inexplicable shift within her heart, perhaps triggered by a thought that caused a faint blush to creep upon her cheeks. Losing her appetite, she stood to bid farewell to the pair. However, Dongfang Bai was unwilling to let her depart so easily. She slowly spoke, gazing at Ning Zhongze. You must be the esteemed Lady Yu, correct? Ning Zhongze appeared momentarily taken aback and turned to face Dongfang Bai. I am. What guidance do you seek, young lady? What guidance could I possibly offer? Rather, I implore you to enlighten me. I have scarcely visited Hingyang, and since it is one of the 5 mountains, I presume you are quite familiar with the area. Might you accompany us on a tour? After speaking, Dongfang Bai mischievously winked at Lu Hao with a playful smile. At that moment, she bore none of the imposing presence of the Sun and Moon sect leader. Instead, she resembled a delicate young girl from the neighborhood. Well, Lu Hao hesitated. Mistress, do take us on a tour as well. Indeed, I have never been to Hingyang before, he added. Upon hearing Dongfang Bai's words, Ning Zhongze initially contemplated a refusal. However, after a moment's reflection, swayed by the raucous enthusiasm of her disciples behind her, she ultimately acquiesced. Subsequently, Ning Zhongze, accompanied by a dozen disciples along with Lu Hao and Dongfang Bai, embarked on a leisurely exploration of Hingyang. Meanwhile, Ling Huchong, the notorious troublemaker, having spoken out of turn at the Xiaoyao manor and nearly causing Yue Buqun a significant embarrassment, found himself penalized upon returning to Huashan, sent to reflect upon his actions at the Cliff of Remorse. Naturally, Yu Lingshan followed her senior brother wherever he went, especially in the absence of Lin Pingji by her side. The city of Hingyang buzzed with activity, throngs of people milling about. Perhaps it was the anticipation of Lu Jingfeng's grand farewell ceremony scheduled for the following day that drew an ever-increasing number of martial artists to the city, who greeted Ning Zhongze with respectful salutes upon encountering her. Indeed, as the esteemed wife of the Huashan sect's leader, she commanded the respect due to her position. Just as Ning Zhangze concluded her exchanges with several martial artists, Lu Hao noticed a group of nuns approaching them. Lu Hao, upon catching sight of a figure among the group of nuns, felt a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Ning the heroine. It has been a long time. The leading elder nun, upon recognizing Ning Zhangze, greeted her with a serene expression. Ah, it is Sister Dingy. It has indeed been a while. How have you been of late? Ning Zhangze's smile reappeared as she engaged warmly in conversation with Master Dingy. I am well. But why is Master Yu not here? Master Dingy glanced at the individuals behind Ning Zhangze. In addition to a group of disciples dressed in the attire of the Huashan sect, there were also two unfamiliar faces. He may be feeling unwell after a long journey and is resting at the inn, replied Ning Zhangze with a calm smile. I see, Master Dingy nodded in understanding. But then, observing the large gathering behind Ning Zhangze, she inquired, May I ask where you are headed? Ning Zhangze responded, These disciples wish to explore Hingyang. So I brought them out for a little sightseeing. She turned to the group with a gentle smile. We shall not impose on you any longer. We have just arrived in Hengyang and must find an inn to stay at. Please excuse us. You may join us at the inn where we are lodging. The Huashan sect is staying there too, Lu Hao interjected with a smile as he noticed Master Dingy preparing to leave. This young hero is? Master Dingy regarded Lu Hao with a hint of unfamiliarity, turning her questioning gaze towards Ning Zhangze. I am Lu Hao interjected, filling the silence as Ning Zhangze seemed at a loss for how to introduce him. Ah, so you are the renowned Lu the young hero. A pleasure to meet you. In that case, we shall also take refuge at that inn. At that moment, Master Dingy did not connect Lu Hao with the notorious leader of the Xianyao manor that was the talk of the martial world. For the Lu Hao before her appeared utterly harmless. Master, the disciples have spent a long time in the mountains, and it is rare for them to descend. Why not allow them to accompany us for some exploration in Hengyang? With Ning the heroine present, their safety is assured. Lu Hao gazed at Master Dingy, a faint smile gracing his lips, his eyes shimmering with a tranquil expression as he made his suggestion once more. Indeed, scarcely had Lu Hao's words faded than the group of young nuns behind Master Dingy revealed expressions of eager anticipation and longing. Although they were dedicated practitioners, their tender ages rendered them naturally curious about the bustling world below the mountain. Master Dingy cast a glance over her disciples, noticing the glimmer of hope in their eyes, and could not help but let out a soft sigh. How could she not understand their curiosity about the world beyond? Yet, the treacherous nature of the martial world compelled her to prioritize their safety. Nevertheless, Lu Hao's words held merit, and she turned her gaze toward Ning Zhangze, entrusting her to watch over the nuns. Ning Zhangze offered a gentle smile and nodded in agreement. After Master Dingy conveyed some instructions to her disciples, she inquired about the exact location of the inn from Ning Zhangze before making her way there alone. During this time, Dongfang Bai playfully tapped Lu Hao on the shoulder, a teasing smile dancing on his face as he surveyed Lu Hao, pondering the peculiar notion that one might harbor thoughts about a group of nuns. Lu Hao, with a hint of exasperation, rolled his eyes. Where did your thoughts wander off to? I merely believe they seldom have the opportunity to descend from the mountains and wish for them to experience the mundane life of the world. Dongfang Bai, with a playful tone, regarded him with a teasing gaze. Oh, is that so? I had thought our esteemed Lu Zhanyuan had some ulterior motives. Am I truly that desperate? Lu Hao shot her a sidelong glance once more. Little did he know, Dongfang Bai's next utterance would leave him momentarily speechless. Indeed, as you aptly put it, not only is there, but there is also. Under the guidance of Ning Zhangze, a group of individuals meandered through numerous peaks, exploring several picturesque locales. Hengyang is not solely defined by the singular presence of Mount Heng. There exist other scenic summits that are equally captivating. At this moment, the Hengshan sect forbade indiscriminate climbing and disallowed excursions to other areas. As time pressed on, Ning Zhangze, resembling a tour guide, turned to her disciples after leading them through various sites and remarked, It is time to descend the mountain. Please, Master, let us linger a little longer. One disciple pleaded. Indeed, we have ventured out after such a long time. Let us enjoy the moment a while longer. Just as Ning Zhangze was about to respond, her acute senses detected a sound. She abruptly looked up to behold a boulder, comparable in size to a human head, plummeting rapidly from the summit towards them. Be cautious. Swiftly take cover, she exclaimed. Grasping the arms of two individuals beside her, she dodged out of harm's way, while some disciples, caught off guard, looked up in astonishment, only to realize too late that escape was futile. The massive stone descended at an alarming speed, and just as it was about to crash down upon them, A figure emerged and shattered the boulder with a single punch. Fragments of the stone cascaded around the disciples, who stood frozen in awe at the sight of this savior. We are eternally grateful for Master Lu's life-saving grace. Once they regained their senses, the disciples recognized the figure and bowed respectfully, expressing their heartfelt gratitude to Lu Hao. Lu Hao waved his hand and silently returned to Dongfang Bai's side. It was not out of a sense of superiority, but rather a desire to avoid incurring Ning Zhengzi's resentment, especially since it was Dongfang Bai who had suggested this outing. Should any harm befall her disciple, it would undoubtedly hinder his subsequent plans. Is everyone all right? Ning Zhengzi anxiously surveyed the disciples of Hengshan and Huashan. If anything were to go awry, she would find it difficult to provide an explanation, particularly to those from Hengshan. We are fine, nothing to worry about. Ning Zhengzi glanced at the young nun beside her and inquired with concern, Are you unscathed as well? The young nun looked at Ning Zhengzi with gratitude, replying, I am well, thank you, Miss Ning. That is a relief. Let us depart. It is getting late, and the mountains can be perilous at night. Following the earlier incident, no one suggested lingering for further amusement. After nodding to Lu Hao behind her, Ning Zhengzi took the lead down the mountain. The young nun, having followed Ning Zhengzi for a couple of steps, suddenly seemed to realize something was amiss and returned to her previous spot. Bending down to search for an item she had seemingly lost. Are you looking for this? Lu Hao and Dongfang Bai observed the young nun bending down to search for something. With his keen eyesight, Lu Hao quickly spotted an object nestled beneath a small stone. He approached, retrieved it, and presented it before the young nun, shaking it gently. Both the young nun and Dongfang Bai caught sight of the object simultaneously. It was a fragrant pouch. Upon seeing the pouch, Dongfang Bai's expression shifted dramatically, while the young nun eagerly accepted it, her face lighting up with a sweet smile. Indeed. Thank you, esteemed elder. Lu Hao smiled faintly and replied, No need for thanks. Let us go. After speaking, he turned to look at Dongfang Bai, who was standing there in a daze, his expression one of utter astonishment. Observing Dongfang Bai's reaction, Lu Hao feigned ignorance and inquired, What is it? It was only then that Dongfang Bai regained his senses, staring blankly in the direction Lu Hao and the young nun had departed, pondering. Was that incense pouch belonging to the young nun? Lu Hao shrugged, clearly recognizing that it belonged to her. Instantly, Dongfang Bai's eyes began to glisten, her eyelids reddening as she gazed wistfully at the retreating figure of the young nun. The nun was none other than Yi Lin, Dongfang Bai's long-lost sister. The fragrant pouch was also a cherished token that Dongfang Bai had entrusted to Yi Lin before their separation. What troubles you? Lu Hao inquired, gently stroking her hair with concern. He was well aware of the reason, yet felt incapable of articulating it. I believe I have found my sister, Dongfang Bai choked out, her gaze lingering on Yi Lin's distant silhouette. Who? Could it possibly be that young nun? Lu Hao feigned ignorance once more. Yes, it is she. The pouch she carries was a gift I bestowed upon my sister years ago. If all goes as expected, she is indeed the sister I have sought for so long. Then what are you waiting for? You must go and reunite. Yet, I fear she may not recognize me. Dongfang Bai shook her head slightly, her heart brimming with apprehension. Upon witnessing this, Lu Hao smiled calmly and offered reassurance, suggesting that perhaps your sister has been waiting for your recognition all along. For many years, she may have believed her family to be lost. Now that she has a living sister, how could she possibly refuse to acknowledge you? Go ahead. Upon hearing Lu Hao's words, Dongfang Bai found them to be quite reasonable. He nodded in agreement, and in an instant, he vanished from sight, employing his agile skills. Lu Hao gazed at the vanishing silhouette of Dongfang Bai, a faint smile gracing his lips. He hoped that this gift would be to her liking. Thus, the reunion between Dongfang Bai and Yi Lin came to pass, upon discovering that her sister still resided in the mortal realm. Yi Lin's initial reaction was one of overwhelming joy, leading her to weep tears of elation. Meanwhile, Yi Lin's fellow disciples rejoiced alongside her, sharing in her happiness at the reunion. Ning Zhengzi, too, was taken aback, realizing that the woman beside Lu Hao is none other than the long-lost sister of a small nun from the Hengshan sect. What a twist of fate. After Dongfang Bai and Yi Lin embraced their reunion, they returned to the inn, where the two engaged in an all-night conversation, even going so far as to evict Lu Hao from the room. That night, Lu Hao found himself alone, seated atop the inn, sipping wine while gazing at the stars and contemplating his next steps. After finishing a pot of wine, his keen ears detected the sound of soft footsteps moving swiftly. Bathed in moonlight, he discerned that the owner of the footsteps was none other than Yue Buqun. Observing Yue Buqun's furtive demeanor, Lu Hao surmised that he was once again engrossed in studying the evil repelling sword technique, Had he perhaps reached a breakthrough? But wait, was Ning Zhangze not alone in the room? At that thought, Lu Hao shook his head. Even if he were to enter the room, Ning Zhangze would undoubtedly refuse him. Better to wait for Yi Buqun to make his move, lest Dongfang Bai accuse him of being indiscriminate in his choices. The following day, Yi Buqun, Ning Zhangze, and Master Ding Yi, accompanied by their disciples, departed from the inn early. Lu Hao and Dongfang Bai, along with their companions, chose not to accompany the others, preferring to avoid the unproductive chatter that would ensue. They deemed it prudent to wait for the arrival of the Songshan sect before making their entrance. Today, the Lu residence was abuzz with excitement, as Lu Zhanyuan and his disciples gathered at the entrance to welcome their guests. Yi Buqun, accompanied by Ning Zhangze and his own disciples, arrived at the Lu estate. After exchanging a few pleasantries with them, Lu Zhanyuan instructed his disciples to escort their guests inside for a brief respite. The Lu residence is quite expansive. As the esteemed disciple of the esteemed leader of the Hongshan school, Lu Zhanyuan undoubtedly holds a significant position within the sect, and thus, his abode in Hengyang is appropriately grand. The Lu estate alone occupies approximately 2 acres, and it is within this very courtyard that the ceremonial event of washing one's hands of worldly ties is set to take place. At this moment, the courtyard is adorned with rows of seats, many of which have already been occupied. Ah, Master Yu, Lady Yu, it has been quite some time. How have you both been? A voice calls out, as the arrival of Yi Buqun and his wife, along with the esteemed Master Ding Yi, is acknowledged by the prominent figures of the martial world who had arrived earlier. Lu Zhanyuan, having noticed that nearly everyone had arrived, instructed a disciple to greet the guests at the entrance before he ventured into the courtyard alone. Esteemed guests, I express my heartfelt gratitude for attending my humble gathering to cleanse my hands of worldly affairs. The kindness of all my fellow martial artists today shall be etched in my memory. Lu Xiaochuan, you are far too modest. Your intention to withdraw from the martial world is indeed a significant loss to our righteous path. It is said that your decision to retire stems from an appointment as a military advisor to the court. The court and our martial community have always maintained a respectful distance. Why must you wade into such murky waters? Alas, it is truly regrettable that the Hongshan sect will lose a formidable master, while the court gains a formidable general. Yet, each person has their own aspirations. We must support Lu Xiaochuan's choice. Lu Zhanyuan merely uttered a single statement, which ignited a fervent discussion among the martial artists present, with opinions both in favor and against. Esteemed colleagues, Lu continued, please lend me your ears. I, Lu, wish to distance myself from the affairs of the martial world, weary of the incessant cycle of violence and conflict. Thus, I seek a tranquil position within the court to pass the remainder of my days. I harbor no grand ambitions. My sole passion lies in the appreciation of musical instruments, as a life of strife is truly not my desire. This decision has been reached after considerable contemplation and has been duly reported to my master, who, upon giving his consent, has allowed me to proceed with this course of action. Should you find yourselves in need of my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to express it. Even though I may no longer be a part of the martial realm, the enduring friendship we have cultivated over the years is something I shall never forget. Lu Zhanyuan's words elicited nods of agreement from the martial artists present, for each individual harbored their own aspirations, and it would be unseemly to voice dissent. Moreover, those who had gathered here shared a bond with him, making it inappropriate to undermine his dignity in front of such an audience. The only one yet to arrive was the senior disciple from the Songshan sect. He requested everyone to await a brief moment, as the grand ceremony of renunciation would commence shortly. Meanwhile, Lu Hao and Dongfang Bai, accompanied by Lu Xian and other carefree guardians, strolled leisurely down the street towards Lu Zhanyuan's residence. Ah, why is he here? Dongfang Bai's gaze drifted forward, spotting a middle-aged man, somewhat gray-haired and advanced in years, standing several dozen meters away. Behind him trailed a petite young girl, seemingly around 12 or 13. Her face adorned with an innocent and cheerful smile, exuding vivacity. Is he the elder Chu Yang from your Sun and Moon Holy cult? Lu Hao followed Dongfang Bai's gaze and beheld a man wearing a serene smile. He was undoubtedly one of the prominent figures of this grand assembly. How could he not be present? Dongfang Bai nodded in affirmation. Indeed, beside him is his granddaughter, Chu Fian, affectionately known as Fei Fei. I have encountered her on several occasions. She is quite vivacious. However, what brought them here? Could it be that they are also attending Lu Zhanyuan's grand ceremony of renunciation? The more Dongfang Bai pondered, the darker his expression became. Perhaps he had already deemed Chu Yang a traitor to the faith. Why dwell on such thoughts? A mere visit would reveal the truth. With that, Lu Hao took her delicate hand and made his way toward the Lu residence. The scene shifted. Lu Zhanyuan and his companions had been waiting for the Songzhan sect for a considerable time. Yet, the members of the sect had yet to arrive. And Lu Zhanyuan began to feel restless. He rose and made his way to the center of the courtyard, addressing the multitude of martial artists gathered within. Esteemed guests, the time is drawing near. I, Lu, hereby declare the golden basin washing hands ceremony officially commenced. Just as his words echoed through the air, a voice resonated from outside the gates. Disciples of the Songzhan sect have arrived. As the voice faded, the imposing figure of Fei Bin, clad in the light red attire of the Songzhan sect and brandishing a vibrantly colored flag, strode into the courtyard with several disciples in tow. By order of the Left Alliance leader of the Five Mountain Sword sect, I must request that you postpone the golden basin washing hands ceremony, Lu Xiaochuan. May I inquire as to why? Lu Zhanyuan retorted. This ceremony represents my weariness with the constant bloodshed of the martial world. Why does the Left Alliance leader seek to intervene? Upon seeing the newcomer, Lu felt a tightening in his chest, fearing that his apprehensions were indeed manifesting. He dreaded any interruption to this gathering, for once disrupted, the proceedings would surely not unfold smoothly. Brother Fei, I kindly ask that you relay to the Left Alliance leader that my decision to wash my hands of the martial world is entirely personal. Having summoned so many fellow practitioners today, I cannot simply acquiesce. Lu Xiaochuan, the Left Alliance leader, has insisted. I must urge you to comply with the directive. Fei Bin replied, narrowing his eyes and delivering his words with a palpable threat. And what if I refuse? Lu Zhanyuan countered defiantly. Is the Left Alliance leader overstepping his bounds? Does he wish to tarnish my reputation before my fellow martial artists? Upon finishing his words, Lu Zhanyuan extended his hands towards the golden basin resting on the table before him. Observing this, Fei Bin unsheathed the sword carried by his disciple and hurled it directly at the basin, which was instantly overturned upon the impact of the blade. Lu Zhanyuan, consumed by fury, glared at Fei Bin and bellowed, Fei Bin, what do you intend to do? Simultaneously, Lu Zhanyuan's family, accompanied by a retinue of servants, was ushered into the courtyard under the menacing gaze of a group of disciples from the Songzhan sect, brandishing their swords. The revelation sent a wave of astonishment rippling through the assembly of martial artists. What is the meaning of this? Release Madame Lu at once. Songzhan sect, are you not going too far? As the crowd voiced their indignation, Fei Bin merely smirked, his eyes glinting with disdain, and raised a hand to beckon for silence. Esteemed fellow practitioners, we of the Songzhan sect have recently received alarming intelligence, indicating that Lu Zhanyuan has been clandestinely colluding with the demonic sect elder, Chu Yang. This is precisely why Alliance leaders was sought to intervene. After delivering his accusation, Fei Bin regarded Lu Zhanyuan with a mocking gaze. Indeed, a true man must take responsibility for his actions. I am acquainted with Elder Chu Yang. He is a soulmate in my journey through life. However, we have never conspired together. Our relationship is merely one of friendship. Lu Zhanyuan, a person of integrity, candidly acknowledged the situation. Indeed, his admission left the martial arts community in a state of uproar, with every gaze fixed upon him in astonishment. Brother Lu, the Left Alliance leader urged, I hope you find your way back and eliminate Chu Yang. Such a course of action is utterly impossible. I shall never stoop to such ignoble deeds. Before Fei Bin could finish, Lu Zhanyuan had already emphatically declined. Incorrigible, the Left Alliance leader declared, should Lu Zhanyuan refuse to amend his ways. The Five Mountain Sword sect will expel him without exception. Chu Yang is present. If you seek to capture him, why must you trouble my virtuous brother Lu? A thunderous voice resonated as Chu Yang leaped down from the rooftop, surveying the assembly with an air of defiance. Meanwhile, Chu Fian, still atop the roof, wore a mask of concern as she watched Chu Yang descend. I am profoundly grateful for the unwavering support of my family. Chu Yang's appearance prompted all the righteous martial artists present to rise, weapons in hand, their vigilance directed towards him. Brother Chu Yang, what brings you here? You should not be in this place. Lu Zhanyuan gazed at Chu Yang, whose pupils contracted upon his appearance, filled with intense anxiety. It seemed that he was even more agitated than if his own wife and children were being threatened. Ha ha ha, my dear brother, we act with integrity and honor. What do we have to fear? Even if we were to perish here today, at least we would have died for a worthy cause. Upon hearing Lu Zhanyuan's concern, Chu Yang felt a warmth in his heart and then burst into loud laughter. Meanwhile, in another corner of the Lu residence's rooftop, Lu Hao, upon overhearing their exchange, was rendered speechless, realizing that the two were simply reveling in camaraderie, while an outsider might mistakenly believe they shared a deeper bond. Could it be that Chu Yang truly had ties with Lu Zhanyuan? Did he not comprehend that these so-called righteous individuals were merely hypocrites? Upon the arrival of Chu Yang, Dongfang Bai, standing beside Lu Hao, let out a faint sigh, his gaze revealing a hint of astonishment. Do not speak in such a manner. Individuals of righteous standing can be both virtuous and vile. That despicable Fei Bin is indeed a person of supposed righteousness. Yet he wields a mere feather as if it were a command, his actions utterly shameless. Likewise, not all practitioners of the unorthodox path embody malevolence. What delineates righteousness from wickedness? One cannot discern such distinctions solely based on the faction to which an individual belongs. Lu Hao's lips curled into a subtle smile, a hint of nonchalance gracing his features. Even if your words hold some truth, what of it? Do those so-called hypocrites truly understand? Dongfang Bai retorted. Her cheeks puffed in indignation. Lu Hao also curled his lip, perceiving that most of these so-called righteous individuals were indeed hypocritical, parading their self-proclaimed mission to save the world. Brother Lu, now that Chu Yang has revealed himself, you should promptly eliminate him. I, Fei, will return to report to Lord Zhua. And you shall remain a member of our Wu Yue sword sect. Fei Bin, upon witnessing Chu Yang's appearance, was filled with unrestrained joy. His intention had been to use Lu Zhanyuan to lure Chu Yang, hoping to ensnare this formidable fish, and indeed, the bait had worked. With so many martial arts comrades present, even if Chu Yang were exceptionally skilled, it would be impossible for him to contend with this multitude. A daydream. Lu Zhanyuan, disdain to associate with you. Lu Zhanyuan glared fiercely at Fei Bin, his anger reaching a boiling point. Not only were his wife and children being coerced, but he was also being forced into actions against his will. Brother Lu, the forces of evil must be eradicated by all. Why do you remain obstinate? Yue Buqun observed Lu Zhanyuan's resolute demeanor and stepped forward to offer counsel. Indeed, Brother Lu, you may have fallen under the thrall of this villain. Heed my advice and sever ties with Chu Yang. Seeing Lu Zhanyuan's family being threatened by the disciples of the Songshan sect and Lu Zhanyuan's stubbornness, Master Ding Yi also spoke up. You so-called righteous individuals, what sort of heroics is it to threaten my virtuous brother's family? Chu shall stand here. If you possess the ability, take my life. Chu Yang declared with great bravado, effectively issuing a challenge to the martial artists present. Should they not respond, they would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. In this tense atmosphere, the leader of the Taishan sect, Taoist Tianmin, upon hearing Chu Yang's words, unsheathed his sword and charged forward. Renowned for his unwavering integrity, he could not allow Chu Yang to go unchallenged. Evil one, receive my sword, Taoist Tianmin shouted, his voice brimming with fury. Though both Taoist Tianmin and Chu Yang were first-rate masters, there was still a considerable difference in their realms. Chu Yang effortlessly evaded Taoist Tianmin's strike. After the attack missed, Chu Yang suddenly counterattacked, striking with a palm infused with profound internal energy aimed at Taoist Tianmin's back. Should this strike connect, it would surely result in death or severe injury for Taoist Tianmin. Be careful, brother Tianmin, Yue Buqun urgently warned, activating his lightness skill to swiftly close the distance and confront Chu Yang. With Yue Buqun's unexpected intervention, Chu Yang's palm strike fell short, but it still managed to inflict some harm on Taoist Tianmin. At that moment, Taoist Tianmin's complexion paled, a trickle of blood escaping his lips, indicating he had been injured by Chu Yang's power. Come forth, Chu Yang roared, launching an attack against Yue Buqun with a fierce palm wind. However, facing two opponents, defeat was inevitable. He was not invincible like Dongfang Bubi and lacked such extraordinary prowess. Yue Buqun and Chu Yang were nearly equal in strength. Yet Yue Buqun's internal energy was more profound, leading him to quickly gain the upper hand. After a brief interval, Chu Yang, in a moment of carelessness, was struck by Yue Buqun on the back. Blood gushed from Chu Yang's mouth, and his face turned ashen. Meanwhile, hiding in the corner of Lu's estate, Ding Mian and Lu Bai watched the unfolding scene with great delight, having finally completed the mission assigned to them by Zhuolingchan. Following this confrontation, the reputation of the Songshan sect within the martial world was destined to rise once more. Upon witnessing Chu Yang's injury, Lu Zhanyuan resolutely stepped forward to support the staggering figure of Chu Yang. Brother Chu, the heart-wrenching cry echoed, akin to the mourning of a beloved's passing. Grandfather, Chu Fian, who had been observing from the rooftop, felt an overwhelming surge of anxiety upon seeing Chu Yang wounded. Instinctively, she leaped from the roof and hurried towards him. "Grandfather, are you all right? Please don't leave us. If you go, what will happen to Fei Fei?" Tears streamed down her cheeks as she gazed at Chu Yang, who struggled to maintain his balance. Cough, cough. After spitting out a small amount of blood, Chu Yang appeared slightly improved, a hint of color returning to his face. He affectionately ruffled Chu Fian's hair, reassuring her, "Do not worry, my dear. Grandfather is not so easily defeated." Chu Fian, in her tearful state, had lost the vibrant and whimsical essence she once possessed. "Grandfather, let us leave. We should not continue fighting." "Indeed, Brother Chu. Take the child and flee swiftly. I refuse to believe that Fei Bin would dare to harm my entire family." Lu Zhanyuan supported Chu Yang, his face equally etched with concern. After speaking, he turned and cast a fierce glare at Fei Bin. Unexpectedly, Fei Bin burst into laughter, his eyes filled with disdain. "Lu Zhanyuan, you overestimate yourself. Now, you are a traitor colluding with the demonic sect. What do I have to fear? Not just you, Chu Yang, but that little girl as well. Today, they are undoubtedly doomed. What do you intend to do, Fei Bin? The child is innocent." Lu Zhanyuan furrowed his brow and rebuked Fei Bin angrily. "Aha, innocent? Those of the demonic sect deserve to be exterminated," Fei Bin declared. At this moment, Chu Fian, trembling in Chu Yang's embrace, was gripped by fear. "Disciples of Songzhan, heed the command. The Left Alliance leader has decreed the execution of Lu Zhanyuan and his entire family. Leave not a single soul behind." "No, I don't want to die." Lu Zhanyuan's young son, terrified, cried out, nearly wetting his pants. Unfortunately, the disciples of Songzhan paid no heed to a child's life. Just as they were about to strike, a voice reverberated through the air above the Lu residence. "What audacity! Left Alliance leader? Are you dreaming? Songzhan sect? Merely a band of clowns. Let's see if you dare to kill one." As the voice fell, Lu Hao and Dong Fangbai appeared in the courtyard in an instant. Simultaneously, Lu Xian led 9 members of the carefree guards swiftly toward the Songzhan disciples who were holding hostages, their elusive movements leaving the disciples bewildered. "Kill them." Fei Bin finally reacted, witnessing shadows darting toward Lu Zhanyuan's family. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he shouted anxiously to the Songzhan disciples. Unfortunately, he was too late. Almost simultaneously with his shout, the sword lights of the carefree guards descended rapidly. Each flash of the sword was accompanied by the sound of Songzhan disciples collapsing. One by one, the disciples fell, their deaths gruesome, some beheaded, others pierced through the chest. The air thickened with the pungent scent of blood, suffocating those present. Fei Bin stood frozen, eyes wide with terror and despair. He had never imagined that these elusive figures could be so formidable, capable of annihilating the Songzhan disciples in the blink of an eye. The rest of the martial artists fell silent, the entire Lu residence enveloped in a heavy stillness, so quiet that one could hear the very breaths of those around. Moments before, when Fei Bin had threatened the lives of Lu Zhanyuan's family and the little girl beside Chu Yang, some of the more conscientious martial artists had felt a sense of shame. They could not comprehend why the Songzhan sect would pursue such ruthless extermination. Though the forces of righteousness and evil are irreconcilable, such brutal methods bore no distinction from the ways of the wicked. In an instant, the debate surrounding righteousness and evil transformed into a perplexing conundrum within their minds. Upon witnessing Lu Hao and his companions, the carefree guardians swiftly decimated more than 10 disciples of the Songzhan sect, leaving them in profound silence. The moment Chu Yang laid eyes on Dong Fangbai, his anxious heart was immediately set at ease. For no matter the circumstances, Dong Fangbai would not allow him to perish at the hands of these individuals. If death were to come, it would be at her hands alone. Sister Dongfang, Chu Fian, upon encountering Dong Fangbai, was overwhelmed with joy, shedding tears of relief. Her previously sorrowful visage transformed into one of profound gratitude for surviving calamity. Dong Fangbai cast a fleeting glance at the two, uttering not a word. Lu Zhanyuan noticed that Chu Yang seemed to recognize the man and woman, and out of curiosity, he softly inquired, "Brother Chu, do you know them?" The sudden appearance of this man and woman not only plunged everyone into silence, but also led to the rescue of his own family. He felt compelled to inquire further in order to express his gratitude. Lu Hao emerged not solely to rescue the family of Lu Zhanyuan, but rather out of disdain for the methods employed by the Songzhan sect. Lu Zhanyuan, a man who regarded brotherhood as paramount, placed the lives of his kin above all else. It is difficult to critique Lu Hao. In his perspective, a person is either ignorant or foolish. While the bond of brotherhood is undeniably significant, does it overshadow the value of one's family members' lives? As has been said since ancient times, Loyalty and filial piety are often at odds. In extraordinary circumstances, one must inevitably make a choice. Which would you select? Lu Hao has now positioned himself as the esteemed director of the martial world, with the power to determine its chaos. The members of the Songshan sect, who are clamoring, are of no consequence to him. Fei Bin, regaining his composure, finally recognized them as disciples of the Xiaoyao manner, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Xian and his companions. A surge of indignation swelling within him, his fists clenched tightly, veins protruding, as if he yearned to rend them apart. He harbored the unsettling thought that the task assigned to them by Zhuo Lengchan might undergo a significant transformation upon the appearance of the Xiaoyao Manor's disciples. In the shadows, Ding Mian and his companion furrowed their brows upon witnessing the arrival of the Xiaoyao disciples, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. You are Lu Hao, the master of Xiaoyao Manor? Fei Bin took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure, before turning to Lu Hao and Dongfang Bai. Indeed, Lu Hao replied tersely, his demeanor exuding an air of disdain akin to viewing mere ants, reflecting the arrogance previously displayed by Fei Bin. Among the gathered crowd, some were oblivious, only just realizing that they were in the presence of the renowned Xiaoyao guards clad in purple. Others, familiar with the esteemed reputation of the Xiaoyao guards, shifted their focus between Lu Hao, Lu Xian, and their companions. The most astonished of all was Master Ding, who had never imagined that the seemingly harmless young man she encountered yesterday, following Ning Zhongze, was none other than the formidable master of the Xiaoyao Manor. Yue Buqun also regarded Lu Hao with a mixture of surprise and curiosity, pondering his intentions for this visit. However, he was more intrigued by the prowess demonstrated by the Xiaoyao guards. This marked the second occasion he had witnessed their formidable capabilities, each individual a master in their own right, leaving him with no certainty of victory against any one of them, which brought to mind his bittersweet memories of that infuriating yet beloved cassock. Master Lu, why does Xiaoyao Manor persist in opposing my Songshan sect at every turn? Today, in front of so many martial compatriots, you have slain numerous disciples of the Songshan sect. I demand a reasonable explanation. Fei Bin, perhaps emboldened by the hidden support of Ding Mian and Lu Bai, or perhaps confident in Lu Hao's reluctance to act rashly in front of so many witnesses, began to interrogate Lu Hao. Noise, Lu Hao retorted. Why must I provide you with an explanation for my actions? Who do you think you are? A glint of cold light flashed in Lu Hao's eyes as he cast a disdainful glance at Fei Bin, who nearly succumbed to exasperation. However, recalling the formidable prowess of the Xiaoyao guard and their companions, he stifled his anger and swiftly formulated a response. I am Fei Bin, the esteemed Song, one of the 13 protectors of the Mount Song sect. Are you aware that your actions have not only offended the Mount Song sect, but have also provoked the 5 Mountain Sword sect, along with all the righteous individuals present? Fei Bin's intention was palpable. He sought to rally the assembly against Lu Hao. As his words resonated with many, a sense of triumph surged within him, prompting him to continue with righteous fervor. We are here to purge traitors and restore order, yet you dare to impede our efforts. What is your true intention? Do you harbor ties with the demonic sect? Or does Xiaoyao Manor aspire to become the adversary of the entire martial world? It must be noted that Fei Bin's rhetoric swiftly stirred the emotions of several individuals, who now glared at Lu Hao and his companions with drawn swords. Nonetheless, Yue Buqun and the esteemed Master Ding maintained their composure, particularly Yue Buqun, who was acutely aware of the capabilities of the Xiaoyao Manor and the enigmatic Lu Hao. Given Lu Hao's audacity, it was evident that he possessed a certain confidence. Upon hearing Fei Bin's words, Lu Hao let out a cold snort, his expression devoid of emotion, regarding him with the gaze one might reserve for the deceased. How presumptuous! What is your Songshan sect truly? What of my connections to the Sun and Moon sect? Becoming the pariah of the martial world? Do you think you are worthy? Mark my words, every single one of you today. Listen closely. My Xiaoyao Manor does not fear becoming the enemy of all, nor do we require the approval of others in our endeavors. If you dare to defy us, come forth in battle. As for you, you have already uttered far too many trivialities. Meet your end. Lu Hao cast a scornful glance at Fei Bin, then extended 2 fingers. In an instant, a brilliant and chilling sword aura erupted from his fingertips, imbued with an overwhelming and icy murderous intent. Fei Bin was struck with terror at the sight. He wished to defend himself, but it was far too late. The sword aura, sharp as a blade and propelled by formidable force, reached him in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, his eyes widened in horror, his pupils reflecting the lethal sword energy. Fei Bin barely had time to scream before he was cleaved in 2 by the onslaught. his body split asunder, blood and entrails spilling onto the ground, saturating the air with a heavy stench of carnage. A few young nuns from the Hongshan sect, witnessing this gruesome scene, turned pale, with some of the neophytes even retching uncontrollably. A true innate master. He has transformed his qi into form. He is an innate master. The ability to project inner strength to such a refined level is remarkable, yet the transformation of qi into form is a hallmark of innate masters. Everyone within the Lu residence was left in shock, including Ding Mian and his companion, who were concealed in the shadows. An innate master. The only known figures within the righteous martial world who have reached such heights are venerable individuals like Master Fang Zheng and Daoist Chengxiu, both well past their 50s. They could never have imagined that a mere youth in his 20s could possess such prowess. Even the elusive and enigmatic Dongfang Bubi was said to be over 30 and rumored to have reached the innate realm, though there were conflicting accounts. And he himself seemed indifferent to clarifying the matter. Lu Hao cast a disdainful glance at those around him, letting out a cold snort. Yue Buqun was taken aback. He recognized Lu Hao's formidable prowess, yet he had never anticipated that Lu Hao was a master of innate skills. Come forth. Disciples of Song's Han who have been hiding in the shadows. Do you require the esteemed Lord to summon you? Lu Hao turned sharply towards a corner, his gaze piercing as he shouted loudly. Hidden in the shadows, Ding Mian and Lu Bai were startled by his voice, exchanging glances. They rushed out with their disciples in tow, armed with swords. Ding Mian and Lu Bai maintained a cautious distance from Lu Hao, their brows furrowed in anger as they glared at him. Behind them stood a dozen or so disciples of the Song's Han sect, their expressions taut with tension and a hint of bewilderment. Xiao Zhuang master, do you so brazenly oppress the Song's Han sect, believing us to be without defenders? Ding Mian exclaimed, his gaze fixed on the severed body of Fei Bin beside him, his voice rife with fury and discontent. Lu Hao faced the imposing figures of Ding Mian and Lu Bai, his gaze remarkably tranquil, with a hint of derisive amusement playing at the corners of his lips. You openly assist those of the demonic sect. Do you truly wish to stand against the esteemed martial artists present? Lu Bai, echoing Ding Mian's sentiments, glared at Lu Hao with eyes full of accusation and menace. Clearly, he, like the earlier Fei Bin, sought to rally the others against Lu Hao. After all, there is strength in numbers. Even ants can bring down an elephant. Unfortunately for them, they were not a united swarm of ants. And Lu Hao was far from a naive elephant. Lu Hao gazed calmly at Ding Mian and Lu Bai, his eyes brimming with disdain and scorn. He slowly shook his head and remarked, You, the Song's Han sect, pride yourselves on being the righteous path of the martial world. Yet your actions are entirely contrary to the principles upheld by virtuous individuals. What you have done is even more reprehensible than the deeds of the Sun and Moon holy cult. Lu Zhengfeng stated that if one person errs, it may be forgiven. But you ought not to involve their families, nor entertain any malicious thoughts towards two innocent children. Is your conduct not more abhorrent than that of the demonic sect? Lu Hao's words plunged the gathered crowd into profound contemplation once more. Some among them had previously felt that the actions of the Songzhan sect were excessively ruthless. Why should an individual's transgressions implicate their family? While the dichotomy of good and evil is unmistakable, many found it disgraceful to target a child. Of course, Lu Hao did not expect these individuals to assist him. Rather, he sought to awaken them to the gravity of their deeds. They paraded around with their self-righteous airs. Could this truly be considered the righteous path of the martial world? As the director of the Jianghu, he bore the responsibility to rectify the chaos. Those who refused to heed his words were better off perishing. Lu Hao smirked disdainfully and then continued, I, of the Shaoao manner, conduct my affairs with utmost integrity, never engaging in any morally reprehensible deeds, nor would I stoop to such despicable acts. As for your earlier remarks, allow me to respond. Indeed, I take advantage of the perceived absence of capable individuals from Mount Song. What will you do about it? Will you contend against the esteemed martial artists present here? A jest, for do you truly believe you are worthy? With all due respect, I must declare that everyone gathered here is tainted. Lu Hao's words were exceedingly arrogant, brimming with confidence and dominance, as if everything lay firmly within his grasp. After speaking, he cast a cold glance around the crowd. As his gaze swept over them, whispers began to ripple through the assembly, with some expressing discontent at his hubris, deeming him excessively boastful. Observing Lu Hao's audacity and the growing dissatisfaction among the spectators, Ding Mian seized the moment to stoke the flames of discord. Lu Hao, do not be so presumptuous. Our Songzhan sect is not to be trifled with by the martial artists present. Ding Mian proclaimed loudly, directing his gaze at the murmuring throng. Esteemed comrades, Lu Hao has strayed from the righteous path. The Xiao manor has descended into wickedness. I implore you to join forces with us to vanquish this villain. Upon concluding his words, Ding Mian exchanged a resolute glance with Lu Bai. With unwavering determination, they brandished their swords and led the disciples of the Songsan sect into the fray. Kill. The Xiao manor has become a den of evil. No different from the demonic sects. Indeed, such tyranny from Xiaoyao manor cannot be permitted to plague our martial world. Annihilate them. To his surprise, many were swayed by Ding Mian's rhetoric, perhaps due to the Songsan sect's esteemed reputation, as over half of the assembled martial artists surged forth, charging towards Lu Hao, who stood at a distance. Leave not a single one alive. Lu Hao sneered at the approaching throng, issuing commands to Lu Xian and the Xiaoyao guards by his side. After giving the orders, he embraced the delicate waist of Dongfang Bai, preparing to enjoy the unfolding spectacle. Lu Hao harbored no interest in these individuals. If it were left cold Zen or Yu Buqun taking action, he would be more than willing to offer his guidance. In the later stages of Lu Xian's prowess, the other 9 individuals were also formidable masters at the initial and intermediate levels, making it a trivial matter for them to contend against dozens of lesser Karaminas. Among them, only Ding Mian and Lu Bai could be regarded as true masters, while the rest fell short of their caliber. At this juncture, Yu Buqun had shed his naive desire for recognition. He was acutely aware of the terror that the Xiaoyao manor embodied. Lu Hao, being an innate expert, was a force that one would be foolish to oppose, akin to striking a stone with an egg. Thus, Yu Buqun refrained from leading the Huashan disciples into a futile charge, opting instead to observe the unfolding events. Similarly, Master Ding Yi shared this prudent sentiment and did not act impulsively. The chasm between innate masters and their capabilities was insurmountable, and Lu Hao's words carried a weight of truth. The Songsan sect's ruthlessness was notorious. Furthermore, the woman accompanying Lu Hao is none other than the sister of Yi Lin, recently recognized, and she wished to prevent any irreparable rift between the Hengshan sect and the Xiaoyao manor. As Yu Buqun had anticipated, Lu Xian engaged 2 seasoned adversaries, Ding Mian and Lu Bai, renowned protectors of the Songsan sect, while the remaining martial artists clashed with the other 9 from Xiaoyao manor. Despite their numerical superiority, they swiftly found themselves at a disadvantage. The eerie swordplay of the Xiaoyao guards, coupled with their unconventional footwork, resulted in a cacophony of anguished cries as enemies fell with each swing of their blades. It is not an exaggeration to assert that their sword techniques approached the astonishing feat of dispatching multiple foes in a mere second. Of course, such prowess was undeniably bolstered by the legendary Duga 9 swords in the ethereal Lingbo Weibu. Lu Hao has always been generous with his own, imparting knowledge to them at an early stage. Although they are still in the nascent phase, it is evidently sufficient to deal with these individuals. The situation is escalating increasingly. The confrontation between Lu Xian and Ding Mian, along with Lu Bai, has escalated to a fervent intensity. Lu Xian glides between the two with an ethereal grace, each sweep of his sword wielding an overwhelming force, targeting their vital points. Both Ding Mian and Lu Bai bear multiple sword wounds. Yet despite their status as top-tier martial artists, they find themselves under unprecedented pressure against Lu Xian's enigmatic 9 swords of Dugu. Each technique is so unpredictable that it leaves them struggling to counter. In stark contrast, Lu Xian remains unscathed, his demeanor serene. It is evident that he is merely using them to hone his skills. Had it been otherwise, they would have already succumbed to his lethal prowess. The remaining 9 masters from the Xiaoyao manor are equally formidable, showcasing a seamless coordination in their fierce swordplay. Their assaults are as relentless as a tempest, their movements elusive and difficult to anticipate. A cacophony of anguished cries echoes through the Lu residence, the air thick with the scent of blood. Standing aside, Yu Buqun witnesses the scene unfold, his eyes brimming with astonishment and envy. The prowess of a mere Xiaoyao guard like Lu Xian is astonishing, managing to overpower both Ding Mian and Lu Bai with such ease, something he himself could never achieve. At that moment, the seed of ambition for greater strength takes root within him, even if it means forsaking certain trivialities. With a resounding crash, Ding Mian and Lu Bai are simultaneously hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood spills from their mouths, and both bear long sword wounds across their chests, exposing stark white bone as blood flows uncontrollably. Moments earlier, Lu Xian had ascended to a new level of mastery with the 9 swords of Dugu, clearly no longer wishing to toy with them. A single strike, the breaking sword technique, sent them flying, their swords slipping from their grasp. At this juncture, The Xiao guards are concluding their own battles against the so-called martial artists, and with the final scream, dozens of those complicit in wrongdoing fall beneath their blades. The Lu residence has transformed into a veritable hell on earth. Is that all? Lu Hao, witnessing the end of the skirmish, yawns and releases his grip from Dongfang Bai's waist, languidly making his way toward the terrified Ding Mian and Lu Bai. What has become of their earlier bravado? Let it continue. Lu Hao gazed upon Ding Mian, who lay on the ground like a lifeless dog, and let out a cold smirk. You. With a sudden cough, both of them spewed forth a mouthful of crimson blood, which surged towards Lu Hao. Fortunately, he dodged swiftly. Otherwise, his garments would have been soiled. Fear not, for it shall not be long before your master and senior brother join you in the realm of the dead. Lu Hao, having spoken, nodded toward Lu Xian, who, wielding his precious sword, unleashed a fierce strike. In an instant, two heads rolled from their bodies, tumbling aside. Blood erupted from their severed necks like a fountain, staining the ground crimson. Their eyes bulged in disbelief, a flicker of unwillingness and terror evident before their demise. The onlookers were rendered speechless, unable to comprehend how these renowned masters of the Songshan sect had succumbed to a mere unknown youth. Furthermore, how could Lu Hao dare to slay so many martial artists at once? Did he truly fear not becoming the pariah of the martial world? An eerie silence enveloped the crowd. To those close to Zhuangchan, please convey this message. My Xiao manor will always welcome him for revenge, provided he brings sufficient allies. Otherwise, it would be rather dull. After Lu Hao finished speaking, he cast a glance at Yi Buqun and Ning Zhangzi beside him, a hint of a mischievous and enigmatic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He then turned and strode towards Chu Fian. The little girl, who had just been sobbing moments ago, now seemed to exude a sense of schadenfreude. Lu Hao approached Chu Yang and Chu Fian, gently ruffling Chu Fian's small head. Big brother, these people are not virtuous. Of course, I am delighted that you have come to rescue us, Chu Fian replied, a bit bashful yet smiling joyfully. Such a clever little one, able to discern good from evil at such a tender age. Lu Hao released his grip and gazed down at the little girl before him, a serene smile gracing his lips. This child, perhaps, embodies one of the most tumultuous roles in the narrative. The inherently vivacious and whimsical Chu Fian had spent her childhood in the cherished company of her grandfather, Chu Yang. Yet, fate dealt her a cruel hand at the hands of Fei Bin. In this moment, Lu Hao's actions might be seen as a means to fulfill the dreams of some. Of course, I am quite clever, she proclaimed with a playful glint in her eye. And I am not a child anymore, in a few years. I shall be of marrying age, dear brother. Would it not be delightful if I were to wed you then? Chu Fian said, her charming smile illuminating her face as she mischievously winked at Lu Hao. Lu Hao rolled his eyes, and just as he was about to speak, Dongfang Bai approached him. Casting a peculiar glance in his direction, she was still just a child. Upon hearing this, Lu Hao could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth, of course. I am aware that she is still a child. I have no intentions of doing anything. With a puzzled glance at Lu Hao, Dongfang Bai turned her attention to Chu Yang, who stood beside Chu Fian. Chu Yang, your collusion with righteous individuals shall be addressed later. For now, I will refrain from dealing with it until your return to Haima Cliff. Upon hearing this, Chu Yang felt a weight lift from his heart and respectfully clasped his hands. Bowing slightly towards Dongfang Bai, I shall obey the command of the master. His words left the surrounding crowd in a state of shock. Is she Dongfang Bubi? Thanks to the family's gentle urging for updates, additions to the bookshelf, and favorable reviews, I express my gratitude here. Yue Buqun never imagined that the young lady beside Lu Hao was the very embodiment of the righteous figure whom all sought to eradicate, the leader of the Sun Moon Holy Cult. Dongfang Bubi. Neither did Master Dai anticipate that Yilin's sister was that elusive and fearsome demon. The crowd buzzed with whispers, yet none dared to approach. For they understood the formidable connection between Lu Hao and Dongfang Bai. The combination of Lu Hao and the Xiao guards was already daunting. And with Dongfang Bubi added to the mix, they would not have the courage to step forward even if tenfold encouraged. Dongfang Bai cast a cold glance around, her aura surging forth as if she had returned to her authoritative role as the master. I am indeed Dongfang Bubi. Do any of you have objections? This declaration silenced the crowd, enveloping the area in a chilling stillness, devoid of even the faintest whisper. Dongfang Bubi? At this moment, Ning Zhangzi spoke up. Undeterred by the atmosphere, she voiced her curiosity, questioning, but the rumors say Dongfang Bubi is a man. How can you be a woman? Unbeknownst to the valiant Ning, I have always presented myself in a male guise, thus few are aware of my true identity as a woman. Observing Ning's curiosity, Dongfangbai smiled faintly and began to explain. In her heart, she believed that one day, Ning Zhangze would be her sister, and there was no need for discord among sisters. Ning nodded lightly in response, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Do you have anything more to say? Or do you wish to showcase your skills? After Lu Hao finished speaking, he cast a sweeping glance around the crowd, yet no one dared to take a step forward. In that case, we shall take our leave. The Xiao Manor is always open to those who wish to challenge us. Lu Hao's lips curled into a subtle smile as he confidently strode out of the Lu residence alongside Dongfangbai and Lu Xian. Lu Xian, given today's events, I trust that Songzhan will not let you off easily. It would be prudent for you to find a place to hide until my injuries have healed. Once I am restored, we shall once again play music together. Very well, Brother Chu, make haste to depart. After exchanging pleasantries with Lu Zhifeng, Chu Yang followed Lu Hao and the others. No one dared to obstruct their path, lest they provoke Dongfangbai's wrath. Thus, the grand ceremony of washing hands concluded quietly, following the total annihilation of the Songzhan faction and the deaths of numerous martial artists. On that day, Lu Zhifeng and his family vanished without a trace. Upon returning to the inn, Master Ding Yi and her companions were at a loss regarding how to interact with Lu Hao and Dongfangbai. After a brief farewell from Yilin, the disciples of Hengshan followed Ding Yi back to Hengshan. Although Yilin felt a deep reluctance to part, she could not defy her mentor, who had raised her. Fortunately, Dongfangbai promised to visit her in Hengshan when time permitted, bringing her joy as she returned with Ding Yi. Both women now had their own lives. Persuading Yilin to leave Hengshan was out of the question. Thus, Dongfangbai allowed her to return, knowing that Hengshan would likely not dare to impede her, which was beneficial for both sisters. Chu Fian and Chu Yang spent a night at the inn where Lu Hao and his company were staying. Before dawn the next day, Chu Yang, with the mischievous Chu Fian in tow, set off for Haima Cliff. Given his current injuries, it was wise to return swiftly to avoid any ambushes. Although he maintained contact with Lu Zhifeng, Dongfangbai had made it clear that the members of the Sun and Moon Holy Cult would not pursue him. Meanwhile, the inn where Lu Hao was staying, once bustling with guests, had become noticeably quiet. As Lu Hao and his party journeyed back to Huayin, Dongfangbai, having joined him, opted to communicate significant matters through carrier pigeons while allowing the elders of the sect to handle minor issues. She relished the tranquility. And while the elders were unaware of her true endeavors, they dared not question the actions of their leader. However, when news reached Haima Cliff, it was likely that all would be left astounded. The day following Lu Hao and Yue Buqun's departure, Yue Buqun suddenly bid farewell to Ning Zhangze and set off ahead of the group to return to Huashan. Upon learning this, Lu Hao displayed a meaningful smile but refrained from elaborating further. Lu Hao was acutely aware that Yue Buqun had come to a realization. A few days prior, he had hastily returned to Mount Hua, poised to act decisively. If he recovered swiftly, he would regain his full faculties in a matter of days. However, for several days, Yue Buqun had been mired in contemplation and indecision. Yet, upon witnessing Lu Hao and the free and easy guard displaying their formidable prowess at Lu's residence, he could no longer contain himself. Thus, Lu Hao and his entourage set forth, steadily and unhurriedly, towards the domain of Huayin. In a tavern situated 10 miles from the free and easy manor in Huayin County, the bright left envoy of the Sun and Moon sect, Xiang Wentian, was currently residing. Approximately 2 weeks prior, he had received word that Lu Hao of the free and easy manor had slain Yutsang Hai and was addressing grievances within the martial world. With a sense of cautious optimism, he decided to venture to Huayin. His singular purpose for this journey was to enlist Lu Hao or the free and easy guard's assistance in liberating Ren Wuxing, who was imprisoned within the confines of Mei Manor. For years, he had been seeking the location of Ren Wuxing's captivity, and at last, he had uncovered it. Yet, due to the formidable defenses of Mei Manor and the exceptional martial prowess of the four brothers, he had found no opportunity to act. Now, with the emergence of the free and easy manor and its considerable strength, Xiang Wentian believed that their support could ensure Ren Wuxing's rescue, allowing him to rally his former followers and reclaim the position of sect leader at the Blackwood Cliff. His greatest fear was that Lu Hao would decline his request, given the notorious reputation of the Sun and Moon sect in relation to Ren Wuxing. Nevertheless, he hoped that with genuine sincerity and the promise of certain conditions, he might find a glimmer of hope. Upon arriving in Huayin, he paid a visit, but unfortunately, Lu Hao was absent, and the free and easy guard could not make any decisions on his behalf. Thus, he returned a second time, presenting a formal letter that outlined his requests and the conditions he was willing to promise. He earnestly hoped to meet with Lu Hao upon his return. And so Xiang Wentian remained at the tavern, waiting patiently. On this particular day, while Xiang Wentian was seated in his room, meditating, a pigeon alighted at his window. After exhaling a sigh of frustration, he slowly opened his eyes and, upon focusing his gaze, promptly rose to approach the window and retrieve the message attached to the bird's leg. Upon reading the contents, his expression shifted dramatically, and he exclaimed in shock, "What? Lu Hao has ties with Dongfang Bubi? How absurd. I intended to have the free and easy manner confront Dongfang Bubi. This is disastrous. Am I not walking into a trap?" His countenance fell in dismay, and without further deliberation, he hastily packed his belongings and departed the tavern. Fortunately, he had received this warning. Otherwise, Lu Hao's return would have undoubtedly resulted in an invitation for him to visit the free and easy manor for tea. Strange occurrences abound every year. Yet this year seemed particularly rife. The very notion that Xiang Wentian might oppose Lu Hao's beloved was nothing short of ludicrous. The news has spread beyond just Xiang Wentian. The entire martial world is now aware of the connection between Lu Hao, the master of the Xianyang Manor, and the invincible Dongfang of the Sun Moon Holy Cult. Some rejoice while others lament, yet none embody this paradox more than Zhuolingchan. At this moment, upon receiving the message via carrier pigeon in his study, Zhuolingchan emanated an icy aura that sent shivers down one's spine, causing the temperature in the room to plummet dramatically. Lu Hao, what audacity you possess! How dare you slay my 3 disciples and humiliate the Songzhan sect in such a manner? I cannot let this transgression go unpunished. Humph, this impudent youth has grown arrogant, even daring to associate with Dongfang Bubi and openly challenge the entire martial community. If I do not deliver a grand gesture in return, then I, Zhuolingchan, am unworthy to lead the Songzhan sect. Just wait, you requested that I bring more people, did you? You shall be thoroughly satisfied. After uttering these words, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Zhuolingchan's eyes as he gazed silently out of the window. More than half a month later, Lu Hao and his companions returned to Huang County. Haro and Ning, we shall take our leave here. In a few days, I shall pay a visit to the Huashan sect. Lu Hao gazes,